toward his back foot. He's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But
I'm love, I'm love, love, love. I'm love, I'm love, love, love.
Come, yaga, then at the Benz like Spragger, one bag of weed and bomber clock crap, one bag of gal like Shabba, Lord, one bag of gal like a dagger, Lord, let the gal them with the hammer, Lord, let the gal bark for their mama, Lord, make a rascal baller, baller. Oh, go on, we telling me, come on the street block, hurry up in this bidiatch, bidiatch. Yeah, man. So, yeah, shout out Eyes in the building, oh, go on. Hmm? Yeah, so. Mm. Right. Sorry, man, it's kind of cold out here, like. I hope it warms up a bit later still. Yeah, man, so we got the people them in the place, man. Slap the like button, share the stream, man. Yeah, shout out the YouTube channel, The Art of Law, yeah? I like The Art of Law better than the Black Belt Barrister still. Can't like, in my opinion, the Black Belt Barrister is extremely right-leaning, isn't it? The Art of Law actually just explains the judgment and why the judgment is so. So big him up, man. Big up the Black Belt Barrister. Big up The Art of Law. Subscribe to them guys' channel. Obviously, they know more about law than me, innit? Yeah, so even if I like one more than the other, yeah. So true that one. That's it. Lord have mercy. That bitter like Cersei. Man, they got them a thirsty. What? Yeah, man, so like I swear down, yeah. Imagine, yeah, your thing was so gangster, yeah. Oh, yeah. Your shit is so gangster, yeah. Your shit is so gangster, even if you're in the wrong. The man them will come out, draw swords on the battleground for you, cuz like, yo. I can't front, yeah. Tommy Robinson's got the finesse on lock. You get me? I got the shit like tight brass knuckles and flashlights. Alright, so let's get into Son Thomas or whatever. Like, what the hell? These weirdos are in the chat already. Weirdos are on the stage. Weirdos. Rowan Thomas Williams. I don't know who that is. Yeah. You shot me. Hey. Yeah, man. Shout out the weirdos in the chat, man. You wake up early to get on weirdness. Yes, yes. Yeah, man. Yeah, bun fire upon all my stalkers, man. Like, my stalkers, I'm bored of you guys now. Stalk someone else, innit? Yeah, man. You lot boring. You know? Of one mad guy just making mad videos. Like, imagine every channel I got's getting added every single day. From these weirdo stalkers. And then this other weirdo done. Nah, this in the private chat still, man. You know how the weirdos do. You know how the weirdos go. Alright, but before we get into Tommy Robinson, yeah? Like I've been saying for time, yeah? There's a group called the Patriotic Millionaires that always speak about how the people that actually can afford to pay more tax should be seen to be the ones to pay more tax. You know? They should be the ones to pay more tax. Yeah? So, yeah, the Patriotic Millionaires. There's some other group as well, yeah, some tax group, a website where they break down taxes and all them things there. Yeah, where they show like, right, this one should do this and that one should do that. Yeah, but just a couple people volunteering to pay extra tax, it's not going to cover the bill. It needs to be implemented. And it's mad. Labour, Conservatives, even Reform Party won't do no sort of wealth tax or nothing like that. Reform Party ain't going to bring no policies that are going to make life better for the working class. Like, literally, the stuff like Reform are saying, what they want to do, isn't going to be able to be done because most of it's fucking illegal anyway. Like, what they call making sure English people get houses first and all that sort of stuff there. It's like, that's ECHR business, man. I don't know why you keep trying to jump on, cause like, no, bro. No, bro. Weirdo stalkers and that. Yo. All right, let it play.
I think you should be paying more tax.
Because I feel I would like to live in a pleasant, comfortable society. And to do that, that means you have to reduce the number of poor people. I don't like the thought that half of the population are struggling. And I don't think there's any need that they should be struggling. There are plenty of people that are quite well off like me who would be happy to share their money a little bit more than they do.
And for you, if you were to be taxed on what you guys are asking for, which is 2% over 10 million, how would that impact your life? What are the things that you might not be able to do having been taxed at that rate?
I wouldn't even qualify for that tax, to be honest. I mean, I might just qualify, but you realise it's 2% on the money that you earn over 10 million. So you've got 10 million before you start paying it. And I think it's so modest. I mean, I've agitated within this movement to say, why don't we make it 5% or 10% or something like that?
What about those? What's your message to? Because we hear a lot about those millionaires or billionaires. You know, people like Elon Musk who obviously don't think the same way you do and think that they should, you know, be allowed to accumulate their wealth into the billions and billions of pounds. What would your message be for those people?
It's obvious to me that there's a feedback loop involved in wealth, which to say if you get a little bit rich, you are very likely to get richer. It works the other way around with poverty. If you get poor, you're very likely to get poorer. So those things are not self-correcting. It doesn't work. There's not the trickle-down theory that people used to believe in the 70s and 80s, that it's good for people to get rich because that money gradually gets dispersed among, so it helps them.
Alright, let me pause that there, yeah. I noticed that a lot of men that want to cap for capitalism keep talking about this trickle-down economics and all this sort of stuff there, and like that. There's no evidence of no trickle-down economics helping any of us get anywhere. Cuts that. Couple man get a couple breadcrumbs here and there, yeah, but this ain't no trickle-down economics. Yeah. So. No. God damn. Yeah, so this trickle-down economics ain't helping and it ain't gonna work, mate. We need to get tough. You know what it is though, yeah? About this one, yeah? You've already got an example to go back on, innit? After World War II, they taxed wealthy people, rich people in the country at a high number to rebuild and all that sort of stuff there. So they started the welfare state and blah, 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 blah. So, and the people them didn't fly out and leave. The people that left after World War II were other working class English. And when they all left, what did they do? Start looking into laws to see how they can get more people in that came from the Commonwealth and all that. So, yeah, let's go, man.
But that isn't what happens. The rich accumulate more and more wealth. It doesn't trickle down to anybody. It trickles up, actually.
And Labour have obviously been very, very reluctant to speak about a wealth tax because they say that it might drive wealth creators or business people out of the country. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't think that's true. I think some people will leave because there are some people who are mean-minded to the extent that they would rather go and live in some shithole country than pay an extra few £1,000 a year rent. So there are those people. Frankly, I'd be bloody pleased if they fucked off and went and lived there. Sorry about, excuse my language, but rich people really piss me off a little bit because it's so small-minded to think that the only thing that matters is the number that you have in the bank. It's just amazing to me. Don't we love life because we love seeing everybody else enjoying it as well?
And it also seems that once you've got your house or houses and you can go on your nice holidays, what more do you want, really? Like, what do you need that extra money for?
I would love to know what you need that extra money for. You need it to impress your rich friends. You know, I remember seeing an interview with Carlos Slim once on television, and he was at that time one of the richest men in the world. He may still be, but he's doing the interview and being very smooth about how wealthy he was, and then an aide comes in and whispers something into his ear, and he suddenly He freaks out and he says, "What? No, that can't be true." And he stops the interview. It turns out that what the aide says is the Sunday Times Rich List has just been published and you're number 11. And he had expected to be number 8.
I can't imagine what that must feel like. Complete disappointment.
Can you imagine being in that state of mind where what really matters to you is where you are in the top 20 of richest people in the world?
And so what do you think then of this idea that money corrupts, and if you earn a lot of money, at some point you're going to be evil and selfish and not care about other people?
Well, there's a lot of evidence for that. I mean, look at the joy and abandon with which Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg have jumped into fascism. They're completely happy to be there. In fact, they're quite proud.
Yeah, this is Brian Eno, music producer within the UK, part of Patriotic Millionaires. Someone's gave him a street interview right there, the Patriotic Millionaires, where they're doing an event trying to get millionaires to pay more in taxes so the poor people don't have to. Jazzy Tate! Yeah, son, let it play.
It seems to me. So, but on the other hand, there are rich people who don't do that. I mean, I can think of, I don't know, Pierre Omidyar, for example, who's a billionaire. You don't hear much about him because he's not that newsworthy. He just lives a good life and he helps people out, and he runs a business that people seem to like, eBay, you know. So, and his whole family, as far as I know, are quite philanthropic. So you don't hear about the good ones.
And what do you think of the argument that we don't need to tax rich people more because they can use their money to give away to charitable causes or be beneficiaries?
It's absolute bollocks. The rich give away a smaller proportion of their money than the poor do.
Let me pause it there, because I've been fucking saying that for time. And even pay in a proportion of the amount that they earn. Pay more taxes as well. Yeah? But because these men are such cucks. Yeah, wealth cucks. You know what I'm saying? They want to pay more taxes out of their little bread and not make none of these men pay no little percentage out of their big bread. Which is still going to make sure that all the services that we all fucking use, the roads to drive on, the public services, or the social housing for people that need social housing and all them sort of things, they're up to standard, up to scratch. It's mad still. This homeless thing is serious, cuz. You mad? How you mean? Let it play.
You find that I think I don't actually know, I don't remember the figures on this, but poor people, as a proportion of the money they earn, give away much more than rich people do. Philanthropy is something that people do to make themselves feel they have an alibi for being wealthy.
And I guess also if we had enough money to fund public services properly, we would need less philanthropy.
Exactly. Philanthropy is a very poor way how the money is distributed. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be philanthropic.
Hey, pause. Yo, from time I've been saying as well, yeah, if obviously the country should be measured on how the poorest are living in each society or whatever. Because if the people at the bottom are able to stand on their own 2 feet and pay some little bit of taxes here and there everywhere and blah, 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 then that obviously adds towards productivity, to the GDP, and to all the things that's beneficial. Lowers crime, lowers mental health, lowers homelessness. Enough of them things can get lowered. How you make let it play.
I'm very happy that they are. I'm a philanthropist myself, I suppose. But, you know, the important thing is that you support your country or your city, because they know the overall picture. They want to distribute the wealth. Who would give money to unpopular or not apparently important causes like keeping the roads in order?
Yeah.
You know, it's not a glamorous cause. And if you look at the top, I've got a list somewhere of the top 1,000 charities in England. Who gives money to what? The top 1,000 charities include, at number 40, I think, the Retired Donkeys Trust or something like that. And the 7th biggest charity is the RNLI, Royal National Lifeboat Institute. Well, lifeboats are important, but it's not such a big priority to be number 7.
Yeah.
So
aren't going to be funding for mould and damp to be sorted out in social housing.
Exactly. The kinds of things that don't get funded are actually some of the most important things, but they're not glamorous things.
So that's Brian Eno, yeah, Patriot Millionaires, giving his take on the wealthiest in society paying a bit more tax to help the fucking country where they've able to be even amass the funds to be able to have that sort of bread anyway. Like, oh my god. That's why it's mad. That's why it's weird that the so-called patriots don't cry about none of that sort of stuff there. You see them cap for them, man, because obviously, you know, like, behind the scenes, some of them, man, will slap man bread. Yeah, and say, fight this instead, innit? So, alright, let's remove that, man. Alright, man. So which one's first? Let me see. Got to big up the screen a bit still. I think it's this one, is it?
Seen in the news that Tommy Robinson, or Stephen Yaxley Lennon, as the court calls him, has been knocked back in his application for judicial review about his status in prison. So what I thought I'd do is I would just go through, because I've now managed to get the full written judgment. So I'll just sort of go through the key points. I mean, I'll link to the actual full judgment in the description and you can see for yourself. So obviously I'm not going to give any of my opinions on this because I don't really have any. But I thought I'd just explain, you know, what the court have said. And then, like I say, it's up to you to decide whether you think that's right or not. So first of all, what was this about? Well, he brought a judicial review about his current status in prison. And what he said is, and to quote from the judgment...
Let me pause it right there. Yeah. So shout out Art of Law. This is the Art of Law news YouTube channel. Like, share, subscribe and all them things there. Yeah, so he's going to break down about... the actual court paperwork, not the propaganda, not the side pieces that are for or against want to rise up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's bollocks, man. He'd have to sell his business to pay a fucking 2% tax on any earnings above 10 mil. Shut up, man. Get out of here. Like, you said that just to try and get me triggered, but you know what I mean? She's a fucking bad man. But yeah, shout out Art of Law, man. So he's gonna break down. Yeah. Yeah, on income and anything above 10 million. That's what they said, folks. But anyway, let's carry on with the Art of Law video. Let it play.
The claimant in this case is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. He's currently detained at H&P Woodhill. He seeks permission to apply for judicial review of what he describes in his claim form as his, quote, ongoing detention in solitary confinement and treatment, unquote. He contends that this is incompatible with his rights under Articles 3, 8 and 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and therefore contrary to Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998. In addition, he challenges his continued segregation on public law grounds. So first of all, what's judicial review? I've done quite a few videos on this, so just search in the channel, just type judicial review and that will explain. But effectively, it's a way of challenging the decisions of public bodies. And that includes prisons and the prison service. I do have some actual experience of JRing prisons. I think I mentioned it before, where it's a nightmare because technically you have to bring the JR against the actual prison somebody's detained in. So every time we sent the letter before claim off, they just move my client. In this particular case, though, they've just gone for the Secretary of State for Justice as being in charge of the prison system as a whole. And you can actually do that. But before you can apply for judicial review, you have to get permission. It's a bit like appealing, where you need permission or leave to appeal before you go on to the substantive appeal. And what the court here said is, well, we'll hear the application for permission. Now, what's interesting is they didn't order what we call a rolled-up hearing, because sometimes they will list a case, and this is a really good indicator of what they're thinking, what the court's thinking. They will say, we will list the permission application with the full application to be heard immediately afterwards if we grant permission. And that's usually a sign, it's not always, it's not a definitive indicator, but it's usually a sign that they think there is some merit in this. And quite often, of course, you make all the fundamental arguments in the leave application. So when it comes to, yes, we're going to give you leave for the judicial review, what do you say? You say, well,
Pause it there for a sec here. So he's breaking down the steps that you got to take for Tommy Robinson to even bring his case. Like he feels like Section 3 of the ECHR is being breached on his rights of not going into general population. But they're saying that you being in general population is a danger to your safety. And they can't guarantee your safety at all times, innit? So you're not in 100% segregation where you got a lot more. You got the rights of a civil prisoner rather than the rights of a criminal prisoner. Yeah, you got the same rights, actually more rights than someone that's on bail. Hey, my bad. I was stuck in a fucking little mini traffic jam still. I'm in 2-6. Let me reload up the cannon. Let me set would like our bathroom set.
to violate Article 3 in the case law. Article 3 is the right... That's
Let me pause it there, yeah? I'm going to have to rewind it a little step or two.
not held in general population. And it says...
Pause. Reading that. Judgment. Alright. Yeah, man. So shout out Art of Law for the non-biased take. Just reading the paperwork as it is and then tells you what it means. Also, yeah, on the second one, there's another video, a Q&A of questions that keep getting asked. But you understand that a lot of the crying that these men keep doing about man's in jail for a civil case, man's in jail for contempt. No one usually goes to jail for contempt. It's not actually true, you know? Alright, Art of Law.
P. Woodhill, when the prospect of a move to the main part of the prison had been mooted, he mentioned that the significant number of Muslim prisoners. It was thus understandable that the governor should be concerned that Mr. Yaxley Lennon's presence might foment unrest or violence between Muslims and non-Muslim prisoners. There was also specific intelligence of two potential threats to him, one of which was a threat to his life. So as I've said previously, when people say, oh, why was he segregated? Actually, at the sentence hearing, and this was for the contempt of court for breaching the injunction about not repeating some allegations that had been found to be defamatory. But it was mentioned in the sentence hearing by his own counsel, said, look, he will have a tough time in prison because of who he is. You know, he's got a target on his back. And they just said, I accept that. Now, just to explain the different roles, all judges do is impose sentence. The actual prison regime, you know, what category you're in, how they treat you, how they do, you know, whether you're eligible for early release under the various schemes, that is wholly the remit of the prison service. Judges at the sentencing stage can't interfere with that. They can't impose any rules themselves. But you can, of course, challenge the prison regime through the judicial review process. But what the court is saying here is, look, even Robinson's own legal team said, you know, he is at risk and he needs to go into... It's not quite solitary. And again, I've done a video on this, you Google for it, about exactly the regime he's being held under. So it's not solitary confinement. It's basically, it's a thing called Rule 45 now, where if effective, it used to be the old Rule 43, but it's where there's a special enhanced regime for potentially...
Tried to be in there for a second. Yeah, Rule 45 used to be Rule 43. Protection for vulnerable prisoners or people that may be attacked. Celebrities, police officers, this, that, and the other, and rah. You know what I mean? Like, so. And again, man's own legal team said man should really be getting that sort of protection. Yo, well, you can hear me. Is it normal or? Check. You hear me now, yeah? Alright, yeah, man. So the Art of Law YouTube channel is explaining about the difference between the conditions that Tommy's being held in and the reason why. And his own legal team agreed with that, or even stated that man should be under some sort of protection because obviously he could be in danger. And also said that then you was in another jail, another lifer was making threats to man. So I don't really know what the argument is, right? How there is even an argument to be made.
Vulnerable prisoners, and that can be people who are controversial. It's quite often used for like informants or ex-police officers, you know, people like that. But it's not solitary confinement, it's being not held in general population. And it says, secondly, the decision was regularly reviewed in accordance with Rule 45 and with the applicable policy documents. I mean, I've mentioned this before, that you have to have like a review after 15 days, and then you have to keep reviewing at regular intervals to say, is this still necessary? Because it's accepted that it's not necessarily as nice a regime being held on Rule 45 as it is being in general population. But it says each such review involved input from an NHS clinician. The outcome of each review was properly recorded. The Governor of H&P Woodhill has given detailed evidence in response to the claim, setting out the reasons for the decisions she made. There is and could be no challenge to the veracity of those reasons, not least because his own legal team are effectively agreeing with them. Thirdly, there are several aspects of the regime which ameliorate, that's a hard word to pronounce, have a coffee for that, which ameliorate, I should have stuck with the first attempt, the effects of segregation on Mr. Yaxley Lennon. He is permitted some 3 hours per day out of his cell, which is more than twice the time allowed to convicted prisoners held in segregation. He can use the gym and shower every day. He has recently started work, which gives him some additional time out of his cell on some weekdays, albeit still on his own. He has 2 hours for visits from friends and family 4 times per week. He has 4 hours per day for telephone calls to friends and family and uses these. He speaks to prison officers, healthcare staff and staff from the chaplaincy daily, and has a weekly Bible study session. Such a regime is very far removed from those found to violate Article 3 in the case law. Article 3 is the right, that's the ECHR, and that's the right not to be subjected to, well, actually it starts off at torture, but torture or degrading or oppressive or humiliating treatment.
There for a sec, man. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Strange. People that want to leave the ECHR appealing to the ECHR, even though their rights are not getting violated under the treatments of the ECHR. So, me personally, it's just mind games, isn't it? Mind games for supporters to keep up the, you know what I'm saying, keep the torch burning. And all them sort of things there. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, my end game is to keep the torch burning still. Yeah, civil prisoners get different treatment to criminal prisoners or whatever, innit that? So even if man was on normal population, man would have a bit of a different regime to others anyway. So, yeah, your rights ain't getting violated. But you know, fucking hell, like if you like, if you're able to turn a quick note and so and so from all that, then boy, it is what it is, isn't it, man? Let it
Fourthly,
play.
Mr. Yaxley Lennon's mental health is properly and regularly monitored by professionals from the Prison Psychology Service and the NHS. He is visited every day by an NHS doctor or nurse. His treatment plan has been formulated with input from a senior forensic psychologist and a consultant psychiatrist. Dr. Connell's report has been considered and taken into account by them. That was another psychiatrist who wrote a report. So he wrote a report and then other psychiatrists have chipped in and said, you know, well, actually, they just said, we agree with it. We agree with the assessment. Fifthly, Mr. Worsman's witness statement makes clear there's been a careful consideration of the alternatives to H&P Woodhill. That was a witness statement from somebody at the prison, just saying, look, this is how we've reviewed his detention. Careful consideration of alternatives to HMP Woodhill. Category B dispersal prisons would be inappropriate because the same or greater risks would arise there. A dispersal prison is when you are first convicted before they work out where the best place to keep you is, because they do all the assessments. There's a system called OASIS, spelt with a Y, which examines your offending pattern, takes into account all your personal circumstances and plans a scheme, a regime when you're in there. So it might be something like, you're going to be in here for 14 months or 12 months or 6 months. It might help, you might need psychological counselling, you might need anger management. It
won't matter if the psychiatrist was a lefty anyway, you know what I mean? Because according to Banksy, according to Banksy style, Tom Robinson's a lefty anyway. You know what I mean? Like a raving lefty lunatic anyway. Like, so. So it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Alright, jeez. And all of them lit. See if I can fit in this space here. Alright, sticking kind of tight. Oh man, I don't think we are not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Yo, listen, but like saying like the regime that Tom Robinson's under in the jail, yeah, or whatever, yeah, is he's under luxury treatment, cuz. What you mean? Man said no little black friends to help, you know. Hey. That's mad still. Hey, listen, jail is shit, innit? Like, so I don't really kind of wish a sentence on anyone still that doesn't have to get one. But like, seems like once again the claims being made not going to be substantiated. But when you look into them, it's something else. Totally. I see Danny Costco do a video. Wow. Got our mate in jail. He's locked up.
He's a political prisoner. He's a political prisoner. He's a political prisoner. He did nothing wrong. He's never had a jury, but did you know, Valley, that there's never been a jury in contempt of court cases? They don't require a jury in them. They're like, why didn't he have a jury? You don't have a jury in contempt of
the
court.
contempt is that he fucking
gone against judges' orders. What's the investigation they're gonna do? Yeah. There's nothing to investigate or need like 10, 12 people to sort of come to a conclusion that this man did something wrong. So what do you need a jury for? And he pleaded guilty. So what the jury gonna go there and do? Just sit around?
Hey, Ghost. Someone was in here, yeah? Someone was in a private chat, yeah?
Right.
Let me read out. They were racially abusing you in the private chat still.
Oh shit. Fuck it.
They said, get that P word on here now. Get that Joe Daki Muslim cunt Ghost.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was Enon's.
I do trigger people, though. I do trigger people. Yeah, it's mad, man. It's mad. Like, fuck off, Ghost. He agrees with Chrissy Morris. I never agreed with Chrissy Morris. I run an open panel, so anybody can jump on and have their say. That doesn't mean I agree with them. like, Veli, do you agree with everybody that jumps on your panel? Are you promoting them?
No.
Like what?
I'm glad when people that I disagree jump on.
Yeah, so it's a debate, innit? It's like it's a discussion that you have. So yeah, I don't know why they all open their feelings about who I let on my panel. Like what?
Hey, man said that's
Yeah,
Jupiter's soccer account. Nah,
it probably is.
no, it's
Probably
definitely
Hector.
Enoch still. Nah, it's
I've got,
Enoch.
I've
It's
got.
definitely
If you
Enoch.
look at Kermit's stream from yesterday, I'll probably review it later. But like the racism by Gummy and all these like were mad that day, man. Like sometimes people forget that what they get up to and what they say, and then they'll deny it and try to rewrite history like it never happened. What? I don't remember. When did I say black faces? Oh, I said black faces because some of my uh, subscribers are new, so they don't like. Shut up, man. Stop the excuses. Stop the excuses, man.
Stop the cap.
You
Stop the
say
cap.
some dumb shit. Yeah, you say the dumb shit, and then you can't own it. You'll have to make up excuses like, no, I said it like this. But yeah, in regards to the subject of I don't know who's in the back, but you're probably right. Um, like why don't you jump on like the P word that you were calling me? I'm on here now, so why don't you jump on and let's have this out in it? And like, yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Jump on, man, and call me that on the
Enoch.
panel in it.
Yeah,
So
Enoch.
like I don't
Yeah,
know,
Ghost is asking for you to call in the P word to his face, B. He ain't gonna do that still.
right? Say it.
And it's
Say
true,
it.
like what
Think
DJ
it.
is saying, yeah. It don't matter what DJ H Crinkle, yeah. Big up DJ H Crinkle, innit, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Like I was saying, it don't matter what. It doesn't matter what facts you bring. It doesn't matter even if you tell them to go through the actual court papers and show this, that, and the other, yeah. They're gonna just make up a million different excuses. You know
Yeah,
what I
they were
mean?
like, I don't
So,
care. I
big
don't
up
care.
DJ
We
Crinkle.
have to. Yeah, they know what these people are like, man. I watched, that channel lately that's been exposing stuff on YouTube. I'm not going to say the
The
channel's
debate,
name.
yeah. Ready for debate.
And they played a debate from your lots where Gummy is calling Andrew Tate's victims like sluts and stuff, and the way they were dressed. And I'm sure this was she was accusing the grooming gangs of targeting
Say
and
that again,
saying
sorry?
that. I said,
Say that again, sir, because I think you got the wrong. I think I've got the wrong channel. What channel were you talking about?
I can't remember the name, but
What's
they've
the
been
initials?
exposing L something.
Oh shit, the Leprechaun channel.
Yeah, that's the one.
Fuck.
And they played a stream of yours where Gumi was defending Andrew Tate's
Hey,
actions,
shut up,
and she was
Crinkle.
saying these women are like sluts, and I don't believe them. And I swear, this like if you turn that around to the grooming gangs, she's been fighting the same shit. And then she was saying, innocent until proven guilty. But Tommy's making all these documentaries like Grape of Britain, and she's saying, yeah, that's true, that's true, that's right. But like, what? The hypocrisy in these people is amazing, man. It's like these people are just gifts, man, that just keep on giving. And where's that twat Brian Earl? Is he still alive? I've been waiting for him to show up, man.
Oh, it's me
He said
reviewing
7
the Tate
days,
Tommy
and I
vid
swear
on
it's been
mine.
2 weeks.
Okay, from Simon's
He
channel,
said
yeah.
he says
I
7
think Simon
days.
uploaded it.
Is it Simon?
Yeah, Simon uploaded it on his channel, and then they've downloaded it from there and uploaded it there
Okay, all right. Yeah, because the video looked like something that Simon would do.
from the Blizzard.
But yeah, that's an interesting a bit of evidence for us that these people will call allegedly groomed victims that they don't believe that they've been groomed. Like, it's mad. It's
Agreed.
absolutely mad. And then they say, oh, they're happy with it. They loved it. Like, shut up,
They
man.
loved it. Oh my god, what?
That's
They loved it. Oh my god,
they loved
that is
it.
so bad.
That's what she was saying about Lauren Southern. Like, she loved it. Like, shut up, man. Tommy was there, and Tommy seen it, and she was happy, and she banged him, and I don't know, man. But where's Brian, man? He said the 7 days he's gonna come to my house and he's gonna stab up my children and everything, man. And it's been like 2 weeks. He's still not showing up. Like,
Nothing
Brian,
happened
where
there.
are you, man? Are you alive? You said you had my address.
These man ain't gonna
You
do
said
shit,
you had it
man.
all,
They're just
and you're
absolute
gonna come down. Be waiting for you,
complexes.
man. I'll be waiting with a cup of tea for you. Like, yeah, be waiting for you to come down, Brian. I guess you're not gonna come in it. You just like using the P word and N word because you know that you won't say that to a man's face. So you say on YouTube that makes it look hard and stuff. But have you seen Danny Thomas back on the scene?
Oh yeah.
He's made the
What's he
video
saying?
yesterday. So remember all these Tommy Tars that were saying that Tommy's got nothing to do with Danny Tomo and Danny Tomo's on his own, blah blah blah. But Danny Tomo said he went to visit Tommy Robinson yesterday in prison. That he went to see him, and Tommy's looking in a really bad shape. Apparently, the beard grown. I told him the guy's in Ramadan, man. He's not cutting his beard. He's fasting. He's looking really weak, and he's looking mentally challenged and all
Now,
sorts,
man are
man. I
gonna
don't know
say
what's
that
going
in
on.
it, like even because you know it goes with what's it called, like so even if man is in a good condition, and man's able to go gym and eating decent and rah, man would still say, man is in a bad condition.
Yeah, yeah. If they're saying
Rah.
he's got fucking access to his fucking emails, since when did they have access to emails in their cells, man? I thought he's in solitary confinement, like in a black hole that they can't see outside, can't do anything. A man's fucking there emailing away. Urban Scoop, how to get away with the tax fraud and stuff. like, just say the company's gone down. Just say the company's gone down. It's gone in liquidation. Like, man, I thought you can't get email out there. You got bloody email, and they wanted to do March because he couldn't get GB News. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you people? Like, he's not being treated as a person in solitary confinement, is it? He's not actually getting treated like that. He might be in that part because of the security risk, but he's not getting treated. He's getting privileges that a civil prisoner would get. Like, he's got canteen 4 visits a week, man. 4 visits a week. That's like 2 hour long. He's getting recreational time. He's done hundreds of calls to his family. They're saying, "Oh, you can't call anybody." But yeah, obviously, if he's gonna mess up and he's gonna break the rules, then it's part of the punishment where you lose your canteen for a week or something. So yeah, it's all.
And let me say
But
well
Danny
on
Tomo.
tonight, man. Oh, sorry, we're gonna finish your bit and then I say well on tonight.
No, say man, say I'm finished. It's all right.
Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Walk on,
1,
Lance.
2, 9.
Wagwan Nines.
Yeah. Bless up the people, them. Happy Monday. Big up yourself, Ghost. I'll
Big up
see you
Nines.
come
Big
back
up.
as Ramadan finished.
No, it's almost done, man. It's almost done. I've got a week off work this week just to prepare for it. So, like, yeah.
You got a week off work to prepare for Eid?
Yeah, I've got a lot of things to do in it with family. I've got 4 children, this, that, the other. So I normally take the last week of Ramadan off in it.
Okay.
Personal holidays, man. Personal holidays. They're not giving me it because I'm a Muslim or something. Like, it's personal holidays. It's personal
I
holidays.
thought
The
a mom's,
government.
obviously you're an imam in it, Ghost, man. I thought, a mom gets like, off on imam pay,
Oh,
you know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Imams get bad privileges, man. People look after them like they're kings or something. Bloody hell, Valley. That's the line you need to get to
It's
next.
high life,
Now
yeah.
you've
Yeah.
accepted, slowly, maybe in
Come
a
on,
couple of
imam
years'
next, yeah.
time, you'll be leading the man. So yeah, nice. So what you up to, man? I see the lies that have been spread on here, and it's pretty disgusting. You had Babs on here saying black trash and this, that. Then Wendy coming on with a fake outrage. I can't believe it. You said that she might use the N-word. Of course she would use the N-word. I'll say it with my chest. If Gumi can use the N-word and she's married to a black man, what do you think she's going to do? Like...
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know what Wendy's on some poor man defense league thing. I don't know what's wrong with her. I mean, she always gets herself involved. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous, to be honest. But did you hear when she came on and she said that I called my girl a white trash and all this bullshit?
Yeah, that was a lie. I don't know where she got that from.
So fuck Wendy, innit? Like, I've tried to give her Fuck Wendy, man. You get me? Fuck Wendy, man. She's a dickhead.
Yeah,
You know what it is for me, right? Ghost, yeah. She keeps fucking saying, "Oh, I don't know why you won't just drop it. You don't blah 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 and all this bullshit, yeah." And I don't understand it because not just a year ago, her and the very same person were going at it, hammer and tongs, right?
Right. Yeah.
Cool. Now all of a sudden you lot are friends again. Cool. I don't give a fuck. But that don't mean that everyone else is just because you fucking laid down your fucking. Do you know what I mean? That everyone else has got to do it.
Yeah, exactly. This is what people don't get. Just because you sorted it out doesn't mean that we can't use what you've said against each other. Do you understand? Because them words have come out your own mouth. Now that you've sorted it out, what do you expect people to say? Oh well, they've sorted it out. Let's forget. She said Wendy tried to kill her husband 3 times, and she played that video over and over again. She said Wendy's daughter got raped. She was saying that. She said Wendy was racist and this, that, the other, and she was calling her names, and she was going on Jedi's trying to dox her, and they had some woman apparently that they thought was Wendy. They were trying to dox the hell out of her, right? And now all of a sudden Wendy tells the truth. Wendy's a good researcher. Like, shut up, man. You're full of shit.
Yeah, I mean that's my point, Ghost. You know what I mean? If Wendy, you know what I mean, like if she wants, that's fine, innit? That's your lot's business. But don't think because you lot have done that then everyone else needs to be fuck all of that, man.
Yeah, we're not gonna follow lead,
don't
man.
try to regulate us neither. Like this is not the fucking plantation. Like you can't regulate us. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They want to come up and regulate us, wants to regulate Biggage and all the rest of it. Like fuck off, man. Regulate what?
That's right.
Like regulate what?
Yeah.
You understand? They
Yeah,
want to
we're gonna regulate.
Boycott. Get me? Then when they come back, they feel like they can just run the thing anyhow. Fuck off, man.
Bro, I think I've got the recording where Gumi is saying that only weak white people go on the G block. Only weak white people go on the G block to be abused because they're racist. And then she's on here 12 hours a day. Like, come on, man. Don't say shit like that. Yeah, you're pissed off, whatever. Like, they're sitting there with their black faces. You got white people.
But this is what they believe. And this is why I call it, you know what I mean? Because they feel that they can say all of those things, say the most, blah, 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 say the most disgusting things about Biggage, say the most disgusting things about his families, but all of them things that they have done, right? You get me? And then just crawl back like a nothing.
Yeah, because
like
they're shameless. They're shameless. They got no shame. Like, only people that have no shame that do that. Anyone with an ounce of shame won't show their face again for a long time. But because they have no shame. Like, you got to remember, Hector prayed for generation of children to be abused live, and he doubled down like he's some hard man doing it. Like, you don't look hard, you look pathetic and noncy, like praying for people's children to be abused. How is that hard? And then they say, oh, he got in his feelings.
Remember, Ghost, there weren't no real apology for that, There was some little fake ass, dead ass apology to Biggage to get back on his
get back on the channel.
There was no apology to Ultra and them. That's why I said fuck them, man.
Yeah. Like, one minute she's having a go, Lady D's. I think I can't remember her name. She called it out. She called it out on her channel. She wrote in the chat. What happened was she was mocking Lady D's dead son and saying, "Go dig his dead son up." And then she's like, "Let's just drop it. I'm willing to drop it." And she's like, "How can you tell him to drop it when you're just mocking a dead son? Like, do you have any logic?"
Because
like, how does that make sense?
Is her audience, and this is why I say half of her audience that follow her, they're actually more disgusting than her. Yeah, because they sit day after day, week after week, year after year, listening to the bullshit she says, and don't call it out. I think like a couple of them may do, but for the most part, they're just all in it with her. You get me?
Yeah, like they don't mention it. Wait a minute, you were saying this a week ago. Like, what's going on there? Like at least. Like, bring it up, because if something she said out of her own mouth, like, but the problem is, like, they don't allow free speech on their panel. They call us militant and this, that, the other. But as soon as anybody sort of challenges her on the words that came out of her own mouth, she'll block them. She'll be like, "Oh, get rid of them. Look at Game. Game called her out. Now she's Game's worst enemy. She goes around dissing Game, this, that, the other."
Hey, listen, yeah. You know what's mad though, yeah? Because I noticed that DJ Crinkle tried to do a remix video of me as well, yeah. Where we're saying that I was making a comparison to these man's platform, to my platform or whatever, saying that yo, I'm not even labeled this shit as no free speech platform. But I've
No,
allowed you man to have much more free speech on this platform than you have allowed anyone that disagrees with any of the points that you guys make or whatever.
exactly. Yeah.
So yeah. That's
Yeah,
how
you have allowed a lot.
I
And
crinkle.
remember, just yesterday, the video that I called, she was calling you Hitler. She well, he turned into Hitler. It doesn't allow people to have their opinion. Like for hours you've been having an opinion. For years you've been having an opinion on this channel. Now, well, he's Hitler. It doesn't let you have an
Diana
opinion.
B, yo, who's all the way in tomorrow down there, fucking down under. You are as disgusting as she is. Yeah, you are as disgusting. Look at that. We Ghost just said the sort of insipid shit that she says, and the first thing Diana says is, "I think she's great." I think and this is what I mean about the people that follow her. Imagine you just heard someone say that they must go dig up their dead, and her first thing is, "I think she's great." This is what I mean. Half of her problem is the little dickheads like this arsehole that follows her. Don't call her out. How the fuck can you think she's great for saying such a despicable?
Yeah, Diana. If someone, God forbid,
that's why.
God forbid that happened to your child, you know, how would you feel as a mother? You're a woman.
One second, Ghost. Now look at this fucking arsehole Diana B here. Zara, of course not. But I don't think Jupiter meant like that. You see
what did she mean then?
What?
What did she mean?
Saying, man. These fucking despicable.
What did she mean then?
What
was she meaning?
What do you mean that what can you mean by that? That's like
I don't know,
if
what
anything,
did she
you
mean?
say, yeah, obviously that was bad. Shouldn't have said that. Trying to make excuses for it. Right?
I know, just making excuses
for
vile behavior.
Look at her now. Look at her. You say horrible stuff too, all of you. Look at Diana B, you need to fuck off, man. You're just disgusting. I told you this last week when you said the thing about how the left is. You're disgusting, man. You're just disgusting.
Yeah.
You're
Diana B.
Man. You are as disgusting as her. Yeah,
I think Diana B is about 1,000 years old, and she was taken to Australia as a criminal, and she settled out there when she got released.
She's disgusting. You say one disgusting thing that we've said, Diana B, as you want to be the next pound line lawyer. Yeah?
Oh, wait, Nines, she switched it up. She said, sorry, I came in late, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. She switched it up. Remix.
Disgusting. Bollocks.
Remix.
Yeah, you're disgusting, Diana B. Yeah, you promote people that talk about digging up dead people's children. You're disgusting.
I know.
Yeah,
that is vile, man. Vile behavior, Diana. You should be ashamed. Repent.
Disgusting, man. Yeah. And Diana B is so vocal, but she never calls out the bullshit when she hears her saying it. No. That's why you're all disgusting, man. Of course I dissed the fucking heifer. She's disgusting.
What do you expect? She deserves dissing, man. She deserves it.
Yeah, Diana B, you know what? Just don't type, man, because I'll just start telling you about yourself. Fuck
no, nice. But yeah. Diana, what do you think of a woman that defends a man who prays for child abuse?
She loves it. She loves it, man.
Diana, what's your thoughts on that, man? What are you saying?
She loves it, man. Remember,
she was
one of them in the audience when my girl keeps fucking doxing my son. She's in there saying nothing.
Yeah, she was. I've seen her in there. That's
in there
true.
Saying nothing. She's in there when my girl. She's in there saying nothing. Disgusting, man.
But don't worry, man. Don't worry. We've got videos coming out soon, and we're gonna play them back to back. I don't care how many times these lot get triggered or say, "Ghost, you've done it." I'll do it 1,000,000 times if after. You know I'm relentless.
Diana B, go and suck out about make peace. Are you fucking stupid? Are you not stupid, man?
Fuck off, man.
What do you think? What do you not take us for? Make peace with that heifer? Are you? You're stupid, man. This
We don't negotiate with nonce No negotiation, no peace
off, man.
with nonce great apologists. Like if you look at the video that was put out early hours of the morning or last night, I seen it was in the morning.
I'm not
She
getting
was
involved in
defending
your
grape.
rights. You're already involved, you stupid bitch. The fuck are you talking about? You're well
Happy
involved.
Monday.
Yeah. Now
Yeah,
you want to
you're
draw
not getting
out.
involved now.
You're an
Yeah,
idiot,
Diana, you're not
man.
getting involved now.
You're as bad as her, my girl. Trust me. Just because you're all the way to know, you're as bad as her, man. I don't want to get involved. Fuck off, man.
Yes.
Seriously. This is the problem with you lot. You lot don't fucking pull up the nastiness. You just roll with it.
Yeah.
No,
they back you up.
Man.
They back you up.
My energy. But I'm just making Diana B know that she's a fucking dickhead and she follows
She's
demons.
a wrong gun. She's a wrong gun.
She follows demons. Diana B, tell me one thing that I've said. Go on. One awful thing that I've said.
Yeah, go on. Let's hear this. Let's hear this. Remember when Gummy went on for days that Veli's a racist, and Veli said, "Oh, name one thing that I said that's racist." When she finally jumped on the panel, and she's like, "I don't know, maybe 3 years ago you said the P word." You're like, you've been saying for fucking months that he's racist, and then you couldn't prove it. That's Diana. They learn from Gummy, man. This is behavior. That's why they hang over there, because only idiots would go to that channel and be cool with a person like that that's telling people to dig up their dead children. So they're disgusting, Diana. You should be ashamed of yourself. I think you should repent and apologize for what you did. So just write up your apology, Diana.
One second, Ghost, right? And this is what I'm trying to say about how that old fucking heifer, tries to finesse her dumb audience like Diana B. Diana B's got 9 ether. You attacked Jupiter non-stop. Jupiter tried to make peace. You rejected it. Yeah. And this is how thick and fucking dumb her people them are, right? So the day that she done that to her audience, it was the day. In fact, Ghost, I think it was you that made me know that she doxed my you again.
I know.
The same day she doxed my you again, showing the video of my you, blah, 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 blah.
I exposed this.
Oh, let's make peace.
Yeah, let's make peace. That's why that woman from Scotland, that she comes on the panel sometimes as well. She used to hang around with the Hive. I can't remember her name. It's not coming on my head. She said, "How can you ask them to make peace when you've just doxed one's dead son? I mean, one's child, and you mocked the other one's dead child, and then you're saying, "Oh, I'm willing to make peace." Like, who would make peace with you after doing that? You absolute scumbag.
Absolute fucking scumbag, man. Yeah, and the thing is, Diana B don't say nothing when she hears them things. Nothing. But yet you want to come and talk to me about making peace. Suck out, man. Suck out,
Diana B.
Yeah, you lot are disgusting, man. Absolutely. And you lot are called females as well. And you lot are supposed to be mothers.
Wow.
Anyway, I don't want to fight. I totally disagree with Dr. Everyone. It's like, fuck off, man.
I came late. I didn't know what you was on about. So for 5 minutes, you were defending the thing. Yeah, and when you got proven that it was a scummy move that you did, Diana, then you're like, "Oh, I came late."
And now
you
she's saying it's Lent, bro. Now she's saying it's Lent. So I don't want to. So how come if it's Lent now, why don't you fucking do some Christian stuff and talk to your people about how disgusting and decrepit they are?
Yeah, go ask for forgiveness, Diana. Repent.
Yo, Diana, just fuck off, man. Like I told you from the other day when you said all lefties wanted the children dead, all them shit that you come out with. Yo, you're disgusting, Diana B. Absolute. I've never met you a day in my life, but I'm telling you, you're disgusting. As a woman, you're disgusting, and as a mother, you're disgusting. You understand?
100.
Disgusting.
100%.
You understand?
Disgusting, low life.
That is said, and you don't say nothing. I've never heard you say on Jupiter. That's not very nothing. You're disgusting.
Yeah, this is why, Diana, you belong on the scummy side. This is why you belong on the scummy side of YouTube. Because you're okay with that behavior.
About Lent, man. You're disgusting in Lent, Easter, Christmas, whatever the weather. You're disgusting. Yeah? And if it's Len, why don't you do something Christian like and call out the bullshit that you hear instead of fucking coming and defending it? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? You've heard someone tell people to dig up their dead child and you ain't said shit. Fuck off, Diana B.
Yeah.
Fuck off, man.
Scumbag.
You are all disgusting. When you look old,
Gummy, Babs.
Wendy, you need to fuck off, man.
You gotta remember, Babs' own daughter calls her racist. Babs' own daughter says she's a racist. So what we doing here, people, man? So why are all the racist people flocking around Gummy? Like she says, oh, I don't agree with Danny Roscoe, but Danny Roscoe wants to deport all of us, Valley, everybody, and she's like, I don't agree with that, but you're telling everybody to go promote Danny Roscoe, and he's part of Team Tommy. So what we doing here? Then you're saying it's not a racist movement. You wanting to deport ethnic minorities.
I've never seen you tell Jupiter you disagree. Never.
Yeah, Diana. Next time we want to see you, call her out.
Man. You're fucking lying, man. You ain't told her shit.
Diana's a liar, man. Anyway, 1 minute, I'll be back. Be back.
Disgusting, man. You ain't told her shit, Diana B. Don't fucking come and lie to me, man. Don't even bother with it. You lot, anyway, you lot showed your colors. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, busybody Babs. Yeah, vertical racist, degenerate self. Her own family thinks she stays that way. You lot can all fuck off, man. I mean, yo, Biggage. Biggage this. Yeah. What's the video you're playing? Yeah. I want to spend my time rinsing that fucking dickhead, man.
This video
sorry,
is about
yo, Diana B.
case,
Go on, Biggage.
We haven't Diana B in it. The video is about the recent court case that Tommy wants to go in general population, but the prison's saying it's obviously too dangerous for him to go in general population because they can't guarantee his safety, and he's saying it's against the conditions they're treating him under, it's against his human rights, but yeah, he wasn't able to prove that any of the stuff was against his human rights. If anything, he's having a better
than others
jail term than others, yeah, because not many people are in jail under the civil or for any civil crimes, even though the contempt is a criminal or civil crime or whatever, because the original case is civil. The contempt, I think it was treated as civil. And also, it's like it weren't just, there was like 10 different charges that was broken in it to make the contempt of court even be able to come to court. So it's strange, isn't it? And see, the whole thing about it, yeah, the best thing about it is that Art of Law explains that if you don't agree with the finding of the court and the thing that happened with this the claims that's being made, yeah, you think you've got new evidence that you can prove what you're saying is true or whatever. Why haven't you tried to bring the a retrial of the, or go against the finding of the, you know what I'm saying, that because you could do that, and then you could prove that the stories that you was brought in the case were true. But obviously there's no way that you're going to be able to bring any sort of evidence to show that any of the things that you got done for the liable were false claims or what actual true claims, because obviously it's all the stuff to do with the school kids or whatever, and it was the actual school records, the doctor's records, the child's own therapy records, and blah blah blah, that prove why the libel case was liable. Do you know what I'm saying? That? So it shows that the stories that the children was given, why it ended up with the Bailey and Jamal fight at the end, or with Bailey attacking Jamal in the end. The claims made before that are not true. And in my opinion, without all that stuff in this silence documentary or whatever, the silence documentary doesn't hold any weight, or doesn't really do nothing. So, in my opinion, that's what I believe. That's not taking that stuff out of it, because you got libelous claims, and then you got all these other claims where you're saying you're being unfairly treated and so and so, so and so. Those ain't liable claims, innit? Like, or things you're gonna get taken to court for. It's your opinion. You're making claims about what happened in the scenario with the children and blah blah blah. Those are. It's fucking Tom's got mad, mate. One second, man. See, let me. So it's right there. Oh, come on.
Yo, listen, Dinah B, yeah? I don't know what you're on, right? But let me tell you something for free, okay? Me and that heifer will never, ever, ever be anything. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Dinah B? Yeah? Never. For one, that heifer's never apologized for any of the decrepit behavior that she's done. None. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Dinah B? Now, I don't know if you got short-term memory issues or whatever, but not me, man. Yeah? So I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck that heifer and all that sale with her. And if that's you, Dinah B, then fuck you too. Do you understand? Because you're all disgusting, especially as females who are supposed to be loving and nurturing and all these type of things. And the type of shit that comes out of their mouth. Are you serious? Are you serious, man? Digging up dead people, re-streaming people that are digging up. Are you serious, man? You lot are despicable, man. Yeah? Even fucking busybody Babs was so upset about it that she made a stream about it and got onto Gummy. Yeah? But you know she's got a memory like a fish anyway, so she's probably forgotten about all them things there. I ain't forgetting. Yeah? And men are from Mars and women are from Venus. That's the next thing as well. You get me? So the man, them, that's their business. Me, not a fuck, man. Yeah, that woman can suck out all day long. Yeah, trust me. All right, so don't fucking come to me with all them bullshit there. Why don't you fucking hold your fucking great white hopes fucking things up against the fucking thing? Huh? Why don't you not do that? You don't do it because you're okay with her saying these things, because half of you think the same fucking thing as her anyway. That's why you like her, because she's got the fucking guts to say what half of you are fucking thinking. Understand? This is what it is. That's why you don't clap out against her. But that's why I'll say big up to Game still, because Game was one of her biggest cheerleaders. But something must have happened for him to say, nah, enough is enough, man. That's enough. Yeah? Wendy, anyway, it's all right, man. I'll soon do a little stream, man, just to remind the people then, because it was just this time last year, you lot was all enemies. Yeah? This time last year, you lot was all enemies. Remember that. Okay. This time last year, you lot, I can't even remember what made you lot come together. It was something racist anyway. I'm sure of that. Get me. Can you remember what brought them together, Ghost? It might have been the combination of Israel and Palestine and the riots last year.
Race riots.
Oh, they're too sacred. Well, I'm glad you understand that they're sacred, Dinah B. So then, if kids are sacred, how come that you can continuously hear certain people talk about people's children, dead or alive? Listen, you lot are disgusting, man. Absolutely disgusting. You think any of my people them could talk about children like that? And me and them are cool? Listen to me, man. Anyway, go on, talk, Biggie. Sorry, because chuff. These fucking people. And this is part of the problem.
We just need to train you up so you've got some skills so you can get a job when you're outside. You know, it's as wide a sort of remit as that. But a dispersal prison is where they do those assessments, and then they say, right, you're going to be in for 10 years, so we'll send you off to some long-term prison on the Isle of Wight. You know, Parkhurst, for instance, generally only takes people who have got sentences of 10 years or more. I've actually been to Parkhurst, and it's weird because it's on the site of an old Roman villa, and in the main room, they've done it all out as if it's a Roman villa. It's actually quite nice, and generally speaking, because people are there for a long time, they tend to look after it themselves, whereas in dispersal prisons, it's all full of remand prisoners as well. So everybody's nomadic, nobody cares, because they're not going to be staying there very long, so they tend to be pretty horrible places. Whereas in Parkhurst, it was interesting, and the other thing that was good there is the prisoners cooked all the food themselves, as they quite often do, but they had a rota. So it'd be like, one night all the Jamaican guys would cook, another night all the Colombian guys would cook. I mean, my chap was Peruvian, so he went in with the general South American importers population. But they'd all do sort of different food and things, and it's quite interesting because my guy, in the time from the sentence, his conviction, to the time I could get to see him to discuss the appeal, he put about like 9 stone. I was actually chatting to the jailers, and they were saying, well, it's great, you know. Prisoners full of nice food tend to be sort of like a lot more cooperative. And also I was going like, you know, well, he certainly can't squeeze between the bars anymore, and I wouldn't trust him up a ladder. I did actually make a joke, because this was just after some pyro guys had escaped. They'd built a, quote, bookcase in the metalworking room that basically just transformed into a ladder, and they just hopped it over the wall. I mean, the thing with Parker, so you're stuck on the Isle of Wight, so you just stand out anyway. So they were soon recaptured. But I did make a bit of a joke about them not being able to spot. So did you not find it suspicious that this bookcase was like 12 inches wide and 24 feet tall? And they didn't take that very well, it has to be said. But yeah, that's the difference between a dispersal prison and the prison you ultimately end up in. And it might be something like, you're clearly not a risk, we can Cat D you and we can just put you in an open prison. So those are the sort of assessments they do. But they said also they couldn't put them in a Cat C prison because they have low staffing ratios and more transient populations, making the risk more difficult to manage because you just don't know who's coming in or out, or who's got a grudge, or who's got nothing to lose, or who wants to make a name for themselves. Because that's the trouble, if you're some long-term prisoner and you're just bored, it's always worth having a pop at somebody, especially if it's somebody notorious. I mean, we've had a lot of high-profile, controversial cases recently, and instantly you always get all the Twitter stuff going, oh, they've been attacked in prison, which is usually not true and rage-bait or wishful thinking or whatever. Because, the prison service do try to manage it. But yeah, obviously, there are risks, and it's how do you actually manage those risks. And they've said as a Category C prisoner, and they don't challenge that that's the correct designation for him, a Category D prison would not be a possible destination. So they say we can't put you in an open prison or one of these sort of like club fed, as they call them in the States, because you are Cat C, and it is accepted that you are properly Cat C. Cat D is when, they're getting you ready, you've been rehabilitated, you've been in there for years, you're all like that guy in the Shawshank Redemption going, I wish I could have spoken to that young kid back then and I just slapped some sense into him. It's the sort of, we can trust you to go to the shops and we know you'll come back. So that's what Cat D is. And they say, finally, it is worth noting that the conditions of Mr. Yaxley Lennon's detention are subject to challenge before an independent tribunal, namely this court. The challenge has been promptly and rigorously considered. So they're saying, because under the Human Rights Act, that incorporates the European Convention on Human Rights into English law, but it also says, and it's actually in the ECHR itself, it says these aren't just theoretical rights, you must have a way of enforcing them or challenging breaches of these rights. You have to have a right to a remedy, otherwise they're all pointless. And that was one of the grounds they put in and said, he's got no way of challenging this. And the court said, you're literally stood in front of us challenging it. So, we're not going to take that any further. So they go on and say, so those are the substantive reasons that they've been knocked back. And they say, in light of these features, it is not accurate to refer to Mr. Yaxley Lennon's regime as, quote, solitary confinement at all. I accept that the absence of association with other prisoners has an effect on his mental health, but it is not arguable that the regime as a whole gives rise to a breach of Article 3. As to the Article 14 point, they're saying the decision to segregate Mr. Yaxley Lennon was taken because of the risk to himself or others. So it's not saying it's not arbitrary. It wasn't an extra punishment, because the punishment element of a prison sentence is the deprivation of liberty. It's not, we're going to send you somewhere horrible where you'll have to watch yourself in the showers or you're going to get shanked at any given moment. The punishment is merely you are deprived of your liberty to some degree or another. But they're saying here, the fact that those risks arose because of his well-known political views does not mean that he has been adversely treated because of those views. So they're saying it's not because of your underlying views, it's the fact that your views have put you at risk. But is he being treated differently? And they say, well, the point can be tested by asking the following questions. Would the governor have segregated someone with quite different political views if those views led to similar risks to himself and others, and the risk could not be safely be managed without segregation? And on the evidence, which again says Mr. Williamson did not seriously challenge, there is only one answer: yes. In other words, what drove the segregation decision were the risks, not the ideology or perceived ideology which gave rise to those risks. So they're saying he's not being punished for his views, he is being protected for his own safety because his views make him a target.
Alright, let me pause it there. Yeah, man, it's strange, isn't it? It's crazy, cause like, I don't know what man's expecting, some luxury treatment and this, that, and the other, obviously, because you're in jail, innit? Like, you don't. And really and truly, you're getting better treatment than the majority of the people that are in the jail anyway. Even people that's on bail, that ain't been convicted yet, and you've been found guilty. Like, you pleaded guilty. So, it's crazy still, man, It's mad, all these appeals to the ECHR. Man's gonna come out of jail in like 5 months and say, we should leave the ECHR. That's crazy, cuz, like, what the... It's wild. I won't even... that. And the whole thing of especially high profile prisoners or whatever, like, they're trying to make sure that these men stay safe, they don't get in any sort of issues and all that, so and all that, so like, it doesn't go against the prison and all that. So the prison can decide to say you're not going to be safe, even if you want to go in general population. We can't guarantee your safety, so we're going to put you in Rule 45. A lie? That's why these rats don't even... I keep saying that, like, the main reason is obviously, if man didn't lie on a school kid, then man wouldn't even be in jail in the first place. Yeah, it's crazy still. Let it play.
It says, that being so, this is not a case where Mr. Yaxley Lennon can point to any direct discrimination at all. The complaint is not put as one of indirect discrimination. If it were, it would be necessary to show that those espousing Mr. Yaxley Lennon's views were more likely to be accommodated in segregated conditions than those espousing other political views. There is, however, no evidence of this. Even if there were, any indirectly discriminatory treatment would be proportionate in view of the 5 features, those ones I've just mentioned, and the additional matters underground too. And they also look at it, commented.
Right, they're saying, yeah, what I'm saying? Yeah, even if my man wanted to go on general population, the jail can decide to say, yo, we're going to put you on Rule 45, used to be Rule 43, for your safety. Yeah, and that's what's happened, innit? And differently, the regime that man's under on, whether it's in general or Rule 43, is you know, what? No. The kid blamed Tommy, and Tommy exposed the people were being paid to. Oh my god, this is what's weird about this scenario, is that all the sycophants actually believe the documentary is telling the truth, even though there's been a court case to show that there's lies in the documentary. The claims made about the child are false in the documentary. Yeah, so it shouldn't really even be called a documentary, innit? It's like man's own fantasy film.
On his mental health aspects. And they said they put in an expert report from this Dr. Connolly. The judge allowed it to go in. Said, I've read the report carefully. It does not say that Mr. Yaxley Lennon is experiencing a mental health crisis or is at risk of, oh God, the algorithm again. What do we call it? Self-deleting or self-harm. Nor does it say that continued segregation is likely to lead to an imminent and significant deterioration of Mr. Yaxley Lennon's mental health. It does highlight the significance of Mr. Yaxley Lennon's ADHD and complex PTSD diagnosis. However, healthcare staff based at H&P Woodall and NHS mental health staff, including a senior forensic psychologist and a consultant psychiatrist, have taken full account of the diagnosis set out in Dr. Connolly's report in formulating his treatment plan. So what they've said is, look, we appreciate, you've got mental health issues, as probably have lots of the prison population, either before they went in there, or if you go in there for a long time, it's very easy to get a mental health condition. Because obviously, prisons are unpleasant places to be. But what they said is, look, they've taken everything into account. So that's the rationale for knocking him back. Effectively, they're saying, look, you could only do this you could only challenge this if you're saying, I am being arbitrarily punished because of my views. And what they're saying there is, first of all, you're not actually being held in, quotes, solitary confinement. You are allowed to move around, and in fact, you actually get better treatment. You're getting more, you get more rights and more allowances than actually your average prisoner. It's just the fact that there are limitations on who you can speak with. You just can't, we just can't risk you mixing with other prisoners. So you can talk to all the prison staff, and indeed, and they go into great detail in the judgment about the number of visits he's had and the fact that he's got extra phone call privileges and extra visiting privileges and all that sort of thing. I mean, I know people have said, oh, we're not allowed to see because there's NDAs. That's not quite true, but what it is, you're not allowed to use sort of prison visits to carry on offending, as it were. So if somebody, if somebody came in, you get this a lot with organised crime figures, and it's like, we're not going to let you speak to that guy because he's basically running the gang while you're inside. You can talk about anything you want to, other than, why he's in there and how your legitimate or otherwise business is working. And what they've said here is, and the thing to remember is, and I know people have commented about, oh, is it fair that he's banged up? The fact is, there was a court case which he lost. He hasn't successfully appealed that. And as is very common in defamation, where people say this is just untrue, and I've done a full video about, the case itself, which you can go back at, they put an injunction there, and if you breach the injunction, it's not a defence to say, well, I think I'm right. If you think you're right, and you've got new evidence, appeal. That's what they're saying. They're saying, if you want
to... Facts. If the judgment is untrue, you've got new evidence that's going to show that what you're saying is true, appeal the fucking first charge. Then, if your appeal works out, that means that you're wrongfully imprisoned right now. But you're not going to appeal. You're not going to appeal. Yeah? Because obviously there's no evidence that's going to be able to go against the evidence that was already brought up front to show that this libel case is factual, innit? So, It's weird, isn't it? Like, I don't know. It's just that's what I keep trying to say. It's just gaslighting for the sycophants to something to hold on to, innit? Yeah, man. It's gaslighting for you sycophants for something to hold on to and feel like you're still getting done wrong, treated badly, and blah 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 blah. Brother, listen, yeah. If you're locked up on some civil charges, yeah, on some fucking civil charges, cuz, man, trust me. Oh my day. I don't even know what the fuck that is, yeah, but let me get out. Oh my days! I don't know what the hell that is in the van yet. Let me mute up and play the video. Lord of mercy.
Challenge this appeal, and then we'll have a look at it. But it's not for you to say I am going to ignore a court order just because I disagree with it. And theoretically, that well, it does apply to everybody. You might be in a court case where you get a judgment saying you owe somebody some money, and you might disagree with it and say, no, I say that decorating job was rubbish. I don't see why I should have to pay for it. But that doesn't stop the tradesperson enforcing the judgment against you and sending the bailiffs round. If you think the decision was wrong, you can appeal it. So there you go. Like I say, I'll link to the full judgment. It's worth a read. I'll be very interested in all your comments about this. Now, one thing, I want to make one of my Mystic Owl predictions here. Because as you know...
Yo, yeah, I don't know what animal that was, yeah. Or what fucking kind of cyber beast that was, yeah. I don't know what kind of animal or cyber beast that was there, yeah. That had to get that out the truck still. Yeah, to move up. And you know what's mad about you spazzes though, yeah? Is that, imagine, yeah, if what Tommy Robinson was saying was right, yeah, you man would be doing video after video every day talking, oh, Tommy Robinson's right. Look what Tommy Robinson said and it was right. You know what I'm saying, yeah? Oh, shit, that's funny still. Yeah, obviously, man's not being mistreated in jail. It's funny still. Let me slap this next one. Yeah, I saw. Q&A season, let me play.
On that most recent Tommy Robinson judicial review video I did. And a few people have asked some questions and I keep seeing the same ones crop up. So what I thought
Yo, my bad, I did get a phone call still. Let it play.
do is just take the opportunity just to answer those. So the first one, how many other people are in prison for contempt? Well, it's very common. About 10 people a month on average sort of get threatened or actually have a custodial sentence imposed for contempt. But a lot of these they're just within the sort of hearing itself where people are just like refusing disclosure or not making payments. So the judges will say, I will, commit you for contempt, but I'll suspend that or I'll give you a chance to purge your contempt if you put that right now. And most people do that because rather than just sort of walking down to the cells at the court, they suddenly remember that they can comply with those disclosure obligations or they can make that payment. However, did check on this, and currently the most recent comment I got was from earlier this year in February, and at the time there were 9 people in custody for contempt of court. I mean, I see this quite a lot because, you know, I do all the animal rights stuff. And obviously you get a lot of injunctions to stop people protesting outside certain places, certain shops on Oxford Street that sell for vivisection laboratories, places that breed beagles for experimentation, that sort of thing. And obviously, and you've also seen with all the Just Stop Oil lot, where they get injunctions against them, sort of stopping them attending certain places, and they quite often breach those. So yeah, so people do end up inside. You know, it's not uncommon.
All right, so that's double one, yeah, with people there that keep barling and saying, "Oh, it's only contempt of court. Why is he in jail?" People get sent to jail all the time for that shit. Yeah, so and it's also, yeah, like not even just the first time, right? Second breach. Right, for the same case. So, you know, like 10 different breaches, isn't it? Like, so, bird season.
For people to end up inside for contempt. One interesting example I found, because people say, well, what about the sentence? It's quite lengthy. Well, yes, it is, but it's because there were sort of 10 breaches and he'd been given lots of warnings and he continued to breach even after they'd said, we will do you for contempt. And we see this, like I say, you get this a lot with the animal rights stuff. If people go along and say, okay, I've learnt the lesson, I won't do it again, Governor, then usually the courts will let them get away with that. But if people say, no, I am going to stick by my principles, I don't care, injunct me all you want, I am still going to continue doing this, then obviously they get longer sentences. There is actually, though, the courts do recognise the idea of people breaking the law on principle. But there they say, the deal is, yes, you break the law, we accept that, and we sentence because of your conscience, but you have to accept, you know, it's always been, if you know, I am going to break the law because I think the law is unjust, that yes, but you still accept that you will get the punishment for it. That's the sort of, you know, deal. But
yeah, and that's exactly what happened, right? Man knew that it was contempt. Man knew that there's a chance of going in jail from playing this video. Played the video and took the chance. Now man's in jail, innit? Like, so we don't have to play this because you're a spaz. That's why you don't accept facts when it's right in front of your face. Like, you can read through the court papers yourself. Like, this is actually a lawyer. Even the Bamba Clap black belt barrister is saying that fucking this false being mistreated in court claim is fake as fuck. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you spazzers are not willing to accept facts or whatever, then it's just this way it is, isn't it? Like,
yeah, man.
You just have to keep slapping you in your face with the fucking paperwork. So let me play a little bit more, yeah.
It's an interesting one because it's a solicitor I actually know. He failed in some disclosure obligations. You know, because he was requested to provide certain material and to explain, you know, where certain monies had gone. He refused to do so. He got 14 months. I'll just point to there if I can remember to find a screenshot of that. I mean, actually, in the end, he ended up getting 12 years in prison because on the back of the disclosure, failing to do the disclosure obligations, they just went after him for all sorts of offences. And, you know, to encourage the others, I mean, people say, oh, the judiciary, they always stick up for lawyers. It's like, no, they don't. If they think we are bringing the system into disrepute, they give some right good kickings. People are asking, hang on, this is a civil offence, how come it's ended up with a criminal penalty? Well, let me explain. First of all, obviously we've got, you know, criminal justice system and a civil justice system. You can have criminal cases and you can have civil cases. There's also criminal contempt and civil contempt. But that doesn't relate to the type of proceedings, it's the seriousness of the offence. So, you can be done for criminal contempt in civil proceedings. Actually, you can also be done for civil contempt in criminal proceedings. It just depends how serious the contempt was. So,
yeah, so to show these spazzes that you keep saying, oh, it was only a civil case, why is he in jail? Yeah, you can get sent to jail for
political prisoner. Political prisoner is a political prisoner. pleaded guilty to an offence that everybody known that he done. So how is he a political prisoner? We don't get this. And Danny Tomo being back on the scene, what's up with that? All you Tommy Robinson fans were saying, "Oh, Tommy's got nothing to do with Danny Tomo." But Danny Tomo visited him yesterday in prison. It looks like Danny Tomo's your new leader. Bow down, bitches. Let it play.
Say, for example, you do something to interfere with a civil trial, something that could disrail, that trial, then that will be taken very, very seriously. And although it's a civil case, and this is what happened in the Robinson case, it will be dealt with as a criminal contempt.
And also, they were saying as well, why they was putting the air quotes NDAs on the visits as well, it's because you can't use your prison visits to commit the same thing that you're in jail for. So you can't be saying, it's all lies. I pled guilty and I've been found liable. Yeah, it's liars or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? The David Day show and all this bollocks or whatever. You know what I mean? So
you can't be repeating the same shit that he's in jail for. Then he's sending the same message out there, and you're there going on your YouTube channels and fighting the same rubbish. Like you said earlier on, if he didn't agree with the message, then why didn't he appeal it? Should have appealed it.
With the new evidence that's allegedly there that he can pay for KC and all that now to stand up in court and argue this, that and the other. But because the evidence against man is so solid, it's like you're basically wasting money trying to even fight that case there. Because it's like the liable case is like beyond reasonable doubt. Like literally the school kids were basically blatantly lying. Yeah, especially the one with a hockey stick.
Yeah,
It's been proven beyond reasonable doubt that that's definitely not true.
I shared that on my community wall, and it was broken down to it's only like a 3-4 minute clip, and anybody that doubts it can just go see that it shows the kids' own words, what he said, and what they found, and I think that just blows the whole case out of the water. I don't understand. It's been like 2-3 minutes. I don't know if they're arguing over. I don't know what they're arguing about it. He was racist. He was proven racist, and he's done in it.
Nah, it wasn't a racist thing. It was it was proven to be.
Tommy Robinson was being racist because he only targeted that young Muslim kid because he was a Muslim and brown and an immigrant. Otherwise, why would he get involved in the school playground fight? He understand? And the kid's mom got done for racism.
I'm saying what the judge said though in court, was that any of the racism claims weren't substantiated. So if we're accepting what the judge said as the judgment, then we can just move on from that and just stick with the points that was found. Like the ones that were found were the lies against the Jamal, the lies against
carry on, please. Let's listen. Interesting.
Yeah, you got an echo, Ghost.
Oh, yeah, I'll be back.
But say, for instance, it's a criminal trial and one side or another is a bit late with some disclosure, or a witness turns up late or something like that, then again, that is a contempt. But if it's just something sort of technical, the courts will just treat that as a civil contempt. Also, how are contempts dealt with? Do you get a trial or does the judge deal with it? Well, again, it depends. And it's to do with whether it's just contempt generally, or what we call contempt in the face of the court. Excuse me, just a quick coffee. Because A, to stop dry mouth, and also I'm stood outside where it's freezing. Okay, the rule is that if you commit a contempt, if it's in the face of the court, the judge can deal with it there and then. But what that means is that's something that needs to be addressed immediately, because it's risking derailing a trial or otherwise interfering with the course of justice. So say, for instance, somebody is being disruptive in the public gallery or something like that, or somebody is outside a criminal trial putting forward stuff that isn't actually admissible in evidence. Because there the risk is to the trial immediately, the judge can say, right, I need to knock this on the head now. So the judge can deal with it themselves. You are entitled to representation and you are entitled to defend yourself, but they might say something like, right, I need you back here at 2 o'clock to explain why you shouldn't be sent down in the cells. Because if we don't do that, and you either promise not to do it again and you apologise and quote purge your contempt, you might get away with it. But if you're sort of basically clearly kicking off, they've had to get security to sort of take you down to the cells, the judge will say, right, I need to keep you in the cell at the end of this trial, because otherwise you're going to keep disrupting it. If it was something though where it's not an immediate threat to the trial, somebody publishes the names in
You're championing a dude that you believe is in jail for the wrong reasons, even though they pled guilty for both and has been found guilty in the second charge as well. Like in the original court case, man was found guilty, and in the second court case, man pled guilty. Like,
Yeah,
we've got the mental health issues.
yeah. But the thing is, Valley,
God.
they're trying to dictate your channel. They try to say, don't play this, don't play that. Why are they trying to control your channels?
Oh shit, where's Ghost gone, man? Hey, listen, I need to just jump back on cause real quick still, car. You know, I need to keep it moving there.
by some children. For instance, in the Southport case, the surviving children, there is an order in place that they are not to
Luckily for you, but luckily for me, someone already completed this job. So yeah. Hey, man, it's crazy still. You know what's weird? This sort of YouTube different world. That's not like normal to normal places. or what the evidence says. Yeah.
Al.
Yo. Yeah, you might will refuse
What's that?
to accept what's in their face. No, I'm saying,
Go on. What?
What? I'm saying, yeah. You see, like in this, and this only happens in these sort of online spaces where I don't know. It's just I don't know how, yeah, but it's just like loads of weirdos have been able to gather in one place and pat each other's back and all that sort of stuff there, yeah. Where it doesn't matter what the facts say, yeah. It just matters who you support says. Yeah. So don't worry about the majority of only the honest people will go by what the paperwork actually says. Yeah, and argue with you from them points and so and so. Yeah, sycophants will just argue on any sort of things or just any fantasy point or whatever. But also spazzes will just do fantastical arguments as well, where it's not that fantastical as in great, as in like trying to make claims on stuff. That's just so fucking wild that you have to call them a spaz. Like, brother, you a spaz? Like, what the fuck? Can you even just make that claim? I'm saying. So.
Yo, bigger you it, my friend.
Go on.
Are you what? Yeah, man. What's going on today, man? Happy Monday. I can say happy Monday. Yeah.
Big up yourself on a Monday, man. Yeah, like gold, you know?
It's that fresh new make that money Monday, man. Do you know? I'll say happy Monday. It's not the new year. Make that money Monday. Oh, you should call it. Hey, you should call your rename your stream on the Mondays. Make that money Monday. Do you know what I mean? Get people in that. You know, get in that mindset. Get your cash up. Man, yeah, but I'm trying to look at the topic.
Is there anyone in the chat that's actually making money on Monday though? Is that or?
Well,
is that the majority of the chat or is it like an extreme minority?
Well, these days you don't have to send your CV in to get a job or to raise money. You can go on and sort of put money into crypto, this, that, and the third. So yeah, I mean, if you're not,
it makes money on Mondays. So I can't.
Yeah. Are you in the trading?
Pictures right now.
You what them trading groups? I hear a lot of these people join my trading group, and we do it.
Depends on my ones with people I know in it, so it's different.
Because all you're doing is
some people
the Ponzi scheme. You're following. You're following the main guy who's making bets, and everybody's kind of like following the main trader in it. That's generally how it works. Isn't it? Yeah.
You can basically you can say copy trading while learning how to place trades yourself.
But yeah, I must call Olivia that does that online. Like, well, she's like European. I don't know if she's European or something. But yeah, these guys getting quite a lot of traction, man. And I think they just TA. I mean, if you do, you can do it short.
It sounds like it's cutting out of it.
You can do a short. Can you hear me? You can do a short course in TA, technical analysis, and then start trading. And then as soon as you do that, you just open up a group, and you will. Once you say I'm a analysis, technical. I don't know what analysis. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. So my stuff's credible.
To do with money, with like a high number of haters about and all that. Because
okay,
these men actually wish stuff like death on man and want this, that, and the other to crash or rah. So don't talk about anything that's like,
a bit big. Do you know what's interesting? Is through the store, oranges and thingies sucked. Can you still carry on a focus with life, or are you going to say, "Hey, who chucked that?" Even though really it didn't really affect you that much. Because sometimes, what I'm trying to use an example. Like sometimes I don't want people to want to Like, just because you're a dickhead, you're making me compromise what I'm doing, thinking one thing. That's what I'm trying to train myself, lead myself. But I know it because it's subtle. It's like you don't, you know. That's what I'm saying. Being destructive is easy. You know, you can be dumb as hell, but really destroy 7 really intelligent people learning. You can be the dumbest person. So, you know, it's how are you able to work through that? By ignoring certain people. And that's been hard for me.
Yeah. What
That's
you have
impossible.
to do is have sections for what you're doing it. That section is for that, innit? Your Get Money group is your Get Money group. Your whatever prayer group is your prayer group. Your YouTube group is your YouTube group. That's it. It's just different sections and circles, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Compartmentalizing.
Compartmentalizing.
Compartments for different bits and da.
What's weird? Question of the day. Is there a question of the day?
Nah, yeah, we already ran through it, you know.
I just want to ask them 9. Why has 9 got 9? Oh, 9. Okay. 9. 911. I said, what are you working? What are you? Are you in that one mental health?
Is it me? People in the chat, let me know. Is it Gold's reception or is it me?
No, I think it's I've got my phone, my phone away from my screen. Yeah. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Yeah. In terms of work, you don't none of your work. You don't want to tell people when you're arriving to work because you don't know. You don't know who's like what people have got. That's as well. Is that you don't know what people about people.
I've done like 3 jobs this morning. What are you talking about?
I forget when you speak into
the way to my 4th appointment. Yeah, it's you, man. Yeah, it's you, man. It's your reception.
I don't know, maybe, yeah.
Go on, keep speaking though, still, because I need to make a phone call. I'm gonna jump off and jump back on in 2 secs, innit? Yeah.
All right.
I don't know where my hands is still, but yeah. Give me 2 secs and I'll be back here.
Yeah, all right. You know, that people that speak and really they speak the conversation. I think that's like a I don't know. It's like a superpower. That's like a real good ability that you've got. Yeah, man. But yeah, big up all the chat. Anybody in the chat, big up the regulars. I think my guy was on the other day, Triller. Yeah, he was all right. Quite entertaining, actually. That was quite a funny day. I didn't mind Triller. That was cool. And yeah, big up Carl, man. If he's in the building, beg you guys jump on. You know what I mean? Try and get some combo going. I was here the other day. I you know, sometimes I can't sleep, and I was going over history. I don't know what prompted me. I think it was just all this historical talk going on in this chat with JAU Kingston. I was like, sweet. And I was just from migration from out of, you know, part of the world. Going to Spain, going traversing all these different land masses, and who kicked out who, and I just went through it from the beginning, and I kid you not, it was like it took me about half an hour. I did it. I went through every single year. Yes. How you doing? Yeah, good.
Yeah, man. You're still in the cutter, man.
I'm listed. You there? I see you the night, man. Go.
You know how it goes, man. You know how it goes. But yeah, I hope you're well still and the family as ever.
Yeah, no, big up yourself, same man. Same with you. Oh, let me ask you about Nine. Is she right? Is Nine around? I'm not Nine. Lady D. Is she still in the bit? That is.
Nah, she's about, man, but she's good still. But yeah, you know, a change as good as a rest. You know how it go. You're I don't know if it's me or you, but you're going in and out. I don't know if it's me. Hold on.
I don't know, man. I thought my phone was better than this, but it just seems like I've got to put I've got you on at the whole place on loudspeaker, and I've got to speak into my mic. But
all right, that's better now.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, let me just keep it like this then. Yeah, sorry about that. Wait, so what was I don't know. I was thinking about some random stuff. Natty's in the back, but Biggs, if you can hear, bro. Yeah, I was thinking to myself, you know, when I look, I know this is completely random.
One second before you go off, right? Because someone made a assertion that I made you go mad. Did I ever make you go mad?
No, of course not.
Someone said that I berated you about your white mum.
We were just a conversation, debating at that stage, wasn't it? Really.
But did I berate you about?
No, you weren't too mean. You were definitely like, you know, highlighting that particular topic quite often. So obviously, it was something that you had always questioned. You were trying to question the psyche of how I thought about myself and the situation. So I don't think. Yeah, so you wasn't really too like overbearing.
Do you remember the sort of conversations that we were?
It was just cool. It was just chill, calm. I just told you what I thought.
Because you know my thing already, but you've got this old heifer. You understand me, right? Trying to say that we're cool. That I'm here causing harm to persons like yourself. Look, there she goes. Look, look. She's in the comments now, right? She's saying, "Yeah, you did." You right? Look, someone else is saying bold, which I think is Bisol, saying, "Yeah, you did." You get me? So they're trying to put it. This is what I'm trying to say. How sick you people are, yeah. That you're trying to convince the youth. Yeah. So did I call? Do you remember causing you distress for being mixed race? Because this is what Gummy's trying to say. Gummy, because Gummy had some leader of the Mixed Race Defense League and whatever. Yeah. No one talks about what you were saying about black people, mind you. Right? But we won't go into that. We'll just fucking talk about you. You get me? So do you want to correct the people in the audience? Because they're in the audience saying that as a mixed race person, you went off your head. They're making
hey, listen, Nine. When I came to the space, I was worse. So I came to the space.
Not
me. No, I came to the space. I'm not talking. I don't want to talk to them. I talk to you. They can listen.
Well, good. I'm glad that we can deal with that, because the thing is that these people, I don't know, they've got this habit of trying to say that like I know, like they got mixed. I know. It's a mad one. Yeah, look, yeah, you did. You see, and because it now goes against her narrative, because her narrative is that now the person's hearing in person saying, nah, it nagosa. But no, they're saying, yeah, it did. You see, I was telling you, man. So I'm glad that we could clear that up. And also, when I called you copperfish, do you believe that to be racist? When I started calling, do you remember when you got the name Copperfish?
No, I think it's funny. Everybody had their little name. Everybody had their little name.
Believe it to be? Do you think when I called you that, do you believe I was trying to do it with a racist connotation?
Nah, not at all. It was if we had anything. I call you nine refund. Remember?
The audience that me calling you Copperfish is racist or has some racist connotations.
Don't forget, though, it's not how I really felt about it. It's what they heard and thought about it.
No, it's about no, because they will make anything sound any way. Yeah, Copperfish, like Big is reminding, was about Your name was what was it? What
King
was it?
Gold.
King Gold.
King.
And then
King.
after the whole pussy, you remember that thing with on Reanimator? You get me? When I had to ask you for all them things there, and then it became copper fish because after that you lost your ratings, innit? Couldn't call you gold again. You get me? So you went down to copper.
Why? What? About what's it called? FMJ. FMG.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
That's it.
Beefs.
Yeah. No, but listen, hold on. Don't forget, when I worded it in specifically in context, excuse me, one second, I did context and it got spun into, you like FMJ? Oh, how can you talk about a woman's private part? How can you call it a girl's private part? How do you say it appropriately? I had all sorts of shit happening. That was when female liberalism was at.
Remember, you was trying to find out who Reanimator was.
Yeah, I know, man. I had my.
Who the fuck's Reanimator? Cause I'm on.
Yeah, I had my hunches.
I don't worry, man. Gold's been angry with everyone, you know. He still wants to rub me in it, like, so that's why I don't say much about fake out.
Obviously, at the time.
Hey, Gold, listen, your mic's cutting up, you know, brother.
Yeah, I said any.
Get better reception.
Sorry about that. I was
now my girl, now the heifer's spazzing out. You get me? Because the narrative's getting smashed. Like all the dirty, stinking narratives. And watch it. Lol, subliminal insult. They're telling him he dropped ratings. Who the fuck is she? I'm 90 for 99, bitch. You know who the fuck I am. I'm the one.
There's a lot of fake outrage. I mean, in particular, when
you know who I am, bitch.
In particular, I read
asking the man directly. He's saying no, but still. She's trying to say, yeah.
Yeah, they're lies, man. Same old stuff, man. But there's I read this report about a police officer that was having a relationship. Was having relationships with victims of domestic violence, rape, prostitution, all this type of stuff. And
so there you go.
I was just thinking the conversation we had the other day about Danny Tomo, going up there as a knight in shining armor, and then taking advantage of a vulnerable woman. I mean, is that what type of hero is that?
It's arse. Sorry,
Natty, Natty, hold on. This is what these men are going to do, though, yeah? They'll dash Danny Tomo under the bus, innit? Because he's not Tommy, innit? So
he's not Tomo.
In the attempt to protect anything that Tommy's done, Danny Tomo can get that from the bus. They'll say they're trying to say, we don't even like Danny Tomo. He's a scumbag. He's this,
You can't tell us how to perceive you, you dumb bitch, man. You're so dumb.
I don't like Danny Tomo.
It don't work. Yeah.
Exit move activated.
Ask the man directly. He's here directly. You understand what I'm saying to you, Gummy? It don't work, man. And I'm hoping enough people can see your bullshit, man. Yeah.
Come on.
Always trying to use people to fight your battles. Yeah. Sorry, Biggage.
But let me put my attention on that.
I'm not saying.
Get better reception, man. Your reception's bad, bro.
I keep on forgetting.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not.
In my opinion,
Wi-Fi on, man.
Yeah, maybe. Natty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
you hear me, bro? I was gonna. Let me just say this, yeah. Oh, I was connected to my Wi-Fi. Can you hear? Is that right? Yeah. Tommy Robinson. You know what is weird? Yeah? Honestly, for Tommy Robinson, Daniel, Tate.
Still cutting out, man. How can you be on Wi-Fi? And
you're cutting out.
Man?
All right, Andrew Tate. Can you hear me? Andrew Tate. Hello. Andrew Tate.
Man.
Oh shit, man.
Hey, remember, listen, yeah. Banksy used to be riding on Andrew Tate's nutsack, cuz. Yeah. He got off his nutsack and got on Tommy's nutsack instead. You know what I'm saying? He's like, okay, I'm only on one nutsack now. You know? And it's shaky. He's on a shaky nutsack right now, cuz, like, you know what I mean? Banks is clinging on to the pubes. Hey, what, that's funny stuff. Hey, we got Banksy though, still.
Yeah, I believe Tomo is a
Raw,
police
yeah,
bro.
I believe Tomo's a police.
Oh, stop
Bomber
it now.
clad. See,
Just
I told you,
stop
fam.
it now,
You
man.
mean they ain't dash man under the bus, you know? They push the demolition button and
Hey,
drop the whole estate on, man. How you mean? Wow.
listen, yeah, you lot have got me so confused now. Now I understand the confusion is amongst you, yeah. Like, you lot were all up these asses before, man. The same movement, the same people that are marching. His right hand man. His right hand man, you know. Shit.
There's only one Danny and he's Danny Roscoe. Oh, shit.
Oh, Lord, you lot are killing me. You lot are killing
Danny
me.
Roscoe's going to be able to
You
take
lot are killing me.
I don't even think Danny Roscoe believes that he would be taking Danny Tomo's place or whatever like that, you know?
All right, Danny Tomo is a plant. Andrew Tate's a plant. Tommy Robinson's a plant. They're all plants. I personally reckon they're all plants. They go. It seems to me. I don't know why. And maybe I'm just paranoid, but I'm thinking that everybody's a plant. Even Mohammed Hijab.
The thing is, yeah, listen, guys, listen. I just
They're a bit too mainstream. They're a bit gone. They're a bit too mainstreamy. Like, I don't know. It's a bit.
Yeah, I just saw a video. Yeah, Danny Tomo just said that he went to go visit Tommy Robinson. What are you lot talking about? Huh? He cares more about Tommy than you lot do.
And that's not a shot. I'm not trying to Mohammed Hijab, that guy, all these guys for being
out, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just about understand what you're saying. You just said Mohammed Hijab and Danny Tomo or something was a plant, but it's literally hard to hear what you're saying, guys. Sort out the Wi-Fi for that. You get me? Wi-Fi for that. How you mean?
All these idols just letting you down, man. All these people just breaking your hearts and letting you lot down, making you lot look bad.
Exposing season never done, brethren.
It's funny, isn't it? How these men are like, yo, wait, hold on, Juice, 90. It's funny that these men are on this. We're on some anti-racist bullshit and this, that, and the other, yeah. But all the people, all the air quotes foreigners that they support are the ones that speak disparagingly about people that they're saying racist them, or people that are black, Asian, Arab, rah. It's like, yeah, we support Danny Tomo. Danny Tomo hates black people. Are you mad? Danny Tomo hates black people. Are you okay? Hey, behave yourself, man. I mean, not Danny Tomo. Danny Roscoe. Danny Roscoe is an anti-black, mixed race motherfucker that hates the blacks.
The blacks. You know that's my fault.
Especially any black that wants any sort of equality. He loves a beggar black. You know the beggy blacks. They're like, oh yes, no, you should be above us and you should be able to step on our back. We should put our coat over a puddle to make sure you man can step. Yeah, we should be treated shit and you should be fucking raised up above us. Not like, bro, we should be fucking treated equally. Any of them sort of shit.
You shouldn't be eating that curry goat. You shouldn't be eating that curry goat stuff.
Fuck out of here with Danny Roscoe.
Slaughtering goats. They're slaughtering goats to eat curry goat.
What? Fuck rice and peas. I want back. The other day I said, yo, hey Danny, well, come and go for a jerk chicken and that. He's like, oh, fuck rice and peas.
It's not rice and peas, it's rice and beans. How dare they call it peas? It's fucking beans.
Fucking beans. Red kidney beans. Fucking Mexicans.
And you know what, right? It's when they put all that hot sauce all over that chicken. Fuck, you can't stand it.
Fucking rice and peas. I got white rice and green peas. Hey, Nines, what was you gonna say, man? Sorry, I did cut you off a bit earlier still. And big up the king of the cave.
Right, man.
I want them feel like.
Right. Big up yourself, brother. Tell, man.
Jealous.
Greetings, son people.
We're
Greetings.
lucky. Not
Greetings,
jealous.
brother.
We're lucky.
I see the
Yes,
unsynchronized Danny
Yes,
Rascals at it again, yeah?
Cool, are
Yeah, man. Everything cool, man.
Hey, wait, who you calling a coconut? Who's a coconut?
I rest up
Man,
me, I
suck
rest
your
up.
mum, you pussy, oh, bro. Watch your mouth, you dickhead. And I ain't told you one time that I want to be a white person pretending to be black or whatever. Are you okay? Man, you shut up, man, you idiot. I ain't told you that one time.
I think Foster might be mixed race as well. This Foster.
Yeah, he's very unsynchronized, man. We've had our conversations on the Black Betterment, you know.
Oh!
Yeah.
Is he Birmingham?
I believe so, yeah. We've had our little dialogues on the Black Betterment, you know what I mean? He's from the Sun people, but he's unsynchronized, and he has a problem with black liberation. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Who's that? What, Foster?
Yeah.
No one is named Foster.
They're telling me about the blacks.
You know, like the blacks.
Up in the office right there. Gonna make them try.
Money my fellow Islamophobes.
Up here about.
Alhamdulillah.
Breaking news.
Emails
You need to know the news, man.
Hello, my fellow Niger.
Oh, Sister Betty. Sister Betty.
Oh,
how
hi.
are you doing, Sister Betty?
I'm
Son,
fine,
sister, how you doing? Long time no here.
Ask you Caribbean something about.
Yeah.
I see like
Yeah.
the Caribbean sending barrels, all this barrel sending, stuff to the Caribbean with the barrels. What type of stuff do you people send? Because I want to send a barrel to Nigeria.
Clothes, food, underwear, laundry stuff, detergent, just any essentials, basically essentials, pens, paper.
And toys for the youth them as well. Any toys
yeah.
for the youth them, yeah.
Clothing, essentials and essentials, man. You can send stuff like flipping sanitary towels.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Like, underwear.
I was watching there's a few of these Caribbean bloggers I watch, and everybody always seems to be sending, like Miss R Fabulous, she's always hearing that auntie always sending barrels to Jamaica. And I thought, because I want to send a guitar amp to my cousin in Nigeria. So that's how I was looking for a way to ship it. But people are saying that the barrel is the best option.
Yeah, more.
You saying that? Yeah.
Yeah,
some people send bigger than barrels, you know. Or some people that fill up flipping them container things.
Yeah.
Ship them out.
Yeah, I've seen that. Betty's budget don't stretch for that, man.
Yeah.
One or two barrels is enough.
We can do a couple barrels together, like with the family and shit, man. I don't know about container and that.
Yeah,
but you know them containers, people take them make office and this and that now, you know. Like when I went to Africa and that, enough of them containers are offices and that.
Oh, the trailers, yeah, especially
in fact,
yeah.
even even in somewhere uptown, and I think even now in Brixton, they're using them containers and making them into like businesses, sort of thing. Like
Yeah, the trailers.
Homeless shelters, homeless student accommodation.
No, businesses, accommodation, businesses.
Yeah,
No, what you have to do with the
Yo.
barrels, though, yeah, you have to mix up and make sure that the
heavy things
the
at the
stuff
bottom.
that is at the bottom, cuz, and so quick search is at the top still, because
Yeah, people say don't mix the toothpaste with the food barrel, just in case it gets.
I don't even think people are sending barrel like they used to send barrels. To be fair,
we still send barrels,
No, I know people are, but I'm just saying. Back in the day, everyone used to send barrel. Like that was a regular thing. But because to me, the world's got smaller now. There's more people
I've kind
traveling.
of been able to use Temu to get so and so.
That's
and
live.
Also, some people's chest is mad high, where you might be sending them some stuff over. It's like, wow, I want that. Yo, some people ain't even said that they get still.
And sometimes they get the things quicker than you. Can't remember enough of the higgler them travel and this and that and this and that. So, but I didn't even realize till lately that Temu and Sheen and all them thing there was going over, man. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, Temu and Sheen and all them.
And yeah.
That's a problem, man. That's a real big problem, really. Long term, you know what I mean? It's a big problem, man. Well, the eagle of them are gonna get. The eagle of them's gonna get. You know what I mean? They're gonna get priced out, man.
Yep.
And then that means
I got a few family members that was traveling back and forth from, say, England and America with clothes and whatever. And obviously, like the Shin and Temu and all them, man, took a dent in that still,
That's what I'm saying, bro. Because don't get it twisted, like them little place there could come in like our high streets too, if our mind don't sharp, You know what I mean? It's a mad thing, man.
Yeah, it's true. Them little quick saves. Yeah, you're right. That could be like a pound or something.
Man, that's not. Yeah. It's not good, man. Because to be honest, I don't know where you lot live here, but the high street is really getting a clattering.
Yeah, it's fucked.
In my area, there's more like gyms and things like that popping up.
Yeah.
Yeah, nail salons, beauty salons, Turkish barbers.
Take away food.
Yeah, brothers and sisters that open Turkish barbers.
Roosters,
and
kebab house, Bombay.
Betting shop.
Yeah, the betting shop.
Got Ladbrokes. They're gonna send in the Ladbrokes there, or Paddy Power, or what's it called? What's the other one? The blue sign or whatever. Them.
Because in 10 years' time, because if you don't remember, I'm sure we're all old enough to remember like Woolworths.
Yeah, and quick save.
I mean, these what would you call stable in the high street, as it were? Do you know what I'm saying to you? But I think once we lost Woolworths, I think that was the writing on the wall, to be honest. Because
Greenwich never really had a high street like that. Anyway, you had to go Charlton. Greenwich never really had a high street like that. You had to go Charlton or Lewisham or Woolwich. Or even Thamesmead.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs, though. You know what I mean? It really is. To be fair,
I should smash up now.
Of course it is, because it's boring now, man. It's nothing to go and. There's nothing to do uptown other than go and eat.
You unique stuff on different certain shops and that as well, right? So you had to travel to this place to get them bits, and that place to get certain speciality bits and pieces or whatever, isn't it? Like, I think it's the supermarket thing that we dropped that still. That started to take a big chop on that because once they started making the big supermarkets, that had everything in it, then the fruit and veg stalls took a knock.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of wholesale, aren't they?
I'm talking about markets,
clothing schools. Them man started to take a knock.
I'm talking about markets, yeah. Back in the days, markets. So he said I'd go in Ridley and get my bargains, get my little FUBU tops, get a couple of designers and all that type of stuff there. Mobile phone cases and all that stuff. Like there was a reason to live. It was like you wanted to go out.
Them mobile phone cases shops
and go out and seek and find and look and. Huh?
Them mobile phone case shops, they're all still there. There's like bearing them. They're on fucking every corner.
Yeah, but it's not like but it's just a mobile phone shop now, isn't it? Where you just get a mobile phone. You can't like.
But you know what though?
Like,
a lot of the shops that we're seeing now, I think a lot of them are just fronts anyway, where people are just wasting the money, man. Because there's no way some of those places can afford to be there. No way, man. They're not getting that much customers as far as I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like I'm there.
That's why the big businesses have been able to take out the small ones, right? Because they've been able to put multiple shops in different areas and have shops running at a loss that they can write off as tax losses and so and so. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then
are you kidding me? How can
you compete with that? So if
it gets worse.
So for instance, if fucking Sainsbury's local has a shop on every road where there's a corner shop, they can afford to take losses on some of the shops which are not doing well. But obviously, every corner shop on the corner can't afford to keep taking losses, constant losses, till they'll have to close their business. And then the people end up.
You know what it is as well? I think it's also what's it called? You know the land that you own. You know what I mean? So I think it's also like a land grab as well. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that they might take it over, say they turn it into a Tesco's local or whatever, like you're saying, take the losses, this, that, and the other. 5-10 years time, they're gonna turn them into flats. And
I would agree. That's a good point.
They still own the land. You know what I'm saying to you? Because that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about land, isn't it? You think monopoly? It's about land, man.
Freehold.
Why every little piece of land in London is being turned into flats and that, like.
Well, they actually do need to be building new actual cities, if anything. Actual start working on the
busybody babs. Fuck off, you racist old bint. Yeah, you shouldn't even be allowed to type in the chat, you racist old bint. Yeah, but you and that slick tongue elsewhere, man. Yeah, go and talk to your family. You racist old bint, man. Seriously, man. The fact that we got to listen to cretins like you. Like, for real. Sorry, Biggage. Go on.
Hey, you know what's funny about these lots, the racist dons in the chat, though, is that these men are crying when we're speaking about their boss, saying Tommy Robinson's a waste man and rah, 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 rah. Why are you talking about Tommy? Then when we start talking about that, you don't care about England. The high street's getting decimated. Why are they talking about the high street? They don't care about Richmond. Yo, I can't tell you nothing about nothing.
No, because Biggage, what it is, this is what I'm trying to say in terms of they want to regulate you, bro. They want to dictate what you talk about, when you talk about, how you talk about it, what tone you use when you speak about it. So thank you. This is remember, Biggage, you had a mixed race guy question the way in which you speak. Like you speak too black.
He said that. Oh, yeah.
Yo,
I'm gonna say, you see, you're a black supremacist because when you jump on the panel, you're so commanding and demanding that everyone has to listen to you. I said, what? Oh my God.
Yeah, that was affected with the ice, man. He's affected heavy with the ice, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, man said, you gotta
She's
be
trying to
big, and you gotta be black, and you gotta
trying
be
to
willing to chat.
convince
I
Gold
need a hero.
that he has
man.
got he's got mixed race issues, and that I was the. This is what I want to say about this is where we're at, man. When I'm talking about the regulation, yeah.
I said, your black powerful voice, your black power voice.
Yes, he was. I need a hero. Breakdown Gold. Yes, he was. Yes, your mum's white. Yes, he was having a breakdown Gold, and it was all Nines' fault. Regulate. You get me? This is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Look,
the blacks.
There's hatred. You're like a fucking. You're just double glazing, man. You can be so easily seen through. Like, some reason you have to have a narrative that I'm against mixed race people. Although the person that has said the most about mixed
the man
race
them are getting bread this morning, boy. Oh my diddy. Jeez.
The person that has spoken the most about mixed race people on these panels is Betty. But
I've got to agree again.
Talk about that. No, man. Blame 90. 90.
I was wondering why it's so quiet. Is he gone? Okay. No, big up Betty.
No, he's still there.
No, big.
I bet he's gone though. Yeah, I bet he's gone.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Still.
I don't even know what that conversation about.
1 second, Foster. 1 second, because I've got a little bit of time today. So Foster, who we now know is from Birmingham and's been on Black Betterment, he's saying even when a mixed race person's mum is black, Nines will still claim their mum is white. Where do you get such a retarded statement?
Wow.
Like, is that how desperate you lot are to have a narrative that you just write retarded shit? Like Wendy came out the other day saying, you called Babs on white trash. Facts. What do you back up? Okay, Mr. Foster, what do you back up that facts with? Go on, let me see what lie you lot are going to produce now. Why do you keep saying this guy's an idiot, man? This guy's an idiot.
Gold. You told us your mum's white, right?
Yeah, my mum is white. My mum is white. Yeah. Well, no, I've got a black mum.
This guy's this one from say you lot are so desperate. You follow dickhead narratives. Now let's hear what he's gonna say. Let's see.
Shit! Conversation with people. He got.
They're trying to tell you who you are. This is what I'm trying to say. To fit their narrative, they're now trying to tell a man what a man's people them are because they're following some dumb heifer. This is hilarious.
No. Hold on. Let me. One second. Let me suggest now because.
Oh my God! 1 second. Now we say. Now they're saying that you claimed your mom was Asian or something. This is what happens when you lot.
Do you know what?
Fucks, man.
It's interesting. No.
Talking about the breakdown of the DNA, man, when they done their DNA test, man. If you're gonna be truthful, bro, you got.
Yeah, to be fair, my mum's actually English, and a little bit. A little bit.
Hilarious, man.
I swear this is when everyone was on this DNA. You have to do a DNA test. Valley, I want to see your DNA test. Remember them times there? You got to do a DNA test. I'm like, man, who the fuck are you dons on YouTube to know about who's this and who's that, man? The fuck?
They're trying to confuse the thing, man.
No, do you know what? Hold on. No. Because hey, 9. 1 second, 9. Listen to this, yeah. You know what? Right, and it's right. I'm gonna. So if everything 9 is confirmed, I'm gonna if she's right or prove it or tell if she's wrong. So when it comes to go deep, go dizzle, how you doing, brother? Saying, "Oh, speak your truth." Do you feel offended? Like I was, you know, it depends. If I was in a bad mood, I might have been offended. But in terms of what she's saying, do I feel like she was being patronizing or trying to be like take sly digs and actually trying to be hurtful? I think she was really trying to establish what my intentions were, which is what I want to know about people. If I'm sitting down with them, trying to chat to them, I don't want to know why you asking me that question. I want to know who you support, what you like, what culture you're into. Do you even know about black culture enough to even speak about it? You know, like that's all I want to know. So I think we had our disagreements because obviously you've got your perception, which is your perception, yeah. And so it's just that you love your culture, and like you said, Caribbean culture has the ability of actually extinct. Its way, or it's being challenged in a way where certain things are being claimed by the Caribbean community about who created what and music and what, and then there's Caribbeans that are, you know. All I'm saying is that even with general people and how they're going at each other, give you an example, bless them, it's just right. But and Chris Eubank, a small little clips what is actually going at the community when it comes to the Caribbean.
But I don't know if anyone else can hear Gold, but it's cutting the fuck out.
In front, oh, sorry, brother. In front.
Is it me or is he breaking up? Right, he's breaking up bad.
Is it me? Is it me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, your shit's breaking up, man.
Oh man, fucking with my internet or something.
Yeah, your shit's going mad still, bro. We can't really hear you.
Yeah.
What you want to do, yeah?
Go on my browser right now, go on, man.
Bless up the family.
Reset your.
KO.
Big up.
Anifa, don't know.
Aye, some brother Snipe.
Man like Natty in the building.
Yes.
Come
Yeah,
on.
man.
And a Kingo there. Hey. I heard you was under the cooking block right now, Kingo boy. You know what I mean? On your origin and that. Yeah. Go away and come back, man. That was pretty bad.
Yeah. I swear down. What always fucking happens in these conversations is people want to start fucking getting an exact breakdown on your ethnic makeup. So now they want to find out what's ethnicity is your granddad and grandfather and some of all this shit, yeah? So Gold fell into one of them ones where he started having to explain this and explain that, yeah? Yeah, obviously I would have just thought, suck your mum because I ain't explaining nothing to you, fam. Like, whatever, you get me?
And he's definitely explained it loads of times before. Do you get it? Like, we got it down.
You see some European, some Jewish, some Japanese or something like that. And some da.
That's right. A long time ago he said that. You know what I mean? And
it was time ago.
Yeah, checked and verified them things there. Big up, man. Cool cat. Get me Dupes in the building. Look at that. You get me? Bunga. You get me? Man, like get deep. Come on. Bless up. So yeah, can I ask the question then?
Go Deep changed your sound system to Go Deep BMP sound system now, fam.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a BMP sound system, cuz.
You get me? Farage sound system. What are you saying? Nigel Farage sound system. You get me?
This is what's dumb though, yeah? Hey, listen, yeah. How many times have I told you Spaz is in the fucking chat? Yeah, that I actually don't give a shit where you come from or whatever. We're talking about the rights each citizen is supposed to be able to have. Yeah, when people were taking more times, I argue from the point of the haves and the have-nots. Yous lot always keep trying to make these angles into these different fucking race angles. I don't think that you're gonna actually even be able to find a fucking title that is besmirching of any fucking race on my channel. So. Not making up fucking lies and remixing and just chatting shit, man. The majority of you chat shit anyway. So, yeah, the facts speak for itself, innit, man?
So what? The question, I'm here to answer the question. Do I feel like his human rights have been thing and all that? No, I don't personally. I feel that the judicial system remember, it's like a two-tier. Listen to the words: two-tier policing and all of this type of stuff. Remember, because this is what they're always complaining about. Yeah. But for us, it's only one tier. We do something wrong, or we mess up, or whatever, we get the full force of the law. But in their case, no. There's lesser sentences. There's, you know, misdemeanor kind of things. Like, bro, they can get away with basically anything. Do you get what I'm saying? So now you get a little smack on the wrist, yeah, because you're not acting right. If you really wanted to be a politician, then you should have done the things to be a politician. You can't create organizations, yeah, come from some backwater area and then act like, you know what I mean, everyone's against you, it's unfair, migrants and all sorts, and you're mixed yourself, Tommy or Stephen Yaxley. You're half Irish. Like, come on, bro. You're half migrant. So, like, it's all weird to me, bro. These human rights and nothing is being infringed. No way. You know what I'm saying? I think what's happening to him is quite fair. He's been warned about doing certain stuff, playing these silly videos and acting like he's a journalist when he's not. He's not qualified. Do you get what I'm saying? He just keeps involving himself in investigations or police investigations or certain investigations that are based on people who lied. Yeah, females who lied about being groomed and stuff. Yeah, you still got all that to answer. So, like, he's committed so many offenses. Do you get what I'm saying? And he's been allowed a lot. Do you get what I'm saying? So now the last one with the rally and all of that and certain things, like, he weren't meant to play certain video. You get me? He knew that. He went and done it. And then after that, he left the country. All these things that, you know what I mean? And then you come back. And
yeah, bro, listen, yeah. If it was, yo, imagine that was Ras, yeah, for instance, yeah, for example. That was Raspect, yeah, made a video about fucking Tommy Robinson's, about Jupiter's Jeep or whatever. That was all lies or whatever. Raised money in Central London and then got arrested at Folkestone and said, I've got no fixed abode in the UK, but I'm just going on holiday for a couple of months and I'll come back to face the charges later. Do you think he would have got bail?
Boy, if he was Mandem, no.
Oh no.
You know what I'm saying? But he's essentially made himself a public figure.
Two-tier policing.
Definitely.
Bullshit, yo.
6 tier. There might be more than 2 tiers. You know what I mean? We just keep it simple, like they said, 2 tier. All right, cool. Yeah. But we know what tier we're on. We're on the tier that not really a tier. It's just what happens when you misbehave or, you get me? Criminal charges are brought against you or something. Yeah. But with these guys, nah. There's a level where, yeah, like, yo, listen, behave yourself, Tommy. Smack on the wrist. Yeah. You don't heed, you don't listen. Yeah. And then when you get proper punishment now, you start complaining about, you get me? Oh, and my human rights are being infringed and all of that. Then, okay, go and get a human rights lawyer or whatever and deal with that. Take it to the international courts and that. You know what I mean?
Hey, no. Before that, they was complaining about wanting to leave the ECHR. What are we talking about?
I know.
The ECHR's a pagan thing. Why the fuck are we in there? And blah, 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 blah.
Thank you.
I'm saying, but it helps your rights. Rah, rah, rah. Tom Robinson goes jail. Oh, the ECHR, they're going against his rights. We're like, what?
So you see it now. You know what I mean? Nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's not only 2-tier policing, there's also 2-tier, do you get what I'm saying, human rights business. You know what I'm saying?
Mad stuff.
Yeah.
Listen, Max, I need to jump off though, yeah? I'm going to leave you, man, on the panel for a piece still. Okay. We've got a couple gangsters on there to put inside work and,
come on,
man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
But yeah, just keep an eye out. Someone wants to jump on or some people want to jump on, Yeah, big up Nines. What you saying, sis? How's things?
Yeah, bless Nips. Yeah, just done. I'm just doing some shit in the back. But yeah, man. How's you, the fam? All good?
Yeah, everything good, man. Everything good, man. As I said, I come to answer the question. Tommy's human rights are not being infringed. No way, no how. Yeah. And whoever want to take it as they will, take it as they will, man. Because you know me, especially, now I have no love for that youth. Because he's not good at what he claims to be involved in, you know what I mean? And over time, I've proven to be right that this guy's a racist, This guy don't care about nothing. He only cares about himself and trying to get into some political kind of position. That fell through, and now he's just doing whatever. He's tried to be a journalist, supposedly, talk about grooming gangs and all sorts, yeah? Getting fake victims, yeah, to make statements and make stories and da-da-da. Then when the authorities pull him in for making these videos, he's crying now, talking about human rights. Get out of here, man. Hold it, man. Yeah? Because when man them have to go jail or do something or we commit some crime, we have to hold it. What do you mean? Yeah? Can't start crying about human rights while you're in jail. You know what I mean? As a black man, it doesn't work like that, man. You know what I mean? This guy, last time he was in jail, he was writing letters. Man was coming to Speaker's Corner to read it to us. Yeah, I'm all right in here. I'm surviving. It's really hard. And we was bawling our eyes out, laughing. While Steve read out a letter from Mr. Yaxley, yeah, when he was in jail the last time. That's a couple of years ago. It's all documented. It's on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this guy, man, I don't care about Tommy, man. Fuck that nigga. Yeah. I always called him Toby anyway. Toby Robinson. And then I find out that's not even his name. So what is this? This is all a pantomime. Yeah. I'm supposed to have feelings for a pantomime character. Yeah. What about my human rights? What about everyone else's human rights? It's being infringed every day. Yeah. You got cameras out there with what do you call it? Facial recognition. That's infringing on your human rights. Because that stuff don't even work properly. Yeah, they put up little signs and then tell you, if you're walking past here, your face is going to be on the facial recognition camera that we've placed here. This little unit van or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? They do sneaky stuff. Some stores have got it. Co-op. Anyone's got co-op around them. Better mind. Read the signs before you go into the co-op, bruv. They use facial recognition technology as well. So yeah, when we talk about human rights, bro, Tommy's not in the conversation. I beg. You know what I mean? But it's a decent question. But yeah, I'm here to answer it, innit?
But I think you make a good point, though, Snips, when you talk about pantomime, etc., etc. Because I think what it does do, like, it keeps certain parts of the masses concentrating on that, whilst, you know what I mean, like you're saying, your real human rights are really being taken away from you. Meantime, that actually affects everybody. You understand, not just one person that's sitting in jail.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I think you make a good point in terms of the facial recognition and all the other little bits and bobs that was going on around us that we're not even clued into. And like I said, one day we're just going to wake up and be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Because in that time that we've been complaining about this, that, and the other, they are just here patterning us up neatly.
Like, water is free, but you're paying for it. That should tell you something. You get me? You've got the God-given right to just drink water from wherever. Do you get it? And now you have to pay for it. And that's recycled water you're paying for. That's not even the fresh water ticket. You know what I'm saying? Highland Spring or something. Nah. This is recycled toilet water.
It's like I heard Dark Magician was speaking about, because I think he works in the pip field and this and that. And he was saying how they're changing certain aspects of whatever for the people them to be able to claim pip. You know what I mean? This, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Again, I think those sort of things are travesties that the people them should be bawling about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but,
most definitely.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? You fucking the people them have taken away the winter allowance, all these little things from the pensioners and all these. Them are the things you're supposed to be bawling about, man.
Like,
yeah, because them things affect everybody. But yeah, man, as long as they can keep the people them distracted by it, you know.
Yeah, with stuff. I mean, why are we worrying about Tommy? There should be no reason. This is a ball out from jail. Like, I'd all forgotten that he was in jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's how irrelevant he is. Like, it's gone now. They're like, yeah, oh yeah, Tommy's in jail. I forgot. Yeah, but I remember what for though. You get me? Yeah, and so does Jupiter.
But what I do understand is like they need like a great, you know, there was a boxer, isn't it, called the Great White Hope around Muhammad Ali times, isn't it? Yeah, get me. And I think it's a similar sort of thing, isn't it? Like they I think some need like a Great White Hope and that's why they'll sort of back these particular cretins. You know what I mean?
Right.
In
No,
America,
he's more like an Enoch Powell.
no, but this is the point, though. It doesn't matter about their it doesn't matter about their credentials. You know
It's
what I
the
mean?
role he's filling, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
Vis-a-vis Trump now, you know what I mean? They didn't care that he was a rapist and a this and a that and a this and a that he grabbed people pussy. Them the business about that. As long as he's gonna kick out the immigrants and this and that and this and that, they'll go through. Same thing with Tommy.
The key word in that is business. Remember, he's a businessman, right?
Absolutely.
So they're showing you that the US government is also a business. Because he didn't go through the channels like everybody else did, study politics and all of them things, become a senator. You get me? That's the proper channels, yeah? But you can say that a man who is an entrepreneur or a businessman or whatever, right, can take over the US government corporation business, yeah? And that's why every business has a president, yeah? And every business has a chairman of the board and all of these type of things. So we know the role even of a president in a company. It's not that high. You understand? So all he's going to do is do business deals. And that's all it is. The human life and humans are not considered, we're considered cattle property. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're just a commodity in that sense that they can use to their advantage. They can use us on the stock market, sell us on the stock market every day. You know what I mean? You're definitely worth your weight in gold. But yeah, that weight is being traded on the stock market every day. Every day. Every time you buy something, you're paying 4 times what it costs to make. You understand? You already paid for it. You already paid for the rubber, the thing that makes the item that you're going to buy at an inflated price of over 150%. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? So there's things going on around us that we should be more concerned with. Yeah, those are really infringing on people's human rights. Better know. All of this is corporation and business. Yeah. That's why when people's emotion involved in it, when they think they've got a choice, when they think they're allowed to vote, you know, when they think their input is actually doing something, it does absolutely nothing. It's a pantomime. It's a game. Yeah, they got you there voting, picking a side, picking a party, when all doesn't matter. Because whoever gets into power still has to do what is laid down. They can't start bringing something new. It doesn't matter what party, left or right wing. Yeah, all parts of the same bird. Do you get what I'm saying? So, all right, you far right, right? For example, yeah, you man get into power. Yeah, you have to form a cabinet, right? Yeah, for each position, Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, Treasury, and all of that, man. You have to learn how the system works in this country, right? So even your personal political views, yeah, it's got nothing to do with it. The Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. Yeah, like he's the main secretary. Main secretary, because the rest of you in the cabinet are secretaries also. Secretary of State, you know what I mean? Foreign Secretary. Like, listen to the words. Yeah. So to be the Prime Minister, First Minister, for who? For the company, for the business, for the Queen, for the Crown. You understand? That's why every president and every Prime Minister elected have to go to Buckingham Palace. Yeah. There ain't no president in the last God knows how many years who hasn't done that. You know what I mean? So yeah. It is what it is, man. This is business, man. It's horrible, but it is what it is. Mulatto, what you saying, my brother?
Big up, family. Big up. How y'all doing?
Yeah, my ginger brother. What's going on, man?
Ain't too much. I don't excuse the noise behind me. I'm back in the city. I'm back in Puerto Rico, so
Okay.
it might be a lot of noise behind me. But I'm gonna ask this question and mute up because I really want to hear the answer, and I'm not here to argue.
All right, cool.
What did Tommy Robinson do that was racist?
Oh man, his whole existence is racist. He formed a racist organization first. That was his first action. Yeah. He said it was to protect the people of his area. You know what I mean? They formed a little group, you know, for his area of England, which is not London, by the way. Yeah. It's Luton, you know, which is a small town just outside London.
Hey, thanks. Can I just stop you down? You're not from London. You're not from London. You're not from London anymore. You're not from London anymore.
What the hell am I listening to a country bumpkin for?
Hey, listen.
No disrespect to my country people, but I'm just saying.
You know what happened? You know what the thing when Arab Spring popped up and the protests started happening on Edgware Road, etc. They were singing that. The English, you know, the Tommy lot were kind of going around and kind of singing, "You're not English, you're not English," and, you know, and it's quite
but
ironic.
who they talking to? Well, they talking to Tommy.
Yeah, like the protesters. Like they're talking to the protesters.
Yeah, but can we get back to the racist part, because even his organization, and I've been doing the research on it, because y'all already know, if a cracker is racist, I'm gonna always let the cracker know, hey, that was racist. But I'm being real. I looked through the information. I've not seen anything racist that he has done. I'm being real. So and I know I'm not over there, so that's why I'm asking you all, what has he done that was racist?
Yeah, no, as I said, he headed an organization that could be considered fully racist, right? And then later on disassociated himself from all of that, right? Because he felt that the racist element within it was becoming the predominant force. Do you get it? Wasn't entirely racist, but there's a racist element in your organization. Football hooligans, thugs, whatever you want to call them. Do you get what I'm saying? So they follow you.
But if he removed himself from that, and see, that's what I'm saying. Even his organization.
Hold on, wait. And then went to another party.
All right, go ahead.
That has questionable. Do you get what I'm saying? Origins as well. Do you get what I'm saying? Has told the kind of same line, but in a different way. They realized that once people were born here, they couldn't garner enough votes or enough support from the general public. Do you get what I'm saying? For their cause. So what they did, they realized we're going to have to get ethnics involved. Yeah. But ethnics who are born here. So once you were born here, you could join and be part of that organization. So what they did, they switched from their stance of Britain or England for English only. Do you get what I'm saying? And then changed it and then brought out like a Sikh brother, you know what I mean? To show that, look, we're not racist. If this Sikh guy, he's born in England, he's one of us. And that's what
But no, I mean, please, Sniper, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Would you say that Marcus Garvey was racist when he said Africa only for the Africans?
No, that is a form of racism, but it's not racism. It's more separatism. And remember, he's following a Marxist, socialist ideology at the time. Because remember, it's the turn of the century. It's like 1800s into the 1900s.
So please follow my logic. If Marcus Garvey is not racist for saying Africa is only for the Africans, how can Tommy Robinson be described as racist for saying English or England for the English?
No, he didn't say that. I'm saying the organization he joined second, yeah, which is called the BNP. That organization, it ain't for niggas. Let me tell you that, right?
But you just said it.
Hold on. But we're watching the process, yeah? So over the years, what they did, they changed their policy, they changed their stance. That's what I explained to you. You understand? So they came with an idea that, okay, you know, this England for English is not working because, yes, the English people outpopulate everybody else. You get me? The rest of us we are minorities because, like, Black people are 5% of the population. Asians are 14% of the population. So there's clearly more of them than us, right? Do you get what I'm saying? And if British people are 90-something% of the population, then there's no issue about, you know, soon this 5% is going to take over the whole thing and just create man like you, mulattoes and that. No, it's not going to work like that. Do you know what I'm saying? With all the mixing and the majority are British, and the majority of British people do not agree with this kind of racist ideology. Do you get it?
Yeah, but I'm asking, and I keep asking the same question because I want
Right.
you to address it head on. If Marcus Garvey is not racist for saying Africa is only for the Africans,
Yeah.
how can Tommy Robinson's previous organization be described as racist for saying England is only for the
The
English?
racist organization. Look, bro, we're not going to
Right.
ifs or buts. Yeah.
Max, let me
We're
just
just
say
explaining to you. Hold on. How they change their policy, because they're smart. They're not stupid. Well, they're not very smart, but they're decently, you know. They know that, listen, to sell something to people who don't want it, yeah, we're gonna have to do better. Yeah, because you've been selling it one way for the last couple years, right? And then you had to change that policy. And then what you did, you wheeled out an Asian brother, a Sikh brother, yeah, to show this. This is why Tommy's in the organization, yeah, because Tommy soon leaves. Hold on, he soon leaves that organization too. You understand? Because the
But
BM
Sniper, you just said it
ain't
though,
over.
bro. Hold on. Let me say this, Sniper. You literally just said that
Yeah.
the majority of the English don't agree with the England for the English stance. So that's
Right.
most likely. That's most likely why his party changed their stance to accommodate the majority of the
Yeah,
English.
no,
But it don't mean that
no,
But it doesn't mean that his initial stance
No,
or their
no.
initial
You don't
stance
do
was
that.
racist.
Hold on 1 second, 1 second. You don't do that. If you want to do that, you wheel out some Viking or you don't wheel out someone from an ethnic minority in your country. Someone whose percentages don't even make sense. It's not even going to do anything. Even if all of them agreed. Even if all
But
the
hold
Asians.
on, but Sniper.
Hold on.
Max, what can I just say? Can I?
Go on, brother. Sorry, yeah, go
All
on.
right, but don't forget that Africa is only for the Africans. Whites was a minority in Africa. They
But
were
hold on,
being ruled out.
brother. Is
Yeah,
that the
go ahead.
case now? It's not the case. No.
The whites are the minority in Africa today. So that's my
No.
point.
Who
So
told you that?
when I'm talking about today.
Hold on. There's loads of white people in Africa.
Yeah, but they're
Loads.
still a minority though, bro. They're not the
But it's
majority
not a
population.
minority number either. I'm saying like most of the North African countries are filled with
They're
Europeans.
North Africans. Hold on, one mic. Hold on, one mic at a time, and then I'm pass the mic. Hold on. Let me make my statement, and I'll pass you the mic. I'm gonna pass you the mic. Hold on. The majority of North Africans are actually mulattoes, not whites.
Yeah, but I'm saying, bro, you're asking questions.
No, they are white.
I'm letting you know. I feel like,
brother, your mic is going in and out.
The main question is serious.
Yeah, brother, your mic is going in and out. You interrupting, your mic is going in and out, brother.
You come on
You
here.
gotta leave and come back, brother. Leave and come back.
Why don't you just go on mute? Go on mute, mulatto, man. Don't do that in a UK channel.
All right, make your point, brother. God
You're a
damn.
guest, man. Go on mute.
Brother, you're a guest in the black family. You're a mulatto.
I don't care what
you're a guest. You're a mulatto.
Go on mute.
He's your cousin. He's your cousin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he need to get in line with me. He a mulatto.
Listen,
don't have that, man.
Listen, I'm chopping it up with people on the panel. Don't mind who would want to listen. But mulatto, man, I know you're a troll, bro. Just shut up for a second, bro.
All right, make your point, because I got you in the headlock right now, my mulatto brother.
I ain't got a lot of time. I don't try to waste my time.
All right, bro, make your point so we can get back to the discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, make your point, nigga.
Hold on a second. Shut up, then, innit? Shut up, man.
Make your point, bitch.
So basically, what you
one
saw
second.
No.
One second, man. There's no N word up here. Not from you, mulatto, and Snips.
All right, well, tell that cracker make his point. Make your point, you half a cracker.
Stop talking about your mum, man. We don't
make your point, you half a cracker. And I'm talking about non-slave master. Make your point, you half a cracker. Go ahead.
Yo, big up King Kells. Yo, King Kells in the back.
The thing is,
no. You see, y'all don't like.
Listen.
Yeah, I'm talking about non-slave master.
Talk like that, right? And
go ahead, cracker.
I'm gonna get blamed.
All right, but let the half a cracker make his point though. Let the half cracker make his point. All right, go ahead, half cracker. Go ahead, listen.
Let
the half cracker make his point. Go ahead.
This ain't nothing to do with us. We need to stay out of it.
Hey, hold on.
I want to see how this gets spun. But all right,
this is mulatto business. Full stop.
Exactly. It's mulatto business. Now let that half a cracker make his point.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, wait. You're calling him half a cracker.
Let that half a cracker make his point, man.
Okay, is that not what you are as well?
Exactly. This crack on cracker business. Stay out of it, you blacks.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, stay out of it. This half a cracker versus half a cracker business.
I was only come to draw a point, you know.
This half a cracker business. Now go ahead, cracker. You crack ass cracker.
I was only trying to drop a point, right?
All right, but make your point. Yeah, we listening.
The point was what you saw come out of Tommy Robinson coming out of the woodwork was Sweden, Norway, these Eastern European blocks. What did you see? Months of blackface protests. Yeah. Tommy Robinson, this one, Western world is taking over. I couldn't believe I saw Sweden with blackface. And this one with blackface, all of them were coming out. So, but when you looked at it, what you saw was that it was only a.
Bro, your mic is going in and out, man. We can't hear you, bro.
Well, if you notice, they came out with their blackface. But really, they had no beef with black people at that stage. Sweden had absolutely no occasions diplomatically with black people. Actually, when the Moors came to free all the Latins from fucking disease, the Moors, the Swedes and the Moors actually, I believe they took these guys prisoners and captive, and they were the Jews and the Russians that had circumnavigated the globe and just taken over different spots when they come into the feudal age. But anyway, so really, a lot of these guys, I kind of missed my point. But what I'm trying to say, the blackface came out.
Yeah, mute up, brother. You forgot your point, brother.
The main point was, are you coming to actually talk, or are you just being a dick?
Brother, mute up, brother. You made your point now. Mute up, brother.
So the main point was,
all right.
The blackface came out, and that was just from Tommy Robinson coming up to talk about us. That's the sort of energy.
All right, we heard your point.
Like,
we heard your point.
Active, you know. But anyway,
all right, we heard you. Let us respond.
Could play.
Oh, man. All right, brother. Your mic went out, brother. Thank God.
Well, but this way, and I said it that way. Oh well, didn't he say? Well, now he's saying. Oh well, didn't Finney say it this way? And now, if he said Britain, you're comparing or contrasting. You don't even know what the fuck.
All right, we heard your point. Do you want to respond? Or you venting right now, brother?
Hot up, and he brought out.
Are you venting, brother, or you want to respond?
That fell off and put in the back by just by him in a figurehead.
Brother, you need to leave and come back. Your mic not working, bro. You need to leave and come back. Seriously.
But I think you're funny, but you're actually a dickhead.
No, I'm telling the truth, brother. Your mic is going in and out. You're a dummy.
Mic check. Afro Diaspora. I remember your voice. Why are you comparing Garvey to Tommy Robinson?
Yes, thank you. First intelligent question. God damn it, man. And to respond to the mulatto that was just speaking, not myself, the other mulatto on the panel. So basically, you have no evidence that Tommy Robinson is racist, so you just say people around him are racist. I got it. Now, to the brother that just asked me about Tommy Robinson versus Marcus Garvey, the reason I brought up that comparison is because Marcus said that Tommy Robinson was a part of an organization that said England for the English. Now, that is synonymous with Marcus Garvey when he said Africa is only for the Africans. So the point is, let me answer your question, brother, and I'll pass the mic right back to you. Watch how brief my answer is. So the point is, if Marcus Garvey cannot be accused of racism for saying Africa is only for the Africans, you cannot accuse Tommy Robinson of being racist for saying England is for the English. And let me just say this in closing. I'm just asking evidence. I'm just asking for evidence of Tommy Robinson's racism so I can know what side to stand on, because right now I'm neutral. So really, I'm just asking for evidence of Tommy Robinson's racism. But go ahead, bro.
So that organization, what he kind of put himself involved in, used to beat up a lot of black people in the UK. You understand? A lot of black people. They used to hunt them down. Sorry, we used to set for them when you finish school, especially in the 70s. You know what I mean? You'll get like a lot of the that particular school of thought attacking you. For example, Stephen Lawrence, you know what I mean, and that, who everybody knows very well, and he's related to a lot of us, and that he got attacked. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that with that same school of thought. Whereas the Honourable Marcus Garvey, he didn't have the school of thought to go and attack. If you see Europeans, he didn't have that. He just had the mindset of, let's organise and protect ourselves. You see what I'm saying? And that, so
Yeah, I hear.
two different
And
individuals.
so let me ask you this, and this is a genuine question. If the blacks in the UK were so under attack, why did more blacks keep traveling to the UK and increasing their numbers? Why didn't they leave the UK to a better, more inhabitable society?
Well, the elders, unfortunately, were sold a dream. You know, black people over the generations, we've always believed that if we can, comfort the non-Africans and help them in some way, and if we can compromise, then we can get along. And the elders in the beginning, they had that mindset of, you know what, let's build over here and set a community, because where we're from, unfortunately, is being under attack. And then slowly but surely, obviously, socialism came in, and then they decided to kind of, integrate into the oppressor's land, and that's why we're in this situation. However, there's a lot of elders that are going back to Africa, or second Africa, which is the Caribbean. They're literally going back. So,
Yeah, no, I'm
yeah.
not denying that. But what I'm saying is, it's more blacks moving to the UK than it is
Mm.
moving out of the UK into Africa and the Caribbean.
No, I can't say that, because there's loads of African
All
descendants
right,
that
right, right.
filling up West Africa.
Well, let's have a dialogue. Well, let's have a dialogue. Is the black population in the UK
One second,
increasing or decreasing?
Mulatto,
But
one
let him
second.
answer that, sis, please,
No,
Nines.
you already
I'll pass
asked.
you the mic. Please let him
No, I
answer the
don't
question,
need you
please.
to don't
Is
go
the
into
black population in the
games.
UK increasing or decreasing? King Cal.
It depends on what you class as black.
It's decreasing.
That's not true at all. That's what I'm saying. You're lying to the
decreasing.
listeners. According to the census in the
Yeah.
UK, the black population is increasing, and the mixed race mulatto population is increasing in the UK right now as we
One
speak. So if
second.
the
One
UK,
second.
all right, go ahead, Nines.
That's
Goddamn,
why
go
I
ahead,
asked you
Nines.
that.
One
That's why I
second.
asked you that. Yeah.
Bring it up. And also, what are they classifying as black?
That's why I
Yes.
brought that.
Let
That's
me
why I
respond
said
to that. Let me answer her
yeah.
question. Let me
Yeah.
answer her question. The blacks are as a matter of fact, they even created a separate category for two types of blacks in the UK. You have the African blacks, mainly from West Africa, Central Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, East Africa, and you have the Caribbean blacks, mainly from Jamaica, Trinidad, Grenada, etc. Both of
I
these
would say
population
that
groups are increasing.
there's been an increase, I would say, in the first set, the African blacks, as opposed
It's
to
an
the
increase
Caribbean
in both. It's an increase in both, according to the census of the UK. Respectfully.
Okay, well, I would have to have a look at that. But I mean, and
Yeah.
even if it is, it's not a significant increase, because to be fair, in terms of black people, especially like black Caribbeans, that the black Caribbeans coming in, they put a hold on that in the 70s, early 80s. That was reduced massively. Definitely more Africans came through, but the population of Caribbeans, I don't think it's really increased significantly over the years, to be fair.
Well, let me say this, and then I'll pass the mic. Not only is the Caribbean population increasing in the UK, the African population is also increasing in the UK. Now, I acknowledge that it used to be Caribbeans outnumbered Africans, but now the Africans outnumber the Caribbeans in the UK. But both of your groups are increasing. So the question is, if there is so much racism in the UK, why are you all going to the UK in mass numbers and increasing your
That's a
population and
retarded
staying?
question.
Why y'all not
That's
leaving?
retarded. Mulatto.
Yeah, but
So
mulatto.
okay, mulatto.
Yeah.
Why haven't all the black people left America, where America is so racist?
Let me respond to that. I'm not saying that America is so racist. I'm saying there is elements of racism, but the society
Exactly. So
overall.
You're not saying that. You're not saying America's not so
No.
racist.
You cutting me off. I'm trying.
Wow.
I literally just answered. I didn't say America was so racist. You've never heard me say that. Checkmate.
America is a racist country. Yes or no?
No, there's elements of racism in America. Yes,
No.
but that
There's
doesn't
no
make
element.
America
There's no
an
element.
overall
I can't
racist
believe you're
country. No.
saying this, but
If,
there's
hold
no
on. Watch
element
this.
in that.
If America
There
is
is a
racist, why is
seasonal element.
Hold on, one mic at a time. Though I'm trying to respond to Nines. If Africa, pardon me, if America is so racist, why is there so many Africans and Caribbeans coming to the U.S.?
Okay, so listen,
Checkmate.
mulatto. Like I
That's
know
not
you.
check.
One second,
That's checkmate.
mulatto.
You follow
We're gonna
your
have a
porn.
conversation. You've got to stop going on like you've got ADHD, my guy.
Yeah, but you running from that. If
I'm not
America
running
is so racist, I answer the question directly.
I'm
If
going to
America is, I'm asking a question.
I'm going
If
to
America is so racist, why is there so many Africans and Caribbeans literally risking their life to flee to America?
Because they can all be sent back home. You should know this already.
No, but why are they
understand
still
what
coming is the question. If it's racist, why are they coming? Why do they desire to be in the U.S.?
Because
Checkmate.
to prevent the African Americans,
Nigga, they ain't coming to help. Hold on, they're not coming to help African Americans. Africans, hold on. African, hold on. Let me say this: Africans and Caribbeans come to the U.S. and work against Black Americans.
You're checkmating yourself. I never said that.
Now,
What
that's
I said
checkmate right there. All right, go ahead. Make
yourself, brother.
All right, make your point so I can make mine.
What I said was is that they're there to prevent the African Americans, right, who have stay of land in there from building. We already know already. Pan Africans, we know exactly that divide and conquer thing what they're doing. But my
All right, so
question
I'm asking, if America is so racist, I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question. If America,
I'm going to answer you.
If America is so
I'm going to
racist, why is
answer
Africans
you.
and Caribbeans coming to America?
To answer you.
All right, what's the answer?
Shut up, man.
Because just like England, yeah, regardless of their inherent racism, this, that, and the other, they still need people. Yeah. Would you agree with that, or do you believe that?
No, I definitely do not agree with that. They don't need you. They don't need you blacks. You could go back to your country. Your country needs you more, right? So I'm asking I'm asking a question directly. If America, and you didn't even address America, you brought up the UK. If America is so racist, why is Africans and Caribbeans fleeing to the U.S. in mass numbers?
Have you got ADHD? Have you got ADHD?
Do you? Because I asked the question multiple times, you never answered.
Hey, kick him off. Someone kick him off.
You tell me.
Yeah, you got to run from this medicine.
Talking to you, you just have this really weird energy.
All right, but address the question. If America is so racist, why are Africans and Caribbeans fleeing to the U.S.?
Right, I'm going to answer you now. Yeah. So does just because a country is racist, does that prevent somebody from living there, etc., etc.?
Why would you want to live there if it's so racist?
Because they have to live in it. People have to eat.
So you can't eat in your own country?
Yeah,
that means your own country is even worse.
Are we missing the whole
You've got the Commonwealth.
No, you cannot run from this medicine. I'm asking a simple question. If America is so racist, Nines, you don't have the answer. Pass the mic. All right, but Nines, pass the mic. You don't have the answer.
I can't do it, man.
All right, pass the mic, Nines. Let somebody else answer.
I'm back. What's going on? What's going on?
Let Sniper answer the question. Goddamn, Sniper. The question I asked was, if America is so racist, then why are Africans and Caribbeans fleeing their countries in mass numbers to live in America?
I don't know about fleeing their countries. You know what I mean?
Well, they abandoned their countries and came here.
It's not abandoned. I mean, to build any society, you need people, right? So I think the American government realized soon enough that, you make it attractive enough, people will want to come there. They don't see all the day-to-day racism and violence.
Exactly. So racism is exaggerated in the U.S., right?
No, it's not.
If it wasn't exaggerated, you wouldn't come.
No, it's underplayed. Yeah, it's underplayed.
It's exaggerated. If it was so racist, y'all would not. I'll put it like this: was African the Caribbean? Let me ask this.
Hold on 1 second, brother.
Yeah, no, you gotta run.
It's not so racist, though. It's not so racist.
Exactly, it's not so racist. Thank you.
No. But what we're saying is, politically, the things we see, the situations, the organizations that were created because of racism in America, the southern states when things were separate, whites only drinking water.
Yeah, the past, right?
Right.
Exactly.
So in that sense, if you
not today.
Yeah, but some people who now are coming to America, and me and Born Rich and a couple other Americans have discussed this before, that some of them get the tape, and you're like, what tape? They play them a tape, yeah, and they say don't hang with black Americans because they're gangbangers. They do this, they do that, they do, you know. So they try and steer them away. So now you've brought them into the country, yeah, and then you've put them in neighborhoods with black people, and then they're acting a bit snooty or, you know, just trying to do their own thing because what they've been told. They're not going to go run to a person and say, we don't like you, or they're just going to move like a certain
And Jupiter,
way.
I mean, my bad, Sniper. Let me say this before I run in the store because I'm trying to grocery shop. I just got back to the island.
Have a big drink and
But let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this, and I'm gonna pass the mic.
Go
Let me
to
say this.
sleep. I just
Hold on. Let me say this, and I'm gonna pass the mic. Have some decorum, brother. God damn. Yeah. Very quickly. Sniper literally just proved my point. America's racism is exaggerated. If it was so racist in America, you Africans and Caribbeans would not be fleeing to the U.S. in mass numbers. You Africans and Caribbeans, you would not come into. You would not. Hold on. One mic at a time. You Africans and Caribbeans, you were. You African. All right, let me complete my sentence, and you can have the mic. I'm about to drop down.
You've heard me say it though, but you keep saying.
All right, you can have the mic, and I'm about to drop down. Hold on.
Thing to say.
All right, but watch this one sentence.
Are you saying that the people that are coming to?
I'm trying to tell you what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you what I'm saying.
That the people that are coming to America now don't know the history of America? Is that what you're saying?
Let me respond. It'll be brief. I'm saying y'all definitely know the history of America because y'all did not. Hold on. Y'all did. You hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. You Africans. Well, let me complete the sentence. One mic at a time. One mic at a time. Hold on, Nines. Let me complete the sentence, and I'm gonna drop down. Let me complete the sentence, and I'm gonna drop down.
It's supposed to be the land of the brave and the free, this, that, and the other, and the people that are coming to make life.
All right, let me respond to that. And it'll be brief. It'll be brief. And this right here shuts Nine's whole argument down. This is why she don't want me to talk. Hold on, let me say this, and I'm gonna shut Nine's argument down with one sentence. And this is why she don't want me to talk. This is why she don't want me to talk. The point is this: you Africans and you Caribbeans was not coming to the U.S. during Jim Crow. Checkmate. Now, much love to the panel. I'll talk to you all later.
All right. Yeah. You say Jim Crow, but there's such a thing as African Americans. He's not even getting it.
It's just bullshit. He just, you know what it is? He just plays to the audience. This is another one that plays to the audience, but I'm foolish.
He's got his style. That's his style, innit? He's a mulatto, innit? He's a madman. You get what I'm saying? Because he's not even mulatto if you actually see him. Anyone with full ginger hair, ginger beard, and all of these type of things, a really pale skin, boy. And
have you seen him?
Half his ancestry. No, others have. Like, I've been on the panel where others have saying, yeah, but you got ginger hair though. And he's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, right,
no way. No way.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah. So mind who you're talking to sometimes, because remember last time Veli banned him from using the N-word because it's when we was giving his DNA, it wasn't sounding good and there wasn't much African in there.
He's another bisaw man. He's another bisaw man, just pretending to be something that is not, just to be able to fucking say the most disgusting things. I'm sick of them, man.
When you're getting Mexicans and minorities deported in America, I'm proud of it. And, you know, that's one of his crowning achievements, getting people deported, other migrants deported. But you're a migrant. You're from Costa Rica. You're like, what's the...
The thing is, Skips here, he thinks he's making an argument by saying, why would people come to a racist country? Like, that's some kind of argument. Like, seriously.
Yeah, but that's the same for him, though. Because he's going back to Costa Rica. Yeah, because, like, yo, listen. Yeah, he knows what it's like in America. He makes his money in America and blah, blah, blah. So it's all a pretense. He's got kids, family, all of that. You know what I mean? In the Americas. And then he goes to his home. That's why he's saying what he's saying, but his home is not a home of things, it's a home of mulattoes, especially European and, you know, Portuguese and Spanish. Do you get me? That's why they're called Hispanics, because they all speak in Portuguese and Spanish. Yeah, no matter what they are. Now, when we go to the islands and see the percentages of African ancestry, Costa Rica is one of the least. You know what I mean? They got it, but it's like, boy, hey, the amounts of other people that settled on that island, especially Europeans.
Arabs, they speak Arabic in there at one stage, isn't it? In Spain.
Right, there's just bare foreigners over there, bruv. You know what I mean? Mixed in with the native people, and the native people might have been of Asian extraction in the first place, so they're all kind of related anyway. You know? So yeah, when man's checking his DNA and he's like, "Yo, this percentage is Portuguese and Spanish, and then this bit's German," and then, I'm saying, which bit is Africa? Which bit is sub-Saharan Africa in that? Because boy, I'm not hearing it. You know what I mean? I mean, some North African stuff. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? Nah, he's moving mad. He's moving mad. But it's all right, man. We're always here for correction. You see, we've been around Mulatto so long. We know his story, bro. Easy. Light work. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he forgotten that. Man like me's around. I've been in the bushes watching him. Like, yo, listen, this guy is so funny. You know what I mean? I like Mulatto though, but yeah, it's big questions. He's like,
He's funny, bro, but it could be a point too. He could be fucking.
he's like the American version of James Jones. Like, no one knows his identity and da. But at least with James Jones is blacker than the blackest black. Yeah. When I saw a picture of James Jones, I said, all right, cool, safe. Say no more. Say no more.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will try and do that.
Hey, there's not much difference between James Jones and Asketti. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. And anyone seen Asketti? Yeah, they know how dark skinned, chubby. You get me? Big boy Somali Asketti is, you know. Sheesh. Yeah, big up Asketti, man. Yeah, the man.
Well, that's mad. Yeah, when you look at Spain is somewhat near the equator, right? It's in between. It's not far from the Mediterranean Sea. It's got the Atlantic Ocean there, so it's kind of like quartered off. Portuguese pulled up on Spain, not later on in the I think it was in about 17th century, 18th after Spanish Armada, or maybe before then, right? But if you notice, it's not really. It's been dominated by so many people, from the Turks from the bottom. I mean, not the Turks. The Spain is been the most. Oh, it's got the most like genetic pool mass.
Yeah, it's like you're fading out again, bro.
The Moors, the Turks, Rome, they've been attacked by everybody. There was Muslims in Spain, whilst Spain was dominated by, I don't know, at that stage, I don't even know what the doctrine was.
Well, Moorish Spain was definitely like people from Carthage, Carthaginians and North Africans in the terms
they
of
spoke.
In the terms of Tuareg and some of those tribes or nomads in the south of these northern African countries.
Well, you say Greeks. What Greeks make their way there? Yeah.
Black Greeks, yeah. Black Greeks, yeah. And Black Romans. Black Greeks, Black Romans, Black Carthaginians, you know what I mean? Like, not black as in black skinned. Some of them was black skinned. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at Greek pottery and stuff from ancient times, you see that everyone is completely jet black skinned.
Yes.
In appearance. You get what I'm saying?
And from the middle classes, all different classes.
Yeah, but in other places they're more terracotta looking, right? Kind of complexion. So all this European stuff is later. So later peoples have come to those regions and now they're called Greeks. But they're not originally Greeks, you know what I mean, in that sense, you know what I mean? But the original Greeks are people who could live in that environment, and Greece is hot.
Yeah, it's on the equator.
All of the Mediterranean on both sides is hot, bro.
Yeah.
Right. So you understand that people with very dark skin lived in those places at a particular time. Yeah.
What happened with the Etruscans?
Exactly. Exactly. That's why.
But an anatomy, some sort of anatomy, Indo-Europeans that had like circumnavigated a lot of people on horseback, and they then they kicked, I believe, them Jews out. Huh? Did they kick the Jews out? Did they kick the Rome? Did they kick the Russians out of Rome when they came and conquered everywhere? Huh?
No, the barbarians, yes.
Yeah.
Or Bavarians, as they're called now, but barbarians then, innit? Yeah. Like Spartacus and them, yeah. They had beef with them, but they conquered them. The Romans conquered everybody, innit? They conquered everyone in Europe and England and all of these places. They conquered these places. You know what I mean? Under different, administrations. You know what I mean? I've already shown people about the black Roman, Scepter Severus and that. You know what I mean? Who became an emperor or whatever. Yeah, he was a black man. So, you know what I mean? They're making the movie of it, starring Denzel Washington and that.
Jeez! I can't wait for that one, boy.
Starring Denzel Washington. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hannibal business. And remember, Scepter Severus is the grandfather of Hannibal.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yes, because the Carthaginians. Hold on. The Carthaginians ruled Spain. I mean, Italy or Rome before the Rome. Remember, the Romans, as Europeans, were called the Etruscans, and they were the smallest community in Italy at one stage.
Holding up that maritime law, isn't it? Holding up that maritime law. Go on. Yeah.
No, because they were ruled over by the Carthaginians, so they lived there. The Carthaginians lived there, but situations change, and then there's the rise of the Roman Empire, which is really just the rise of that small band of community that was in there, and then they're doing like the Borg, in Star Trek. Yeah, they're assimilating Spanish, everybody around them, so everybody becomes Roman. You understand?
Right.
That's how the Roman Empire works. You know what I mean?
Is that where the Joan of Arc push was into Britain, saying stop fucking like shitting on
Well, that would be waves, because remember, you got like Hadrian's Wall, all of these things built in England. You got Greek bath houses in Bath. You got all these type of things. So England ain't what you think it is, originally. Like, there were loads of people here, and people have taken over here and different communities here as well for the longest time,
when you go over the actual history of just Britain alone, it'd take you about half an hour if you affirm it out into the open, because they've been conquered by a lot of people. But,
I think it'd take you a little bit longer than that, but still. Yeah, because it's going to have multiple different cultures involved, like the first, I don't know, King of England was named, had some Viking name, basically. You know what I mean? Yeah, Eric's son or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, the first King of England. Like, when you look it up, it's like, rah. And then you go down to the different bloodlines, in a sense. Like the Plantagenets, and then you go to the Tudors and all of these type of things, So, yeah. But interesting.
Hell, since you've called out Foster, he's spazzing out in the chat, man.
Who's Foster?
Hey.
But listen, see that?
No, I think you definitely need to learn the history of the country that you was born in. You know what I mean? And they definitely kind of shove it down our throat, like what England is and how it came about, and Wessex and all of these different Mercia and all of these different communities that used to be in England. You know what I mean? And then you got the Jacobites, who were the what you would say is the black folk, the black kings and thing of England also, and Ireland and other places. Yeah,
but that first Viking that went to England, the King of England, I think there were already Celts there, wasn't there? There was already Celts there, obviously.
Well, Scandinavians, remember? No, the Celts came at a later date.
Oh, Scandinavia.
Yeah, because they say that the Celts came about 5,000 years ago.
Oh, so these are pre-games. Like they were called games, right?
So they were here, but there weren't much to conquer. As I said, there were different communities here already.
Right. 1 second, Snips, yeah, because they keep trying to run with this narrative, right? So Foster, why do I hate white people, Foster? What is it? Go on, let's start there. Let's start there, because thus far no one's been able to substantiate this claim of me hating white people. So Foster's now entered the building with this, no problem.
No, he said mixed. Did he say mixed?
Yeah. They're following their cool. So let's see. No, I said mixed. So how do you substantiate that? Go on, because I got a little bit of time today. So go on, Bab. Nines hates mixed people, yet has racists like Chrissy Morris on her panels. That was your statement. Now substantiate that claim. What is it that you hear me say that I hate mixed race people? Because you lot keep perpetuating this thing with no evidence, no nothing, because this is what you lot are allowed to do. And I'm now putting you in that category of you lot, Foster. So what is it that you hear me say why I hate mixed race people? Go on. And if you got any bollocks, Foster, jump on as well so we can have the conversation. Yeah? So go on, because you've already followed something where you was told a false narrative, what I said about gold and his thing. He's here saying no, nothing Nagosa. You understand what I'm saying, G? But people are like, yes, you did. So, all right, let me see what Foster's going to say. Yeah? Because, again, the person that says the most things about mixed race people is actually in the chat. She goes by the name Black Girl Problems. I'm not going on this panel to argue in front of white audience. Oh, you don't want to come on the panel to argue in front of a white audience, but yet you want to try to say that I hate mixed race people in front of the very same white audience. Yeah? Is this how it works then? Yeah? So you, persons like you, can just spew your bullshit with no evidence. This is what I'm trying to say, man. Birds of a feather flock together, man. Yeah? Because not one of you fucking specimens can tell me what I've said about mixed race people. Yeah? You've lied, you've made up stories, you've lied on gold and all the rest.
They all want in your hair, you know. They all want to pull your hair out, darling.
Yeah, of course they do, man. Come on, man. Big black dog.
Bro, there's a whole chat waiting for Nine got them on the what's it called? In the what's it, rent free? 1 o'clock.
I'm waiting, Foster, so I'm presuming you're writing a good paragraph because you're obviously coming to substantiate your claim. Yeah. So let's see what Foster thinks, because come. So here come the people them now. So here comes Pauline Smith. I'm sure Buddha
come on, jump on, lads.
What could Buddha tell me? Like, this is what I'm trying to say. Again, you've taken another mixed race person's thing and tried to mold it into your own arguments. I heard you say enough to know what you're on. You see, Foster? You see, now look at that. I heard you say enough to know what you're on. Well, say one thing then. If I've said so many things, you should be able to say one thing. As I've said so many things about mixed race people, you're supposed to be able to say one thing that I've said. Go on. This is. Oh, look, we saw how you treat. This is what I'm trying to say. So
hey, don't get drawn out. Hey, nines. Don't get drawn out, man. This is dead.
I'm not getting drawn out, but I find it hilarious.
Yeah, they're trying. We know that is not the case. The fact that you can even talk about Buddha being, is because of Nanifa. Like, what are you talking about? Where do you know Buddha Bing from? Huh? Like, we've known Buddha Bing for years. Like, are you crazy? Nah. Stop all that nonsense, bro. Stop that. I'm here to tell you, you're chatting shit. Stop all that. You know what I mean? I know it's a narrative. I know you're not working. You're bored at home in front of your computer. You just want to, press buttons and all that. That's dead food, man. You get me? Like, what are you not doing, man? Fix up, man.
What night? Nine them come up here and make a storm.
So good. I mean,
But I find it interesting though how some people.
No, but listen, no
things.
one in their right mind would think of trying to cook anyone from the chat. It's you're losing already. If you can't jump on the panel, you've already lost. That's how I see it. You know what I mean? As a panel owner or whatever, you get what I'm saying, a host or whatever. Yeah, I see it as if you can't jump on, I don't care what you're saying in the chat. That don't mean nothing to me, because what shows me you got true balls. Yeah, whether you're male or female, jump on in it and let's have the discussion, because it's better than just assuming stuff. Yeah, because that's like a wind-up thing, isn't it? And obviously we're big people out here. It's like, come on, that's their truth, man. If you want war, just jump on in it. You know what I mean? And we'll have a war of words, and you know what I mean? It's minor.
They say an argument is actually not debate or conversation.
I don't speak cheap internet, but yeah, whatever he said.
Money for this bitch, man. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Foster, you see, instead of you just keep to the truth, yeah, you're like these other fucking disgusting people that has to mix truthhood with falsehood. You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say. If you not just kept it real and just keep to what I say, it would be okay. Yeah? But you just do this bullshit thing that all these other little fucking retards do. Yeah? Like, there's enough of me talking online for you to just say what I actually say without having to remix it.
True.
You see what I'm saying to you? This is why you lot are fucking despicable, man. Yeah? Despicable. Because I'm sure in that regard, who was I speaking to? Yeah? Because I'm sure that conversation was recently, and I was speaking to the same youth called Mulatto. But the really interesting thing that I get with these people, right? Mulatto can say the most shit. You get me? All people cracker, nigga. They don't say nothing. Nothing. You see what I'm saying to you? But then if someone then reacts to his behavior, see there, we're the only ones to get called out. Like suck out, man. Yeah, like you lot just show man.
Don't get down.
Listen, they wouldn't mind if we are fucking hung, drawn, and quartered and back on the tree. Any of them.
Of course. But
get me.
What I'm trying to say, but how comes these men ain't crying about Mulatto's calling these men cracker ass cracker and so and so.
And he's cracker. He's cracker himself. He called the king of quiet. He called him half cracker. Yeah. Quiet. He's a mad thing.
And so I'm saying to you, like you said anyway. I'm not even gonna bother.
No, man. On this internet, we understand how things go, man. You gotta kind of have thick skin, otherwise, we wouldn't have made it this far. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, he said mulatto don't hate mixed race people, but mulatto hates black people and white people.
Yeah. And mixed race people, too. He's not even mixed race. He's like,
come on, man. We're going to tell the truth. You know mulatto is white.
Yeah, he's octoroon. He should be calling himself octoroon, not mulatto. You get me?
Foster, you just showed you ain't got no integrity neither, man. You can fuck off as well, man.
Man is fully ginger out here, bro. Ginger. People have seen him and he's got ginger hair and he's confessed to it. Like, yeah, I got ginger hair. Ginger haircuts.
And I'm gonna finish with this, right? Because this is I know you're a waste of time, right? Foster's here saying mulatto is black, and you lot know he is.
Not black.
So you've got a youth, but the thing is,
man.
You've got a youth that's
no one seen mulatto
daily calling himself mulatto.
No, people have seen him. He's definitely not black.
Telling us what he is, this, that, and the other, that he is not blah 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 blah. Now we got this person called Foster who we don't even know who he is, what he is, telling us no, he is black. Like you lot all you lot stay over there, man. Like you lot stay over there, like you lot that want to be telling people who and what they are. Stay over there, man.
Mulatto was not telling us. Yo, wait, hold on a second. Remember when I was asking Mulatto if he's black here? He said, "I'm not black like you, black nigga." Yeah. So maybe that should tell you that mulatto is not like a black guy.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
you
why I
could be
said
smirching
Billy
about.
last time banned him from using the N word because like it's a question
I'm
mark.
saying, yo, bro, come on, man. You gotta stop calling me an N-word, bro. You racially abusing me and all that, cuz. You know what I mean? God damn.
God damn.
But they don't mind that though. You get it? They don't mind that, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. These people.
But hold on, wait. From you got
time.
immigrants deported, you called immigration on immigrants in America to get out Mexicans and people like you. You're Costa Rican.
Wait, Schiffer claims to be American and not black. Get out of here, man. Don't you should. I can't use Schiffer as an example. Schiffer will jump on here and tell you he's a black dude, man. I know what you're talking
I'm gonna leave Mulatto to King Kel anyway because he's been spazzing out since King Kel exposed.
I know Schiffer outside of YouTube. I don't know of his cousins.
Exactly.
And family members and so and so kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean.
He knows like people in my family that you know. So we know Schiffer from outside. I know Schiffer from outside of YouTube. And before YouTube, innit? Like so.
You got me? Yeah, no, man. Me done streams in the same yard. Like he's come to my yard with the wifey and everything.
Yeah, he said Schiffer's claim to be loads of things, man. Remember, he said there's a fucking hole in the earth, and flipping the moon goes through the hole in the earth. You know what I mean? Like, so that's what I was trying to say, cuz, man. You can't really. Schiffer's gonna tell you that he's not black here, while you can see his black face on the screen.
Foster, you all over the place, man.
He said he's Atlantic.
Foster, you didn't know what you're up to today. Like, what are you up to, man? You don't know what you're doing, son.
Schiffer will put on his camera.
You know what you're doing.
Mulatto's not doing the same thing, man.
King Kel, done your dance, boy. You
spazzing out, man. Is not actually
saying that. He could be, yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, there could be some truth in that. Yeah, Mulatto could be doing the same thing. We don't know that. Innit? As far as everyone is concerned here, he is claimed to be a mulatto, mixed race of mixed heritage. And definitely, if you try to pin him down to what his actually heritage makeup is, this is where you'll start to see him do this dancing all around the world.
Finesse the thing, man. Yeah,
he'll start to do the dancing around the world. Yeah,
he'll start. I actually don't give a fuck, man. Yeah, I understand because a lot.
No, but that's what he does, though, right? Because as soon as when I was asking Mulatto, I remember I asked him about his heritage. He come up with 100%, and then I said, so you're not German no more, or you're not Asian no more, or whatever. He added them in, man.
Extra. He had 120.
He's a regular FBA goofy.
He had 120 on his DNA. Like what? Those percentages.
Be careful, man. Go to Jacob, might get onto you, cuz, man. The FBA is goofy and that.
Old man. The guy is funny, man. He likes to troll still. Yeah, he's cool, man. But just to know that if anyone's backing him, you're not backing him.
He's been doing the same shit for years.
He's not mixed heritage. He's claiming it. He's doing a number on it, in a sense. But we all know.
So is he mixed heritage or not? Because I remember where there used to be, do you remember Bullets Gotti?
Yeah, Bullets. Yep.
Yeah. Do you remember Stacking Mackin?
Yeah, Stacking Mackin.
You remember Stacking Mackin? The ginger dude, the ginger crip.
Yeah.
He's up here calling everyone a million animals. No, look at this now. And man's like, yo, bro.
And then one day
calm down. Until he said, yo, if you ever come to America, I'm going to shoot you. I'm like, brother, you're fucking...
He was talking like he was from
the
Bronx.
Scholes outside of here telling me about N-word.
When the camera came on, and man looked like St. Patrick's Day elf. You get me? Another ginger, fully ginger. Like, yo, look, ginger white boy. No, you've been saying N-words all this time. Mackin. Like, what the hell's going on? You get me?
These are always support people that use the N-word. Have you noticed they support people like Danny Roscoe that will come on here and say the blacks should be deported, and they up his ass. They support Mulatto when he's being racist to black people. This is what they do, and then they want to call out nines and other people, man. It's a joke. Hypocrites.
Old school. Same dead systems he comes with. Yeah, and that he's doing a survey. Yeah. Why are black people? Why are the black people? What the bro? It's not him. This is a survey exterior of what he is, and we understand that. and we understand he's trolling, and we understand chess games better than him. So when he says checkmate, it's like, no, check, not checkmate.
Yeah, it's check, man. That's what.
Nah, it's not even trolling, man. I'm not even having it as trolling, Bedrin. Trolling is too easy of an out.
He's been trolling. He's been trolling for
It's
time.
not trolling, bro.
Yeah, he's been
It's
trolling.
more than trolling.
Racism.
Nah, it's more than trolling, man. It's more than
I told
trolling.
you. Man's got real family, man's got youths, man's got everything. We know everything about Mulatto. It's not
I
nothing
mean,
new.
yeah, well,
He's just trying to reinvent himself in the same way, though. So, like, I've come here now, and I can give you the inside scoop, like Mulatto. Nah, he ain't even Mulatto for one. Yeah, we don't work that out. We've done shows on it. What do you mean? He's been on my shows, God knows how many times, like, you know what I mean? And we've actually looked into the information, like, no. Let's look
Any
into
Puerto Rican or something. That's why I keep saying, I swear you're Puerto Rican, cuz.
Right. So we looked into Puerto Rico and the population and how much of them is African and and all of that. And bro, it wasn't looking good for him, bro. We was cracking up. Me, Shifa, and a few others. You get what I'm saying?
He might be another Rodney K. He might be another Rodney K, maybe.
Yeah, he's funny, bro. He's funny. Yeah, all of that man was there. So like, bro, we know about Mulatto. He ain't doing nothing new. He just jumping from channel to channel and did the you know what I mean, normal, yeah.
Hey, Mike, what Mulatto's been doing over here, yeah, he's been claiming heritage from literally every continent. So if you make an argument, if you make an argument about anything to do with any continent, he's going to tell you that he has either ancestry from there or he has property there and pays taxes there. Like when he said he pays taxes
all
in
bases.
Spain.
He's
He said he
covering all
pays taxes in
bases, man.
Spain. Yeah, but I asked him about how much was the property tax. Yeah, and he said 10%. Yeah, and I said, right, you're paying more than the people are paying for their property tax over there still. You know what I'm saying?
Maku, Gumi in the chat is saying Maku uses the N-word himself. Oh my God, she's like bloody crazy, man.
I don't understand.
Like,
I'm allowed. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I'm fully allowed. I don't use it as much as I used to, but yeah, sometimes it splats out, innit? Like with you, you know?
she used it about 100 times that day. She kept on repeating it while Hector and her son was in the room as well when she was calling you the N-word. Remember, he came on to chat to you.
Exactly.
He was sat there when she was calling you the N-word.
It's called nudge, wink, wink. Jupiter, we know how it goes, innit? If I use the N-word, I'm allowed, right? You're not allowed, but you also use it. So you can empathize with me. We're used in the same boat.
And she was saying that wasn't racist. She was saying she's not racist. like,
there's nuance and nuance to it.
Yeah, your son. Her mixed race son was in. He was in the room when she was calling you the M-word and repeating it again and again. So it wasn't just because she was under duress or she was in a situation. And Babs were calling Nines black trash last week. And Wendy, instead of calling Babs out, she came to call Nines out, saying you called her white trash. And that was a complete made-up lie. She never said it. Nines never called her that. Like, these lot are just like, they just lie all the time, and they just make up things. Come here running with their fake outrage, pretend, oh, how can you do that? So they're more upset at Mako using the N-word, but not Gummy. Like, what's wrong with you?
You know, we've pulled trolls, well-established trolls out of the matrix. Like, it came through man's channel. Like, I'm sorry. I apologize for some of the trolls on YouTube right now who've been here.
Is it your fault, Michael?
Yeah, they've been in my chat for time, saying the same things or picking up on little things. And I'm only glad that the things that they got against me are so minor. It's unbelievable. I ain't got none of these charges that some of these other men have got. Yeah. If anything, yes, I'm judge, jury, and executioner. Yeah. But I got a little kind heart as well. You know what I mean? I'm most merciful. You get what I'm saying? Like, I allow people. If you're cool with me, I'm cool with you. But if you start your nonsense, I will finish you. You know this. Everybody knows this. Yeah. Whether you're on the panel or you in the comment section. In the comment section is worse because, like, if I go at you and I don't know nothing about you, I make up stuff. and I'm pretty good at it. Yeah, and I'll make it comedic and entertaining. Yeah, so the whole audience is cussing you. I'll make you a meme. How about that?
That's right,
I've
man.
got the ability to make shows about you if I wanted to. Like, man, imagine me. Yeah,
It's like, I hate you, Maku. I hate you,
I
Maku.
go and warm up. I go and warm up the oven. You get what I'm saying? Light up the show and start a show. And if I wanted to, do you get what I'm saying? But I'm not that type of person.
Yeah.
You get me? But you know, like, you don't know how dangerous I am, man. Just allow it, man. I'm just trying to be good.
Yeah, don't mess with Maku.
Yeah,
Apparently, Maku possesses the power of making Gummy use the N-word. Gummy said, if Maku's fault, he drew me out. He drew me out. How can he draw you out if you're not racist? Like,
no. Yeah, no, I did. But
yeah,
as
you
I
did
said,
draw it out. But the thing is, if she wasn't racist, she would have never gone there.
Right. If it's not in there in the first place, it can't be drawn out, can it? Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool,
if you're not racist, you can't be drawn out. You could only be drawn out if you're pretending to be someone you're not. And the man finesses you a little bit and you get drawn out. So if it's not in you, you will never go.
Listen, I know Jupiter.
Out to be racist is a bullshit argument, bro. Like, stop it, man.
Yeah, like, it's madness.
Stop it, man. Stop giving people an
Yeah, it's like drawing the EDL out. It's like drawing Hitler out.
Because look, in defense of my black house, like, we need to stop all this bullshit, bro. Like, we're not allowing this bullshit. We're not allowing this type of foolish.
That's remix.
You understand? Yeah.
We did create
like,
some
if man them allow that kind of bullshit finessing, that's one thing. But we ain't allowing that. That is bullshit, and we have to stop this.
In defense of her black husband, she abused another black man with the racism. Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that defend her black husband? And her son is there, sat there watching his mum use 1,000 N-words, and she repeated it so many times. It wasn't just once. Like, she repeated it again and again. What? Like, what's going on here?
Now the difference between
how is that defense? How is that self-defense?
When
that cooking I gave was
one second, Snips here, because this is the difference that we have to highlight, right? When these people are racial, we don't even reply in racial kind.
No, exactly.
Yeah. So that's why we don't even have to apologize for anything because
you're not racist. You can only be drawn out if you're racist.
Now, one of the what would you call it? One of the tactics of persons like this is to be able to say, "Well, I apologized. When I apologize, I was in my
yeah, that makes it okay. But Nines, hear me out. Nines. 1 second, yeah, just quick one. Like, I'll be back in 5 minutes. But when these lot have racially abused me for hours on the streams, I've never come back with one bit of racism because I'm not racist. How can you be drawn out of something if you're not? If that doesn't look nice, she's always on about black women, black faces over there, blacks, the blacks this, but blacks that is all black people's fault. England has changed, but like I've never heard you guys say the white people, whites this, white that. I've never heard that. So it's clear that the racism is coming from one side, and that's the gummy side. I'll be back.
Yeah, big up the people though. They remembered. I noticed my name's not in the chat no more. They quickly remember. Oh shit! It's true what Maku's saying. Yeah. If I start going at you and calling out names, yeah, speak for you lot, man. Shush, man.
In fact, you know what though? Because let me not even make any assumptions, Snips. You get me? Because I don't know, in the Nigerian community, is it okay for a white woman in defense of her husband to call you a lot of N-words? Is that okay in your community? Because I know it ain't in mine.
What's going on now? Just like in the music, the younger generation are using it. It's mad. So I got mommy singing, "Oh my nigga, oh my nigga."
Because this is what she's trying to say. She's trying to say that she calls you the N-word because she's defending her husband. So I'm just saying,
that's cool, innit?
As Nigerians, is that what you allow? You know what I mean?
No.
Hold on, Nine. She said what?
She used the N-word to defend her husband.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
said in defense of her husband. So
She
I'm
never.
saying, so I'm saying,
I'm not believing that. She never said that.
I was
I'm
using
not
it. Hold
either.
on, wait.
I'm not even gonna take the thing. So
I
that's why I'm
used it.
asking Maku if
Yeah.
that's what they do in the Nigerian community.
No, they don't do
get
that.
me?
But
Allow
what I
white
did,
women
because he's in
call
England now.
you
Hold
N
on.
words because her
Listen.
husband's
Listen,
Nigerian. Is
sister.
that how you
Yeah.
lot roll?
No. Because he's in England now, yeah, the word nigger has a different connotation. And I've explained my version of it. Yeah. That there are black people and there are N-words. Yeah. And that N-word is an ignorant black person. Yeah. So in that context, you, Mr. Man, are an N-word. Do you get it? And then she replied, I never said that. I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to him. You get me? I'm calling him the N-word. Like, whoa, he got to defend himself. He can call me one back. It's not going to affect anyone, is it? But it's in the middle of my roast. I'm cooking these guys. Yeah? This guy thought he could get involved. And then, yeah, all right, sorry. You get me? I'm going to cook you. Actually, we started cooking you because you came in dissing the Asian man, brother. You know what I mean? After we was playing something that was decent and, you know what I mean?
Which people always forget that bit as well, that the midget was racist first.
Right.
Always forget that bit. Yeah.
Jumped out on the blue and yeah, you get me? P word, and all sorts of madness going on. I was like, rah. You get me? And we was having a good show. You get what I'm saying? And then obviously, you know, husband and wife, man's gonna defend his wife and the wife's gonna defend her husband. And then it went left. You know what I mean? But it was left to me to deal with it. And I dealt with it. You get me? That's a great stream, bro. Yeah, it's one of the most watched streams I've ever seen. You get me? And one of the most entertaining. But yeah, so I called him an N-word in the middle, like not even at the beginning or I didn't start, I didn't open like that. You know me, I'm doing comedy sketches, I'm doing Bernie Mac stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm roasting them, I'm cooking them properly. Do you know what I'm saying?
And then she took it upon herself to say that's crazy. That
then once she did that, yeah,
wow.
I laughed and I said, you see, I drew you out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and started laughing my head off. But it's too late. She said it a couple more times after that. She like, bruh, you're just digging yourself a deeper and deeper grave. You get me? Yeah. I mean, me and Belly reviewed it, right? You get me? Me and Belly reviewed it, and it was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, I wasn't calling her. Yeah, I was talking to Hector directly. Yeah. And I explained my reasons, and I explained what it meant. Yeah, you are ignorant black person. In this London, England that we're living in, you are a nigger. You the same thing. Your wife and her people are running around calling us. You get it? You are that. So I beg. Can we move forward? You know what I mean? It was mad. But we all learned a valuable lesson from that. Yeah, don't fuck with my man. That's it. Extreme. How are you going to tell someone who's allowed to use the N-word they can't use it? What is this? Huh? What is this cultural appropriation business? With the N-word, you can't. No, there's no ifs, no buts, no maybes. You cannot use it. That's it. If you use it, it's at your own peril. Isn't it? It depends on what environment.
Why do you want them to be able to say stuff like that anyway?
I don't.
That's what I'm asking. Like, I'm asking the free speech people here, who are the people that's campaigning for this free speech or whatever. What words is it that you're not allowed to say that you're actually wanting to say in this free speech thing?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We'll wait.
That's kind of confusing to me. What words is people asking to be able to say in this free speech scenario? Rah. And back to you explain it anyway, yeah? That he said the man them like free speech here, but the man them don't want to hear stuff that they don't like. Or anything that goes against whichever is the narrative that the man them are trying to paint, or anything that they will class as insulting on their side, free speech has to get cut. But if I say something, or if they say something that's insulting to you, it's part of free speech. So that's why I'm asking that. What exactly are you trying to gain from this free speech thing in it? Like, what's the words that you're trying to be able to say that you can't say? I guarantee you, there's not even going to be a list of words that will be produced that can be that the people them are trying to campaign for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet you there's no list of words that any of the free speech advocates are going to be able to come up with that they're not allowed to say.
A podcast
Is what they're
If I did
campaigning
it-
for.
I knew that anyway at the time, right? But if I did it in that context, that would still be mad, innit? Yeah, no matter what I say, yeah, it can have whatever relevance and da. And even though I know that, I could have chose that as an excuse and say that's why I said it. No. Mm-mm. Yeah, if you ignorant, we know. Yeah, we change the N word to goons. You know what I mean? Because goons can be ignorant. When we say goons, yeah, I call my goons. You know what I mean? That means my man, them like the ones that ain't all screwed up straight. You know what I mean? The ones who do anything. Yeah, and forget about liberty. You understand?
That's really what I'm asking, innit? Like, what's the words that the people them campaigning for in this free speech scenario that people can't use? Like, what words are banned from free speech?
I don't think there's any words banned. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. Obviously, we live in a society where people can say what they want, but there's freedom of speech and there's freedom of expression. You know what I mean? Other people might express that they don't like what you're saying. So you should just be more mindful. And you know what I mean? When you're in your own environment and you're listening hip hop or whatever, and they're using the N-word, scream it in your yard. Do what you want. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But when you're outside in the public, or you're in carnival, or you're surrounded by people of color, it wouldn't be advisable. And I think most people know that. That's why a lot of people are conservatively racist. Like, they keep it to themselves. Yeah, can't be rolling around. Yeah, you niggas. No. You wouldn't last very long. You know what I'm saying? So the life, we know, understand what life is like, man. Just use your brain, man.
You know what's interesting?
It's freedom of speech already. Yeah, you can say what you want. Yeah, Speaker's Corner is a perfect example of that, right? No one's God, no one's thing is safe in that environment. Anyone can get it. The Queen can get it. Everyone can get it. You know what I mean?
Wait, hold on a sec, here. I'm asking for like a list of words that people are claiming about because of we have no free speech within the UK or whatever. I don't think anyone's been able to actually say some sort of any list of words or whatever.
No, because I mean, all words are in the dictionary, you know? Even the N word is in the dictionary. So are we going to start banning words? No.
And it's literally there. You basically can say anything you actually want to say.
Anything.
But there will be consequences to pay for your speech if it's counted to be hate speech.
Right.
I don't know, incitement to violence, incitement to hatred, religious violence, anti-religious hatred. So
yeah,
you can actually say like most words, innit?
If you go out in the field and you shout N-word at the top of your voice, and who can stop you? What law or what thing can stop you? Nothing can stop you. But when you're in a public place and just refrain, because it makes sense. You put laws and legislations to protect people from people who use the N-word and stuff, and like, bro, come on. Simple, innit? Yeah? Not that no one can't say it, because people are saying it, people been saying it, people, you know? That's what racism is. Like, when you hear it, you know what I mean? When it's painted on your wall, you know what I mean? Growing up and that, spray painted, you get me? Like, in the block of flats when you go and visit your peeps or whatever, you're just like, oh, this is madness, but it's real. It's not as apparent no more, you know what I mean? No, I ain't got time to waste spray paint on saying N-word. Don't even make no sense, but, you know, if you want that, maybe go France, where the National Front is still. You know what I mean? Like, well, we
if you run into a big bit of money, if you okay, so I'm going off the topic of Tommy. I mean, we can carry on with the Tommy thing.
Yeah, go
on. Yeah, I haven't really got much to say about Tommy, bro. I mean, it's quite straightforward. Yeah. was quite straightforward. That. Yeah, I can't remember. I had something to say about 10 minutes ago, but I don't know. Is my mic better though? My mic's better now, yeah.
Yeah. Much better. Yeah. Before it was terrible.
Oh, man, yeah, the Tommy Robinson thing. I'll come back to a point I was making. You know, the easy influence thing, where Tommy Robinson came out for 2 weeks, and bro, he had a massive following after 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, and I thought, wait, how did that all happen? And now, you know, and I've always understood that people are well easily led. They're very well easily influenced by someone who looks like they're the thing, yeah. But they could have been now putting extra, paying for views, paying for subscribers, yeah. They might look good, yeah, but like virtually, yeah. But that's not the creme de la creme. The creme de la creme is the one that's not getting pumped. And so that's why I think some people were getting pumped and actually promoted, and to the point where they didn't have, it was automated. I personally think and that's what someone who's automatically going to be protected and supported at the right time and disciplined when need be. That's why he went to jail. You know, if they're doing that to anybody who's speaking up or speaking out, I don't know, man. I just can't see that being the case.
Well, political prisoners are usually in jail for like multiple mad years, and the charges usually against them are like some fake trumped up charges, not stuff that they've pleaded guilty to. So this political prisoner talk is bollocks as well. You know what I'm saying? That it's just another fucking way to finesse more bread.
What about Tate?
Fuck
What
a
about
finesse
Tate?
bread.
Were they legit? Because they're going through a thingy now, isn't it? Did you hear about Tate?
Of course, he's a nonce. How you mean? Andrew Tate's a fucking nonce. He's on camera talking about how he slept with 14-year-old and 15-year-old girls. His brother's a nonce also. He says the same shit.
Right. And sorry, did they all?
You're a nonce, bruv.
Sorry, did they all come from the same town?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just get that clear.
Saying Andrew Tate and his brother are running some Islamic Christianic grooming gang, and these men ain't getting called out by any of the people that are allegedly running out grooming gangs. If anything, they get celebrated by these guys. Why they try to say that they're calling out grooming gangs? It's just wavy lines, man. You need a spirit level across, because that line is not straight at all. Pissed all over the place.
You know, and I think when it comes to Tommy Robinson, what I think about is what his rhetoric says about Britain for white people for Britain, and what the government are saying and encouraging. And you know, if they're going to do all that rhetoric about Islam, expect Tommy Robinson not to come out of the woodwork. And that was like when I was like, this is a little bit dodgy. Because he would have been a perfect person to actually, you know, he lives in Luton. He's been around these areas where there's a influx of foreigners and it's destroying the, you know, the social setting. So he would have been the best type of, you know, willing participant without them actually having to pay him. But when there's people saying you're in the pocket of the, you know, the Zionists, I hear a lot of Muslims.
Let me ask you this, Gold.
Yeah.
Hey, Gold, have you ever heard of a Christian fucking strip club or a place like a Christian camgirl site?
No, I haven't actually.
No, you haven't. Have you heard of an Islamic one?
Nah. Why?
No. Well, they're like Andrew Tate and Christian Tate are bad examples of fucking Christians and Muslims, then, right? If they're like running fucking pool girls or camera girls and all that, while claiming to be fucking some pious religious guys.
Yeah, that was a bit contradictory, wasn't it? That was a bit contradictory. That's what I thought. That was a little bit of a red flag. It's quite interesting that I'm just going to say something really quick here, and you've got to, because this is why I've seen so many little grey areas. When Tories and the Conservative took over government 15 years ago, they inadvertently cause a humanitarian problem, right? So historically, I don't know if you guys know this, and I got this actually because I used to play a lot of my medieval games and whatnot. But when you attack your own Christians, which because England's a Christian country, the people who the almost like figureheads, which is a Pontiff Maximus, and he's the figurehead of Rome, Vatican. What they do is they appoint people who are anointed or people who can head the church. So they put people in terms of like tiers, right? Tier system. Who's the head of this? Who's involved in the church, and this, that, and this, and that, and this, and that. So how did they make? This is the question I was a bit confused about. How, and you know, I don't know him as a person, so I just ain't a personal attack. It's just a figurehead. But how did King Charles become head of the British Church? And we should have been excommunicated.
That's what happens when you're the king of the UK. You become the head of the British Church, the Anglican Church.
No, yeah, the Church of England
started off from Henry VIII started off, right?
Yeah. Don't you have to be appointed by the what's it called, church?
Oh, he's the head of the Anglican Church, bro. It's not the Catholic.
No, Anglican is just one of the groups in Church of England. Anglican, Methodist. Do you get what I'm saying? These are all different groups inside the Church of England.
Okay.
Kind of thing. Do you get it?
Are they not appointed? Are they still not appointed by the Pope though?
No, they've separated from the Pope. No, they've separated. They were together before, remember? But because Henry wanted to marry...
I knew they separated. I just
no,
that's what I keep trying to say. That's what the point I keep trying to make to you, Gold, about the Pope is Catholic.
He wanted to divorce his sisters, his brothers, his dead brother's wife that he inherited. So, do you get what I'm saying? He's saying to the Pope, like, listen, can I divorce her? Because we never like tied the knot. I got her by default. Yeah. The Pope says no. Then the king says, but hold on, I'm the son of God. Do you get me? Like, I'm descended, like me and Jesus is cousins and that. Yeah. So I'm higher than you. Do you get what I'm saying? You just there to represent us. Yeah. And we the actually bloodline of, do you get it? So in that respect, FUCKU, you get what I'm saying? I'm doing my own thing. Yeah. And that's how it came about.
But don't forget that Rome has a collection of Christian empires that is conquered, or Catholic empires.
So once they did that, they did the archbishop thing. Right, instead of the cardinal that would have come from Rome. So
okay.
Right. You get what I'm saying? Like you said, different levels. But them, man, they still would have been in England because Catholics. Not every monarch was a Protestant or, Church of England. Before that time, you understand? So before Henry VIII's time, the other Tudors, they would have been Roman Catholics.
Right.
And then a lot of the wives would have been Roman Catholics because they're coming from different countries, like France and stuff.
Well, they both wear crosses.
It's an Anglican Catholic Church as well. Calvin Robinson used to be a priest in the Anglican Catholic Church.
Yeah. See, so they've been mixing and blending and Protestant and this one and all against the Roman Catholic Church, which they're all unified in the beginning was one. All right, your internet's doing madness.
Because I was assuming. What happened to my?
Come on, Mr. Lottie.
Okay. Oh no, my signal went dead for a second, man.
Obviously, King Charles is the head of the flipping Anglican Church.
Yeah,
not the head of the Catholic Church.
No. The Catholic Church is still a Roman Catholic Church, right? Right. But the Church of England, he's the head of the Church of England. That means all of those other churches in England, the other types like Anglican, Methodist, and all of that. But those are also spread around the world now. So when you go to Jamaica, you will find Methodist Church. And a Methodist church in England will have more Caribbean type, stroke African type situations going on. When you go in them, you're like, okay, this is what the ones you lot go to. Because there's other ones where people are just dressed up like, normal English church that, you know, when I was young days doing scouts and cubs and all of that. Yeah, you had to go for like 1 hour on a Sunday or something, Sunday morning and that. You know what I mean? To get your badges and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, it gave you structure.
Boy, pure speaking in tongues in that, bro. I'm shook at some of these people.
I don't know what the Church of England is definitely accomplished here. I'm just saying about the
Anglican. Anglican is
the head of the Church of England, isn't it?
Yeah.
King Charles.
No, but Anglican is one of them, so you was right. Yeah, even if you say Anglican, it's still under the Church of England. So yes, you're right, 100%. You wasn't wrong in what you were saying. Did you get it? It's just that, yeah, Church of England is what he's head of, really. You know what I mean? Which makes sense because they're just passing it on, and maintaining. You get me?
It's crazy that we are in 2025 and we're upholding this same pyramid fucking system.
No, but you know what it's called? It's called civil war at Speaker School now. The Christians versus the Roman Catholics. They're saying the Roman Catholics are not Christian. Yeah?
Because they got
blood with Bob's beef.
Right. They're in beef now. Certain mans are in beef with each other because, remember, no, Bob got excommunicated as a missionary and all of that. Like, yeah, they thought he was moving too mad.
You think it was the link up with like Nick Tanconi and the far right dons?
Uh-huh.
Got a little bit right, leaded on that.
Yeah, they changed that. They switched up the game because I saw that in the park when the Christians linked up with the far right. I was like, huh? What the hell?
Wait, hold on. Wait, that guy.
You know, Bob's been talking about muscular. Hold on a second, Gold. Bob's been talking about muscular Christianity for a little while, isn't it? He was able to get some of the far right gang, like for example, that Nick Tanconi and any of the Tommy Robinson supporters that was around that, and the UKIP supporters, to hold up this the Disciples of Christ or something, and do a little march through Speaker's Corner and all that sort of stuff there. I was like, God damn.
Why for muscular Christianity, you know? Yeah, why for that? Yeah, why for muscular Christianity? Why for that?
Why for that? That's but the top bars. Like, I had to report him correctly, innit? You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Told you. You must have not got the memo, Wave Rider.
Can you hear me? Are you confused?
I ain't the one, man.
It's like the whole internet.
The
whole internet fucking up or something. The whole internet.
Yeah, yours has been shaky all day still.
Yeah, your internet's been shit all day, man. Even though you're in your house, man. Wi-Fi.
I just reset my router, bro. I reset my router.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety. You never know. You know, because when your shit goes slow and you reset your router, you cleared your cache and your search browsing history, your shit should be running smoothly.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a scholar here from Leeds.
Oh, no.
Man like Marcus. The Leeds scholar, what are you doing?
Did he just
fucking flashing? Don't be flashing, bro.
Was he
Lift the weights.
I was scared there for a minute.
I'm
dancing and that.
Need retention. I can feel it like Triller feels the sweet, sweet alcohol down his fucking trachea.
Oh, God. What the hell?
I'm bringing unalienated brother love to the panel. Is that okay?
Well, you look like a buffalo soldier. Dread like Rasta. Alright, sorry, Nine.
I love it, man.
No, the heart of a man. Why?
That man.
I'm bringing
like
some
a Nigerian Rasta, man.
brother. Why only one race, one love.
Wait, he's actually got dread. Yo.
Hey, Marcus, you're an idiot, man.
Oh.
For fuck's sake, man.
Wait, you know what's interesting? Hey, listen, New Zealand. When America were trying to have slave rebellions, guess who they shipped in? The Buffalo Soldiers. the Buffalo
I've come to
Soldiers.
break down
So
boundaries. I've come to break down boundaries.
what I wanted,
I'm ready.
yeah, I just wanted to
Message.
I just wanted to ask Velly and Nine what
Smack
they
them
thought about
branches
that.
down,
And
mate.
Right, this guy's tapped as much as you are, a Kingo. Man, thing.
no, the reason why I'm asking that is because
Marcus
everybody
is
sings that
mad
song.
still.
and
Hey, Marcus, your
celebrates,
reception's cutting out you. You keep freezing in that. But Gold, go on, finish your point. And then Marcus, you go after Gold. Nah, yeah, go on, Gold.
Yeah,
Finish your point. I'm saying that Marcus was
everybody-
trying to say something. He was
Oh,
trying to make a political statement. You know what I mean? Like, as a ginger ass. Ginger ass, you know what I mean? Red rass. Yeah, Red Rass was trying to come on there and try and make a statement and that. You know what I mean? The scholar from Leeds and all them things there.
Ginger far right. Ginger far right.
Yeah, man, ginger far right. Come on.
Yeah,
Hey, listen, yeah.
What did I just watch,
Big up
man?
the ginger gang. That's my
What
team.
was that?
Yeah? So big
Is
up
that
the
your
ginger
crew?
gang anyway. Yeah?
Is that your
That's
crew,
my
yeah?
team, yeah, man, the ginger, ready?
Mashallah.
Big them up. Mashallah. Alhamdulillah.
I just wanted to ask. I just quickly want to ask. It's not a big thing. I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm not trying to cause dissension or divisiveness or anything. But the Caribbean guys, what do you think about? What do you think about that situation? And do you feel? Why do you feel like they were so willing to be the people that quest
Remix it, bro. Because you trying to say Buffalo Soldiers were slave catchers. That's not true.
Are you sure?
Buffalo Soldiers were used in fucking the Civil War, bro. Not as slave catchers, cuz.
No, not slave catchers, but they quelled rebellion. No, slave catcher. That's a police officer. No, I'm saying when it comes to actually
that was the point you made earlier, right? That's why I said no.
Yeah, but when they were beefing, they went to war with. I don't really think that's a slave catcher, bro. I think that's an actual war. That was
in the Civil War
rebellion. So, huh?
It was in the Civil War, isn't it? The Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
I dread like Rasta.
But apparently they were actually.
Hey, shout out bus drivers link up though, man. You know.
Let me have a look at that.
Let's get Mrs. Really a nice dress for that one there still. Hey, you know what? Hey, listen, yeah, you see bus drivers, bus drivers up there. It's one yardie dude that puts on a rave, yeah. Big him up still, man. My brethren still. Brave still.
Yeah,
and I pay for. I don't even ask for guest lists. Yeah, how about that? I support the cause. I don't even ask for a fucking guest list. I buy a ticket. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, and then he give me a ticket for my missus as well. Yeah, man supports the cause. They never ask him for a guest. Anyway, yeah. Like, fucking every time he puts on a rave, you gotta wear like suited and booted, innit? Like, you know, like it's a black tie. Like a ball. Yeah, like a ball event. So yeah, man. So bus drivers link up. Yeah, is a fucking G. So big him up, man. And he always has the latest, newest artist, whoever's going viral lately. Like that Jazzy T dude. I'll tell you what, let me show you who Jazzy T is. Yeah. See if I can find him. Momento, por favor. Boy. Bros.
I'm gonna come back with the info, man. Really interesting information.
Yeah.
I think what you?
How you mean?
What's happening, Ghost?
Your pum pum bring life. Your tight pum pum bring life. Your pum pum bring life. Cock up now. Your pum pum bring life.
Me problem one of them. Yeah, me.
Who made this?
I make up me problem one of them.
Who made this?
Hey, it's an Instagram channel called Third World. THERD. Yeah, third as in
Tommy Vance,
Jamaica where I'm saying third. Yeah, and world spelt correctly. Yeah, world. Yeah. So shout out Jazzy T though, man, you know. His show on TikTok's been going viral so much that Third World remixed it with a Peppa Pig. How about that? Yeah.
Wow, bloody hell. Is that Gummy that pig?
TH. Yeah, THERD. Yeah, turd word. Not turd as in English, like fucking turd, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as in turd. Yeah. Like turd
Yeah.
as in TH.
Third.
Yeah, ERD.
Check it out, man.
Yeah, man, that's what you did here. Your pom pom bring life. You're like, bring life.
Come
yeah. How you mean?
Hey, put a sweet to you, bruv. Did you eat sweet?
Veli, I heard somebody say that Danny Tomo was more DFLA than Team Tommy. He's the one that organizes the marches when Team Tommy Robinson is not there. He's not DFLA. He's never been DFLA. That's another guy that these lot was trying to spin now. Like, just
What's that? The
Tommy
Democratic
Robinson.
Football Lads Alliance, yeah?
Yeah. And the DFLA,
Alliance.
they didn't want anything to do with Tommy at one stage. They were telling him not to come to the rallies because you're gonna make us look racist and shit. And obviously, DFLA, they wanted him there, and Danny Tomo was not part of them. Danny Tomo was Tommy's boy, man. That's Tommy's boy, and he's the one that organizes marches more than Tommy does. He does all the work behind it. If you look at the Telford marches, it was organized by him. It was only when he started sleeping with the grooming victims that
He cut out, or was it me?
Yeah, he cut out, man.
Do you reckon it's the same time that OnlyFans came out? Excuse me. You know me. You're like, oh, wait, hold on.
Shit, two people dropped off at the same time.
Hold on. He tripped and slipped, and you know, I don't know, man. I don't trust women, man. I don't trust, especially when these
bring life.
These stars become big, yeah. These stars become huge. And next minute, the guy goes sleeps with that one, this one, and they're all trying to take him to court. Like that's what you know when you become famous.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying anyone.
Hey, party people.
Anyway,
hi, my fellow Islamophobes. I'm back.
Hey, alhamdulillah. Hey, wait, listen. I bet you've missed the messaging. Yeah, I'm a Muslim now. Like according to these man, you know what I'm saying? They're like, Veli might as well take his shahada. Veli might as well take his shahada. Veli's got his imam's ghost. Yeah,
I will call you back to Jesus. I've just been gone too long.
Just call me Veli Spect Fire Bingy. Yeah. Get me? Because call me Vel Spec. Yeah.
Oh my God! Did the Muslims get to you? Who converted my fellow Islamophobe to?
Blame the far right. It's the far right. They've been saying you're Muslim for so long. You might as well sign up to Islam. You're such a fucking Muslim. You're a Muslimic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I took the judge of Shahada. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Shahada,
yeah. I didn't take the Shahada. I took the Shahidi. How you mean? You know. Shahidi.
Oh no!
The Muslims got him. They paid me off.
No. We will wage a holy war and call
What they said? Psycho, Rolex. Yeah, and then I said, okay, what? Rolex? Yeah, all right. Say less, man. Do the Rolex suite. Do the Rolex suite. Yeah, because so yeah, man. I was at Ghost's mosque yesterday, man, in Manchester. He's the Imam, innit? You know what I mean? Imam Ghost, and that. I was at Imam Ghost's mosque in Manchester yesterday. Yeah, doing my salat and all that. You know. Salams with all the Akis, my Manchester Akis and that.
Because I left the G-Block secretary position, that side the Muslims were able to get, to you because the secretary after me was not that good. That's the problem. But I'm back, and we will bring him back to Christ. This is just ridiculous.
Let me know what's on my mind. That's what you can be singing to, boy. Let me know what's on my mind. Tell me how to reach the blind. Lord, give me a sign. Huh? Hey, no, what? Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, I heard someone say Kalam. Hey, Kalam.
Yeah, that's another fellow Islamophobe.
Bro,
we haven't heard for a long time.
Kalam, yeah, he's put his head. He looks funny. He just looks funny. But what today?
No, but he was an Islamophobe because
I think it's today or yesterday.
he was raised in Islam.
I was
some
watching
of his family are Muslim.
Like I was watching his title, and his title said, I think he said Jesus Christ was a Muslim. Debate me. Have you seen that? Yeah. Was Jesus Christ? Could he have been possibly even?
Is he streaming again? No, because like big up to Islam, even though he used to kick me off the show, but he had it bad because some of his family are actually Muslim. My family ain't Muslim, innit? So I can say what the fuck I want, but he's got Muslim family members. That's what, and you know, he used to go to that Quran school, innit? That's why he was so against it. He actually had to live it as a child.
Who, Jesus? Which one? Jesus?
Kalam.
Oh, okay.
Kalam. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he's like that, and he all with racism from the Muslims.
Kalam's a G, bro, and he's not afraid to. Wait, hold on. Kalam's not afraid to speak out about against Islam or whatever.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying, fella. Because when he was a child, some of his family are Muslim, so he had to put up with racism from some of the Muslims, and put up with the when they say in Islam there's no racism, but there clearly is. That's why he was so against Islam, because he had to put up with double standards.
I get the point.
Yeah, that's why he had to put up with the double standards. He taught me a lot about Islam, though. He taught me a lot, Kalam.
You know when you look at Islam, yeah, and this. Sorry, Betty. Go on, have you finished, darling?
No, yeah, go carry on.
You know when I used to have a lot of conversations with Maku about I can't remember now. What were you just talking about, Betty? So I kind of.
We're talking about Islam and Kalam and like growing up as. He used to go to Quran school, and we're talking about why he was so against Islam because of the racism he experienced in the Ummah, because some of his family are Muslim.
Wait, hey, look at what they're writing in the chat. Because the Prophet of Islam was a white slave trader, yeah, but it's like, oh, so that's why you're against Islam, yeah? So you're not against any of the Christians that were white slave traders just because the Prophet of Islam was a white. This is mad still. I'm like, the hypocrisy, double standards, double talk, and different levels of expectations for different people is mad.
Madness. Madness on the streets of youth.
See, he was a slave. Well, that's what put me. I used to respect Islam and the Muslims until I started reading about Muhammad. When those ex-Muslims and the Bob guy,
yeah, but you've been Bay. How can you talk about morality when you've been mocking everybody that dies? Look what you did to Isa. No. When Isa died, she started mocking him. She's talking about morality here, and I'm just making a point about morality. Where's her morality when she was making videos on people's dead children? What happened to your morality then that you want to come in from a moral standpoint? But
so
then
you want to compare mocking the dead to actually owning slaves?
You have the worst record on here. No, you have the worst record when it comes to morality. So why do you think it's okay
to mock? Speak one at a time. Wait. One at a time, yeah. You're both gonna get.
Betty, why do you think it's okay to mock people's dead children?
I never mocked dead people's dead children.
You didn't. You did a whole show on Lady D. Then your mate Gumi did a show on your show, and she was getting donations from people while she were mocking someone's dead son.
First and foremost, I never mocked Ruth's child. One,
you didn't.
And also, I'm free to do what I want on my own channel. I'm not accountable to you or anybody. That's my channel.
No, but you've done it,
Wait, hold on. When we're giving our descriptions as well,
and her story,
Betty,
that's
listen,
what I did.
When we're giving descriptions, can we please use their YouTube names or whatever? Fuck up. that
don't
trying to stay
use
away from the
the
doctrine
name,
and all
man.
that stuff. Let's just do the YouTube names and all that. And obviously,
Okay then.
I was definitely against that video and any of the actions taken at that time there, innit? I was on the opposing side of that still. So. But I'm letting you have the conversation, innit? I'm just sort of being a moderator.
Thank you, fella. Okay then, so this
So
lady.
you wasn't mocking it when it wasn't here. What were you doing then? What were you doing then?
First and
No,
foremost.
what were you doing?
Coach, let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Alright.
Then you go next. Then you go next.
Like when Lady D has mocked my child, I'm more than
Which
likely
child? You
to
don't have
mock
a child.
hers, yeah. And secondly,
Hey,
you had
Ghost,
an
let her
iPhone.
finish and then wait, Ghost. Sorry, you got. Let her
She had an iPhone, not a child.
Let me finish.
She had an iPhone, a phone.
Ghost.
Alright,
Let her finish and then
Belly,
make
go
all
on.
your points without being cut.
Okay, alright, cool. Go on, Betty. Sorry. Go on, Betty.
First and foremost, when Lady mocks my child, when she mocks me, when she threatens to come from London to Manchester to unalive me, I'm going to expose who she is and her story about her child. Don't think you can mock me and my children and my family and then later on think I'm not going to expose your story on my own channel. End of. Practice what you preach.
Child. Betty, you don't have a child. That was an app on your phone. That's not your child.
That's not true.
That's an app.
Prove I don't have a child. Prove it.
That was
exactly. You can't prove it because it's not true. Now,
you know that was
an app on the phone, like what I do on my channel, can I suggest that you don't watch it? Because nobody's putting a gun to your head to come onto my channel.
Yeah, Ghost. I think it's better to return it back to the Prophet Muhammad. You know what I mean? Explain about the Prophet Muhammad and like what the qualities and you know what I'm saying and that. Instead of going down this way,
no, but
man.
I don't come on here talking about religion. I don't really come on here promoting religion or talking about religion. I come on here just to have normal discussions.
Yeah, I understand that. I know that you're not like.
No, but it defeats the objective. 1 minute I'm arguing. No, I find it hypocritical that 1 minute I'm arguing with people, next minute I'm talking about religion and being all pious. I don't do that.
Yeah, I understand that, but you'd be more better to kind of do it that way.
We have got religion. We have got religious channels. If you want to know that stuff, I can guide you to.
Let him decide what he wants to speak about, innit? Let him decide the direction he wants to take it. So, good advice, though, still. But let him decide what direction he wants to take it. Still, and, wait, hold on a second. Betty, I did hear you say something.
Guys,
wait, bro, hold on, man. One sec. I heard you say that lady was mocking your child or whatever. Innit?
And mocking me and threatening me because I've known this lady for very. Can you let me finish? So
I didn't say anything. Go on.
Yes, so I don't owe
you up,
nothing.
let her finish, and then you go.
I don't owe Lady D anything.
I think an apology is suffice if you just apologize.
Yeah, no, you know what though, Betty, I can't remember Lady D making videos about trying to mock your children and all them, so I can't actually even remember.
She's lying, man.
We're literally making videos because Lady D really mainly jumps on people's panels. Wait, hold on, Lady D mainly will jump on say someone like my panel.
You don't remember the beef that me and Lady D had when Respect was about? Because we're talking 2016. That's how long.
Oh my God! You made this about last year, man. A year and a half ago, when you were playing that app on your phone with that crying baby.
At the end of the day, like I said, this is what I keep on saying, and this is why I like Jupiter and Wendy, because the difference between Jupiter and Wendy.
They're racist, yeah.
Can you let me finish? The difference between them, me and them can have a whole beef. I go and call the police on Jupiter because of what she said, but she's not.
Why did you call her? What did she say? What did she say?
Go.
Can you give it context? Can she give it context? What did she say that she called police on her?
Like I said.
Hold on.
I think it's a valid question.
No, but let her finish though, bro, and then we can.
All right, go on. Then I'll ask you after.
We're getting bits in every time we start to go in a direction. We start to. Do you know what I'm saying? That because
all right. Okay, cool.
Like, I think it's quite obvious that me and let's say just me and Jupiter had our beef. I didn't call the police on Jupiter because me and her were best friends. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, we both apologise to each other as grown women, and we put it aside because we've got a life. We don't hold on to grudges as Christians. We move on. But the problem here,
that's not fair, man.
here is the people that think they can insult me and threaten me and mock me and my family. When they get that medicine back, they don't like it. And they want to play the victim.
All right, Betty, you've gone on now. Betty, you've gone on now. You've gone on.
And
all right, Betty, why did you call the police on Gummy?
Ghost. It's nothing to do with you. That's between me and Jupiter.
No, you mentioned it. You mentioned it in a conversation, so I can't ask you. No, but why did you call the police? Why did you feel the need to call the police on her?
I don't have to answer you.
See that? So when you're trying to have a conversation, you're the one that's talking about Jupiter. You calling the police on her?
Between the argument that you and Lady D just had, yeah, in my opinion, I still think that you was in the wrong for making that video and saying the stuff that you were saying about the child and all that sort of stuff.
What I say on my channel, I'm responsible, am I not?
Yeah.
And I believe I'm in the right. And I don't.
Okay, but why did you call the police on Jupiter? Like, it's a simple question, Betty.
It does not matter. It is over and
it does matter. You mentioned it in the conversation that you called the police on her, and I'm just exploring that.
It don't matter. Move on.
It does matter. It matters.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Muslim,
a lot of the
why
chat,
are you as a Muslim trying to get involved in
this is all played out.
fight? We're not fighting.
It wasn't a religious argument you had with her, was it? It was a racial argument, wasn't it? It was a racial argument. It wasn't a religious argument that you had with her. It was racial.
Why are you trying to get involved? It's not your business.
You mentioned it in a conversation with me, so I'm asking you to elaborate.
No. And I'm telling you, it's not your business. You're not getting.
No, it is business because this happened, and now you're trying to cover.
When
the truth,
when there's no racists around, when there's no racists or white people around, there's always an Asian man there to try and shit on and oppress black people to appease that white person. I don't care what you want to say about that, Ghost, but you seem like one of them typical guys that do that.
What?
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Mixed up, man. God damn.
No, don't get me confused with the pigeon, man. That was the pigeon that used to. But I'm asking a question here. I'm asking a valid question, and I would like her to answer. No, I'm asking a question, bro.
Let me finish this guy. Do you understand that regardless of what I think of Jupiter or some of the things she might have said, she is married to a Nigerian and she's giving birth to Nigerian children, and she
that's fair enough.
My community.
That's fair enough.
She will always be part of my community. So until
but why did you call the police on her? I'm asking not what your relationship with her is. I'm not asking your relationship status. I'm asking you why you felt the need to call the police on her. And I know why you did it. I just want to hear it from you.
1 minute. Until you marry a Nigerian and have Nigerian children, you're never going to get an answer. That is why Jupiter.
Yeah, but you've got an app. You've got an app on your phone that you're making.
Community. Anything
no, that's not the answer. The answer was simple. Why did you feel to call on it? I know what it was, Betty. So why are you trying to play these games? Why are you trying to play these games? You're playing these games, Betty. You're just playing games. You know the answer.
You don't understand.
You know the answer, Betty. You're just ignoring it. You know why you call the police on her.
Because you're on
no. You know why you call the police on her, Betty. We know it.
We know. And you trying to cause beef in the Nigerian community. That's what you're trying to do.
She's not Nigerian. She's not Nigerian. She's proud English.
First and foremost, she can be a Nigerian because she's married to a Nigerian citizen. Jupiter can run down to the Nigerian.
No, but he's said he's not Nigerian no more. He's British now. He's not Nigerian. But the thing is,
She is part of the Nigerian community. Her children
Yeah,
are
but
Nigerian.
why did you
I
call
don't care
police
about
on
the
that? That
rest of
still
it.
doesn't
I
change the
don't
fact.
care.
Why did you call
It's
the
not your
police?
business. Mind your
I
business
think
and move on.
I
You're
think
not
your
feeding
silence says
off
it all. I'll allow you. I'll
negativity.
allow you
You're
today,
not
Betty.
feeding off
I think your
negativity, so
silence
move
says it
on.
all. I think you, because you're not answering, I think we've got the answer. You called her because of racism. Don't not here.
Well, I think you're right. I think you're so right, King Gold. You got this Asian guy coming on trying to cause the division in the black community. Like, I don't, and this is what I mean about feelings. Fuck your feelings. If you never had my number to ring me, yeah, you never chilled with Betty. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You're an associate. Whatever happened between me, Jupiter, and Wendy is in the past because we're all grown women with our own families and our own life. Leave it alone. They've been big enough to apologize. I've apologized to them. Leave it alone. I'm not trying to go back down to stupidness.
But Betty, why would Lady D owe you an apology?
I've told you.
You done a video about her. You.
I've told her the facts, yeah, and she was mocking me for years. I'm my child. I don't have to come and bring back every single video that I've been beefing with what you call it, Lady D. But I do actually have the videos from Raspet's channel. But it doesn't matter. I don't owe her an apology. You may think I owe her an apology.
Wait, hold on. In that time, though, since that time, you lot had patched things up since you had arguments on Raspet's channel.
We're not friends.
And you had spoke on Nine Ethan's channel and all that before that.
I'm not her friend. I've never been her friend. She has never had my number.
Never said that you lot were friends. I said that you lot was on speaking terms since you had a Raspet argument.
I understand. Just because I'm civil with someone, I'm an adult. I can be civil with anyone. I can be civil with a racist. I can be civil with an arm robber. I can be civil because I'm an adult. It does not make me your friend. So if I don't class you as a friend,
I'm not making that as a point though. That you lot are friends.
Yeah, but you are, because you're trying to say that somehow I owe her something and I don't owe her something.
Well. All right, Carmen, let's move on to something else.
Lady D, I've told that woman, Lady D, and she knows it anyway. I can't pull up all the videos of you insulting me, threatening me, and all this other bullshit that you used to do, the way you used to run your mouth. But one of the reasons why I exposed her is because of the little bullshit that she said. But now I expose her, I don't hear from that bitch anymore. I don't hear her running her mouth no more, because she was running her mouth because she thought her real name would never get out. But now her real name's out and her story's out. She ain't got much to say.
That's not true, man. That's not true. Like myself, most of the people in Speaker's Corner already knew our names because everyone introduced themselves as their real names in Speaker's Corner. First of all, that's why people know anyone's name or whatever. Because we told people in Speaker's Corner in the first times, originally.
Well,
that's how anyone even knows our name.
Why can't if everybody knows?
Yeah, it's for the YouTube, innit, man?
Why did you stop me from saying her real name?
Because for the YouTube thing, and everyone does this doxing shit on purpose, like you're doing right now. You're only calling her by a government name because you're pissed off or whatever. Just like something like what other people do on this YouTube thing. When they're pissed off with someone, they're going to call them by their government name. And when they're not, they're going to call them by their YouTube name. So you just stick to YouTube names for YouTube and government names for government, innit?
What I was suggesting...
You know what it is, yeah? Betty, we've all had our... Sorry, darling. We've all had our moments, yeah?
No, what I was suggesting is let me and Lady D and let the ladies with the handbags throw handbags. Don't get involved because you've only got a wallet. Us ladies, we've got a handbag, yeah. Because you weren't there. You clearly weren't there when me and her have been fighting, yeah? And I don't expect. There's no way you could have been there with all the streams that Raspet used to do. But we're not friends, and we never have been friends. We might have been friendly on here as talking, but that's not a friendship.
Right, that's the point I was making. That everyone was on talking terms before, since the Raspet thing had happened, or whatever. Since the arguments on the Raspet's panel, since then, before the video, the latest video or whatever, you and Lady D was on talking terms before the argument that kicked off, before making this latest video. That was the point that I was making.
Yeah, but this latest video is actually a long time. So it's not really the latest video. It's about a year or so ago. But I am free as an adult to do what I wish on my own channel. And I don't like the way that lady mentions I'm bullying people. I don't like the way she does it.
Disagree with what you do though,
other people,
and have an opinion. Yeah. All right, but listen, I'm going to leave you on the panel to speak for a piece here, because if not, I ain't got a long job in this one. Still, it's a quick one, and then I'll jump back on the panel for a bit. So I've got to drive back down to the south side. Yeah, man. So, yeah, big up the people them on the panel, people in the chat. Slap the like button, man. If you don't slap the like button, then your mum looks like Esau. If you don't slap the like button, your mum looks like Esau and goes, man, when she's having an orgasm. Yeah? How about that? Slap it, man.
The ad-lib of our ad-libs. I still need to hear that. Apparently it's fucking hilarious. Yeah, what did he say? The fake Jamaican against the real Britain. Oh, shit. Okay, no, I shouldn't say it. I just rehashed it. Anyway. I guess
that's so religious, isn't it?
Yeah, like some sort of camaraderie. I don't think he's being malicious, but maybe he might be. He might just trying to make a point, but it's definitely controversial.
You know what? I can't understand though. I think this is a problem though, where people don't understand what true friendship is. Like I know that Wendy and Jupiter both had my number. Nobody else did. I think maybe Valley in the past, but nobody else did. So if you've never had my number, you were just a fucking associate to me. I don't owe you fucking shit. And if you can't handle that, you know, all I'm going to say is when someone shows you who the fuck they are, believe them, innit? Because as far as I'm concerned, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. End of.
You know what? You know, what's the funny thing is that I feel people cut to air their thoughts. And you know, sometimes it gets a little bit emotional. Certain people say certain things, arguments happen. So you know, it's quite interesting that it was hyper focus came on Betty because you know, questionably people can be mentally ill or whatever. I've been a bit depressed. You know, this is no offense, Betty, to you, but it seemed like you was a little bit depressed.
This is another thing. Diagnosing me with mental illness, you know, you don't know what
mental illness
is. Oh, this is another thing, and this is what I mean. You've never met someone, but then you want to diagnose someone with mental illness, and you ain't.
Have you got mental illness though? Have you suffered with mental illness?
No, but even if I had, and this is another thing that annoys me as well. What you're getting from me is who the fuck I am. No fucking mental illness ever changes who the fuck someone is. It is who I am. I say what's on my chest, and I say it with my chest.
Yeah, but you can be schizophrenic though. Yeah, but
if I was
schizophrenia is, it's a behavior. It's a behavior of what you say.
This is what I mean. Accept who I am. Stop coming up with excuses for the way I am. It is who I am.
No, I'm not saying you could be. I'm saying in general.
In real life, you would know that that's how I am. I say shit in my chest.
Yeah, but don't forget Bets.
This is what I mean. It's just an excuse.
I'm not arguing with you.
Mental health card as an excuse. That's what people do when they don't want to accept the person for who they are. If someone presents themselves, how many times have I had an argument with you? And I just accept you for who you are. I don't play games. Because if someone shows me who they are, I believe them. I don't try and say, oh, it might be because they're mentally ill. Oh, they might have had a hard childhood. No, I don't give a fuck. That's who they are. That's who they are. If I don't like them, I'm free to leave and be out there.
It's not a bad thing to say that you've had. It's not weak, you know. It's not bad to say that you've gone through hard times recently.
I've already said that I've gone through hard times. Didn't Naifa come on here and mock me being sexually abused as a child? She just came on last week, was mocking my dead father on here, and then mocking me being abused as a child. So everybody knows that. But that's not
Naifa did that, Sister Betty. Sister Betty, Naifa did that.
Yes, she did. Yeah, and then Belly had to repeat it because that's when I started threatening her. Yeah? Hey, you got an echo.
So, hold on.
Yeah. So, but it's not an excuse to not see who I am. This is who I am. It doesn't matter what I went through as a child. this is who the fuck I am. I will tell you what I think. If you don't like it, you don't like my company, you're free to leave. You know, there's a door, go through it. But I'm not going to, just stop making all these fucking excuses. That's what people do. When someone does something and it's crazy on the street, they go, oh, it's because they were mentally ill. Just accept it. Maybe they didn't give a fuck. Just accept it. Because all these little crybabies, like when me and Jupiter and Wendy were beefing, we didn't come around each other. We just chose to remove ourselves from each other. But what I see with some people is they seem to want to come around and beef with me and then get upset when I tell them to go forth and multiply. I'm like, well, why did you come around me? You're not forced to talk to me. I don't go on to the people's show like Naive. I don't go on their fucking show because I don't like the girl. That's how you deal with people that you don't like. And that's what I'd recommend to anybody. If you've got a beef with anybody and you dislike them intensely, don't be around them.
Right, but you know, like what I've started to realize is that mental health encompasses many different actions, behaviors, and characteristics. But what you say, like so, what you could do is some people, for example, some people don't read the room, and then they'll start talking. And they haven't read the room, and everybody's talking or saying something, or someone talking, and they say, "Oh, excuse me." But they'll do it when someone's having a real serious conversation in the middle of it, and that's because they're quite emotionally led. They might forget what they're saying, or they might get a bit nervous. But usually, that's due to a social.
Yeah, but you have to be qualified if you're gonna diagnose people, man. That's what I mean. You can't just. Something you gotta.
No, I'm giving her an example of what mental health can look like.
No one cares about all this mental health shit now. Forget about it, King.
Well, that's the thing. See, that I'd rather know who I am through other people's eyes and who I am through my eyes, etc. Because then that's when I don't know if that's me. Is that me?
No, it's Kale. Kale's got an echo. Kale's got like a Nigerian African phone back in the day. It's the echo.
but are you stressed out more often than not? If you're feeling more depressed or stressed out, more often than not, I'm saying not you. I'm saying anybody. They could. Is
there anybody that feels like they need to talk to Samaritans? King Gold's number is available if you want to cry on his shoulder and need some mental health. Can you drop your number for anybody that's having a mental health crisis?
I don't think it was as boring as you and Ghost talking about your baby crying in your bubby for the 15th billionth time. I think that was way more interesting. But if that's up to you. He's
a grown man. If he wants to talk about his baby crying, what do you want me to do? I'm not here to control what grown men say. Do you know what I mean? But it's just like, why are you so invested in someone that you've never met? I mean, fucking hell. Surely you have a real life where you've got people that you actually care about and who actually care about you. Because the minute I switch off this computer, you don't exist in my world. And that's why I'm saying don't be so invested in someone that you've never met and probably never going to meet and don't have their number. And another thing is you can't save everybody. And this is another thing that Captain Save-A-Hole, all these Captain Save-A-Holes like, oh, I want to save her. Oh, she's for the streets. Oh, look at Have you ever thought maybe a bitch don't want to be saved? Have you ever thought a bitch don't want to be saved? You can spend your time trying to save somebody and end up drowning because they never wanted to be saved in the first place. Be careful about playing Captain Save-A-Hole because you can lose yourself trying to save somebody that doesn't want to be saved. Anyway, it's a nice picture of you, actually. Nice picture when maybe.
For me?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think my eyes look a bit beady. I wasn't beady eyes on that shit.
No, I think that's a nice picture. It's a nice picture, that.
Thank you, mate. I think I must have been about 25. No, it's a bit
It's
older.
nice
It's about, I
to
think he was
know.
about 32, about 8 years ago, something like that, 7 years ago.
It's
Yeah,
nice
man.
for him.
Thanks. That was the best time of my life. I'm gonna tell you where I was though, man. You know what I mean? It wasn't a strip club.
Biscuit, bro. King Gold, the counselor. Yeah, I mean, like, you know what I
No,
mean?
do you know
What
what?
your qualifications for counselling
Lex,
anyway? And counselling is another buttload of bullshit as well.
It is a bit boring. It's a bit boring. It's a bit like robotic. And like everybody's heard the same cliche things going around. But sometimes what I thought was
If you
mental
ain't got
health.
haters, you ain't doing it right. Like Dupes, you know that, innit? Wendy, like you say, if you ain't got haters, you're not doing it right. Yeah, I've got to have a
Yeah, man. I think you what? Do you reckon you? Okay, have you ever had a? Yeah, I think you've had quite a civilized conversation with. Who is it? Jupiter. Jupiter's cool, man. You know, but I can't because I like her. I can't be dishonest with things that I've heard or I feel like she said. I do like her. I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah, I like Jupiter. I think Jupiter's very
right,
intelligent and stuff. But like me and like lots of people, she gets drawn out if people keep banging on. And when people start trying to come between her and her husband, it's kind of like fucking. You know what? I respect a married woman. If you're married to somebody, I don't get involved in a married woman's business. I don't go around chasing next woman's husband. I don't care what I think of the woman. You don't do that. And I think some women on here that don't have a husband spend too much time chasing Jupiter's husband. And I suggest that they go.
Are you
serious? Go get your own husband.
Betty,
Don't
tell me they're not. Betty,
are
they trying to get a slice of the Hector?
No, I'm just saying, like, don't go around chasing Hector. Oh, Babs is backstage. Veli, Babs is backstage. You'd like to come on? Veli, you there? Babs wants to come on. Anyway,
I don't know who's scared of this woman, but I would. I'm not fucking with her.
Let's actually.
Babs is cool, man.
Yeah, big up. Big up. She's thing is wing girl. Wing lady, co-pilot, Jupiter's co-pilot. But anyway, let's go. Forget the fucking personals. It's irrelevant. And I want to answer the topic of the day: is Tommy Robinson being treated unfairly by the government and broken his human rights?
Just before you answer that, can you just think about what you're going to say? And I'm going to reply to Gurdeep. I would like to join the Black Defense League. If there's a Black Defense League going, I'm there. A mixed race, El Kingo Gold Defense League, I am there. But anything to do with gold, gold.
So to the mod that timed me out for nothing, you're a fucking wanker. Yeah?
Oops, I'm not going to stay long, so let me just get my 1 second out quickly.
Oh, it's Baz. Oh, I thought it was Bab.
Yes, not Babs. Baz.
I was getting confused.
Fucking hell.
I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic.
Well, this is why I came up anyway, because another thing that you're getting confused about, and I don't know why, but it's starting to like really annoy me. And I'm sorry, like I'm not annoyed with anyone personally, like it's not a personal issue, but I just want people to correct their speech when it comes to this. People keep saying mental health, or they've got mental health. If your brain works, you've got mental health. If you're alive, you've got mental health. If you've got mental health problems, that's a different thing. So you need to say mental health problems or mental health issues.
Okay, yeah. I get it. Be specific.
That's all. Okay. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be like rude and snappy about it, but me as someone who's gone through mental health problems, that I don't see why just shouting mental health at anyone is conducive to anything. Okay, that's all.
I think that was a good point, Baz. Right. I think that was a good point. I think he,
he's actually right. I think I did say mental health, or like I think people caught the gist of what I was trying to like.
He does actually, Motion. That ain't even a joke.
Yeah, that's his African queen, though, isn't it? That's it. People just need to accept that people of color, white people, are having children together and they're married, isn't it? That's just how it is. And yeah, there are some white people in fucking Africa. I don't know how you think all these Africans learned to speak English if there was never no white folk in Africa. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what people. I think a lot of these people don't actually go to Africa.
Or you should
don't go to Nigeria.
I actually loved it. I actually loved it in Nigeria.
I can't believe it. When
Wait,
you know, like
you
that
should turn your name.
respect.
You should turn your name to Thames.
Is that a fur coat you've got on?
Huh?
No.
You should
It's got a fur trim. It's not a full fur coat.
I tell you what, you're the sexiest African queen I've
Fake
ever seen.
faux fur.
You should turn your name to TEMs, Dukes.
I have got a fur coat, but hold on, sorry,
the thing is,
I have got a fur
systematic.
coat, but you can't wear them these days because people lynch them.
Systematic.
don't
The
they?
thing is, everyone's mixing, right? Okay, fair enough. It is what it is. But when there's racism with the mixing, I mean, Jupiter and that, like the things that I've heard today, I didn't even know that she was saying them things.
What didn't you know I was saying?
I didn't know that you took it upon yourself to go and say the N word to Sniper. I had no idea. Like, you took it upon yourself. I had no idea you were like that.
Yeah, I
to be
took
fair.
it upon myself, and I'm going to be truthful here, 100%. If you was to
Okay,
call my
so-
husband an M-word in my presence, my temper might get the better of me over protecting him, and I might call you it.
Yeah, but you weren't protecting him by that, though.
Yeah, I was. So you don't even know
How?
what it was over then, do you?
Yeah, but how was you protecting him by saying the N word? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it does
Don't
to
you
me.
understand?
It does
Nah,
to
it
me.
doesn't, because
When you're on panels,
go on.
and all you've
Yeah.
got is the verbal word to actually get back at someone, and everybody
Right.
knows that I would reverse the insults back on people, and that's what
How
I did to
don't-
Maku.
Well,
And Maku
remember
was
this.
smart enough to work
Yeah.
out that that's probably what I would do, and he baited me, and he's admitted that he baited me. He's admitted that
Yeah,
he
but
did that.
How's
So I
that
don't know. I
smart,
don't
though?
know. I
How
don't know
is
what
that-
it
but how's
is
that
that you
smart,
think you're
though?
proving,
How is it
because it is what it
proving?
is. It was done. Yeah. I apologise to the wider black community on the day that I did it, right? Which I do believe would include you, unless you want to go down your mixed race route like some of your friends do, and then maybe exclude yourself. Otherwise, can you shut your racist mouth up?
No, I won't, because you
Well, then
fall
keep
into
your
the trap all
opinion
the
and
time.
stick it where the sun don't shine, son,
You
man.
fall into young man. You're only probably about 5 or something. But the point of the matter is that you're a blatant racist. And the fact that you said that,
yeah,
the fact
pot
that
calling
you said
kettle
that,
black,
the
isn't it?
fact
Pot
that
calling
you
kettle
said
black.
that to
Pot
Sniper,
calling kettle black. Pot calling
and
kettle black.
you've got like biracial kids, as what you like to call
Oh,
it, and
shut
you
up.
think it's all right. That doesn't make any
Shut
sense.
up. It goes over
It
my
doesn't
head
make any
now,
sense.
cow. I'm not
But
interested in your race
doesn't make any
baiting.
sense, though, does
I
it?
couldn't
It
care
doesn't make any
less.
sense,
And
doesn't
by
it?
the way,
It doesn't make
Garvey's
any sense.
son
does
married
it?
a white woman. Now what you going to say?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you, your hero.
Oh my.
What hero's that?
Yeah, the heroes you go on about.
I didn't hear what you said.
All
What
this
hero's that?
Garveyitism and all the rest of the bullshit. Racism
No,
is so
no,
fucking yesterday, mate. It's
Garvey
so
didn't marry no
fucking
white woman.
yesterday, mate.
So then what? So then why is racism still about? Why is it still about? Hmm? Why is it still about?
Yo, can I just say something?
Why is it still about?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you.
On Bun IDF.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if Hector was the way he is, and he had a woman like Thames, you know, the singer Thames, people would be more jealous of him. The fact that he's going out with someone like Thames than if he was going out with Jupiter. I'm not saying you're jealous, but I feel like people try and get on to her because she is white and she's got something to say and she's with a black man. That's one of the things why she's caught a lot of flack, because they're like, you're with a black man, how can you say this? I gotta do, if she was with like someone like Thames, I mean he was, that guy would be getting even more hurt.
Jupiter gets it. Jupiter gets it because she's no different than the rest of the European women. They get brave because they're with a black man.
Not all
They
white
think
people
they can start. They think they can start talking about a
Only
struggle,
racists believe that.
thinking about a struggle, and then saying very
Plenty of
bad
people
words.
out there that would
What is
white
that?
who would tell you
So
they're not the same as me.
if Sister Naifa or Lady D or the rest of them are putting you in a place for that, then I applaud that, because at the end of the day, Jupiter says that she's liberal and not racist, right?
But Kale,
That's the contradiction. She's saying she's not racist. That's the
She is
problem.
Can I
racist.
just say something in some defense? Look, whatever Jupiter has said in relation to the black people, Uncle Hector in the past has come on and verbally
Uncle, you're the
abused black
same age as
people.
him.
Yeah.
Uncle.
No,
You're
I'm
the
not the
same age as
him.
Hector.
Oh,
Yes, you
this
are.
fucking Turk, man. Shut up, will you?
No, she's not. She's
Why is
about
everyone
10
calling
she's
him Uncle
about
Hector
10
like he's some
years.
old man?
He's
Yeah,
about
like,
10 years
maybe because you don't
younger.
Yeah,
understand
but
Nigerian culture.
I'm about the
God,
same. But
how
I'm
do
about
you
the same age as
understand
Hector. You
Nigerian
can't. You
culture?
don't call
Do
me
you
Uncle.
understand Nigerian
Wait,
culture, God? Do you
you don't call me
understand if
Uncle
someone is
Turk.
my senior, I call them uncle, and
All
he's
right,
a
fair enough. Fair
Nigerian,
enough.
but I'm
Yeah, it's a
always going to call him
Nigerian
my
thing.
uncle.
It's a
All right,
Nigerian
all
show
right,
of
all right,
respect.
all right, all right. I forgot you was younger than you look.
So like I said, look, like Kale, I think
Yeah.
this is the issue that I find with a lot of black men. They don't hold other black men accountable. A lot of what Jupiter says is because Uncle Hector's told her to say it. I've seen
No, it's
Hector. I've
not.
listened to Hector
That's not true.
tell. I've seen Hector tell Jupiter, say this, black this. So why
But
don't you
why is
hold
it?
Hector accountable instead of Jupiter? Is it
No,
because
but
he's
on
a
that
black man and
particular
you don't want
thing,
to hold a
Nah,
black man
no. On
accountable?
that
nah,
particular
Sister
thing, he
Betty,
never said that.
Jupiter has to be held accountable for what she says, man. And she makes it worse for herself anyway. For me, I'm not surprised.
No,
You know,
black
my
men have
son,
to be held
I was
accountable
raised, I
for
know
what
that
they say to other black people.
all
And if
Europeans,
they
I know they
make
can't help it.
racism,
Yeah.
this is why black people are in so much trouble, because black men don't hold other black men accountable and they just spend their time blaming white folk. That's what they do.
We do
That's what
hold
black men do.
accountable,
Black men have
Sister
been oppressing
Betty.
other black
We
people
do
in
do that.
Africa and the Caribbean. Black man won't
We
say
do
anything.
do that.
He'll say the white
But
man is a slave
but
owner. As
Betty,
long
can you
as they
be
don't
fair
have to
and
tell
just
other black
accept?
I'm
men
responsible. To be
accountable.
fair, Betty, to be fair, I'm responsible for what I say.
No, but
Betty,
you
can you
also
be fair and just
But
accept that it's
the thing is,
subjective?
these
It's a
lot don't know the
subjective
difference
thing.
because they make me responsible for what Hector says, and they make me
Yeah.
responsible for what I say. So
Yeah.
these
Because you
people,
co-sign
these
it.
people
You
are
co-sign what Hector
these
says.
people are
You do, yeah.
disingenuous anyway.
You
You're
co-sign what Hector
disingenuous.
says, Jukes.
Why would you co-sign what your husband says and he's going to put your community and highlight that rate? That doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. You're back to front, and I don't even disrespect you personally.
So
And that
what
I'm
do
not
I
like that anyway.
co-sign, Cal?
And I'm not even like that. I will never talk
Him
about your
praying
kids.
for child abuse.
Cal,
Hector praying for
Cal, what
child
do I
abuse. You co-sign
co-sign?
that.
Calm
I'm,
down.
I'm,
People having a
I'm, I'm,
conversation. Fucking.
I'm politically correct. I don't need to disrespect you personally or anything like that. I don't know you like that, but politically, I will attack you on that. And I believe your people cannot help but saying
But see, this is where you go wrong. You say you believe my people, so my people are all white people, and not all white people are the same as me.
No,
And not all black people are the same.
Yeah, exactly.
People use the correct terms. Son and nice. Come on, Jupiter. Use the correct terms. That's how Kale refers to people. Son and nice.
I
Jukes
don't think
is the
Hector.
minority.
I don't think Hector would
Jukes is in the
condone.
minority of white women.
I don't think
That's
Hector would condone
that's
it.
debatable.
Can you shut up,
I
you
am in a
stupid
minority
heads?
for being married to a Nigerian. Yes.
I don't think
No,
anyone
you
would
are in the
condone what
minority for
Jupiter
your
done, yeah?
views.
To a black
But
man.
obviously, being his wife, he was to cut for her
To a
still.
black man
He was
because
to cut for his
there's
wife.
other
Don't mean he's
people that are in
condoning what she
interracial
done.
relationships and they don't get that as much heat as Jupiter and Hector. I get the feeling that there's some people that are in interracial relationships that are jealous of Jupiter and Hector because they kept it going for more than 20 years.
Jealous?
Yeah, they are.
Where do you get these opinions from?
He's
Just
a
making
tiny,
it up.
he's a tiny, ugly
I've never
child
heard
abuse
anyone jealous of their relationship.
praying
That's
idiot.
nonsense.
Who's going to be jealous of him?
Jealous of
I
what? People being
do
happy.
think.
Why are you jealous of people being happy?
I do think,
Don't
Khan,
make
that
sense.
people can be jealous of people, regardless of their looks. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter what
obviously.
someone. It doesn't.
I'm not saying
It doesn't
anything.
make.
I'm
It
not saying
doesn't
anything
mean you
about
want to
looks.
be with a person, but you can be jealous that you failed at your relationship.
What you mean? They're bitter?
Yeah, some people can be bitter about
But
that.
you're
Yeah.
bitter, Khan. You've
No,
got
shut up. You
children
ain't even
with the English
tasted
white
me.
woman.
You ain't
Khan,
even
you
had
have
a
children with
taste, but
English
you're
white
bitter.
women,
Get out
and
of
you
it.
spend your time attacking white women. But you're
Look, at
being
the end of the
pussy
day,
to
I'm
English
with
white woman.
IC3. When IC3
Khan,
said
is
any
your
mixed
baby mother a white
relationships,
English
hold
woman?
on. And IC3 said, to quote him, right? Any mixed relationship with a white woman in a white supremacist environment is regarded as grape.
Yeah, he
I
did
agree with
say
him.
that. Yeah,
I
he
agree with
did.
him.
Well, that makes you a bit weird.
I found out after. You know, when IC3 said it, the penny dropped, and I was like, Fucking hell. No wonder these white women feel so free to have children with any colour man they want. Because they know one phone call to the old Bill, you're getting banged up, you're never seeing your kids again.
Why would you do that to someone you love?
Because, like you said, people get bitter. A woman can love you and hate you. 1 minute, 1 minute. Who am I speaking to here? A woman can love you and hate you at the same time, let's be honest.
Yeah, but not all women. Not all
I'm
women
saying
are
a
like
woman can
that.
love you and hate you at the
So
same
calm.
time.
So
The
calm.
first time you meet
When
your
I
wife
split
is
up,
when you
when I
divorce
split up
her.
with my first husband, I let him have the house,
Oh,
the
that was a
car, the
part. Chrissy, that
savings.
was a good one,
I let him
Chrissy.
have the
It's
house,
good,
the
isn't it?
car, the savings, and 50% of the custody.
We can't
So
trust what you say, Dupes. You've admitted to being a bullshitter. We can't trust a word you say, mate.
Chrissy,
yeah.
leave it out, son.
It's true, though.
I think this man needs to stop going on like he's a paragon of virtue. We've all heard how you were
I'm
with your
more of a
social worker.
paragon of virtue than you.
What was the text
Easily.
messages
I don't
between
think
you and your daughter
Jupiter's
that were
ever claimed to
inappropriate?
be a paragon of
Are we
virtue.
going personal now?
Well,
What
you went
did
personal.
what did your
Oh,
son
he
go
loves
to
it. He
Belmarsh
loves it,
for?
mate. He
You
loves
went
it.
personal.
What did
There's
your son
absolutely
go
no
to
proof.
Belmarsh for?
There's no proof that my
Whatever. That's
child
his
went to
business.
Belmarsh.
Your
None
best
at all.
friend said it happened. Why would she lie? Or are
Who
you calling her a
She's
liar?
not my
cares?
best friend. Wendy is somebody online. That's not a best friend. I don't know her in the real world.
You don't know anyone in the real
Chrissy,
world because you're
way
always on
exaggerating.
YouTube with
Chrissy,
your
Well, that's
YouTube
not
addiction.
Chrissy, I beg
true
you don't ruin
either.
the conversation, Chrissy.
Sorry?
I beg you don't
Your
ruin the
obsession with
conversation.
Jupiter is as bad as ghosts.
I
Yeah?
haven't got an obsession with Jupiter.
Yeah,
You're
you
a fat
have.
Sasquatch.
Bang out of
Well,
order.
yeah, you've got an obsession.
You're
It's
a
weird.
fat Sasquatch.
It's
Why would I
weird.
be
You're
obsessed
creepy.
with you?
Oh, stop fat
Inappropriate
shaming.
text messages with
You
your
know
own
what, though,
daughter.
Yeah, I
Your
know.
social
you
worker
know what
said.
women a lot, though.
It's
I've noticed
creepy.
Sorry?
you're quite aggressive to
Dupes,
women.
you actually done me a
All
favour
women.
by playing that, and I never put that out on my social media ever. That's come
Well,
from
you
a
did. It's on
private.
BitChute.
That's
Well, it's
come
on
from a
BitChute, mate.
private
It's
family
on
court hearing.
BitChute. It's on BitChute.
Can
Okay,
we
but
get
you
back to
played
this
it.
Tommy Roberts
And
You
that
played
wasn't
it.
situation,
from a
guys?
private court hearing.
It
It's a
was.
telephone
How
call. You
would
say
you
it's a
know?
Jupiter,
telephone
why are you
call.
That was
entertaining this guy? He said
used.
the same things
That
to you
was
every time he
used
jumps on.
in
Yeah,
a
which is
family
annoying.
court scenario.
Let me check
Anyway,
this
That's
out.
how it
Chrissy, we're not here
comes.
for the personals.
Yes, personals
It's
are
just
I didn't
boring.
boring,
start the
man.
Go and
personals.
argue with some
Yeah,
fucking
but you
someone
was
that
dying.
you
You was
know.
itching for it. You was
Yeah, why do you
itching.
argue with someone you
How
actually
was
know?
I itching for it? I sat
Because you
here
egged
very
her
fucking
on.
patiently and
You goaded
quietly.
her into saying it, same
You're
like
Why are
Maku
you
did.
sticking up for the racist?
Because you goaded her, same as Maku did.
How did I goad her?
Brother, that happened 2 minutes ago and we were all here
Bro, okay, so how did I goad her?
by saying things.
What? What did I say?
You said things that are
No.
provocative.
Exactly. Exactly.
Provocative things you said.
It's
my mic.
look.
It's my mic keeping moving.
It's so bad.
Can we not have a conversation for fuck's sake? You're wasting my battery, Chrissy.
You're wasting
Oh,
everybody's
you're wasting everyone's battery, Khan.
Hey,
I
Chris,
don't
Chris,
know.
yo, I'm just gonna say this,
Lord,
Chris,
I will
my
rescue
brother.
you. I
You
will
look like
rescue
you're
you.
helpless.
I will
can't hear
rescue
you.
You're a woman. Do you know what?
I will rescue you.
You know, and I'm
Sorry,
talking,
say again.
You're bullying. You're bullying a woman, and you've been
Who?
here for 10, 20 minutes bullying.
Who's bullying a woman?
Are you okay? Yeah, you
Who's bullying a woman?
to me.
No, I'm bullying a racist. I'm bullying a racist.
No, you're not fucking bullying. You
He's
can't bully me.
I am fucking bullying a racist. She is a racist.
Suck your mouth.
An unashamed
Don't
racist.
care, but don't be following women around.
Oh, you don't care that she's
Be a man.
racist?
Be a fucking man.
I am a
Be a
fucking man.
Be a
I'm a
man.
fucking man. I'm a
You're
man.
a sucker. You're a sucker.
Oh, I'm a sucker. You're a cuck. Why are you cucking for a racist?
Did you have a really hard childhood, Chrissy? Because you're very combative.
No, I had a really good childhood, actually.
Because when I
Have you got a child? Have you got a child at all, though, Betty? Because have you got a child at all, Betty?
Unnecessary personals, man.
Have you got a child at all, Betty?
This is like fucking.
Or is it a
this is your
recording
life.
of a screaming
This
kid?
is your life where Eamon Andrews brings up your childhood. It's like that. Like, why do we need to go down memory lane about all the past gossip and bullshit about everyone on the panel?
Who are you talking to, Pam? Who are you talking to, Pam?
Boring. Everyone.
When
I'm talking to everyone.
speaks to any man or woman, he's like he's doing combat. Like as a child, he had to fight for everything. Because
I
when
don't
you
have to
see
fight for anything.
meeting, you were really combative.
You was on this panel the the other day threatening to shoot someone, love. That's never been me, is it?
I'm really combative with them.
Really loves throwing things in people's faces.
Look, Betty, you was threatening to shoot people on this panel
Chrissy,
a few days
you're
ago.
spoiling
I've never done
you're
that.
spoiling the whole show, man.
How am I spoiling the show?
Because you're being disruptive.
How am I being disruptive? I'm defending myself, Khan.
You're disrupting the normal conversation.
Oh, what? When they're attacking me, I'm not allowed to defend myself.
Take it on the chin then, son.
No, I don't need to take it on the fucking chin.
Attacking. This is what I mean.
Why don't you take it on the chin?
You fucking do all the time.
Look, when you want to defend yourself, Khan, I don't get involved.
Right, you come on here to call me racist. We've heard you call me racist.
No, we all know
you
you're
think I'm a
racist.
racist.
We
Right, okay,
all
everybody
know you
thinks
are
I'm a
racist.
racist. Now your point's
We
done.
all
Move
know
on.
you are
So,
racist.
Cal,
It's an
what was it you
opinion,
were
Chrissy.
talking
It's an
about?
opinion.
We all know you
Listen,
are
She could have
racist.
woke up this morning and decided not to be racist. All your arguments would go out the window.
But she doesn't.
But you don't know that.
Oh, you know what?
Well, I do know that because she's still arguing her racist point of view.
She ain't said nothing racist today.
Yeah. She's all right. So, does she still believe in Tommy Robinson being God?
Who
I've
said
never
that? Wendy
believed
said
Tommy
that.
Robinson
Wendy
is
said
God.
that.
Okay, so what do you think of Tommy Robinson then, Jupes?
Wendy and fat, what's his name? Dave said that shit.
I think
No,
that
it's
Tommy Robinson
oh yeah, you've got to talk
talks
about
about
it.
things that are very relevant to what's going on in the UK.
Do you think he's trying to start a race war?
No.
Yes, I do.
I do.
I think
Well,
he's
you
trying
can
to.
have that
I
opinion.
think
That
that
doesn't
people
mean
who
I
believe
have to have it.
can I just
seems
quickly
to
say something? I think that
Go on,
people
Con.
think that a race war is actually going to happen can inadvertently accelerate it, thinking that well,
Yep.
it's going to happen anyway, sort of thing. It don't mean that they
Perpetuate
actively
hate.
believe the fact that they're starting the race war themselves, but actually they are. They're just not aware of it because by believing it, they make it happen.
People that perpetuate hate like Jupiter.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I don't perpetuate hate. I forgive people
Yes, you
a
do.
lot, actually.
You've said that you think there's a civil war happening.
She said it's possibly
I
going to
said
happen.
it's possible that a civil war is going
She
to
said
happen.
that there's a civil war happening. She actually said that. She said
Well,
that to
she-
me.
she
I
has
said
the
I
nerve
believe
to say
it's
it, that's why
already
she said it.
begun on the very low level, yes.
So, why are you scaremongering people?
We're not a united society. Look,
Why are you scaremongering people, Jupiter?
We wouldn't have all these statistics on different colours and different races and
Yeah,
ethnicities.
I agree with that, Betty.
United. Do you know what I mean? So, like,
Why are you scaremongering people, Jupiter?
No, she's not. The
She is. She's telling people there's a civil war happening. That's scaremongering. There will be people out there that will be worried about that shit.
That is actually scaremongering.
That is
That's the
scaremongering.
definition of it. That is actually
She's
the definition
talking
of
about
it.
She's not. There's no civil war happening.
It's her opinion.
So why are you warring with Jupiter if there's no war happening? You're having a war with Jupiter on the panel and then telling us
I'm not having any war.
War on the panel.
Not fucking YouTube, love. There's no war.
This is
And
a
this
war.
is what I would say is the first stage of it, Betty.
No,
They've got people divided.
A war is when people get hurt when there's actual physical violence happening.
No, it's not. You can have a war of words as well. No war started with
words. Totally different. Totally different. So what are you saying? Are you saying that we shouldn't? Are you going against your right-wing beliefs, Betty, and saying that we shouldn't disagree?
What does the phrase war of words mean?
A war of words is what started every
But aren't
single
you
war.
free
There's no
speech,
such thing as
ladies?
having a war.
Aren't you all about free speech?
Right,
I'm
let's
not an
move on.
absolutist.
Let's
I'm not an absolutist,
let's-
so I don't know.
let's
what you're
move
about.
on. Let's move on and continue the
you do like to
conversation
disagree
that
with
was
people,
going on
don't you,
before.
Jupiter?
I disagree with you.
You've got some mummy issues.
Yeah, you
Chris.
disagree with me on some things, you don't on others,
Right.
but you disagree with most people when it comes down to race, don't you?
Yo,
Do
can we
you
just
hate
move
white
on?
women? Do you hate
Let's
white
move
women
on,
because
man.
you
No, I
really
don't
like?
hate anyone. I don't hate anyone.
All right, cool.
And
Morris,
I especially don't hate someone enough to take the piss out of their murdered child, you scumbag.
All right, Morris, do me a favor. Hang on. Morris.
Why were you on that video
Hello?
with that BM member, Richard? If you don't hate anyone,
He's not a BNP. He's not a BNP member. I'm not a BNP member. And when you get elected to a council, you cannot choose who else you are elected with.
Why were you on a video with a white supremacist member, that Richard guy?
He's not a white supremacist. He's not a white supremacist. He's not. How do you know? Have you ever met him? Have you ever met him? Have you ever spoke to him? What do you know about him? What do you know about him?
British National Party. A party
No, he's not. He's not.
Joining.
He quit that years ago. He quit that years ago. You're running on 10-year-old fucking info, love. You must be a black supremacist if you think he's a white supremacist. So are you a black supremacist, Betty?
You do admit that. So that's why I don't believe
Betty's the opposite of a black supremacist.
So what are you then, Betty? What are you other than completely mixed up? So what are you other than mixed up? What are you other than mixed up?
All right, Chrissy, 1 second. Just pause a second, because this is crazy. 1 second.
Go on, bro.
Hang on.
I'm not. I've never been BNP.
Right, Betty, can you just pause a second, please?
There with the British BNP guy.
Yeah,
Just admitted he's part of the British BNP. A white
he hasn't been BNP for 10 years.
You fucking
right, listen, I think you lot have just fed in. You lot have just fed in. Yeah, you lot have just.
Friends, you're the one with the fucking BNP friends, Chris.
You're the one sitting there with Jupiter sucking her Sasquatch jar.
Watch me weave this back to the subject.
Jupiter's on.
No, just 1 second. Calm 1 second, because I just wanna point something out. Yeah, everybody that's kind of bitten to the bait, yeah, that this guy's thrown out there, yeah, he literally just chucked out about 4 fishing lines to try and get someone to buy it, yeah, and pretty much everyone's bit, yeah. Just because listen, there was a conversation going that he doesn't give a shit about that was in a good tone. Whether people agree or not is irrelevant. The tone of it was all right. It wasn't just based on one person trying to shoot at everybody else on the panel. Yeah. So just ignore the guy. Unless he's gonna have a decent conversation with people. Just ignore the guy.
It's impossible. We need someone to moderate.
You can just ignore him. Just ignore him. Don't respond. He's trying to control the whole conversation and the narrative. Yeah, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No. Not doing that. Cut that shit out. Cut that shit.
I want to ask Betty a question. She said that some guy was in the BNP, right? But we know Tommy Robinson was in the BNP, and Jupiter supports Tommy Robinson. Have you got anything to say about that, Betty?
But Jupiter hasn't. I've already had that conversation with Jupiter. I've
always on the record and tell us how you feel about someone who you supporting somebody who used to be in the BNP. So you're in the same position as Chrissy.
Hold on a minute. She gets on with me. That doesn't mean she supports my views.
Splitting hairs. I'm just asking her what she thinks about
this is low mentality.
Who used to be in the BNP.
Right. Like, first and foremost, Carl,
pass the mic to Betty, please.
Yeah,
go on.
Like, do you know the difference between having a civil conversation with an adult on the panel and then having supporting someone by ringing them, phoning them, chilling with them? Do you understand the difference, Carl?
Sorry, are you talking about you supporting Jupiter or are you talking about Jupiter supporting Tommy Robinson? Which one?
I'm talking about me. Do you know the difference?
You. No, I'm not
saying
you know, that you're Jupiter's biggest fan, but I'm saying she's an advocate. Wait a minute, Betty, please. Let's go step by step. Look, let's go step by step. Jupiter is an outspoken advocate. 1 minute. Listen, stop trying to distract us onto the minimum point, the main point.
There goes the right wing one, I don't care.
He used to be in the BNP. Why are you avoiding that? Why are you avoiding answering the question, Betty? You're being a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite. You're pulling up Chrissy for saying that you're doing, Betty.
That's all.
You're doing the same thing that
do you know the difference between having an internet beef with someone and slagging off their murdered child? Do you know the difference between that?
Over to yours and Jupiter's relationship. No one cares about that. I'm asking you about Tommy Robinson.
Give me one good reason why. Why should I argue with Jupiter? Give me one good reason.
I'm not saying no one even said that.
Why should you have brought up someone's dead child
you don't want me to support
because of an internet beef? Why?
I should not.
I've not said anyone shouldn't support Jupiter. Within reason, I personally would support Jupiter. I personally would support Jupiter within reason.
You're
Within
not black,
reason.
though. You are not
What?
fucking black. I'm getting
Not
a bit
fucking
You don't
white
have to
working class
be.
either.
you're white passing.
I'm not white, but Hector's black. He supports her. I don't know what your point is.
You don't have to
Listen, you're trying to run
You've
us
got
from
no
pillar to
morals, Betty.
post. Listen, Betty.
You've got no morals, Betty.
Listen, Betty, I've got experience with women like you. You're trying to run us from pillar to post. You're trying to run us from pillar to post because you don't want to answer the exact question. Tommy Robinson's
You've got
in the
no
BNP.
morals, Betty.
What have you got to say about that, Betty? Betty,
No morals,
what have
Betty.
you got to say about that?
Stop trying to cause. If you've got a problem with white English women, I beg you go and call
The
your
subject
baby.
is Tommy
You've got
Robinson.
no
I'm
morals,
asking you,
Betty.
Betty, have you got a problem
by
with Tommy
a
Robinson
random
being
white
in the
English woman.
BNP?
It
Yes
does
or
not
no?
mean that all white
You're just being
women
a
are like
dickhead.
your
There's no
baby
point in you being on the panel.
I'm
There's no
sorry
point in
she
you even
didn't
being
marry
here.
you.
There's no
I'm
point in you
sorry
being
that she
here.
took the
There's
children.
no point in you being here.
You've got no
There's no point
morals,
in you
Betty.
being here. There's no point in you
But
being
not
here.
Well
all
done,
white
Betty.
women are like
There's
that.
no point. Why is that well
I'm
done, though,
sorry.
Dukes? Because we're talking about your political affiliations, right?
But
I've
she's
asked
allowed
her,
to support who she wants to.
but so are you. No one's saying you're not.
And this is the problem. And maybe it's because you're Muslim. Muslim men think they own women. You know, a woman's testimony is only worth half of a man's. That is why
But
you
there's
don't
two
want
of
to
you
take
here,
mine
and
into
there's only one of me.
testimony.
So you
Yeah,
should be able to
because you're a
win.
Muslim
If
man.
it's your
There's two of you
testimony, I
here.
can see
There's
why.
two of you, Betty.
You are in
There's
a
you and
Christian
Jupiter.
country. So
Then you
my
should be able to
opinion
win
is
then.
as much as
But it
your
don't make
opinion
sense what
as
you're
a
saying.
man.
It don't make
Yeah?
sense.
You
It
tried
don't
If
make
that
it's
sense
your
what you're
testimony, I
saying.
can see why.
It don't make
in
sense what you're
Turkey.
saying. You
When me
accuse
and Jupiter
Chrissy.
go on holiday to Turkey, you can then come and tell us that our opinion don't matter, and because you're a Muslim man,
I'm not saying
you
your
are
opinion
better.
don't
But
matter. I'm
you're
saying
in
you're refusing
Christendom,
to talk
yeah? In
like a
Christendom,
normal human
our
being.
opinion matters, yeah, Khan?
No one said it don't.
Yeah,
Stop
it does
gaslighting.
matter.
Khan
Stop
hasn't played
gaslighting.
fake baby
Stop
noises on the panel,
gaslighting.
though, has he?
Stop
You've got a
gaslighting.
problem. You know what? You
I'm
Khan
know
asking
hasn't played
you,
fake
as the
baby
person
noises
who
on the
raised
panel,
it,
though, has he?
listen, you raised the point that Chrissy's mate was in the BNP, and I'm saying that your mate's mate was in the BNP. What have you got to say about that? You
Jupiter's
can't
not
run
my
from the
fucking
point.
mate. We're just
Whatever.
people that we talk on the
Whatever.
fucking panel.
You
We're
said she's got
just
Whatever.
your
people.
phone
You're not my
number.
Whatever.
fucking mate. You
You said
Whatever.
she's got your phone number,
I
and
do
No
Wendy.
one
phone
cares.
number. Why does
No
that
one
bother
cares.
you? That's none of your business.
You're
So
only
what?
capping for the woman.
You've got no morals.
So what if she's got my phone number?
You've got no. You were saying that no one's your friend unless they've got your phone number. She's got your phone number. You said it. So she is your friend, and she is
You
your
can't answer
racist
one
friend.
question. You can't even answer one
She is your
question.
racist
You
friend.
can't answer one question. You're saying Chrissy's mate was in the BNP, but Tommy Robinson
I'm
was in the BNP,
emancipated.
Betty.
Yeah.
Have you got anything to say about
Slavery's
that?
over. You're
Well, we
not
could
Have you got
ask you
anything
the
to say?
same, Khan. We could
Go on,
ask you the
ask
same.
me.
You don't
So
like
you don't
right?
want to
So
answer. Right,
okay,
one minute,
I'm
Jukes.
going to
Let's get
answer.
something
I'm
straight
going to ask you
first.
a
You're going to
question.
ask me, but you're refusing to answer my question.
Khan,
Go on, ask me
I
then.
can answer your question.
Go on.
I can answer it, but you was asking Betty. So, how do you feel about Chrissy Morris being friends with somebody whose friend was in the BNP?
I think he's bang out of order. I think Chrissy's a hypocrite and a punk bitch.
I love you too, Khan. So how about Schiffer? Because
Most
Schiffer
of
had a
those
friend
are
in the
thing
BNP.
about Chrissy. I use Chrissy. When Chrissy's making a point that I agree with, I jump on the bandwagon. But normally, I'm gunning for Chrissy, same as everyone else. Dupes? Is that a good answer?
So my opinion is this: I believe that mindsets can change.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that over the years, Tommy Robinson has matured. He's become a bit more educated. And I actually don't think that he's the racist individual that people want to drag him back to. I think he has used racialized language in the past, very sporadically, by the way, not very often. But
You got shit in your ears, Duke. He said more than racialized language.
I do think that he has slipped up a few times publicly, but he was never
Shown his true colours.
But I do think that he actually highlights and focuses on issues that are affecting us in the UK right now. And he was totally 100% right with the grooming gangs. He was 100% right when he first went to the authorities and named certain people in Luton that he thought was radicalising, that they later put on a terrorist watch list. And he's dead right about what's going on with the two-tier justice. So, you know,
I say something because look, Con, I don't think you understand. Like, and I already said this to that idiot I was arguing to before. Jupiter is part of the Nigerian community because she's giving birth to Nigerian children and she's married a Nigerian. She will always come before you, Khan. Do you understand?
She
that?
comes before you. She's a Nigerian queen. She's a Nigerian princess or queen. She's higher than you are in your own culture community.
Before you.
I don't consider Betty below me. I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
but you're
about.
a queen and she's not. Of course you're above her.
I am a Nigerian queen. I'm sure Betty's a Nigerian queen as well.
No, Betty, are you a Nigerian queen?
She can be a Nigerian queen because she can have a passport. She can be.
Are you a Nigerian queen, Betty?
I think you're racist because I think you're basically saying
I
a
know.
white woman
Betty,
Nigerian.
are you a Nigerian queen? Simple question. Are you a Nigerian queen, Betty?
Nigerian queen.
Are you a Nigerian queen, Betty? Because
the Nigerian Constitution says if you are married to a Nigerian, you are entitled to Nigerian citizenship
in your own community.
Anytime Jupiter wants to be a Nigerian, that she's entitled to be a Nigerian.
Are you a Nigerian queen, Betty?
Exactly. I explained this to them before how I got my passport. It was through marriage, but they're all fucking weirdos.
Betty, are you a Nigerian queen?
It's racism. It's racism because at the end of the day, why you wouldn't go to a white American and say they're not American because they're not native. So why can't she be a Nigerian?
I have. Last time that mulatto idiot was on, I was saying to him, you are an immigrant. You are from immigration because you are not a Native American. And that's before he come out with, oh, I've got 4 tribes in me. So I did actually do that.
You're a racist.
How am I racist? How am I racist?
You're falling into the trap to make this about Chris Morris. You're really
How am I racist?
Yeah, let's not make it all about Chrissy. We don't want to talk to you.
You've been proper sucked in.
But citizenship is not just about being native. They are different
When
ways.
did I say it was? When did I say it was?
Why can't she be a Nigerian?
Sorry?
Why can't she be a Nigerian, Dad?
I didn't say she couldn't.
You fucking well did.
No, I fucking well didn't. I said she's more Nigerian than you are, apparently. Because she's a queen and you are not.
So what?
She is claiming to be a Nigerian queen. You aren't.
What's wrong? She's just complimenting me. That's all it is.
It doesn't matter that she compliments you. White women speak with forked tongue.
And you claim you're not a racist.
Well, that's a bit racist.
I'm not a racist.
Do you remember what
I'm
he
not
just
a
said?
racist,
That
but
was racist
Jupiter is.
against white women.
Jupiter is. Jupiter's the one that's used.
racist against white women.
Jupiter's the one that's used the racial abuse, isn't she?
And not an American.
Yeah, but I do
Jupiter's the one that's
believe
used
that.
the racial language,
That's
not
a good
me.
topic, because I do think that you can be racist to people from your own group, your own racial group. I think you can be. I think if you use racial connotations in a way to denigrate somebody else from your own group, you're just as racist as somebody from outside the group. That's my own belief.
It's using racial. I wouldn't say it's racism, but I would say it's prejudice. But you can be prejudiced against your own people, and it can be just as damaging.
Yeah.
You can be prejudiced against your own people.
Wait 1 second, but the main thing I think, the main thing I picked out of this is, oh, she's with a Nigerian, we don't want her. See the we don't want her part of it? Yeah, you see the we don't want her.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, do you know what that is? That means that what it is subconsciously, what you're indirectly saying is you're kind of like envious the fact that she's gone over to the black side. That the people who say that are always, oh, look at how could she be so traitorous? She's a white woman and she's going off with a black man.
Yeah, but that's if you're looking at her from her racial point of view or from her moral point of view. Moral point of view or racial point of view? What one is it?
It's because you basically said because she was white that she can't be a Nigerian. That's what you're saying. You spent half an hour.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. She's claiming that she's a Nigerian queen or princess, whatever it is, which you aren't when you are Nigerian, apparently.
You are.
Why don't you say a white person can't be an American?
Prove it one way or the other. It don't make sense.
You wouldn't say that.
Well, they can, can't they? See, the thing is, right? You're so interested in colour. I'm more interested in character.
It's fucking racism that you're chatting.
It's not. I hate you, Betty, because of what you are, not what colour you are. Yeah, and I hate Jupiter because of what she is, not what colour she is. You are different
So
colours,
now we know that
but
it's
I hate
hate
you
speech. We can
equally.
all move on.
Yeah, that's not racism,
Now
is
we've
it?
got the admission that he does hate speech. We can all move on.
No, I don't do hate speech. What you like?
what I would say, right,
You're the one
is that there
that
are
uses
two
racial abuse,
mindsets,
Jupiter.
okay? When it comes
You
to
are
this
the one
subject.
that uses
There are
the
one
N-bomb,
group of
Jupiter,
people.
not me.
There are one group of people that believe that even citizenship should be down to pure ethnicity. Okay,
Yeah.
and then there's another group of people that believe that you can take citizenship from another country.
Yeah.
So when if for example
You're
somebody
forgetting the
from
third
another
group.
country like Meghan Markle was to marry a
You're
prince,
forgetting the third group.
and she's American,
Let's
and
just
she
finish.
happens to be mixed. It doesn't matter what her ethnicity is. She married a prince. She became a princess until they renounced it. They didn't want anything to do with it. But up to that point, she was entitled to call herself that because that's what she was by marriage. It's as simple as that.
I watched this argument the other day. Some girl said, white men don't like me because I'm a Latina. And they said to her, yeah, but you're white. You look white. Your family's white. Your granddad's white. Like, you're white. She goes, yeah, but she goes, I'm Mexican by nationality and Latina by ethnicity. And white men just don't seem to like me. They go for blonde Barbie type girls. But everyone spent about an hour telling her she's white because she looks white. And I'm like, wait a minute, Iranian people ain't white, Turkish people ain't white. When we say white, we mean Western European people. That's what white is. Now you can't
But
be white
then
because
again,
Swedish white
that's
doesn't
two
make you
different
white.
mindsets. Because if you were to ask somebody that was really,
I want to add something to a ledger, like a ledger. So now, to prove my point about that I've said plenty of times that Khan will just agree with somebody that, worldview or whatever. He just said that he will use Chrissy.
That's right.
He said that. He said, I'll use Chrissy. So another ledger about Khan, a Muslim, using a person's worldview, even though in his perfect worldview, he'd chop off Chrissy's fucking head.
No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would. That's his perfect worldview. That is his perfect worldview.
Let's ask him. Let's ask him. Let's ask him. Let's ask him.
100%.
Pon, do you want to chop anyone's head off, mate?
He used you. He said
Shut up a minute. We're asking Khan.
He said he would use you. And
Right, look. If Khan is talking sense, I will agree with him.
No, he didn't.
And if I'm talking sense to him, he will agree with me because we're not silly children that have imaginary friendships that make us want to kill people.
I'm on a mission of proving this. That it's strange that all you people that are
who are you people?
These left-leaning
English people that tolerate Muslims
let me
in their
finish.
societies.
Let me finish.
That's what you are, Chrissy.
All these lefty.
Sorry, I missed that, Khan.
He said white people, English people who tolerate Muslims living in their society.
All these leftist people.
He's calling you a lefty.
No, all these leftist people.
That's not the worst thing I've been called.
All these leftist people who are claiming all of these virtues and all of these ways society should be ran. Muslims are agreeing with you, but yet their perfect society is chopping off your fucking head. And you can't fucking see that.
When was the last time anyone got their head chopped off?
Dude, this is just the facts, dude. I'm making a ledger of it and pointing it out.
Mate, you're scaremongering. You're scaremongering.
It's my opinion. To it.
Okay, wait, Khan, 3 weeks ago, did you not say that you wanted? Did you not say that you wanted a caliphate? Khan, 3 weeks ago, did you not say you wanted the
But I
caliphate?
agree with that statement. I can't remember saying it. I'm not going to pretend, but I do remember that.
Then you got you did, and then you got off the
want a
fucking
caliphate,
panel.
yeah.
So
But I don't want a caliphate in England. I'm not saying in England.
So Chrissy, if he wants
Yeah.
a caliphate inside of the caliphate, disbelievers who speak up against
We're not
Islam
talking
get
about.
their fucking head chopped off.
You forgot Hector praying for child abuse. Have you forgot Hector praying for child abuse?
Good point, Ghost. Well said, Ghost.
What does that tell
Can
you?
you see the Jupiter derangement that goes on with these people?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
You're
You know what?
sad.
You know
You're
What does
absolutely
Danny
sad.
Tomo?
It's the best
Hector praying for
monster
child abuse.
of
Hector
So,
praying for
guys,
child
can you
abuse.
pray? Can you swear by Allah that I actually
Hector
prayed
prayed
for
for child
gold for
abuse.
you, and that Hector prayed for it?
Can I ask you a question
Hector
back?
prayed for child abuse.
Yeah, swear by Allah that Hector prayed for it.
I don't need to. Don't bring my religion into this.
Yeah, swear by Allah, you lying cunt.
We all heard him. I've got the recording. I'll play. I will play Hector playing for child
Every
abuse.
time you
I will
deny it, you
he
just make
played
it
for
worse,
child
Jude.
abuse.
Fucking extremist liberal.
Child abuse. Played for child.
Anyway, this panel's become.
Yeah, he prayed for
This
child abuse.
panel
Off
has
she
become a
runs.
mess.
It's the only time she does run.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
am gonna
one
run.
more
I'm
often,
going,
Jude. She's
especially
doing some of that
everyone's
weight
screaming. I
loss.
can't understand this.
I know, I
Yeah,
can't.
Ghost. Allow you and Ghost to love each other up, bum each other.
Eat
faggots.
less
Tell your
and
husband to stop
exercise
playing for
more,
child abuse.
Jupiter.
Tell your husband to stop playing for child abuse.
How do y'all not see
Well,
this?
a husband should not pray for child abuse. That's just bang out
This
order.
guy agrees with you, Chrissy. This guy agrees with you, but in his perfect society, your fucking head is chopped off. Like, how do you
Right,
not
so
see that?
why so? Every one of us as an
Why so you're
adult.
twisting it? Why so
Why
you're
so?
twisting it,
Why
bro?
so? Every one of us in this fucking adult world realizes
I told
that
you I'm
we aren't
relentless.
ever gonna get our perfect world, and I think your perfect, what you think is a perfect world for other people, is actually unrealistic and false. You are scaremongering. You're
Yeah, that's the same
scaremongering.
as saying that all Muslims want to kill people. You're doing the same what Tommy Robinson and all these lot do.
Dude, I'm not gonna listen to a guy who gets. Dude, I'm not gonna listen to a guy. I'm not gonna listen to a guy that if Raj showed up, he would leave this panel. So go fuck off.
Anything positive. It's that you're not just going at each other.
So Chrissy.
No,
Chrissy.
I've answered the question. Can you listen?
I'm listening.
Why so?
Yeah, he's not gonna want me to speak. He's not gonna want me to speak.
Listen, you've asked me a question.
Answer this
I didn't
question.
ask you any
Why
fucking
so?
question.
Answer this question, man.
What question did I ask?
Why so?
you, Khan?
Calm down. You seem to be like spazzing out. Why so?
What question did I ask you allegedly, Khan?
You asked me if I wanted the caliphate, and I said yes. My question to you.
Oh, answer this question, why so?
So
Why
now
so
you're gonna
answer
get to
this
ask another
question?
question. You already asked the question, bro.
No, I never asked the question. I said, I said 3 weeks ago you called for a caliphate.
That's the question.
What, in
Nobody's
England?
going to hear you.
What, a caliphate in England? Why so?
That's the question, man. Let
clarify. Why so? Clarify your point. Did I say I wanted the caliphate in any country other than a Muslim country?
Yeah.
No, you
so
just
there
said
you
that
go.
you
Why
wanted
so?
a caliphate.
No, but
what? Oh my gosh!
Wait. Now can you answer my question though? Why so?
This guy goes.
Why is it when a Muslim says he wants Sharia or he wants a Caliph system, it's some sort of a problem? But if an Englishman said, I want monarchy and I want King Charles to be the ruling power in this country, why is that then not seen as a problem?
Because the monarch.
Oh, they want to.
Okay, Ghost, shut the fuck up.
No, but I'm just saying that if they want
to call Raj and get this guy off here.
For white supremacy,
somebody call
why
Raj
so?
and get this guy off here.
Why so? If they're praying for white supremacy, if they
white supremacy, you're not gonna work that magic on me, dude. That hoodoo, it doesn't fucking work on me. So come
conversation.
It's no conversation if you're just gonna say white supremacy to a guy who doesn't even believe in race.
You've always bring it into it.
You're not talking. Oh my gosh, dude! He just Ghost just told me to
Robinson.
listen to Khan's question and then
Robinson,
answer Khan's question, and he keeps
it's about
interrupting.
Tommy Robinson.
So shut up.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? All right, I'll go on mute.
Up. Yes.
All right, I'll go on mute.
So can I ask a question then, Why so?
No, wait.
Can I ask?
Answering Khan's question.
Go on, Chrissy. Ask him.
Dude, wait. So
Chrissy,
wait.
ask him. Oh, let him
him
ask
finish.
the question.
Let him finish.
I'm supposed to be answering Khan's question. The
Answer it then, Why so?
The difference between the monarch. Oh my! Shut the fuck up. The difference between the monarch system.
No. Have you answered? Have I got playback?
Oh my gosh! This.
All right, gone. Why so? Gone. Why so? Answer it. Why so?
So Khan, there's a difference between the Christian monarch.
Have you answered?
Oh my God, dude. Billy, shut this fucking guy up.
All right, gone. All right, go, why so? God. Is he gonna talk or shall I just talk?
Khan, the difference.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm trying to.
The difference between the British monarch system versus a Khalifa or a caliphate is that a British monarch system has no justification for killing apostates, for killing people who speak out against Jesus, for killing, for taxing.
No, if you go against the
dude, shut the fuck up while I respond.
No.
People.
The kings have to kill people.
Yo, Ghost, you're behind or something, man. It's like you can't hear when they're answering questions.
No, he's doing it on purpose. Vel, he's doing it on purpose. He's just being funny. It's just like sense of humor.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you fine, bro.
All right.
Yeah, well, I just said
I heard you. You said I was a bit behind.
It's like you're a bit behind, bro. Every time. Why?
No, I was messing with him. I was messing with him. Go on.
This fucking faggot.
All right, go on.
So, Khan, the difference between calling for a monarch, a Christian monarch, versus a Khalifa is that in Christianity, widely accepted, there is no concept of killing for apostates. There is no concept of killing for disagreeing publicly.
Can I come in next?
Dude, shut
No, I'm next, you.
If you're going to answer him, yeah.
I'm next. I've been waiting patiently.
I've been waiting for ages.
No, you haven't, you fuck. You've been interrupting.
Wait, you man.
Right.
Let Wyso get to the end of what he's saying, man, and then obviously let Khan fucking reply to his thing, Rob, and then one of you guys can go next, innit?
All right, go on.
All right, okay.
So why does the Old Testament stuff sound a lot like Sharia law?
Wait a sec. Why so? Are you going to finish your point, or do you want me to come back at you?
Allow him. He's tapped out. He's tapped out.
Well,
leave him.
All right. For anyone who's listening, I would say that the equivalent of a monarch executing somebody for treason, which happens a lot under monarchies, would be the same as someone under Islamic Sharia being executed for apostasy. Because apostasy doesn't just mean you've decided to be an atheist. Apostasy means you've basically sided with the enemy and you could actually be giving them information. Now, even that, under Islamic law, there is a grey area because there was a guy in the time of the Prophet, and there was a hadith that said that the guy gave information to the opposite side, right? And they said to him, like, we should execute you now for doing that. And the Prophet said, nah, wait, why did you do it? And he said, well, I've got family that live there, and I told them there's going to be an attack on a certain day and that they should evacuate that area. Right, and the Prophet spared him. So this thing about treason and apostasy in Islam, like with most things, is a grey area where you really need scholars to kind of break down like right from wrong. You can't just speculate things like this as a layman. And I think Wyso has got the habit of doing that. And I know he's a little bit like bipolar, a little bit ADHD, and he wants everything in black and white. But in certain things, there is grey areas, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
So there are people with biases
Let me ask you guys a
that
question,
cherry pick their
on the
cases.
panel and in the chat. What chances, or what do you think the chances are of England or the United Kingdom actually becoming some sort of Sharia state? Because I think the chances are extremely slim. Like the majority of
there's no chance.
No chance.
The progress version of democracy that we've got for something that they're going to class as even more dictator style
There's no country currently that's got full Sharia law anywhere in the world.
Chrissy, let me just answer Valley. Yeah, let me just answer Valley. Valley, the thing is, there's no chance of Britain ever becoming a Sharia state. If you look at Pakistan, that's a country that was created for religion and still doesn't have full Sharia. They still run on the British democracy that the British left there. Yeah, and if you look at all the Muslims in England and Europe are too westernized. They're never going to go to a Sharia state.
That's not the reason,
This is
though.
just.
So
I've
that's
been
not
making that
that's
point
not
for
why.
why so religious
That's
goes,
not the
yeah.
reason.
That basically,
This is
yeah,
fear mongering.
the
This is fear mongering.
yeah, the
Yeah,
man
it's
them are so
Islamophobia.
comfortable living under democracy and
Yeah.
so, yeah, where you could be a Muslim if you want, and then you could not be a Muslim tomorrow, and then be a Muslim again the next
Yeah.
day,
Then
without
come
getting
back. Yeah.
fucking yanked.
But you could
And
do
the
that in
man
a
them would
Muslim
rather live
country,
under
though.
that rather than under the strict thing, cuz man, like
It ain't
on a real,
strict.
like that's alright.
No, 1 minute, Vel. Let me answer you. Real Sharia, yeah, is not strict at all. Like in Muslim countries, there's people that have got other faiths. Like this thing about Muslims being intolerant is not true. There's all these little deviant faiths, like people devil worshipping, all sorts of Druze and fucking all different religions that flourished under Islamic leadership. Even in Europe, there was indigenous forms of Christianity that once the Muslims left, the Catholics wiped out all the indigenous Christians in like Romania and places like that. So the fact that Muslims are intolerant to other religions is not true. Like even if you look at Syria now, there's like 40 different Muslim groups and about 20 different non-Muslim groups that all operate fine in Syria. Like this ideology that Muslims so strict and Islam so strict, it's not true. It's just the difference with Islam and other cultures is that there is a strict adherence to the letter of the law, and everything is basically already decided. So all the laws are already set. That they argue over the laws, but the implementation of the law, the execution of the law is down to the leader. That's why I equated it with a monarchy. And I said, England has got more chance of becoming a monarchy country
That's
than it
strange.
has. Can I just finish? England's got more chance of being a monarchy country than it has of being an Islamic Sharia law
You know
country.
what's strange?
And even wait, can I just finish my
No,
sentence?
let him finish.
And
Why so, man?
even to say what are the chances of a monarch
Stop being
establishing
rude.
itself in England is still zero. And Islam is even more out the window
Yeah. So
than
why
that.
so is lying, man?
Dude,
They're
it's
all
so
lying. They're
strange.
all lying.
It's so strange.
let Weiser go. Let Weiser go.
Wait. It's so strange that Sharia is not strict and very lenient and tolerant when it's only fucking Muslims that are across the world killing people for not following Sharia.
Only
and
Muslims.
non-Sharia.
Only
Shut the
Muslims.
fuck up,
That's a
dude.
lie. That's a lie. If you go
Mute this
India, people get.
motherfucker, bro.
If you go
Put him in the
If you
back
go
while I
India,
talk.
Burma,
no, but he's
Myanmar,
lying.
Yeah,
He's
Ghost,
lying.
you gotta let him finish though, bro.
Ethiopia.
Let
Yeah,
him
but
finish, man.
he
All
Let
made
over
him
a
the
go
lie.
world.
Put him
after.
in the
He's chatting
back.
He said
shit.
a
Yeah, but
lie.
wait, let him finish.
No,
Wait,
you didn't.
hold on.
All right. Let me
Let him
go
make his
next,
point
Valley.
full.
Let me go next then. Let me go next.
Ghost, you gotta let him make his point fully and then reply after. If you don't want him to cut you when you're speaking, you can't do the cutting thing.
All right.
So,
You have to let
Go
him
on.
finish.
Go on.
what
Let
did
him
I
finish his
say?
point and
It's only
then you speak after. Do it one at a time, though.
Muslims.
For the people in the chat that's listening, yeah, it's annoying as well, isn't it? Because we can't hear what anyone is saying. I do it to people as well, innit? Like, but when I'm listening, like back or whatever, I want to try and cut it out myself, innit? So, yo, let
All right.
my
Go
man
on. Go
finish
on.
his sentence
The
and then
first
reply
thing,
back, innit?
the first thing they did was try to misconstrue what I said. I said it's only Muslims who are killing people of different religions in non-Sharia states, and then they try to say India. Well, India, right? They have their own religious laws. So of course, if you go over
They
there and you
don't.
kill
They're
shut
secular.
the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. So
All right.
if
Go
you
on.
go in a Hindu country, they're killing cows and mobs go and kill them. That's a Hindu country with a Muslim who does something. What I stated was it's only Muslims across the world who are killing other fuckers in other countries with different fucking laws than their religious beliefs.
Name one.
So
Name one.
dude, shut
Give
the
an
fuck up.
Oh, can I come
example.
in, man? Can I come in?
Oh
I'm
my
waiting for
gosh,
to come
dude.
in, man.
Just
Waiting
give
for
us
this
some
guy to finish.
substance. I'm just
I'm
asking
waiting
for
for the
some
guy to finish so
substance.
I could come
Guys, you
in.
gotta let him finish though, man. Listen, because if you keep cutting him up point by point by point, yeah, then it's gonna you're gonna keep making him have to restart the point and so, innit? So let him get to the end of the point. Yeah, I know it's annoying and you want to reply or whatever, yeah, but you gotta try, innit, and let him finish still. So it goes a flowing conversation
Dude,
rather than just
there aren't
shouting.
Hindus. There aren't Hindus who have killed Muslims for eating cows inside of Europe or inside of South America or inside of North America or any African nation. But there's Muslims killing non-Muslims for disrespecting Muhammad inside of Africa, South America, North America, Europe. That's not the same comparison what you try to bring up with Myanmar and fucking
Sri
India.
Lanka,
It's not,
Sri
oh
Lanka,
my
you'll
dude,
see Sri
shut the
Lanka is
fuck
after
up,
Sri
dude.
Lanka. You've been going on forever, man. You
Oh
have
my
to
dude,
let a person
I've
respond.
been
So first
interrupted
thing is,
forever. I've been
no,
interrupted
you've been going on
every time
forever,
I
man.
speak.
You
I've been
don't know,
interrupted
you just
every
repeat
time I
yourself. You're
speak.
just repeating yourself.
I didn't repeat myself.
You
I brought up
start.
scenarios that y'all said. Y'all brought up
How many,
countries, and I
how
responded
many
to those
times?
countries.
First
You
Let
of
Ghost
all,
fucking
yeah.
speak,
faggot,
man.
dude.
Let
I
You
got
Ghost
yo,
speak.
fucking
Waifu,
faggot,
let him
dude.
reply now. Let him reply now. They basically got the point in it. Let him reply now.
Yeah, we
You're
got
just
the
gonna go
point.
on.
First of all, India is not a Hindu country, it's a secular country. Secondly, it has over 2 million Muslims staying there, so you can call it as much as Muslim land as you can call it Hindu land. So that's a lie. Sri Lanka, there's people getting killed for the faith by Christians and other. I don't know. So this guy is clearly lying. He just is obsessed with
Cherry
Muslims and
picking.
Islam. And he always will, yeah, Chrissy, you're right. He will always cherry pick and come running. Khan didn't mean from a religious point of view he uses Chrissy. He meant that the reason he uses Chrissy if he agrees with what something Chrissy says, and Chrissy will do the same. But Khan won't agree with Chrissy if Khan doesn't agree with what he's saying. So, but this guy has twisted it and made it out like he's using a non-Muslim to further his caliphate or something. It's just like this
Wait.
obsession is mad.
Let me respond to that real quick. Veli, have I not said to you that I'm making a ledger about non-Muslims who are agreeing with worldviews of y'all, but in their perfect caliphate, in their perfect society, they would have you executed? Have I not said that I'm making a ledger of that? And that's the reason I got on
You're making
here.
it back, but like I'm saying, yeah.
No,
One
wait,
of my
let me finish real
replies to
quick.
that argument, though.
Let me finish real quick. It's like
Wait, why
15
can't Veli
seconds. It's
speak
like
though?
15.
Why can't
No,
Veli
it's
speak?
like
No, go on,
15
let him finish.
seconds. It's like
Let him
15
finish, because he was
seconds.
making a point.
That's why I got on here. And the first thing I wanted to address was Khan saying, and I quote, I'm using Chrissy.
That's right.
That was a direct quote because
Yep.
that's what I said I was making a ledger about.
Mm-hmm.
Using people in the Western world,
Irritating people.
using them, and then in reality, their perfect society, they would fucking execute you.
All right. Can I
Khan
just
didn't
reply to that insult?
Right, but
Yeah,
wait,
about
hold on. Let me
Chrissy.
reply first, and then you next, yeah.
Go on.
Let me reply
Yeah,
first,
yeah.
then you next,
No
yeah.
worries. No
Like,
worries, mate.
so in that strict, super, like, I don't know, extreme Sunni Sharia state that you're talking about, a lot of the people that you're saying that was capping and caping with the mandem will get their heads chopped off too. So they don't want that fucking state to
Negative.
come true.
That's not Sharia. That's not Islam. You're
Them man
talking
will get
out
their
of you're talking outside of what
yeah, but you're
Islam
talking
calls
about all
for.
ISIS and all them man there, right?
No,
So
I'm not. No, I'm not. We have
what are
agreed
you talking about?
before. Firstly,
Just
Veli,
actual Sharia, yeah?
take your dude,
No,
take
wait,
your
I'm
You're
just
emotions
talking
out
about a
of it.
tiny
Dude,
number of
fine now.
I'm talking to you for real, dude. Just take your emotions
Mm-hmm.
out of it and remember a conversation that we had before where we said that anything that is inside of Islam is not extreme. Would you agree with that?
I've said that. Yeah.
No, Veli and
Yeah.
I have agreed
But
with that.
but I'm saying that but you know the point that I'm making when I'm saying the extreme parts or whatever. Like
Execution is
the
not extreme when you're talking about capital punishment of any form of government.
Why
That is
so?
not
You're
technically
referring to a
extreme.
very
Would you
small
agree,
number of
Veli? Dude,
extremists.
Chrissy, you're no.
listen, yeah, like I was trying to say, yeah, like I was trying to say in that sort of point, yeah, in them places where it was like, okay, you don't want to call it the strict whatever, yeah, we'll just say a Sharia place that's only run by Sharia or whatever. A lot of these people that you're famous, like Khan and others, might get their head bust with stones at the same next to you while you're getting your head busted with stones also, because
So
they're,
what? That
you know what I'm
doesn't.
saying, like
That's not a position.
they're not following the deen of Allah to the
But they.
letter of the way that
But
these men
that's.
are saying that it should be followed or
But
whatever.
Belly,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
not a
Like these men are
counter
strict.
position. But Belly, that's not a counter
No, it's
position
not a
to me.
counter position,
No,
but can
because
you
it's not a counter
concede
position. But I'm saying
Den's
that
point to
it's
him,
not a
just
counter
out of
position.
courtesy,
It's a point
YSO?
that no, because you keep making it a point of the people like say Khan that was standing next to you on points that you're agreeing with or whatever would have you executed or whatever and all that sort of stuff there. And I'm saying that I'm not 100% sure if he would or wouldn't in it. Like I don't know. I don't know the answer to that still. Yeah,
But
it
he
would have to
has
be a
called
Sharia
for a
state for us
caliphate
to
on
really
this
get the
very
answer.
panel.
Why? So I've got a question for you. What is it about Islam that you hate so much?
That it's incorrect and that it would execute me if it could. Is that
Who
a
would
fair
actually
statement?
execute you?
No, wait. Is that
Well,
a fair statement?
No,
I don't
a
think so
religion.
that's a fair
because
answer, man. Come on.
Wait.
Chrissy,
If,
let's be honest, bro. That's a fair answer, bro. If you say,
it's a
if
fair.
you say, like,
It's his
if you say,
answer.
bro, yeah, without any interpretation of rah, and anyone trying to sway it one way or the other, if you are speaking out about Islam in public on whatever platforms in a Sharia state, you could be executed. Yeah, so.
If you talk about anything that anyone disagrees with, you could be executed.
now look at this cape.
Nah.
No, look at this cape. Look at that lie, dude.
What
I
happened to
disagree
WikiLeaks?
with.
Though?
Wait.
What happened to
Chrissy,
WikiLeaks?
Come on.
I just can't say. Hang on, just let me explain. I can't see all these Muslims that want to chop people's heads off. I don't think they exist.
Alright,
No,
listen,
Chrissy,
that's not the
let me bring
specific
an
point at the
example of
moment.
what you just said.
Or
One
whatever.
at a time,
Yeah,
guys.
like you're saying.
No, okay. So
One at a time,
let me bring
guys.
up a counter.
Hey,
Belly, I'll
hold
bring
on
up a
second,
quick
Wait,
counter.
hold on. Let me speak to Chrissy 1 second, yeah? Because that's not the specific point that Weiser was making at that time when you asked him about why does he speak about or why does he dislike Islam or whatever. He made it a point specific to what Sharia would actually say in it. Like, so for you to try to
but
make it out
that is an extreme view
picking on people.
that is only held by people that are extreme in that religion. And there's extremists in all religions.
Was Muhammad an extremist?
No,
Look,
he wasn't.
I've got maybe a dozen Muslim friends. Not one of them want to chop their head
was a
off.
moderate.
No,
Muhammad was a moderate.
No, Khan, stop.
Oh my God.
Chrissy.
No, I'm serious. In the time that he lived in, he was not as
Go
zealot
on, I'm listening.
as much of a zealot as other people.
Man can't chop off 500 heads and be named as a moderate, man. Behave yourself.
So
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what times they were living in.
Dude, let me ask
Bro,
Chrissy
come
this.
on, man. There's no.
Let me ask
Wait,
Chrissy
hold on.
this. Stop.
There's no time that anyone has executed over 100 people and be labeled as a moderate. Man. Come on, you gotta behave yourself.
Listen, stop. I'm gonna ask Chrissy a very simple question.
Come on, I'm listening.
Like some big thing to you. Obviously,
you have to cap in it.
Chris,
it's your thing,
dude,
innit?
Billy, please stop.
No. There's no cap. I'm saying in countries where there's no prisons, Vel, they have to have executions.
Chrissy, you said that those are the extremists. I have a question. When Muhammad executed apostates and people who defamed Islam, was he an extremist?
No.
I don't believe in any religion, mate. So you're asking.
No. Stop. Because you claimed that I said that in Islam that I would be executed for speaking out against Islam, and then you made the claim that that's only an extremist small number of groups. So I'm taking it back to the founder of Islam who did execute apostates.
Can I answer this?
And stop, Khan.
No, I'm going to answer you when you finish. Chrissy
can't.
He's not. Chrissy is not. He said
I'm
he doesn't
not,
know.
I'm not religious, brother. I don't believe.
Let Chrissy go first,
that
and then you go next, innit? You can have
but I don't believe that it happened how you're saying it happened.
No, Chrissy, it doesn't. So we're not basing it off of what you believe. We're basing it off of what Islam teaches and what Islam says is correct. So Islam says. So Islam says
right, we're going to a wider subject now because all of these religions, holy books. have
Dude,
really awful
Billy,
shit in
give
them.
him
You
the
ain't got an answer
chance,
for him. Let me
dude.
give him the answer
All of
quickly.
these
Yeah,
religions
tap
have
dancing.
really awful
Why
shit in
so
their
you tap
in their holy
dancing? Let
books.
Khan give you an answer at least,
All right,
innit? And
here's
then
No,
you
my
can
answer.
ask
Why
another
so?
question.
no,
Here's my
Chrissy,
answer.
no, Chrissy
Wait,
is
wait,
the
wait.
one
He
who
doesn't
He's
takes
not.
know.
on.
Hey,
Why are you
Khan.
picking
Hey,
on
Chrissy,
Chrissy?
wait. Why so? Wait. I can't hold on a second. Why so? Chrissy's tap dancing and purposely
No,
being
but Billy,
obtuse
this
with his
is
answers.
no, but
Purposely,
Billy,
innit?
this
Like, he
is why
knows
we
it.
need to. No, this is why we need to. Like Khan's opinion is secondary right now because
Okay, interesting.
Chrissy's opinion is that my view of feeling frightened is scaremongering, and that it's only extremists who would execute people who are apostates and who defame Islam. So what I'm asking him is, when the founder of Islam, and Islam teaches that the founder of Islam did execute apostates and did execute defaming people who defamed Islam, and they all agree about that. Is Chrissy saying that Muhammad was an extremist, or was he the prophet of Islam?
Right, I don't believe in Muhammad. I don't believe
No,
that
that's fine.
there is
That's
a
fine,
God.
Chrissy.
No,
That's
but
fine. That's
he's
fine.
not asking you if you believe in
So,
Muhammad,
okay,
man. He's
No,
asking you.
but it's
He's
very
asking you
important
if you
because he's
if
saying that that is
let me
the
do
that
it.
is.
listen,
All right,
bro.
let me respond.
Chrissy,
Let me
he's
respond.
asking you,
Let me
yeah.
respond.
All right, respond. Go on.
Right. So I can't ever go along with, oh yeah, the originator of that religion did this or did that, because I don't believe in religion. When someone tells me that there is a God and he's got a name, I'm just like, sorry, mate, I'm just not that stupid to believe in an imaginary friend. I've always said it.
That's not a good enough answer, man.
No,
Well,
Billy,
it is
let
a
me
good enough
respond.
answer because I don't
I'm
believe.
really
Stop,
losing
please.
He didn't ask.
interest.
He
He ain't
Billy,
got got an
didn't ask you
answer
please
for
whether you
you,
stop.
believe
why
Muhammad
so?
was
Why are you
true, man.
pressing
So,
him? He ain't got an answer for you.
Chrissy, I want to say
Go on.
this. So, I want you to think about this. I want you to think about how you don't believe in Islam, but
No.
somehow you believe that when I, who studied Islam and don't believe in it, feel frightened from it, I'm fear mongering, even though I know what the religion teaches and how it would treat me.
Right.
Have you ever thought about that?
I have thought about that, and what I think about that is that you have been taken in by an elaborate religious story, that has no basis in
That I
reality.
don't
None
believe
of them
in.
do.
No, wait, I just want to say that I don't. I've been taken in by an elaborate
Well, if you
religious
don't believe in
story,
it, why
and I
are
don't believe
you
in it.
worried about it? If it doesn't
Because
exist, if you don't believe in it, so
because
so
there's a
let me
prison.
ask you
No,
let me ask you a counter
Chrissy,
question now.
no, wait. I'll
Hang on,
answer your
I
counter
haven't
question.
finished, bruv.
I'll answer
Your
it, but I
sentence
want to
started in
answer
the
it.
middle of mine.
You
Your
asked me
sentence
a question
started
first.
in the middle of
No,
mine. Let me
you asked
finish,
me a
bruv.
question first, and then you
No,
wanted
I
to
haven't
answer a
asked you
second.
the question
Okay,
yet.
Go
All
ahead.
right. The question I would like to ask you is: there are approximately 500,000 Muslims in this country. Why is no one being beheaded on a daily basis?
Okay, so how many scientists are there in your country?
I don't know. Why?
No. Let me bring this up. So let's say there's 500,000 scientists in your country. How come they're not curing cancer right now?
They are.
Right. Well, I could give you a brilliant answer to that would take some time and probably get Veli's channel banned, so I won't. But there are scientists in this country making breakthroughs every
They
day.
haven't cured cancer, right?
Yes, they have.
But they're
Have a look at
curing
the cancer.
cancer. You said
Have a look at the
curing.
Cancer Act of
Curing.
1939.
They're in the
Have your
process
channel
of
back.
curing cancer.
Have a look
Billy,
at the
you can have your
Cancer
channel
Act
back.
of 1939. They have cured
Anyway,
cancer.
can I just quickly say
All right,
something?
don't go too mad. Don't
I
go too mad
attribute.
on anything to do with
I'm not.
anything medical,
Can I just
where
say?
people
Can I
would
just
need
say?
medical advice and all that sort of stuff.
I attribute Why So Religious with a certain degree of intelligence and coherence,
There's
and
a
I would like to say
half
that
a
I would
million
like to say,
army people. Why aren't they
my
killing
God,
people every day?
why are you
Okay,
getting
if
so
y'all don't
triggered?
like that right now,
It's called
no
a
wait.
standing army. It's called a standing
Chrissy
army.
does
They're
this,
only
man.
needed when there's a war on.
These two are going to
Okay,
go
so
around
then
in circles for the rest of the day
the
together.
Muslims are a standing army
It's all
too. Go ahead.
skip to my loot with
So
these two,
how are
man.
they a standing army when they've got no weapons?
Here we go.
I don't know. I've
They've got
heard
no
plenty
weapons.
of stabbing attacks from Muslims across
Yeah,
the
you've got more.
UK, but
America has got
whatever.
more stabbing attacks than
Whatever.
England.
This is a guy.
America have got more stabbing attacks than England. On top of that, you've got guns as well.
Yeah,
You've got
but
far
they
more
aren't
gun
yelling
violence than we
Allahu
have.
Akbar, my guy. They aren't yelling Allahu Akbar at a
And
What's wrong with
neither
Allahu
are the
Akbar?
people
What's
getting
wrong with
stabbed
Allahu
over
Akbar?
here. And neither are the people getting stabbed over here. The people getting stabbed over here are being asked, "Where's my fucking money?" Because it's crime and poverty that are linked,
This is a
not
guy
crime and
that says
religion.
that this guy is a guy who says he refuses to accept religious doctrine and laws because he doesn't believe in it. But yet, when somebody who studies it, who doesn't believe in it and knows what the religious laws call for and what the founder of the religion did to people, he just says, "No, you're an Islamophobe." That's what
No, I
that's
didn't. I
the
didn't
guy
say
we're
you're an
doing.
Islamophobe. I actually think you are, but I didn't say it.
I said you're an Islamophobe.
No,
I
I'm
think
just
you're an
saying, like,
Islamophobe, but I didn't say it.
I summed up
I
Chrissy
think that
perfectly.
anybody who would try to make a
But
normal,
hey,
everyday,
why? So you're
run-of-the-mill
going round the
Muslim
houses and letting
look like
Chrissy
an
do that, not
extremist is
answering your
definitely an
direct questions
Islamophobe.
instead of making your questions like making my answer. Like that's what I
Concise.
was gonna make a point
It
of.
needs
You
to
know,
make
like
I'm
it
just trying to get
concise.
Chrissy's
down to
very
the
skilled at
bottom of
times.
why you hate Islam so much.
That's why I
You
called
just
him
want to go
Scholar
I
back and forth
told
with
Monday
you.
because
someone.
Chrissy's
I
very
told
skilled at
you
not
why.
answering direct questions. I was
But
telling you that, brother, and you wanted to go down all these different trying to match
He
man with
deliberately
trying to
answered.
ask
Listen,
obtuse questions to get round to
Phil.
the main question. He's not
Well,
doing that. He's not gonna
Chrissy
do that, bro.
deliberately asked these open-ended questions so he can go back and forth with you for 3 hours. He deliberately
I know,
poses a
bro. I'm
question
trying to tell
in
why
that
so about that,
way.
but he's not hearing it. He's not having it. He's not trying not
Yeah,
to listen
because
to what I'm saying.
he's the perfect bait. He's the one that will take the bait from Chrissy all day long.
Dude, and you found Billy as bait where you'll agree with him, but would chop his fucking head off.
Why
Congratulations.
so? Why so? Your whole argument hinges on you saying
Hey,
that
calm
there's a
down.
perfect version of Islam that is my perfect version. You
That's just
haven't
belief.
even begun to
Wait,
break
wait,
Some
down
Sharia state
what
that, bro.
that
Listen,
might
I don't
be.
even want to go to Dubai,
Was
let alone live in a
Muhammad's
Sharia
no
state.
wait,
What are you
wait,
talking
wait,
about? I don't even
wait,
want to go
wait,
to Dubai,
wait,
rude
wait.
boy.
When Muhammad
Are you mad?
Khan, here's a question. When Muhammad
What's
ruled
wrong with Dubai,
Medina,
Billy?
when Muhammad
Nah,
ruled
brother, it's not for me,
Medina,
innit, bro?
was
You
that
can't
the
smoke weed
perfect
there without
Islam?
going to jail. That's not my country, man.
No,
You
it
mad?
wasn't.
Wait,
I
Khan
definitely ain't trying
just
to visit that place. What you
wait. I
talking
just
about?
want everybody to hear this.
Ari.
I asked Khan if when Muhammad ruled Medina, if that was the perfect Islam, and he said no. So there's a more perfect Islam than having the Prophet of Allah ruling over Arabia. That's your claim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why so? Do you know the Bible?
Yeah, so what?
Yeah. Do you know Numbers 31,
Do you know what
17,
aboutism?
18?
Do you know what aboutism?
No, I'm not asking about what aboutism. I'm asking you, do you know that Bible quote?
Here's what
Because
about
my point is that all of these holy books, all of these fucking different religious books,
Is
all
what
have awful
aboutism?
shit on them.
Is
All of
what
them have
aboutism?
awful shit. It's not what aboutism. It's
what
facts. It's
aboutism?
what's written
It's
in
what
all of these
aboutism?
holy books. Yeah.
Hey, you're
but the
talking
point of
They've
about
all
this.
got
Christianity and the difference
nasty
between the
shit in them.
Christianity and the Islam is that
They've
You're
all got
talking
in the
about
nasty
UK,
shit in
Islam.
them.
What
church and
about
What's
state.
the fucking
Listen,
problem?
church and state are separated. But listen, and also though, the church and state are separated in the UK, and the Islam is like it is church and state. Like so, it's political and it is the way of life and it is
So it's a theocracy.
church, how you religious. So
It's a
it's all angles
theocracy.
in it.
It's
Like so,
a country run by clerics rather than politicians.
Dude, if you're claiming that
see,
England
that's a
is a
different thing, isn't it? Like
theocracy, that's
that's not the
Yeah,
same,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
ridiculous.
No, it's
It's
not
a
the same.
And
ridiculous
also, like
claim.
Chris, you got like if you gotta just tell the truth on the shit, like, right, differently. It says in the man them's thing, like, right, if you chat shit about my man, you'll get your head chopped off, innit? Like, so.
Although, can I make a point about that, Veli? Let me make a point about that. If
No.
everyone on this panel got in a time machine and went back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad in a foreign country with a foreign language, foreign religion, foreign culture, and we were acting exactly how we're acting now and refused to take correction or change or even try to adapt to our surroundings. And we were like, no, we're from the future where we have liberal values and we know the right way to behave. And this is how it is, right? We
Did
would
they
all
have
get
YouTube then?
executed. We would all get executed. All of us would get executed. All of us.
But
Like,
I tell,
Did
tell
they
what
have
I
regardless of
told
YouTube
that,
whether
then?
bruv.
you're,
Like, everyone will be
regardless
there
of whether
locked
you're,
up right
Dude,
now
look
and
at this
shit.
listen,
Like,
false
regardless of whether you're
equivalence.
Labour,
Look at this
Conservative, black,
fucking
white,
false
Muslim, Jew,
equivalence.
or Christian, why so's point that he's trying
can't
to
Look at
vote,
this
man.
pose?
fucking fake
Listen, why
equivalence,
so's
dude.
point that he's trying to pose? He's trying to say that if him The person who he is today went in a time machine back to the time of the Prophet Muhammad, would he be executed? I would say yes. More than likely, it would take them about a week to realize that you're a dickhead and they would execute you, yes.
Look at this false equivalence. This fucking
But that's what your
faggot,
argument
bro.
is. I've listened to you for 1 hour. Ultimately, that's what you've said. You've got no intention of changing. You're like those white people that go to other people's countries and tell them, no, I'm not going to cover my head.
Once
I'm
again,
not going to
Khan
cover my
makes
head.
it about race. Khan makes
No,
it
but I'm
about
saying
race
like. I said
somehow.
like. I said like. You're like those white people that go to other
Makes
countries,
it
to
about
Muslim
race
countries,
again.
and they're like, well, we're not covering our heads. We don't have to. Yeah?
Dude, when you
That's
make
what you
something
are like.
about race that
And
isn't
listen, and then
about
ultimately,
race,
why someone turn
it
around and say,
shows
yeah, but
that you lost
he'll
the
turn around and say,
conversation, my
in
guy.
my country, we have to respect your religion. How comes in your religion or in your country, you don't respect our freedom and our liberal
Islam calls for
values?
every country,
That
everywhere around the world.
is ultimately the point that he's making, which is what all Islamophobes say. And I'm saying to them, they're like, oh, we can't go to Muslim countries and build churches. Yeah, but you can't go to Vatican City and say the shit that you say either.
What do
Don't
you
you get
do?
it?
There's no penalty for calling out the Vatican being wrong or Catholicism being wrong in
Not if you're in
Vatican.
America, but if you're
What
in
are
the
you
Vatican
talking
City,
about?
brother,
Are
listen,
you
you made the
claiming
same
that the
argument
Vatican is
about
executing
execution. I said to you, if
disbelievers?
England was a monarchy and there was a king ruling, people would be getting
Wait,
executed
Khan,
for
are you
treason on
claiming
a
the
daily
Vatican is
basis.
executing disbelievers? The Vatican is
Brother,
executing
listen to what I'm saying
disbelievers.
to
Is that
you.
what you're
You can't
claiming?
build a mosque in Vatican City the same way you can't build a church in Saudi Arabia. But yet you want to compare America, the land of the free, right, which is based partly
Dude,
on
nobody
Islam.
you
You want
brought
to
up.
compare America to a Muslim country, which is a false
Dude,
equivalence.
the
So you're being
conversation,
disingenuous. You're being
the
disingenuous
conversation.
deliberately.
Wait. The conversation was about executing people for apostasy or speaking
Don't
out and
try to wiggle
defaming.
out of it, mate.
You
Don't try to
changed
get out of
the.
it now.
Does
No, no,
anybody
no, no,
notice that
no.
he
No,
tried to
no, no,
change
no,
the
no.
conversation to about
No.
building churches in
No
the
one's changing
Vatican?
nothing. No one's changing nothing. I've been
Look
speaking
at
to you
this
for
guy changing
years.
the conversation.
I'm not changing no
He did it
conversation.
on
I'm saying to
purpose.
you that number one, if you was to go in a time machine back to Prophet Muhammad's time, me and you together, we'd probably both get executed for being fucking dickheads, right? That's a given. That is a
That's
given,
not the
right?
same thing.
Number two, you're arguing
It's
about
not the
why
same
Islamic
thing.
countries are different towards Western people and why Western people have to accommodate for Muslims. Yeah, because your culture is based on religious freedom. Ours isn't.
Yeah, your
So
culture
I'm
is
agreeing
based
with
off of
Khan right
fucking
now. Does
killing
that mean I'm
people.
using him?
Your
I'm
whole
agreeing with
culture is
Khan. Does that
based
mean
off
I'm
Yeah,
using
killing
him?
use me,
people.
man,
What are you
Chrissy. Use
talking
me up,
about?
bro. Use me up and spend me like money, bro.
Oh wait,
Your
hold
whole
on. You
culture
not
is
hear what I
about
was saying, yeah?
agreeing. Your whole culture is
I got you
about
bent over
agreeing
and
with
bitch slapping
people
your ass, bro.
until you get
Oh,
power
I
and
said
then
money,
fucking
not honey.
execute. What are you talking about? That's your
Listen
whole
to what I'm
fucking
saying to you.
yeah,
Quran.
why?
It's all
That's your
false
whole
equivalences.
Quran.
Everything you say is based on false equivalences, and you think we're too dumb to notice what you're doing. Your little Paul
Dude,
Daniels
you
magic
made the
tricks,
false
bruv. Allow
equivalence.
it.
You
Allow the
made the
fucking
false
Paul
equivalence,
Daniels
not
magic
me.
routine, bro. Sleight of
So
hand. Man's coming
listen,
with his sleight of
You can
hand.
hear me,
This is
yeah?
why,
Or was it
really,
all
Vel, this is
cutting out
why
and
he
that?
speaks for 3 hours. Because he does the little sleight of hand movement. He takes it to somewhere else, but he's already said from the
you're the
beginning,
one who
in the
took it
perfect
somewhere
version of
else.
Islam, in his perfect Islam. Yeah, but when has there ever been two Islamic civilizations that were exactly the same? No, because the leader has the right to execute Islam and put it out there to the masses the way how he sees fit. That's what the sultans and the viziers and the advisors and the scholars do. They have a version of Islam for themselves. Turkey's got different Islam. India's got a different Islam. Egypt
You're
and
a
fucking Saudi
fucking
Arabia
liar,
have
dude.
all got
There is
different
no different
Islams, and they
Islam.
ran. Listen,
There's
they
only the
run.
Quran and the there's only
Listen.
the Quran
Listen,
and the
they
Sunnah.
run concurrently.
You
There's been
fucking
Islamic
liar, dude.
civilizations that ran concurrently that took up more than
Once
half of the
again,
world's
Belly, I am right.
population.
This guy will say
You're not
anything to
wrong.
get you on his
Sorry,
side and
you're
will
not right.
fucking
I'm right.
execute
You're
you, bro.
wrong.
I'm not even on his side in
Once
the argument,
again,
though,
he
man.
will
Ain't
That's
about
fucking
mad
sides,
say
still.
really. Ain't
anything
about
to get on
Yeah,
sides.
your
Ain't
but
about
still,
side and
listen,
sides.
execute
It
you.
ain't
that's the
about
way
sides.
where you're moving the argument now and going over to me or whatever. But I was actually on your side in the argument that
No,
you've
I
literally
agree.
made up until now.
I know that.
I
But
don't
I'm
see
saying,
it.
like, just a moment ago, right? Khan, don't interrupt me. What the basis was about executing apostates and people who defamed, and then he tried to add the Vatican about adding churches to it. Nobody said that in this
No,
fucking
that's not true.
conversation.
I
It's a red
answered
herring.
you. I said you'd be the equivalent of a
It's a
monarch
fucking red
executing somebody
herring.
for treason. I said it would be the
But
equivalent
what
of
Khan
that.
said
So
is
it's a
true
false
though.
equivalence again.
What Khan said is true though. Like different. I mean, I'm not big on the thing, but definitely different Muslim countries do their thing differently. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to, according to.
That's not the point though. That's not what the argument is it? Because he already established that from the beginning. You see it. So now what now? Because I know you want to stay on here for 3
had
hours.
slavery until 1967. The only reason they don't have slavery is because the West wouldn't deal with them.
That's
So
not true.
now
There's
what?
people that abolished slavery before white people.
The thing is, what I want to ask you, why so drunk here? Because last time I was speaking to you, you was getting on to me about my blackness. You get me?
Oh my
So I
God,
wanna
black
ask
woman
you,
thing again.
why are you excellent, right? So as a black woman, I'm infatuated with my black self. Yeah.
You
Why are
gotta
you
talk
so infatuated
about
with Islam?
and someone that's infatuated with black people.
Yeah, why is he so
has just
infatuated
turned out
with
to
Islam?
take his place.
That's the question.
That's what I asked ages ago.
That was
Amen,
mad
brother
when he said that to
Mulatto.
Nanifa. I was a bit
Checkmate.
surprised because Nanifa is not like. Let me not speak about Nanifa in front of her. She's gonna think I'm gassing her. But yeah, like, it was a bit out of order what he was saying. It was a bit random. Like, I don't know where he got that from.
Hey, why so religious? You was making great points. Now bring up the fact that Muhammad had sex with a 5-year-old. Get to that part. Why so religious?
How old was Mary?
We don't know. It doesn't say in the Bible, but that's a deflection.
It does. Between 12 and 14.
It
She was
doesn't say that in
pregnant
the
at 12
Bible.
and
So
14.
hold on, pull the verse then. Pull the verse. Checkmate. Pull
I
the
don't
verse.
know the verse. I'm not
Checkmate. So
religious.
you're lying.
I'm
You're
not
lying.
religious.
Checkmate. So you're lying. So let's get back to Muhammad.
Use Google,
Now,
motherfucker.
why so religious? Go ahead.
Use Google, motherfucker. And earlier on,
Why so religious? Go ahead. Keep your foot
earlier
on these
on,
Muslims' neck.
what you were saying earlier on about why do black and African people go to America? They go to America
Oh
because
my
it's
gosh,
better
dude.
to
It's gonna be
suffer.
a race
They
thing
go
now.
to America because it is
Because it's
better
better
to
than their
suffer
countries, right?
racism than it is to live in abject poverty.
Exactly. So they need to fix their countries instead of running away. Now go
Well,
ahead, why
stop
so
fucking up their
religious.
countries for them,
Keep your
then,
foot
innit?
on these.
Country needs to
Keep your
stop
foot on these
robbing
Muslims'
everyone.
neck. Keep your foot on these Muslims' neck. Why so religious? You saying the truth? Go ahead.
Dude, Chrissy, what he just did, right? Earlier, he said that he doesn't believe.
Why do you care is the question, my guy. You're a whole white European living in a Christian country. Why do you care?
So
You black and you live in a white country. Checkmate. Hold on. Now you black and you live in a white country. Checkmate.
Don't need you, man. I'm
You black and you ran to a white country. Checkmate.
Did I not say earlier?
So
that
what's
the
your
question-
answer?
So the question is, why do I care? Because I'm a white European in a Western country. But what did I say earlier? I said that according to Islam, it would fucking execute me for being who I am.
Well, stay out of Islam then.
So that's
So
your
stay out of
answer.
white countries.
So
Keep
nine.
out of white
Is
countries.
that your answer? Yeah.
Hold on,
that your
one
answer?
mic at a time. One mic at a time. One mic at a time.
That's a
So,
direct
Khan,
answer
why do
to
you
what you
bring
asked
Islam
me.
to white countries and then cry when
Sorry,
they
what?
criticize
Would you
it?
say? Would you say? My mulatto brother.
The question is, yes, one mic at a time. One mic at a time. One mic at a time. The question is, Khan, why do Muslims come to white countries and then cry when the whites complain about you and they criticize you, rightfully so?
Come on, don't
You
even
have to
reply to
ask
this
them.
guy.
Yeah,
Don't
there
even
ain't an
reply
answer
to
for
this
that.
guy.
There ain't an answer for that.
Don't even reply to this guy.
But
I
there
know
ain't
it
an
ain't.
answer
It's
for that,
hypocrisy on
Christian.
your
Don't even
behalf.
reply to this guy, man.
Exactly.
He
There
makes
ain't an answer
absolutely
for
no
that.
sense, man.
Exactly. I know it ain't
Look, let me
because
try to give you
you're
some degree of
standing
an
in
answer.
hypocrisy.
Mulatto, let me give you some degree of an answer. I think that
Yeah,
whites
go
are
ahead.
so supremacist that they thought if we let these Muslims move here, that within 50 years, they'll forget about Islam, they'll forget about their religion, and they'll want to be like us. They'll want to watch MTV and eat cheeseburgers, and
Who
they'll
the
just want to
fuck
be
Then
like
why,
watches
us. But
then
MTV?
why
they
do they
didn't
let you build
realize.
mosques in their
Who
country?
watches MTV?
But
Hold
one
on, hold
minute,
on.
I'm
Why
saying to
so serious? Hold
you
on. Why so
that, in my
religious? Hold on. Let me
opinion,
dialogue.
white people, based
Go
on their
ahead.
supremacy, thought that when immigrants will move to their countries, that they will adopt their culture because it's such a great culture. And that's the
Then
ideology
why?
that they
Hold on. So
had.
Khan, hold on, Khan. So Khan, why did they like you? Why did they let you build mosques in the UK and white countries if they want you to forget about Islam? Checkmate.
Well, because they have to invite, let's say, for example, I'm from Turkey, right? And England wants to do good trade deals with Turkey and have good relations with Turkey. What they would do is they'll bring a certain percentage of Turkish people to live in this country and treat them reasonably. So then the people back home can think, England's not against us. They're not trying to destroy our civilization. They have people there amongst them who are of us. Right. So when our rich and famous people come to spend money in England, they have like a little harbor, a little community that they can be around. And it's just all part of the illusion of globalism. Like, it's just fake, really. That's
So
what it
that's the
is.
question right there.
Mulatto,
Hold
before
on,
you
you
before you
just killed
continue,
yourself.
let me say something. Let me
All
say
right,
something.
go
I want
ahead.
to
Go
point
ahead,
this
my
out.
white American brother. Go ahead.
Just a moment ago, Chrissy, when I was saying that Islam teaches that it can execute me, and he says that that's a French minority, radicals, extremists, and I bring up that it says that it's allowed inside the religion, and that Muhammad, the founder of the religion, said that it's okay.
Had sex with a
Let me
5-year-old.
finish.
Yes.
Let me finish. He said it was okay, and he did it. And Chrissy says, "Well, I don't believe in religion, so I don't believe any of that." But yet, you tried to say that Maria had some age. I mean, that Mary had some age in the Bible that she was married. So you do accept some form of arguments based off a religious text, and
No.
but you just reject them whenever they go against like what you think is like Islamophobia or
Bro, watch your
whatever.
religious.
But
Please let
then,
me say this. Let me say
No,
this.
no,
Watch your
hang on.
religious.
He's
You
talking
have
to
to
me.
realize.
He's talking
Hold
to me,
on, hold on.
mulatto. He's no.
You have to
You hold
realize.
on because he
you were
was
being
talking
Hold on.
hypocritical, dude.
to
You're
One
being
mic at
me.
a time.
hypocritical,
Yeah,
and I
One mic
called
at a
you out
time.
on
I
it.
have
I
said
called
from
you out
word
on it.
go
All right,
that
go ahead.
all of these fucking fake religions, have some awful shit in their books.
That's not the
And
point
yes,
that I
there is
brought up.
something.
That's
Excuse
not
me,
what
you're
I
cutting
brought
across
up.
me. You're cutting
That's not
across me.
Chrissy.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
cutting across
Watch the
me.
religious. Let
I'm
him make
giving
his point so I can
context
go
to
next.
my
Take a
answer.
second.
I'm giving
Let
No,
Chrissy
take a
talk
context
so I
to
can
second.
go
my
You
next.
answer.
need to think
Go ahead,
about what
Chrissy.
I brought up.
So, all of these
Chrissy, make
fucking
your point.
religions have shit in their holy books and in their holy fucking texts and whatever else.
All right, we heard that
Muhammad
part now.
has got
Let
some
me speak
awful
next.
shit. Islam has got awful shit in it.
Chrissy,
Christians
you're
have,
not addressing
Jews
the
Hold
have.
on.
point.
Watch
We
your
all
religious. Hold
have
on. I'm
fucking
next.
awful shit in our holy books. Yeah.
All right,
And
we
if
heard
someone's
you.
going to bring up 9-year-old Aisha, then why shouldn't someone else bring up fucking 12-year-old Mary, Mother of God?
Well, you don't have that
And
inside
you
the
don't have
Bible.
no.
That's the
Watch
thing.
your religious. Let me speak.
No,
Hold on.
wait,
I'm next. I'm next.
mulatto,
It's in the
mulatto.
religion,
Now,
Real
bro.
quick.
Chrissy.
It's
Hold
fine.
on.
It's in the
Hold on. I'm next.
religion.
Hold on. Now, Chrissy, where's the Bible? Where's the biblical text that says how old my check me?
It's
Where's
an
the
agreed.
biblical text that
It's an
says how
agreed
old Mary
fact by
was? Check
That's
Christian
me.
the
scholars.
point. No,
It's an
Chrissy.
agreed
So you're
fact.
lying,
What is all this fuck?
basically.
What are
So
you,
you're
Gary
lying.
Kasparov?
You're lying.
Checkmate,
Chris,
You're
checkmate,
lying.
Wait,
Where's the
wait,
checkmate,
biblical
Chrissy,
text?
Chrissy. Let me just say
checkmate,
something to these two
checkmate.
Christians.
No,
1
hold
minute.
on. I'm
In the
next. Hold on. I'm next.
Bible,
I didn't
one
even
minute,
get to
Mulatto,
complete my
please,
sentence.
because no, but
Hold on.
you
Hold on.
landed
I'm
you
next.
landed
I
your
didn't
point
get. I
already.
know. I
All right,
got
you
to
can go
complete
after
my
me.
sentence.
Let me just ask. In
No, 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 no. You can go
Christianity,
after
they
me. I'm
believe that
next. Hold on. You can go
Abraham.
after
Wait,
me.
wait, wait.
The
Abraham
point
married
is
his
this.
sister and a black
The point is
woman,
this.
and he had children
Chrissy,
from both of them, and the children that he had from his white
go ahead.
wife are chosen by God, and the woman and the children that he had from the black Egyptian woman was not chosen by God. Is God racist, or does he just prefer people who marry
oh
their
my gosh,
sisters?
dude.
All right, now answer that after I
Because
make my statement. Hold on, I'll answer that after I make my statement. The difference is, Khan, that you
Yeah,
Muslims
yeah.
condone Muhammad's relationship, his sexual relationship with a 5-year-old today. You will not condemn it. Checkmate.
No,
We as Christians,
I
we
would
will
not
never condone.
agree. I would not
Okay,
agree
so
that
will you
that
condemn it?
hadith.
So will you condemn
Uh,
Muhammad? Checkmate.
I'm not
Will you
condemning him
condemn
because I
Muhammad?
don't believe he did that. I don't believe
It's
that
in
he
the
did what
hadith,
you're
and you already
saying.
said
Yeah, I
that you
just don't
admitted it.
agree with the hadith. I've already said that
You hold on.
before.
Well, I got the clip that Valley refuses to play.
Yeah,
It's on my page.
I know the
Hold on, one
clip.
mic
I
at a
know the
time.
clip
Con,
back to
one mic at
front.
a time. Con,
Yeah, I'm
one mic at
speaking.
a time.
I'm
Con,
speaking.
one mic at a time.
But
One
you
mic at a
asked me
time.
something and I'm
One
speaking.
mic at a time. I'm not asking you nothing right now. I'm not asking you nothing right now. The point is this. Khan has already admitted it, and I got the clip already. It's on my page. Khan already admitted that Aisha was 5-year-old when
No,
Muhammad
never.
consummated with her. I have the
That's
clip.
not
That's why he
true.
keep interrupting me. That's why he keeps
No,
interrupting me. All
no,
right,
no,
well, I
no.
got the clip. Anyone listening, just go to my
Brother,
page. The clip is
brother.
on my page.
Everyone go to
And,
his page and watch the clip
yeah, the
and
clip
tell
is on
me
my
if you
page. The
believe
clip is on my
that he
page.
misconstrued everything because he was so
Now the
happy
point is
thinking
this.
that he got
No,
what he came for,
bro,
that he
just
was doing a lap of honor before he
I got
even
the clip right now.
realized.
I got the
Yeah,
clip.
play
Anyone
it, play
listening, just go to
it.
my page. Hold on, let
Play
me
the
say this. Hold
clip,
on, hold on.
bruv.
But I'll do you one better. Hold on, let me say the name of the clip so anyone can look it up. My name,
I've got no problem with the
of
clip,
my
brother.
page is the name of my page is Mulatto Rights Activist, and the name of the video is Muslim Khan condones heinous acts against a 5-year-old. Just look it
But
up.
that's
It's on
not
my page.
true. But
You'll see exactly what
even,
Khan said. You'll
listen,
see
even if
exactly
he
what
done
Khan
some
said.
miracle version
That's
of
why he
clipping
keeps
that,
interrupting me.
you still would not be able to show that I've said what you just said.
It's in the clip. So let's move forward.
No, but it's
Now,
not in the
also,
clip.
additionally, let me complete my sentence and I'll pass the mic. Additionally, in addition to why so religious, you have to realize that anytime you criticize Muslims, Chrissy will booty clap for the Arabians.
That's the
He
point.
has a fetish for Arabian men. So this is why Chrissy booty claps
No,
for the
Chrissy, but you
Arabians.
did that. Like, dude, take away. Just let me speak and take away all emotion from this conversation, okay? When I mentioned to you that there is a religion that says that when you ask me what I hate about it, I say that in its perfect execution of that religion, I would be executed. And you say that that's an extremist group. And then I say, well, was the leader of that group who did execute blasphemers, was he an extremist? You say, I don't believe in that. So I don't accept that. Then later on, let me finish, dude, let me finish and take away emotion. So then later you bring up what the Bible says, and then you make some claim about Mary, the mother of Jesus, allegedly being like 14 or something when that's not in the text at all. You're trying to use text for different religions for your claims, but yet when we bring up the religious scripture of Islam, for some reason, you won't accept it. Do you understand how that? No,
I'm quoting
let me
Christian
finish.
scholars.
No. Okay, what is the Christian scholar? May I ask?
They are people that have studied Christianity and all of the religion more than any of us. Google
A
it.
lot of times
How
when
old was
so
Mary when
Chrissy,
she was pregnant with Jesus?
But it's
Google
not
it.
based on scripture,
okay,
Chrissy. It's
so
based on the cultural norms of
let me give
the
you
Jews at the
Chrissy,
time.
It's based on Christian
Chrissy, let's
scholars
have a
that know
conversation.
more than us.
No,
It's based on what they
I
say.
agree.
Their own scholars are
Yeah.
confirming that she
That's
was
a
a
good
child
answer.
when she was
Now that's a good
impregnated.
answer because you
Let
look
me
like bring the verse, and he's
that's
actually
fine. That's
quoting
fine.
scholars.
No.
So
That's the thing. He's not quoting a scholar. Like if y'all were to, so
Why
Chrissy,
would
let me
I
bring in
quote a fiction
Chrissy.
book?
Stop, dude. Step away from your emotions and let me
I'm
no,
not
he's
respond.
right.
emotional.
He's right.
You're
He's
being
right.
very
I'm not claiming.
emotional. You
No.
I'm
booty
not
clapping for
Chrissy's right.
Arabians right
emotional.
now.
Chrissy's right.
You
Let me
guys
Use
Chrissy,
the
are
you
the
booty
Bible.
clapping
religious
for
He said he
Arabians.
nuts.
doesn't use the
I'm not
Bible. He's
religious,
right.
so
But
I'm
you
not
booty clapping for the
emotional.
Chrissy,
Arabians.
let me show you a difference, right? If you were to ask me what Islamic scholar, or if I said I'm quoting an Islamic scholar, I guarantee you I'm going to tell you the scholar that I'm quoting. But you're not
Exactly.
doing that. Like if when you
I don't
say to
need to
me,
do that.
no.
You do,
But I
because you're
just want
making
to
a
No,
claim.
I
Mulatto,
don't.
stop. Chrissy, step
You stop.
away and I'm not trying to tell you stop rudely. I'm just saying like let's focus on this real quick. Chrissy, the difference is like when I say I know that Bukhari
When I say,
records,
you say, I say, we say,
when I
make
say
some
that
noise.
Muhammad executed blasphemers, I can give you sources that say that. I could say Ibn Ashaq. I could say Ibn Kathir. I could say religious scholars, al-Bukhari, al-Muslim. I could give you these. But when
Exactly.
you say, let me finish. When you say, oh, the scholars say that she was 14, Mary, what scholar are you referring to?
Christian scholars. If
But
you
you
Which
can't
Google
one?
it,
name
you can.
one.
Wait, Chrissy,
But
If
you
Chrissy,
you
can't
are there
name
Google,
one.
hang
Are there
on,
Christians in the world
hang
right
on,
now
hang
getting married at
on.
14?
If
Are they getting
you
married at
Google
14?
it, you
Are
can
Christians getting married at
see.
14, Chrissy? Are Christians getting married at 14 anywhere in the world today? Yes or no?
I don't know. Yes, I
Yes, they
think they
are.
are
Yes,
actually.
they fucking
Yeah.
well are.
Is
I
it
don't
condoned by
know.
the
Yes,
religion,
they
though? That's the
are.
question.
Oh,
In the
don't wig about
Americas,
it.
Checkmate.
In the Americas, the
Wrong
No,
age of
that's
in
not
the
consent is
checkmate.
text
12.
That's
is
not
the question.
checkmate. That's snakes and
Dude,
ladders.
Is
Yeah,
it
that's not
dude,
wrong
checkmate.
in the text?
I
Yes or
just,
no?
Chrissy,
Checkmate.
I just want you to understand the difference of when you talk to me about Islam versus what you say
Right,
about
look.
other religions.
Okay,
You
so
Yes,
Whitey,
you
understand?
let
have a
me
higher
explain
level
to
of
you.
scholarship
Let
than
me
Chrissy,
explain to
but we
you.
don't
I've
expect
got
Chrissy
no...
to know these
Khan,
things.
let me
Sorry,
answer,
sorry.
bro.
Sorry, mate. Chrissy, go on.
So, Whitey, let me explain to you, yeah? What you are talking about, I see as complete fiction. I've got no interest in learning facts about fiction when there are real issues to talk about. So you saying that I know this and I know that, it's like you saying that you know Star Trek better than me.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No, wait. You say that, but the difference is like if you said, like you said, Star Trek, right? If you
Yeah.
don't even know that Gene Roddenberry was the creator of Star Trek, then
Yeah.
you don't know even a basis of Star Trek. But yet
Are
you're
we
going
at
to
a Star
talk to me about Star
convention?
Trek.
Are we at a
Do
Star Trek
you
convention?
do
Are
no
we doing a
no?
quiz
That's
on
not the
Star
point.
Trek where we can
So
win a
Chrissy,
life-changing amount of money? There is
focus
no reason for me
focus
to
on the
learn
point.
about
No,
a
focus.
fiction that I
No,
have no interest in, bruv.
no, but focus on
Why
the
so?
point
Why
that
so?
I'm
Can I ask
making.
you a question? Can I ask you a
Focus
question?
on. Let me focus on Chrissy real quick. I want you to focus on the point that I'm making. That yes, you don't believe. I don't believe in Star Trek, right? I don't believe that is true. But at least I can start at the premise, like the basis of knowledge of Star Trek, by saying that it was created by Gene Roddenberry. And
Yeah, and
then
I
I
might
could
then say to
dude,
you,
come
Why
hang on,
so
bro, hang
religious? You
on,
okay.
gave him an out.
hang on,
You gave him
and I
you
might
gave him
then
an
say
easy way
to
out.
you, yeah, what a fantastic science fiction series. Let's
You
now
gave him an
talk
easy
about
way out.
real
Why so religious?
science.
I'm gonna speak next.
Wait,
Go
wait,
ahead,
wait.
Chrissy. I'm
Let's
gonna speak
talk.
next.
I've got a
Let's
quick
talk
question for
about real
Waiso. Wait.
science,
No,
actual
because Waiso's
factual
actually trying
stuff,
to help. I understand
rather
that
than
Waiso
science
is trying to
fiction.
help Chrissy understand the flaw in his logic. But what I want to
But there
ask
is no
Waiso,
flaw in my logic.
1 minute. I want to ask Waiso a question. For Chrissy, a layman, to make the claim that Virgin Mary was married between the ages of 12 to 14, right? Is that an absurd claim to make, or is that within the realms of being reasonable? Like for you
So
to actually go against what
I'll
Chrissy's
answer
saying
that.
to
I'll
this
answer that.
point, I can
No,
only
I'll
assume
answer
that you're
that.
trying to correct his logic and you're saying that he should have a higher degree of scholarship
No.
rather than the actual
Khan,
point
let
that
him
he
respond.
made.
Go ahead, watch
Oh,
the
sorry,
Khan,
religion.
sorry,
I'm next.
I'll
sorry,
answer.
sorry,
Go ahead,
sorry.
watch the religion.
It totally is within the scope of
Thank you.
societal norms at the time. But what's outside of the scope is when he says that it was factually true, and then he claims that there's scholars that say that, and he doesn't know one scholar that
Google
can name.
it.
Dude,
Why would I
I'm going to
remember the
agree with you.
names?
dude,
Why would I remember
Why
the
so?
names
Hold
of
on. Let him talk. Let
Christian
him talk. Let him talk.
scholars
Go ahead,
Why
watch the
so? I'm
from
going
religion.
to agree
10
with
years
you on what
ago?
you just said, and
Hold
Why
on.
would
I'm
I
next.
one
remember
Hold
the
on.
minute.
No, I'm
names
Why
of
next.
so?
but I
Christian
was in
Can
scholars
you
from
see
10 years
I was
ago?
how?
interrupted.
Can you see
I
how?
was
Why
I'm
so? Why
interrupted.
so? Can you see how
hold on.
Chrissy
I
being
I'm
was
next.
in
partially
I'm
right?
Khan,
next.
I was interrupted. I was interrupted.
Put
Let
the
me
mute up
finish.
right
Sorry.
now.
So the
Now go
point
ahead.
that
Watch the
I'm
religions.
making
Then I'm
is
next. Go ahead.
the point that I'm making is there's a total difference of what he tried to do, which was say that it's factual, and then try to say that he knows evidences because of scholars teaching it as so, and even says, I believe his quote was that it was in the Bible. And
So
that's
how do you know
factually
about
not true.
Aisha being factual? How do you know about that being factual?
So
He's got you there. Why so?
no, let me answer. Based off the
I've got you.
criteria, that Muslims have set for their religious scholars and their religious doctrine, it is factual that she
It's
was
not
6 years
factual.
old. Dude,
It's
let me
hearsay.
finish. Dude, stop. Let me
Well, don't
finish.
fucking tell
No,
lies.
no, no,
Yeah,
no.
that is an
What?
Why?
outright
Why so
lie.
religious?
That
Finish your
is a
point, because
lie.
I'm
Oh my
next. Hold
gosh,
on. Finish
dude.
your point, so I'm next. So go ahead.
So if I can finish, the difference of is that you're making a claim, right? That scholarly inside of Christianity and even Judaism, if you want to say that, isn't backed up. As opposed to Islam, they have set a standard called Sahih and Hassan, Daif, they have set up their own scholarly standard of what truth is from the stories that they tell about Islam. So according to that standard, I am going to say that it is true, because not only that,
So
it's
you
also
cherry pick
talking
what you
because
believe
you
is true or
originally
not.
said
oh
Islam's
my
false.
gosh,
I'm
dude.
next.
You
You
said
I'm
cherry
next.
Islam's
pick
false,
Hold
though.
what
on.
you
I'm next.
believe to be
Hold on.
true.
I'm next. I'm next. And the point
So
is
can
this.
You
you
It'll
see?
cherry
be
pick
brief.
what you
It'll be
believe
brief.
to
Y'all
be
need to mute up
true.
and
Why
have some
so? Can you not
decorum.
see how
You
Chrissy's
need to
being
have
more
some decorum.
consistent than
Calm,
you
mute up.
are?
Calm, mute up. You need to have some
Sorry.
decorum. The point is
Sorry,
this,
bro.
and this is to why so religious. You have to know this. Anytime you criticize Islam, Christians going to start booty clapping for the Muslims. If the Muslims criticize
Are you
Christianity,
No, I'm
repeating the
not.
same
Christians
point
not
from
going to defend
before?
Christianity,
I booty clap
and that's the
for
point
who I
right there.
believe is right.
That's the point right there. If Muslims
All right, is that your
criticize
point,
Christianity,
thing?
if
Mulatto, is that what you wanted
one
to
mic at
say?
a time, one mic at a time, one mic at a time. If if Muslims criticize Christianity, Chrissy bitch ass not going to defend Christianity. But when Christians
I
criticize
do
Islam,
actually.
that's when Chrissy starts booty clapping for the Muslims.
All right. Anyway, back to the
I
point.
Every
Yeah.
time.
booty clap
Thank you,
who
Mulatto.
I
He's a
Mulatto,
booty
believe is
clapper.
right.
thank you for your tafsir on the question at hand.
Yes, he's a
Anyway,
booty
why
clapper.
so? Can I just say why so? Can I just say that, in my opinion, as an impartial observer, Chrissy Morris is actually being more consistent than you are. And the reason why
Thank you.
you're not being consistent, brother Waiso, is because you originally started by saying that you believe Islam is false. Then you've gone on to say that things that are stipulated within Islam,
Oh, true.
you're holding Muslims to that standard. Whereas Chrissy's being far more consistent by saying, I don't believe in Islam or any religion, and anything that is said
No.
in those religious books cannot be used as evidence. He's used evidence outside of the Bible, which is the understanding of how Jews lived in the time of Mary.
So firstly,
Wait, why are you interrupting me though?
my
I'm
bad.
saying
I
that
thought you were
Carl, you
done.
done
it's
interrupted
I'm nearly
everyone on the
done. I'm nearly
goddamn
done. No,
panel.
I'm nearly done though. Like I'm saying that Chrissy's used scholarly, historical data to provide a weight to the argument that he's making that Mary was between 12 and 14. He hasn't
What?
used the
Hold on.
Bible
What
because he
scholarly
doesn't believe
information
in
did
the
he present?
Bible. Wait,
What
wait,
So
wait.
let
information
me
did he? No,
Wait.
respond.
He hasn't
What
used.
information did he present?
Bro. He hasn't used the Bible because he doesn't believe in the Bible.
Okay, so what information did he
Why so
present though?
saying that? Wait, why so saying that Islam is false? And then he's using
No,
Islamic facts to prove an argument, which
no,
doesn't make
no,
sense to
Hold
no,
on.
me.
no, no, no. I
Why so
am
religious?
no
You're
in
not asking the
mulatto.
right questions. The
No,
question is,
mulatto. I'm gonna
what
respond to this.
information did Chrissy
No,
present
it's not
against
about
Christianity?
Chrissy.
What
Khan made
scholars
it
did he
about
present?
me and my inconsistencies. So, Khan, the
All
difference
right,
is,
bro.
though, I am being consistent because I disbelieve Islam, but the main question was why I hate Islam. And I said because Islam believes that it can execute me. Now, I can disbelieve in Islam and
America
know, dude,
executes.
let me finish. So I can disbelieve in
Chrissy can't
Islam.
look. Let me say this:
I
Chrissy
can
can't stop
I can
booty clapping for Muslims,
dude,
bro.
I can
Really, I
disbelieve
don't
in
even know why you want to have this
Islam.
debate with him.
You're a
Khan,
cuck.
Khan,
He gonna keep booty clapping for Muslims.
dude,
You're a
please.
Really,
cuck.
you
Dude,
cucking for Muslims
Why
please.
right
so?
now.
Just
Can y'all
let them get
stop?
off their chest. They can't go on forever.
So
Yes, and
Khan,
the point is this.
I'm not being
Oh, go ahead. Goddamn
inconsistent.
it.
What I'm showing is I can disbelieve in Islam and know what the rulings are and know what the theology says and what the theocracy would enforce. But that doesn't make me inconsistent. What it shows is that I'm legitimate in my concerns about it because it would call for my execution if it was in power. Now, when you talk about Chrissy not being inconsistent, I have to question you about that. So when Chrissy says that, and I bring up that Muhammad executed people, and he says, well, I don't believe in it, so I don't follow that. But people who do follow that are extremists. And then later, when he tries to say that Mary was 14 or 15, but doesn't bring up one scholar, just says Google it, and then you hold him
Google
to
it and
the
it'll give you
opinion,
the scholars'
dude.
names.
Okay, fine. But then when he also still holds the opinion that he's allegedly not supposed to mention what the faith says because he doesn't believe in it, then that's hypocritical, dude.
It's not hypocritical.
I want to come back at you
I'm
with one thing,
quoting
one point
the
of
stuff.
clarity.
I'm
One thing I want to
quoting the
clarify.
stuff from the
Wait,
fictional
Chrissy.
religion.
Chrissy, one sec. I know he had to go at you and you're going to reply to him, but I just wanted to clarify one point. My exact words were, Chrissy is being more consistent than you. I
He's
didn't say you
absolutely
was
not.
inconsistent or consistent, and I didn't say Chrissy was being consistent or inconsistent. This bipolar way of looking at it is wrong. I've said that Chrissy
So
has been
is it
more
consistent?
consistent than
Okay,
you
is it
have been.
okay, Con? Is it more consistent that I say a religion teaches something and I can name scholars, I can give you historical evidence of these rulings being implemented, versus Chrissy saying that allegedly the Bible says that Mary was 14 or 15, and then when he's asked to provide a verse, he says this is what scholars says, just Google it. Is that who's being more consistent there?
In terms of lack of contradiction, he is.
What?
Hold on.
Because there
Why
is
so
no
religious?
Bible verse that says that.
Y'all spoke
Con, there is
enough.
no
Now, hold
But
Bible
on,
he
hold
never
verse
on.
that
claimed
Watch
this
says he
from
this.
the
was 14.
Bible.
Hold on.
He never claimed this from the Bible.
But watch
No,
this
he
though.
did say that. He
No, he
100%.
I
didn't.
didn't.
Why so
I
religious?
think
Don't
all
chase
of
that.
your holy books have got
His
Don't get
nasty
lost there.
shit in them. Is
Con,
Hold on,
that
but
Con.
watch
wrong?
this though.
Am
Watch
I
this. Now,
wrong
Chris,
that
hold
all
on,
of the
hold
holy
on.
books have nasty stuff in them?
Now, Chrissy, you
His
say you
first
criticize all
statement
religions.
was
What are
that
your criticisms of
it was
Islam?
14 in the
Hold on. Watch the
Bible.
religions. Please mute up. Now, Chrissy,
I
you say
don't
you
believe in it.
criticize all religions. What are your criticisms of Islam? Let's hear them.
I don't
Checkmate.
believe in Islam.
So, what are
What
your
do you mean
criticisms
checkmate, you
against?
weirdo?
So, what are
Gary
your
Kasparov.
criticisms against Islam? Let's hear them.
I've got many criticism
So,
of
let's
it.
hear
I
them. Let's
don't
hear them.
believe
Let's
in
hear
it.
them. Let's
I
hear
don't
them.
believe in it. I don't believe
But
in
let's
it.
hear your criticism. You criticize Christianity. So, what's your
I've
criticism
not
against
looked
Islam?
into it to fucking work
So,
out a
what's your
list of
criticism
fucking
against
things
Islam?
I
Let's hear it.
hate about something I don't
So, what's your
believe in.
criticism against Islam? Let's hear it. Checkmate.
My criticism
Yeah,
against
go ahead.
all religion, which Islam is one, is that they're all bollocks.
So, what's your criticism against Islam? Let's hear it.
I
Well,
think
it's
he said
bollocks.
enough. I think he
Why am I
said
going to
enough.
come up with
What more do you
criticisms
want
on
him to
something that
say?
I
Got him there.
disbelieve?
Got
You
him
ain't
there.
got
What more do you want him
shit.
to say?
Got him
What more do you
there.
Why
want him to
am
say?
I going to come up with
I got him there.
criticisms on
Chrissy
something
don't like
that I
this
don't
headlock.
believe exists?
Chrissy don't like this headlock. Chrissy is
If he
able to
says the whole
criticize.
religion is
Chrissy
bollocks, I
criticizes
don't know
I would
what
like
Christianity.
you to
more
come
you
up
want
with
him to say.
criticisms.
Yeah,
I would
you
like you to
chimping
come up
out
with
now.
criticisms about Charlie and the
Yeah,
Chocolate Factory.
you chimping out now. You chimping out. The
Checkmate,
question is,
checkmate,
the question is,
checkmate,
you
checkmate,
criticize Christianity.
checkmate,
What's your criticism
checkmate,
against Islam?
checkmate, checkmate.
One minute,
Yeah,
one
he
minute.
checked.
Why
Look, you
so?
see, he
Are
panicking.
you that
Hold
sorry,
on, no, Con, stay back for a second. You see, Chris,
Mulatto, are
hold
you
on,
that
stay
bothered
back,
about
Con.
people
Con, you got
criticizing
to mute up for a
Christianity?
second. Con, mute up for a second. Now, we heard
All right.
Christy criticize specifically Christianity, but I asked this
No, I
booty
didn't. How
clapper
did I
what his
criticise
criticism against
Christianity?
Islam is.
How
He
did I
won't say it.
criticise Christianity? How?
That's a deflection. We heard you talk about Mary,
No, it
even though you
ain't a
had no
deflection.
sources.
It's a question. You
And I'm
said
going to
that
answer your
I
question directly.
criticised
Hold on, let's talk
Christianity.
about it. Let me
How?
answer you. Let
By
me
by
answer you.
asking a
Let me answer you.
question.
Now, let me
By
answer
asking
you.
a question.
Now, let me answer you. Now, you brought up
Go
one
on.
particular criticism you have against Christianity. You brought up Mary. So I'm asking you,
No,
what are your
I didn't
criticisms
bring it up. I
against
didn't
Islam?
bring it
Checkmate.
up. Whatever
What is
idiot
your criticism?
was starting about it about
You
the
deflected to Mary,
9-year-old
right?
bride.
You brought
Yeah,
up Mary,
I
correct?
put the equivalence over
And you
of
brought up
Mary
Mary, correct?
being a child bride
And you
also.
brought up Mary,
It's not
correct?
criticism. It's a
You brought up
fact.
Mary, correct?
No,
Checkmate. You brought up Mary,
So
correct?
you did,
no, I brought
so
up
Yes,
Chrissy,
you
you did
did.
she was
have,
12 or
Yes, you
wait, wait.
14.
So Chrissy,
you a
you
booty
did have
clapper.
a criticism. You did bring up a criticism about Christian. Well, technically, it would be Judaism. You brought up a criticism that could be an offshoot of Christianity. You brought up a criticism about in the Old Testament all the murders of people. So you have
There's murders in
criticized
all them
other.
horrible books.
No. Okay, so tell me about a murder inside of Islam.
Islam. Let's talk about it.
Cain and Abel.
That's not
Wait.
in Islam, you dumb motherfucking
So
cracker.
wait.
The question
Is it
is,
That's
not? I
fucking
think it
what
in the
is.
is
Bible.
your
Cain and
I
Abel
criticism
is
think
the
of?
it
Bible.
is. I think it is in
It
Islam.
is. It is in Islam. But
Is
Chrissy,
it also in
do
the
you know?
Bible?
But wait. What do you know about the Islam Cain and Abel story?
I don't.
Or you just
because it's bollocks.
So
what do you know about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
So Chrissy, what you just did was throw shit at the wall in hopes that it sticks.
It did stick. There is shit
But-
on the wall.
But that doesn't.
You're
But that's like
fantasists.
no.
You've
What
got
I'm
imaginary friends.
No, why
no,
so
I
religious? Don't
don't.
get lost. The
I
question is,
don't.
what is
But
your criticism of Islam? Let's hear it, Chrissy.
so
He just said the whole
let's
religion's
go.
bollocks. What more do you want him to say?
There's
He
not
said
much
something
more I can
specifically
say.
about Christianity. Let's hear something
Okay, so
specific
I
about
asked
Islam.
you, what are your criticisms of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? And if you haven't got any,
No,
is
you
that
gotta
because you're
run. You
dumb?
see, he gotta
Or is
run.
that
You know
because
what?
You
it's
see, he
a
gotta run.
fucking
So wait.
fiction?
I have an answer to that.
It's a
My
I can't
criticism.
fiction.
believe
My
Chrissy
criticism
Morris
of
is
Charlie and the
roasting
Charlie
YouTube
Factory.
clowns today. I cannot believe
Now
it.
he booty clapping for you today.
And I'm not
That's what he's
right.
I
doing.
cannot
He's booty
believe
clapping
it.
for the Muslims today. Because
Like
the
the thing
question
is,
is, he cannot get around this.
out of both of you two,
He
he said
cannot
the
get around this.
least.
It's a
He's
simple
hardly
question.
said
He cannot get
anything,
around it.
and he just
The
smashed
Hey
the
question is,
fuck
y'all,
out
I
of
want
both
to
of you.
show. I want to show you something.
the
So
simple
Go on.
question is, all right,
my
go
Now
ahead,
let
go ahead.
criticism.
YSO
My
redeem
criticism.
himself. Go on, YSO.
My criticism of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is "Cheer Up Charlie" song by his mother. So now tell us your criticism of Islam.
Checkmate.
We mean checkmate, you fucking
Yeah, let's
idiot.
hear it. Let's hear it.
Right, okay, so I'm not really interested in chatting about fucking fiction.
Look, he running from that. Look, you see he running.
Dude,
I'm asking a
answered your
question. We got you in the
question.
headlock right now.
I
I'm not
answered
running,
your
You in
I'm
the
question.
headlock
choosing to
right
be
now.
the adult.
We got you in the
I'm choosing
headlock
to
right
be
now.
an adult.
Christian, you in the
Can I?
headlock right now.
No,
We asked you a
Please,
simple
I'm
please,
not
question.
in
guys,
no
take it easy.
You
fucking
was
Take it
able
headlock,
easy.
you
to
Take it
idiot.
easy.
criticize
Listen,
Christianity.
Are you
Why
playing
can
won't you
chess
we,
or
criticize
are we
Islam?
can
wrestling?
we please,
Are
guys,
you
guys,
playing
guys,
chess
can
or
we,
are we
one
Yeah,
wrestling?
minute,
yeah,
Chrissy,
yeah. Got
can
you in
we
the
please
headlock
accept
right
the
now.
facts?
Hold on. You
Wait,
got
guys,
it. Hold
guys,
on.
guys, no, but
Let your
listen,
booty clapper handle
no,
it.
stop it, man. You keep doing this to
Let
me.
your
I'm
booty
gonna say
clapper
one
handle
thing,
this.
bro, please.
Let your booty
Let's
clapper
accept
handle
the
this.
fact. Let's accept the fact that people like Chrissy are not invested in researching
No.
things that have no bearing on their
But he
lives
researched
whatsoever.
Christianity.
No,
He
he
researched
doesn't. He just
Christianity
happens to live in
enough
a
to
Christian
criticize it.
country.
So
I
what is
He
your
just
was
happens to
brought
be
criticism
up
born
in
in
a
a
of
Christian
Islam? Let's talk
Christian
country.
about it.
fucking country and school,
Yeah,
you idiot.
you don't like
Of
this
course I'm
headlock
going
we
to
got
know
you in,
more
Christian.
about Christianity.
So why
This
you
is
booty clapping
ridiculous to
for the
expect
Muslims?
Chrissy
Let's talk about it.
Morris to know
And
about Islam
I
to the
bump into
same
But why
more
you,
level as YSO
Islamophobes than
religious.
Chrissy,
I
why you
That's
do
booty clapping for the
absurd.
Muslims?
It's
Christianophobes.
an absurdity.
Chrissy, why you twerking for the Muslims? Let's talk about it.
I'm not
Well,
twerking for the
Yeah,
Muslims
yeah,
because I
you is.
don't
Why you
believe
twerking for these
Islam.
Muslims?
I'm not a
Yeah, you
Muslim.
twerking because we asked you
I'm
a
not a
simple
Muslim.
question.
I'm not a
You're able to
Christian.
criticize.
I
Let's
am
talk
not
about it.
religious.
All right, but
I
one mic
don't
at a time.
twerk for any
One mic at a
religion.
time.
I believe all religions are
So
bollocks.
All right, but one mic at a
okay,
time.
Chrissy,
You're
I have a
able to hold on.
question.
Why so religious? Let me complete the sentence. Chrissy is a booty clapper. He's able to criticize specific things that he disagrees with in Christianity, but he's afraid to do that for Islam. He's a
No,
he's a
I'm
booty
not.
clapping,
I will say
twerking
the
cracker.
fuck what I
That's a
want, and I
fact.
do say the fuck what I want.
So
That's why he triggered. That's why he triggered
same
right now.
Mulatto,
mulatto,
you're a
Checkmate.
cuck.
Checkmate.
No, so
Mulatto,
that's a personal
Checkmate.
attack
you're a
with no
cuck.
basis. There's no
dude,
foundation for that.
All right, go ahead. Why
saying
so religious? Go ahead, get in there.
I'll just say this, mulatto, saying things like booty clap and things like that.
That's what he's
That's
doing.
just, I'm just
But
saying
that's what he's doing.
that makes it where the person doesn't want to address you.
Yeah,
So
but he
Chrissy,
won't address it
okay,
regardless.
that's
He's booty
fine. That's
clapping.
fine.
I don't
He
need
chose
to
the booty
address
clap.
it.
Chrissy,
You're
I have a
talking about
question.
He chose to be a
fiction.
booty clapper.
You're
Chrissy,
talking about
I have a
fiction.
question. Chrissy, I have a question. If
Go
do you believe that you would live your life safer as a disbeliever in a Christian ran theocracy or in a Islamic ran theocracy?
The honest answer is I couldn't live my life as a religious person regardless of anything because I just
I didn't
haven't
ask
got
you that.
the faith. Well, that's the answer that I'm going to have to give you.
But do you understand the question, or should I
No,
rephrase it?
not really, because
Okay,
So mute
you
up.
it is
don't understand.
completely.
Mute up.
That's fine.
Listen,
That's fine.
listen,
That's fine. No
listen,
insults. No
listen.
insults.
It is completely totally alien to me to think that I have to believe in some imaginary friend to get along.
So wait.
Mute up.
The concept of like theocracy, right, is that a religion rules the government. Now, let's say there's two options, and you're a disbeliever. Do you believe that you would be safer based off of the theology, the religious text, and what it's teaching and what it observes in a Christian government ran by theocracy, or an Islamic government ran by Islamic theocracy? Which one do you think would be safer for you?
I'm not sure, because obviously different countries vary with their whatever religions.
No.
What I do know is that every country in this world has people that are not religious, and that is me.
So Chrissy, I want you to focus. Maybe I'm not explaining this.
No, I'm focused, bruv. You don't have to tell me to focus. I know what you're saying, but you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I would refuse to choose. I would find a way of being the same person that I am, and hold the same views that I have.
Yeah, I'm saying, if there was a theocracy from Christianity and from Islam, which one do you think would be safest for Chrissy to be him out on the streets or on
Well,
YouTube?
if I listen to you, I would be safer as a Christian, wouldn't I?
No, not as a Christian. I'm saying under a Christian government, like a theocracy.
Yeah, so you're in America, yeah? You're in America.
Do you know what a theocracy is?
Yes. Are you an American? Do you live in America?
Yes.
So in your country, I would be safer being a Christian. In my country, which is basically a Christian country, even though there's more people that aren't religious than are, I would probably be safer being a Christian.
Dude, those
because
are secular countries.
According to people like you, Islam is out to get everyone.
Listen, those are secular countries. I'm asking you if the predominant country of the predominant laws of the country, the government was ran by theocracy. Theocracy means
I know what theocracy is, fella.
Okay.
I know what theocracy is.
If it was a theocracy ran off Christendom or Islam, which one do you think would be safer for Chrissy, the disbeliever, to continue his life as he does?
It depends what country. Regardless of whether or not...
No, it's not country. It's theology. We're basing this off of theology.
So there are Muslim countries that are very easygoing and laid back and don't give a fuck what religion you are. There are Christian countries that are fucking highly religious that do care.
What country is that? What country
I'm
is
not
that?
sure. I'm not sure. Quite a few countries.
But
there are countries.
There's a few
There are
European spots
laid
where
back
they're really Christian.
Muslim countries.
But you made the claim that there are.
Greece.
There are
Greece
laid back Muslim countries.
No, dude. We're talking about Islam versus Christendom. Of course, Christendom countries, which are now mostly secular, but we're talking about theocratically ran. The concept of a theoretically ran country. Which one would be safer for Chrissy? A Christendom ran country or an Islamic ran country?
As I keep saying, neither of them would be good for me. Because if I wasn't allowed to not have any religious beliefs, you are wasting your fucking time. You keep cutting across me. So if I wasn't allowed to not be religious, Chrissy wouldn't be in that country.
Can I just say something, Chrissy? This thing about Christianity being so virtuous and Jesus walked on water is a crock of shit. Because in the time of Christianity, they were burning witches at the stake, killing people for all sorts of things, and it was the church carrying it out. And they were extorting the public for money, that they were giving to the kings. I don't know what this idea that Christianity was so fair, where does that come from? It's just bollocks. We know from British history that Christianity was not the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Religion started when the first con man met the first idiot.
I don't know where YSO gets this thing about this idyllic Christian society. I don't know where he gets it from.
The thing is, I mean, YSO, you're basically saying
he's gone.
That. Well, there you go. He's run off, isn't he? I mean, he's basically saying that the Muslims of the world want to kill everyone, and that's just not what I'm seeing. Scaremongering. I mean, Khan, do you want to kill me?
Chrissy, to be honest, I'll be honest with you, mate, there's countries now where they've realised democracy ain't really working out for them. and they're sort of going back to a more Islamic kind of leadership. Now,
Yeah.
that only works on a local level. The higher state, the higher government, the deep state, and the military are still, and the banking system, are still on par with the rest of the world. So even countries like Afghanistan, who are like, oh, we kicked America out, and the Taliban's going to bring back Islam and whatever, that only works on a very local level. That doesn't work on the higher level. So when the prime minister of the Taliban or Afghanistan flies out to meet, I don't know, who's running England, Keir Starmer, and they sit down and they talk about sharing that natural resources and getting British companies to go over there and do jobs for them and whatever, Islam doesn't come into it. He's operating on a strictly governmental level. Now,
Yeah.
the Sharia system that they have is just for the population. It's just for people who want to live according to Islam. Now, the problem that people like Wiso and like cultural supremacists have is that when they go to other countries, he wants to wear his 10-gallon hat, yeah, walk into a bar, get a shot of whiskey, sit there like it's a fucking saloon. Like, this is what Africans let them get away with because they do shit like this in Africa. Like, I've never seen Africans hold Europeans to their own standard. They're like, oh, they're just white savages, let them get on with it, right? But in Muslim countries, you can't get away with that shit. You can't be coming to a Muslim country and your wife's not got her head covered, for a start. Theresa May went to a Muslim country. She had to wear a headscarf. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, they don't need to change for some supremacist ideology that white people should be able to put their flip-flops on, jump on a plane, and go everywhere like as if it's fucking the Costa del Sol. Like, that's how they see the rest of the world. They want to walk through people's culture, walk through people's civilizations like as if like they're so supreme. But what white people don't really understand is that, yes, they do rule the world currently. They are the hegemony. The reason being is only because of their military advantage. When you ask them about it, people like Wendy and Jupiter, they have this ideology that somehow their Britishness, their character, their strength created the empire, and therefore those values that they have are some sort of like ticket to supremacist ideology. But it's not true. It's only because America supported these lot after World War II that they managed to build up the whole of Europe, not have any investment in their own military, yeah, and it's all gone awry now. But like they've not had no investment in their own military. They've not invested in their own infrastructure. They've basically just allowed the banks to pilfer money out of their own civilizations and line their own pockets and just basically just keep the population living on the brink of poverty where they're not going to rebel or riot or take to the streets, but that no one can have any cross-generational wealth. No one can have a house that they leave to their kids without paying fucking 40% inheritance tax. Like, it's not what people are making out to be. Like, they're making out like the West is so great, but it's not really. Like, when you look at it in the long game, it's not really that great. All right, if you come here without a pot to piss in and you want to survive, yeah, they will let you do that. But the reason why they're letting you do that is because they need people. If they didn't need people, they wouldn't be doing that. And not only that, it's beneficial for society to make sure that people ain't fucking out there committing crimes, making more work for the police, right? And fucking up the whole country, right? And if you had unfiltered immigration with no benefits for anyone, that's what would happen. People would be out there like fucking Oliver Twist, robbing people from their fucking, what's it called, chimneys, and all sorts
Give
of shit
it a
would be
couple of
going on.
decades, can't give
It
it a
wouldn't
couple
take
of
long, mate.
decades.
It won't take long. Do you know what I mean? People take to the streets, start rioting, smashing up places. Look, even Greg's. I don't know if you've seen what's happening with Greg's, but their workers in the shop were told, don't chase anyone that pickpockets or steals anything, right? So now you've got people, bold as brass, walking into Greg's, grabbing their lunch and just walking out without paying. Bold as brass. And I'm like, this is shocking. Like, the kids started doing it. I'm sitting in Greg's looking at them thinking, oh, you little cunts. The woman comes up from behind the counter. She's like, oh, you lot taking the piss. They're like, suck your mum. And they walk off with like a couple of sandwiches each. Now you've got the fucking adults doing it, fucking Chrissy. The adults are going in there, grabbing 2-3 sandwiches at lunchtime, like 3 of them, 4 of them, fighting over the sandwiches, who's going to nick them first, and just walking out. Like fully grown adults on TikTok. There's videos of them. It's shocking. I was in Greg's the other day. The woman's putting out, you know, the chicken strips and the little wedges they put out in the hot cupboard or whatever. She's
I
putting them
don't
out.
use I don't use any of the big name fucking corporate cocksucking
I said to her, "What are you
coffee
doing? Putting
shops or
through that for the
places.
thieves?" I goes, "You're putting through that for the thieves, are you?" She goes, "Well," she goes, "It's my job. This is what I do now." That's it.
Crazy.
It's a piss take because it's all corporate nonsense gone mad. Corporate's telling them, "We ain't got insurance for you if you get attacked. You're not going to get paid out if you try to accost any thieves. Just let them get on with it." So they're saving money, right, by turning a blind eye to thievery because they don't want to cover their staff with insurance or put a security in there or whatever they want to do. That's going to cost them more money. They've done a little damage limitation and said, all right, let's not spend money on this. But yet they're corrupting society indirectly. They're responsible for the corruption in society where kids can walk into shops and take things and nothing happens to them.
Mate, it's craziness. I mean, pretty soon there's not going to be any jobs. AI is going to fucking suck the life out of the employment market, you know, and people are going to be like, there's no jobs, there's nothing to do. And
that's what they want, Chrissy. Chrissy,
it
that's what they want. They want everyone to fuck off.
What's the old saying
they
about
want everyone to jump
devil
on
makes
boats.
work
This is what I mean about
makes
it's a
work
bit
for idle
cheeky. Everyone's
hands.
going on about immigration because half of us are going to end up being immigrants whether we like it or not. Like we all got to pick somewhere to go soon. Do you know what I mean? Because the way how it's going in this country, yeah, you're either going to be poor as fuck or it's going to be playground of the millionaires driving about in fucking Ferraris at the expense of all these fucking middle class twats that are just getting taken to the fucking like lambs to the slaughter, getting taken to the fucking slaughterhouse now. They're going to get rinsed, bruv. All their mortgages, all their houses, all their cars, all the fucking hire purchase loans, all their debt, everything's going to go to the elites. Do you know what I mean? And they're just going to either be poor as fuck.
Always been going, though, bro.
They're either going to end up being poor as fuck or they're going to have to evacuate and go somewhere else. And the government is more than happy because they're depopulating the country, but rather than killing people like they're doing in other countries, they're just starving them out of fucking house and home. They're forcing you to go abroad. You're going to have to go somewhere, innit? You're going to go Australia or Germany or America or somewhere where like white people can go, innit? You're going to have to go somewhere, innit? Do you know what I mean? And that's why these lot, they're so anti-Islam because they're like, well, if we can't go to your countries and fucking swan about like we own the place, then you can't come to our countries now either. Like because they know that a lot of white people, if they run, Chrissy, where do you think they're running to? They're not running to Africa.
No one's running anywhere. No one's running anywhere.
They will.
No one's running anywhere.
So what about when there was an exodus of all the English went to Australia? What about that? That was about 20 years ago. And then they had to close the door on it. They had to stop English people moving to Australia. There's too many people moving.
50 years ago, the amount of people that owned their own homes and was buying their own homes was massive. You have a look, I mean, in 10 years' time, practically no one will be able to afford to buy a home.
Well, that's the plan.
So the whole of the, sorry?
That's their plan, isn't it?
Yeah, basically, mate, they are taking the actual physical, tangible assets and they're trading them to us for paper and coins.
Exactly. And the irony is, I even heard Jupiter saying this the other day, where she was saying that rather than bringing the private rent down, right, to match like the council rents, they're putting the council rents up, right? So what will happen is then you won't get full housing benefit, right? If like let's say you're old and you're getting housing benefit, let's say you die and you leave the flat to your son or whatever, yeah, or to your child, right? They won't ever get full housing benefit. And the rent would have gone up to the point where they might as well just go and get a private place and rent it anyway, because at least they'll get to live where in the area they want to live in. So they've changed all the rent and all the council and everything. It's all changed.
It's going back to Victorian sort of, style, where literally no one will own up one property.
Slavery. That's what it's going towards.
Yeah. And what's going to happen from then, I don't know, because there's no way that the peasantry, the serfs, will be able to rise. Because, I mean, this is the argument I was having with Jupiter last week or whenever. Yeah, she's going, there's going to be a civil war. What are the peasants going to be able to do against drones? Yeah, there was the old adage about bringing a knife to a gunfight. Now it's bringing a gun to a drone fight. Yeah, there's no chance of the little people rising up.
But Chrissy, here's the point, there's not enough. If you're working and you're paying rent and you've never got an opportunity to buy your own property, right?
Yep.
It is just far more easier for the establishment, right, to actually just like if your boss turned around and said to you, do you know what? Instead of paying you money, I'm going to give you a voucher so you can go to Sainsbury's and do your shopping, and another voucher that you can give to the council to pay your rent. And then the council turn around and say to you, well, instead of us giving you housing benefit, we'll just give that money to your employer who'll give it to you anyway. And if you don't want to work, then you're out on the street. And that's just how it will be. It will just be like communism for the poor, and the elites will just have unbridled, unfettered capitalism. That's how it will be.
See, I mean, have you heard about the fucking state income thing? What's it called? Oh God, I've forgotten what it's called. The Chinese are doing. Not universal credit, but universal income or whatever it is that they're going to be doing. Because pretty soon people ain't going to be able to get jobs. There's not enough jobs. Sort of like we've built the infrastructure. I mean, obviously we do need slightly more infrastructure, but people keep thinking that there is a depopulation thing going on. There's not. We're actually hitting population collapse. And the reason that they haven't put any more money into infrastructure is because they're waiting for the population to start dipping, and the infrastructure it'll be, the pressure on infrastructure will be eased. So, pretty soon we ain't going to have to worry about the NHS being jam-packed full every fucking year, because pretty soon there's not going to be that many people, because a lot of the old people are going to be dead because we've got depopulation. And to try and tell people about depopulation, see, the thing is, they do want to depopulate us, but they want to depopulate the useless eaters. The useless eaters, they call anyone that's disabled, anyone that's old, anyone that can't work and stuff like that. Look what they've done to the disabled. Oh my God. People don't realise that that's going to fucking hit so many people really hard. But we've got money for war, and yet again,
here's the thing though, Chrissy, when you've done certain jobs,
Donald Trump has turned around and said that Europe have got to fucking pay their way. So Europe have turned around and gone, okay, we will spend billions on military. So they're going to chuck billions of fucking dollars, because it's not euros, it's dollars. They're going to chuck billions of dollars at the military industrial complex, which basically means the states will fucking, benefit from it, because, the world currency is the US dollar. So regardless of what the fucking rules are that the EU have got to spend their money inside the EU, it ain't going to fucking matter, because ultimately they're paying it in US fucking dollars. All the big fucking arms companies are US dollars. They're going to spend billions of pounds on fucking military, and then America are going to turn around and say, oh, by the way, we spoke to Russia. Russia gets to keep what they've had. Russia gets everything it wants. And they've also said that, we've got to lift sanctions now. So all of a sudden, Russia's going to be back in the fold. Yeah?
This
and
is
it's
the thing,
after
though,
we've
Chrissy.
spent
I've said this long
fucking
time ago
billions
that America
defending ourselves
is
against them.
withdrawing from the global thing about having bases everywhere and like paying out all this money to keep the whole world under their control. Like they're withdrawing from that. They're maintaining strategic places, but they're withdrawing from being the policeman of the world. That does partly mean that Europe's going to have to step up. Because the amount of bases that America's got in Europe, right? Once they withdraw all them troops from out of Europe, England and America, the Germans and the French are going to have to step up and replace all those soldiers. Because that's their protection
so look
against
at it this way, though, Con. Look at it this way, right? People don't sort of like seem to do the maths, right? Really simple. There's 340 million, roughly, Americans, and they've got the world's #1 superpower. There's, I think, 140 million Russians, and they've got the world's #2 superpower. Europe have got 500 million people, but we can't fucking muster enough troops to basically take into Ukraine.
Well, Europe's saying that they're going to cough up, I don't know, what was it, 850 billion for their military, but they're saying that Turkey and England are going to be exempt from that.
Yeah.
So,
but where are they going to spend that, though, Con?
But England is on a catch-up game.
Yeah, but where are they going to spend that?
At home in Europe.
No, they're going to spend it buying arms that basically will come from America. That's why Trump's done it. That's why Trump has said you need to do 2.5% of your GDP or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So he knows.
I agree.
He knows because he's got all the arms manufacturers. He's got BlackRock and fucking all of them. So he knows that by Europe spending more on defence, they're going to be giving more to USA.
Do you know why? Do you know why though, Chrissy? Do you know why he's partly why he's doing all this? Is because the Chinese electric market for cars. Chinese electric cars are basically fucking up America's economy of exporting cars and all these like factories they've got everywhere. Like I don't know if you know, but there's like Vauxhall owned by America. There's a lot of companies that are owned by American car companies that produce
England's
cars.
got a deal with China to do like free ports for their electric vehicles.
Who? What country?
Do you know? Yeah, United Kingdom, UK.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, though, they have to make that deal because China's undercutting everyone to such an extent that you're always going to be better off just buying a Chinese car and sticking a British label on it and selling it to your public. Like, you're always going to be better off doing that. Like, by the time you invest all the money that they invested and bring out the technology and switch over to electric, you're just better off just buying Chinese.
None of these countries have got an electric.
They done a presentation the other day where they're alleging that on their newest BYDs that they're building, they got charging ports where it will take 5 minutes to charge to full. So
what? That's crazy.
Oh, mercy.
That's crazy, mate.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
Your cameras on.
5 minutes to charge up the whole car. What? And then you can drive for how long?
Well, microphone check. Black
Now
the Come on.
Because that's really what the issue is that the time it takes to fill up.
Yeah, obviously. That is the downside of electric cars at the minute.
Bigger. Microphone check. This microphone working today.
We can't really hear you properly though, bruv. It's cutting out.
So right. 1 second.
None of the groups that any of these big countries have got can take the fucking charging for a full fleet. Everyone's going to get home, and at 5 or 6 o'clock, they're all going to charge their cars up, and the whole grid will go down. Bad, man. Bad mind.
Hey, let me run this video still, about people that's not paying taxes in the UK and all them sort of shits there anyway, because like a lot of these men love to booty clap, pause in fucking mulatto's words, but I say a lot of these men are bitey clapping, for fucking multinational big business and thing what. But it's strange because up until Elon Musk said he was looking to help out reform and Tommy Robertson and all sort of stuff like that, these men were vehemently against multinational businessmen having any sort of influence within the country or within any of the politics that these men support and all that sort of stuff there still. So I'm saying that these people that are at the top level that are taking some crazy amounts of profit daily and all them sort of things there, they should, why the fuck shouldn't they pay their taxes? Like the places where
microphone check, bro, microphone check
from other taxpayers that are in this country.
That's better,
right now.
It's better now, yeah?
Yeah,
Thank
man.
God, man.
How you doing,
we
bro?
shit on Israel, man. How you doing, brother? You alright, Chrissy?
Yeah, fine, mate. You?
MP. Big up, brother Khan, man.
Hey, listen,
and
let
we
me
shit
play
on
that video.
Israel,
Did you hear me speaking?
Israel, man. We shit on Israel.
Yeah, we got you, Billy. We got you, Billy.
Alright, let me play the video then, man.
Who gets £30,000 a day and doesn't even pay tax in the UK, or the £250 million a day that the likes of Amazon, Vodafone, BP and Shell do not pay tax in the UK. When poor people get extra money, they spend it and it goes into the economy. When rich people get money,
put it to a tax
it goes into a tax haven. And the money drip feeds out the economy. And that money does no good for the economy. It doesn't help the NHS in any way. Wealth tax, that is why we need it. We need a distribution of wealth. This is a rich country. The money's just in the wrong hands. But the boss of Tesco.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah. Is that Wendy? Is that the
We've
real
been
Wendy?
saying that for years, haven't we?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Alright, woo! Rip Flair, drip, go. Woo. Yeah, like I'm
God, man.
saying, man.
Hey, Wendy, I
Like,
hope you're not racist
obviously,
today.
there's a lot of
Don't act
corporations and
racist.
there's
Jesus,
obviously
God.
multiple different ways that you can
Free
use, like,
Palestine, man. Free
tax
Palestine,
avoidance
man.
schemes
Every single day.
to funnel your bread in and out and so and so and so and so. But like, right, if the between the working class, middle class, even up to the people getting paid 145 racks a year, getting taxed them fucking 45% and all them sort of shit stay. Like, right, if every one of us have to pay out some sort of percentage in our wage, like, or the earnings that we make, any sort of charity donations and this, that, and the other, like, how comes it's not the same for the people them at the top of the society? Obviously, we know the laws and probably even the tax laws with the loopholes were created to protect the wealthy and the people at the top, innit? But yo, as far as we've been able to see through studies of the economy or whatever, trickle down economics don't actually work. When the wealthiest people are getting taxed enough to fund public services or whatever, then at least you'll have like workable public services for the fucking people that need to use them, which is like the majority of the country, innit? Like, so it's crazy. I don't know why people are against any sort of wealth tax, any sort of taxing of people that have
Because everyone's on a
like
distraction thing,
largeness.
bro.
A billionaire
Everyone's
is
on a
never going to be
distraction
able to
thing.
spend the money, £1 billion, in his fucking lifetime. So there's no reason why they shouldn't be paying a little bit extra tax. They become a billionaire because of having assets or business or just having it passed down through whichever it is that's been able to make their bread within the
Hey,
countries
Veli,
that
let me
they're
ask you a
passing it down
question.
in.
Phil,
Why shouldn't
right now, yeah, given the times that we're living in, we should be seeing a rise in socialism, a rise in people being concerned about the wealth and health of others. Why do you think it is that rather than that happening, we're seeing the opposite, where everyone's like out for themselves and then the right wing is kind of like moving up and up and up? Why is that? Because I would have thought it's the
I
other
don't
way
even know, man.
around.
I don't
I would
know,
say that
because
right
the same sort
now,
of thing
people need
is
to
like,
start caring about their communities, about people around them. Like, we got fucking food banks, for fuck's sake. Like, it's a wake up call for people that you need to start caring
I'm
about
saying,
people,
yeah,
the old people that live on your street. Like, there's old people out here that I've got a neighbor, she walks about 1 mile an hour with a walking stick up and down the road. Yeah, she could just about make it up the stairs. Like, every time I see her, I've got to carry her shopping for her. She's that fucking old. What, ain't there no one to help this woman? Where's all the care in the community and all these government things that are cut back to mad? You know what? The last time I saw a policeman on the road, it's been about a fucking year, bruv. I ain't seen no police. Like, where's all the money going? It's just crazy. I don't understand why people just
It's
they want
looking
to
after
fucking
it's
burn the
looking
mosques
after the
down.
immigrants. It's looking
They
after the
want to burn
illegal
the mosques
immigrants.
down, blame
Yeah.
the
but
immigrants,
it's
when
not
really the
because the
elites are
same
cutting
reason
back
why
on
them man
spending.
are in hotels.
It's
The
crazy. It's
asylum seekers and all that are
crazy.
in hotels and all that
It's
because
people
the
like
Yeah,
they
that's
Wendy.
can
where
People
all the
like
money's
Wendy.
because
going.
of austerity. Nah, because of austerity,
A
they've
liar, mate. A liar.
drastically cut public spending, skeleton spending, and weren't even processing claims. Like my man's saying, you don't really see no police on the beat or whatever. Even Dark
I'm
Magician
really
jumped on
100%,
yesterday,
bro.
who
100%. 100%.
works in and with the government sort of thing. Yeah, they haven't really got the money to be putting people out there. Again, where's the money gone and what are they spending the money on? Couldn't even tell you or whatever.
Bigger,
All we
bigger,
do
bigger,
know is
bigger.
that
It's not
when
about
it
money,
comes
man.
down
Capitalism has
to,
sucked
Life is
the
not about
let me
life
money.
just
out of
finish
the
this point
country.
though, yeah.
It's
When
about
it
what's
does
going on
come
in this
down
world.
to one sec here, when it does come down to what we can see in plain sight is if it does come into a crisis time and they do any sort of quantitative easing, the money seems to just get dealt out at the top and stays there. Like they'll either swap assets for some sort of bread or slap it in some tax haven and then it's just gone out the economy and not seen again. And the man them has still got no bread. So through COVID or whatever, these men are just getting mad contracts for this whatever, PP that don't even work, companies that don't even exist, apps that don't do shit, so and so, able to scrape off however much hundreds of millions, and then what we're gonna do is 5, 6, 7 years later start talking about people that are flipping benefit cheats or anyone that's fucking disabled that's getting an extra £10 a month to help them out or whatever, and be like, oh, they're the biggest cheats and scammers in the land, and we should be fucking taking the money off them. Like, crazy stuff. That's the
Microphone check.
that's able
Big
to
up.
just
Yeah, are you
stack
finished, brother? Are you
everybody.
finished? Microphone check. Can you guys hear me? Again.
It's gone worse again, mate. It's going bad
One
again.
second. Sir, one second. I want to fix my mic now.
No, you're still bitty, bro. We can hear you, but it's not
And
good.
you got your fucking
Can you hear me
smoke
now?
alarm
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
brother,
better
listen,
now?
yeah?
Can you hear me better now?
You got first
Brother,
of all,
one
You know,
second,
it's
brother.
well,
your
you have
it's
to
your
change the fucking
Somali
battery in your smoke
Wi-Fi.
alarm,
Not
like
that great.
I don't know what you're trying to
Stop
do
doing
with
this.
this
Are you being racist,
stereotypical
Wendy? I can, yeah?
migrant with
Are
a
you
fucking
racist,
huge
Wendy?
smoke alarm.
With a passion, Somalia.
Of course
Can
she
you hear the
is.
spoken out right now? Listen.
Well,
1
who's
second.
saying it's your Somalian Wi-Fi?
No,
It's
hold
not that
on. It's
great.
not a problem. It's not a problem. Yes, 100%. I'm a Somali pirate. Yes, Sketty is a Sketty. Yeah. But the
That's
question
getting
is
You're a
one
private. It
thing.
could be
Somali. Hang
better.
on, wait. You're now a
Do you know who
Somali
I am?
pirate. You're a
I'm
Somali
100%.
pirate.
Why not? It's Red Sea. It's called Red Sea. Red Sea, ocean.
Oh well,
Why
you
not
need to
become a
get in
pirate?
hiding because the British and the Americans are
Hiding.
after the Houthis
Oh
in
my
the
days,
fucking Red
hiding from
Sea,
what?
aren't
Who?
they?
Against who? Who's gonna hide me? Who's gonna beat me up? The British soldiers?
Well, what
Are
you
you
do
mad?
in this country if you think you belong in the Red
It's my
Sea?
land, mate. Are you
Huh?
crazy, Wendy? Auntie Wendy. I call you Auntie, yeah? It's my land. I was raised here as a kid. I grew up here.
So
It's my
What do you mean?
land.
why are you
It's
calling
my
yourself
land,
It's
a
my
man.
land.
Somali
It's
I
my
ain't
pirate for
going
land.
God's sake?
nowhere. I ain't going nowhere
It's my
until I
land.
become your land. I'm president. Until I
Why
come
are you
here.
It's my
calling
land. Take it or
yourself a
leave it.
I'm taking over
Somali
your No, I won't say
pirate?
sign on stupid. It's my land. It's my land.
It's
What the heck?
my land.
I ain't going nowhere. You can't send me back where?
Okay, so why are
How you
you
gonna send
calling
someone like me?
yourself a
Oh,
Somali
hold on.
pirate? Don't make
Yes,
sense.
why not? I'm a Somali and I love my land, Red Sea.
If
Yemen.
you love it, why aren't
Have you
you in
watched the
it?
news yesterday? Did you see the news yesterday? What happened in Gaza, Palestine, that last night? People are
I don't
praying.
Palestine.
know what happened. I don't know.
Innocent women and children are praying in a mosque in Ramadan. They're getting bombed from the
Uh-huh.
sky in the mosque. Is
Oh
that fair?
dear.
You think
Oh
that's
dear.
fair?
Never mind. Tears. Yeah.
So the question is, why we RAF, RAF Typhoon plane are flying over Palestine right now?
No.
Gaza.
Let's get it right. Yeah, the RAF are bombing the
Typhoon, I'm talking about
Houthis
Typhoon
in
plane.
the
I'm
Red
talking about
Sea.
F
Stop it.
F
Stop it.
F-16. Why do we sell
Stop
our
lying.
weapon to this?
Stop lying.
What do you mean I'm lying, Wendy, my
You're
sister?
lying.
Respect with all. I just woke up. I was sleeping. Yeah, I woke up today. The worst news. Yeah, people are praying in Ramadan and getting bombed from the sky. Innocent
Yeah,
women and children.
Christians were
Praying
praying and had their heads chopped off in Syria. Yeah.
again. Christian. So we Muslim are not human beings, right? We Muslim are not human. Are you saying that right now? Say it again. Repeat it yourself. We're not human.
I said the Christians were praying and
Oh
they
no,
got
hold on.
murdered for it.
Excuse me, Wendy. If you see my daughter, yeah, wear a hijab on the street, are you gonna unalive her?
Don't talk
Hold
like
on.
a fucking idiot.
She was born
Why
here.
would I do that?
You're being an idiot.
Why not?
What?
Why
Because
not?
I
No.
tell
What
you
Because
why
would
you are
you're
I
being an
do?
racist. You
idiot.
are
Such a
What
horrendous
about all the
act.
Islamophobia.
Christians that were
You
living
have
in
reached a
Palestine,
point.
Wendy? You
Shut
don't
up,
care about
Tom.
You have reached
Christians.
a
You
point.
don't
Why
care
would
about
I do?
Christians.
Wait a minute.
You're not
Why
care
WWP is
would
about
I
incoming.
do
Christians.
such a horrendous act?
World War
Why
III
would
is
I do
incoming.
such a
Because
horrendous
Because you're
act?
a
Why would I
poor
do that?
person. You're a deplorable
you're a
person.
racist, mate. Wendy, you racist. You 5 years. You haven't
Hang
changed.
on. I'm the
You're
racist, but
racist.
you're the one that sat here saying you're a Somalian pirate. Yeah.
Why not?
What's
Blaming
I'm a
racist about that?
Somali. Yes,
blaming
I'm a Somali.
Typhoon
Yes,
for
and I'm a
bombing
pirate. Yes, why
Palestine.
not? Why not?
Yeah.
I have right
You're a
to
fucking
defend my sea.
idiot.
I
Get a
have right to
grip.
defend my sea. My sea. Why
Why are
not?
you
It's
It's
not
listening
my
to
your
me?
sea.
Because he's got an
sea. It's
accent.
not your
Because
sea.
he's
So
got a
hold on.
foreign accent.
So what's your sea? Have you ever seen
RC, the
ship
Red
I don't
go
even
Sea
know
is
what
past the
you're
Red
ours.
saying
Sea?
We
right now.
rule
I'm
the
talking about Red
waves.
Sea, Red Sea,
Aski,
Red
Aski,
Sea, Red
Aski.
Sea, Red
You are
Sea,
a
Red
racist,
Sea,
though,
What are you
Wendy,
waiting
ain't
off
you?
today, cuz man? Like,
Red Sea,
it's
Red
fucking
Sea,
Monday,
Red
fam.
Sea. Yeah, man. Why are people why you're playing outside my land right now in
Shut up,
Somalia?
Musketti. If it weren't for us,
Outside.
you'd still be in fucking mud
No,
hut.
shut
Shut
up,
up.
Wendy. Have you ever seen a millionaire in your life? A black Somali millionaire, multi-millionaire. Yes, it's me. I
You're
split it.
lying when you said a UK
What the hell?
typhoon bombed Palestine. That's an absolute lie.
Yes, bro. The inside
You're
our
a
ship,
liar.
our great ship, inside my ocean,
So
Red
Wendy,
Sea,
who's
right now.
bombing Palestine if it's not
Bombing.
you lot then?
Yemen
Who's
right now.
bombing it?
Yemen right now. Right now. It's
We're
you see what
bombing
happened in
we're
Yemen right
bombing
now?
terrorists. We are
Which
bombing
pirates?
the terrorists in the
Have
Red
okay,
Sea,
hold
and
on,
he
Wendy.
knows it.
So you're saying
He
these
Cannot
guys
knows
got their
it.
listen.
own
Can
airplanes? So who's robbing
African
their
buy
own
a
planes?
military ship and park outside your country, UK, our island? But why you imagine I was outside your island, but why you lot in my place? Question is that one. Wendy, racism is finished right now.
The
Why
Red
you
Sea
lot
belongs
there?
to us. It's not
We're not
yours.
there. And you lot talking about migrants, immigrants coming to your country, right?
Yeah, we don't want
And
them.
what? So why you lot there though? Why you in why you in my ocean? Why you in Somaliland ocean?
And that's not true. That's
Well,
only
Why you
a
why are
there?
small
we there?
percentage of the
Oh,
country.
because you happen
And
to be
America
sinking
to
all of our
discuss with
shit.
Trump
Percentage of the country, innit?
Yeah?
But the
So don't
government,
cry
the
when you
government
get
are
to
putting out
steal,
bombed.
right?
mixed messages on
Right?
that
To steal my
because
minerals, right? My
hey,
minerals.
wait, hold on. Let me make this argument just make sense in it because you know, like fucking jumping from point to point in it. Yeah? But with the migrants and migration or whatever, the government are putting out mixed messages while they're saying in election policies we're here to lower the amount of immigration or whatever. Consistently, party after party, they all send out visas or issue visas for legal migrants to take up roles in the economy, whatever in it like. So really and truly, they should tell the truth on what they're fucking actually doing, rather than allowing people to get scapegoated on stuff like
Brother Lenny, yesterday I was in a museum, museum yesterday, London Museum, yeah. I was there last night, yeah. No, yesterday morning, yeah. I never seen no British slave ship, yeah. But guess what's in there? Full of my history. When you go in there, you have to pay £70 now. What's there?
Yeah,
What is there? I don't know see no English. I don't see Victoria slave ships there. Why is my history there?
right?
Why is my history there?
So
If
this
you go in
argument
there,
is
you're gonna read my history.
jumping from
You're
point
gonna
to
find
point.
out who's African. You're gonna find out about African people. If you go to the British Museum, simple. Nobody's low IQ.
Brother, listen.
Say no more. Say
The
no more. Say no more, man.
discussion this second year is about the immigration thing, right? And why you might get
Why not, brother? Why not?
a certain part of the population within the UK going against immigration, and even MPs saying that they're going to lower immigration on their manifestos or whatever, and then once they get into power, sending for more migrants instead of telling them the truth, or the people the truth, like the citizens the truth of why they hand out visas or issue visas for the certain roles that they're issuing the visas out for. Like, we need to have this much people come in, and this is how much visas we're going to have to issue out. Why don't they just say that instead of saying, "Oh, we're going to lower immigration"? Like conservatives, since the start of before austerity, said that they was consistently each time they won an election was saying that they was going to lower migration. Each politician that come in said, we're going to lower the numbers. We're going to lower the numbers. Starting with David Cameron. We're going to lower the numbers. Numbers went up. We're going to lower the numbers. With
Guys, can you guys hear me
David
though?
Cameron, Boris Johnson, numbers went up. I'm sorry, Theresa May, numbers went up. Then Boris Johnson, numbers went up. Then
I hate Boris, the waste man, bruv. I live in
Liz
the
Truss
ends,
was
no. I live in the ends, man. Oxbridge. I live in Oxbridge right
the
now.
numbers went
I
up
live in
still. So
my man. I live, my man. Boris Johnson. I live in Oxbridge at the moment right now. Yeah. Listen,
Oh
Wait.
God,
what was
you
his
What's wrong
living
with
response?
off?
that? Is
But
that
Wendy,
whose fault is it
no,
that
forget
there's
about that. I
whose
live
fault is
home.
it that
I'm
there's a
home.
high
It's my
number of
land.
migrants
It's
migrating
my
to the
land,
UK
Wendy.
on
I
legal
ain't got
visas
no,
to
you ain't
just to
got no
take up
right
roles
to
right
tell me
now?
to
Like
get me kebab.
who's to
But
blame for that?
migrants have rights to come here. Migrants have rights to come here. You know why? You over there and bombing and killing them, unaliving them every single day in their land. So why not?
Nah,
Why can't they not come here? Why can't they not
yeah,
come
but
here?
that's not really the argument that we're making, is it? Like,
No, but I'm saying
if your
migrants on
country's a
boats,
country, you
yeah?
have a right
Illegal
to stay
migrants on
outside of their
boats.
country or whatever.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, that's
Exactly,
not the
brother.
argument
But
that
No
we're
listen,
making right
one
now.
is
why not?
bombing
It's a
Somalia, you
So
migration
idiot.
are you gonna?
argument that the government and employers
Why
are
not?
giving out or applying for as a certain number of people to come from other
Welcome
lands, skilled labor
any
in
illegal
whichever.
migrants. Why not?
Bro, listen. In skilled labor in whichever different fields that they're applying for them to come
Big
from.
up Jeremy
Yeah,
Corbyn, man.
but
Big
every
up my
time they
uncle
go
Jeremy
for
Islington.
election,
Big up Jeremy, man.
they say that brother, it's like you're not listening, innit? Yeah? Every time they go for election, they say they're gonna lower the numbers. But each
But they're
time
lying to
a
us, man. They're
person's
lying to us,
elected,
brother.
the number of
Tell 'em
migrants that come to the UK rises.
it's my minimum, man, but it's minor.
So blaming the migrants
Man.
or people that
Blame the
migrated
government.
here to fulfill roles and all that is like, I don't really understand why you point the finger at that. That's what I'm saying. Like, who should you
The
be
only
blaming?
time I voted in my life is I voted for
When you
Jeremy
go for
Corbyn,
these
yeah,
guys
and he
to
lost.
lower the numbers.
When I
I'll tell you
voted,
what
I
I
only
think it is,
voted once in my life,
I
yeah.
think
I voted for
I
Jeremy
think that because, like I said, really
against Boris.
socialism. Sorry, Askeri,
First time
really and
ever. Well,
truly,
go on, brother. I'll be.
socialism should be
Your
on
mic's
the
mash
rise
up,
right
man.
now.
Hey,
Socialism
Askeri,
should be on the
restart
rise
your
right
thing,
now.
man, to see if your mic gets better.
Yeah, so socialism should be on the rise right now, but what we've seen is an artificial rise of the right wing. And what these right wingers do is they copy narratives from other right wing organizations, like things that's going on in America, things that's going on in Europe. Like they use those right wing
Yeah, it's
talking
called the
points.
fight back, Khan.
They use those talking points in England, even though it's not relevant to England, because they know that it gets the response that they're looking for, because it's a tried and tested lie. They know that when they say a certain thing, they get a certain result. And that's why they're using immigration. Like every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street will know that England runs on immigration. When you go to the building sites, it's all Indians working on there. Everyone knows that these are the people doing the
And
jobs.
don't
When
you
you go,
understand, Khan, that it's called the fight back and it was about to happen?
no, you lot think you got the establishment by the
But who
short
you
and
fighting back
curlies,
against? This
but
is the
all
point
you
that I'm
lot
making. Wait,
done,
hold on.
all you lot
You
done
keep
is you got
but
all the
can't,
factories closed down.
I don't know why you guys
What are you on
get to the
about? All
actual
the
point.
factories
Who can you
closed
be
down.
fighting back against?
All these
When
immigrants that are taking, hang on, cash
it's the
payment
government.
jobs, working on building sites when they shouldn't be working on building sites. All the
What do you mean they
employers
shouldn't?
that
Why
You
employ
shouldn't
can't work
these
they?
in building site
people,
cash and that now.
all these
You can't work
employers
in
that
building sites cash
employ
and that
these
no more. That's a
illegal
lie.
immigrants, they shouldn't be employing them.
Wendy, you're talking rubbish. As
No,
That's
I'm
usual,
far
not.
off with the truth when you're
the
I
talking
white
know.
about
I'm
working
talking about
class.
everyday
Excuse
stuff.
me, Wendy.
and things like
As
that. You just
usual, the
listen.
overinflated ego of the
Wait.
white working class
Can't hold
people
on,
is
bro.
ruining this
But
country.
listen, bruv, listen to the point. The point. Listen. The point was about the government giving out however much visas, yeah, legal visas for migrants to come here, while saying that they're going to lower the number of migration,
Yeah,
and you're
the
still trying to
migrants will
say
stop
that you're going to
coming here
fight.
when
The
they
fight is
realise they're
against the
not
migrants.
welcome.
So who's
You think they care?
again?
They care, all
This
right.
is the thing. Like what I keep trying to say. The especially right wingers, yeah, they're kind of weak as well because they love to punch downwards, but will never take on a bigger fight or whatever. Then, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's the government that's
There's
giving
no
out all
bigger
these
fight
visas
than
for all
saving
these
this
people
country.
to be employed
Yeah.
or whatever, and they're gonna say, "Oh, we're going against the people that's taking the visas, not the people that's giving the visas." Like, what?
Yeah, but
That's
the
Crazy.
thing
weak
is, though,
fighting,
all
man.
those visas will be there, but nobody will want to take them because they won't want to come here.
That's stupid. Is that what you
This you
really
want to make
think?
England an inhospitable place for migrants to
Yeah,
come
I
to? Yeah.
do.
Well,
Yeah.
Wendy, for you to make people feel inhospitable, you'd
This
have
is
to
why,
live where
hey,
they're living.
listen, can't.
But you
That was
don't.
why I used to say before, yeah, that really, you see the GDO, if they was like fighting age males, yeah, air quotes, fighting age males or whatever, brother, we'd be finished. They would they will come round to the ends and stamp man out, brother, and tell man, yo, you best
but Vel, it's
move.
easy to chat
But
shit when
because
you're frail
obviously
and
because the
breakable
man
Well, hang
like
on. What are
Wendy.
you? Hang
older
on. What are
ladies or
you
whatever,
talking about?
they
What are
can
you?
say that
So
they want to
you
do.
think there's no
So you just said you want to make
English
the UK
fighting age male
inhospitable. You said
willing
you want to
to
make the
fight for this
English,
country?
you want to make England inhospitable for migrants to move here. That's literally what you
Yeah, I
just said.
do. There's enough here.
Yeah, so like again, so my point stands. If you was
Oh
air
my
quotes
days.
fighting age male, yeah, you would actually be doing physical harm to people that you shouldn't be
Fact, bro.
having
Fact,
migrants
fact,
or having
fact, fact.
visas or being allowed to even come to
It
the country.
isn't my fault that this country's been allowed to get in the state it's in.
When it's not your country,
You're
it's our
responsible for
country.
your country.
It's our
Yeah,
country.
so
It's our
this is what I'm trying
country.
to say. Like,
It's God's land. This is
this is
God.
what
You
God.
just claimed you're a fucking
this is what just
Somali
gets allowed.
pirate, so
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Now
Why
see,
not?
this is see.
I'm a
Yo,
Somali.
Aske,
Yes, why
mute
not?
up,
I'm a
because I don't know
pirate,
why
boss. I
you
defend.
found you was able to hear Aske's point to reply to what Aske said, but you heard what I said and didn't want to reply to the points that
I
I
have
made.
replied. I said to you that the visas will be there, but people won't want them.
How realistic is that, Wendy?
Very
Wendy,
realistic.
if I was not, why not? Cannot be a Somali pirate.
Yeah,
You lot
because
came to my land.
if you
You lot came to my land.
air quotes fighting age male,
You see a
would
Somali
make
pirate
you would
outside,
make
a
it your
Somali
business
pirate ship
to bring
outside
physical
England
violence to
You
right now in
people
London.
cried
to make them
over some
to make them not
tiny.
want to
Look at the
be
way you
staying.
behaved over some
But when
tiny
you stealing my
riot.
fish, you're stealing
Yeah?
over billions
Shut up,
pounds a
Askey. I
day,
ain't heard
a
about
day, a day in
Somalia.
Somalia, a day,
I don't know why
billions of pounds, one day.
Yo, listen, yeah. The point is, yeah, you're saying that you would like to make the UK an inhospitable place for immigrants and migrants, correct?
Any migrant that
So
comes
if you
here
was able to cause
legally,
physical
and has
harm
a
to
job,
these people,
right, and is not costing us $3 billion a year, because that's what's happening at the moment. Any
who's costing you
migrant that
$3
comes
billion a year?
here legally, works, and all the rest of it, I don't have a problem with. At the moment, we've got
This is
over
why
a
you need to
million
phrase
illegal, over
what you're
a
complaining
million
about correctly.
illegal immigrants, and they are costing us $3 billion a year.
Okay, so what would you what do you class as an illegal immigrant?
Well, the people that come off the boats, the people that land at Heathrow Airport and they've got nothing on them, they haven't got. And anyway, people who come
Hardly
here and they
anyone.
don't
That's
have a
hardly
fucking
anyone.
job.
That's hardly anyone.
That's not
There's
an
hardly
illegal immigrant,
anyone
is it?
come
The
off the
majority of
boat.
illegal immigrants
Oh,
are
okay.
There's
people that
hardly
had
anyone.
visas. The majority of illegal immigrants are people that actually had visas and they overstayed. Or
Yeah,
people
that's what
that
an
had
illegal immigrant is. Yeah.
that had stays
Yeah.
and they've run off or whatever. Like literally, you can look it up yourself.
Yeah, but they get caught. They
And
get caught in
we've
restaurants. They
gone
get caught in different places. We just need to tighten up the whole immigration system.
I don't believe that at all. I think that you've been offered this
So when you're
incentive
saying about migrants,
of making England white again if you basically take this approach. Because really and truly, it's not even a cost-effective approach. Like if you save money if you literally stopped all benefits, the entire benefit system was cut tomorrow, and you
Why would
stopped
I want to
all.
do? Why
I'm just
would
saying, for
anyone
argument's
want
sake.
to do
Excuse
that?
me. For argument's sake, if you cut the whole benefit system tomorrow, privatize the NHS, and stop all people coming over on boats, it would still be more cost effective to tax the rich to run the country better. So it's
I'm not
not
talking
money.
about the
It's not,
rich. I'm talking about the illegal immigrants.
it's not really money that's
I'm
motivating this
talking
right-wing
about the illegal
narrative.
immigrants.
It's not money that's motivating the right-wing narrative. It is racism. They're saying to you, we can wind the clock back for all these darkies got here, and it can be how it was before.
I
And you're
haven't
like,
heard anyone. Wait a minute.
yay!
I haven't heard anyone talk like that, actually, Khan.
I'm talking like that. I'm saying to you that your incentive for putting up with this right-wing bullshit, and even though you know it's bullshit, is because you think somehow it's going to help you make your country white again.
No, it's going to stop our country being took over. I mean, the fact they've cancelled Easter in a fucking school.
So if there's people of different
Unbelievable.
ethnicities, if there's people of different
Who's
ethnicities and
taking
different
over?
religions in your country, you can't be unified as one country. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Exactly my point. So you see immigrants and people of different religions as traitors to the cause of the white working class.
Diversity, diversity has failed, and you know it.
No. I'm saying to you that the white working class have failed to entice
Muslims in the British
people
Army.
to join them in their battle against the elites.
There's Muslims, the British police, British government, and the British Army in it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't really get with this takeover or overtaking.
I never mentioned
and
Muslims.
And the Muslims in there, what are they doing?
But I didn't mention Muslims.
What law
I didn't mention Muslims.
Immigrants then, yeah? Because if you don't want to, not just Muslims, you're just saying immigrants in general. Well, what law do the immigrants that come to the country live by?
They live by their own law.
Their own law, right?
Yeah, they do. They live by their own law.
In jail right now.
Demand
what?
They commit horrendous crimes and demand the right to a family life.
No. See, that's it. Again, you're going to make loads of racist claims, no evidence. And now.
How have I been racist? I don't understand.
For you to accept.
See,
I don't believe I've mentioned a colour.
Wendy,
I don't believe I've anything.
Saying that migrants.
The irony is for me, yeah. If we wind the clock back to when
immigrants have come here to break the law and beg.
If we wind the clock back to when the white working class were like, I don't know, a unified force.
Probably a migrant that changes your nappy every day.
Ultimately, what did you lot achieve back then anyway?
You should be thankful to migrants.
Well, can you hear what I'm saying?
Quite a bit. Yeah, we achieved quite a bit.
You got the coal mines closed. You got the motor companies closed down.
Well, I didn't get the coal mines closed. Sorry.
Excuse me. I'm saying to you that by striking and going against the elites in this country and trying to hold them to ransom, the white working class of this country ruined all forms of manufacturing that was happening in this country.
No, there's still a lot of manufacturing goes on.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Don't lie. No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Business, mate.
And go up to the northeast.
That was the elites of the thing of selling out to international business. You get me? Yeah, they sold it out still, man. Because obviously the majority of people that had these jobs in these industries were protesting to keep these jobs or whatever, really, to keep these factories, and then they got sold or they got closed. So again, it's the
but the fact is there's still manufacturing that goes on in this country. It's actually the people in power, the same people that you need to blame for the same issue that you're crying about right now. Yeah, then. It's the exact same people to blame for that issue like your Khan was bringing up there. The people in power have a say on which these factories are open.
But here's the thing, Veli. They think that without the foreign element in this country, that they would somehow be a united front. Because the only way they can unite is based on hating other people or othering other people. So they're like, oh, fuck these lot, fuck them lot, fuck these lot, fuck them lot. They're against us. They're stopping unity. Oh, the Muslims won't join.
I ain't got nothing against people from fucking Hong Kong.
Can I just finish? You weren't speaking a second ago. Why are you speaking now? Can I just finish what I'm saying?
That's correct.
I'm saying that when you've got a common enemy, it's easy to unite.
I don't have a common enemy.
You have made the Muslims out to be some sort of group of people that ain't aligned with your thinking, that don't want to join you on your campaign against the elites, right?
But you're not.
Right, so now you're agreeing with me.
They don't think like us. They're not like us.
So in order to create a unified front, you have to have a common enemy. Now, the thing is, if we take the common enemy, the Muslims, out of the equation, and we go back in time to when the white working class people had trade unions and they had everything on their side, and they put up a fight against the elites, and they went on strike, and they've done everything they did.
Are you that dumb, Khan?
I'm saying you. Wait. I'm saying you still lost.
Are you really that dumb, Khan, that you don't realise that the trade unions, now Labour in power, are still running this country?
Forget about running this
Trade
country. I'm
unions don't have
saying
as much
that the
power as
white
they used to
working
have,
class people were more
and the trade unions
empowered
are
Do
fighting for more
you not
20
working class people
years
realise
than you
that
are.
ago.
the unions are
Listen,
still
stop
running
Why are
this
you against
repeating the
country?
same
unions? They
point.
fight for
Stop
working
repeating
class
the same
people and
point.
working class
I'm
rights.
saying to
No,
you
they
that
Should be.
don't.
20
No, they
years
Yes, they
ago,
don't.
do.
20
No, they
years
Who?
ago, the
don't.
Who are the
working class
unions
were
fighting
more
for?
empowered than they are now.
Wait. Hold on. Who are the unions fighting for? Who are the unions fighting
They fight for themselves. Again, they fight for
for?
the money that they can
They fight for
gain.
the union. The unions
No, they
fight for the
don't fight for
unions.
no one.
Who are they fighting for if they're
I,
not fighting for
I
the
think
working
it's
class
really
people
ironic.
that are
I
majority
told
members of their
you
unions?
they fight for themselves. That's why that's why what happened to the miners. Because the fucking unions don't care.
So it's nothing to do with that Margaret. But you support Margaret Thatcher though, and she's the main one that closed the mines.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
That's
What? You're
crazy.
mad. This is
This
why
is
it's
some
weird
Stockholm
that the
syndrome.
argument that you're making, you're such a hypocrite in the
You're
arguments that you're
Stockholmed
making.
up, mate.
You
You're
literally
fully
just said
Stockholmed.
in the sentence before that, yeah, this guy sold out the miners or whatever. She sold the fucking mines, and you're like, yeah, I don't blame her.
Yeah, because the mines, hang on, wait a minute.
It's
The
crazy.
mines
Don't even
were
make
being
sense.
run by the trade unions. Yeah, the unions were literally running this fucking country all out. And she put a stop to that.
You got
And what
Stockholm
happened to the
syndrome.
mining towns? Wait, hold on. So what happened to the mining towns after that? After that, all that work went.
Oh, what you mean, like the mining towns where I came from? Other work had
Even
to
the other
come
mining
in.
towns.
Other work had to come into it. Other jobs. They survived.
No, they never. The mining towns went downhill. They used to be flipping, flourishing places and flipping at local
Yeah, well,
pubs
they
and
shouldn't have fucking
community
gone on
town
strike,
centres and
should they?
blah
They
blah blah. This,
shouldn't
that,
have
and the
gone on
other.
Oh, Rob,
strike.
Other
he's not
sort
showed the
of jobs.
video. I think it
Listen,
was
you know
Wendy and
what's
Jupiter
crazy
showed
is
the
that
video
obviously
about
when there's
the mining towns.
when there's money, yeah, then other people can make little side businesses that go along with it. Like, so if the people in the local town are getting money, then you can have a local shops
Yeah,
that
and look,
supply
Mrs.
different
Belly, you're
niche bits
talking
and
to
pieces
someone
to
who
it.
comes from a mining town. I know what it was
Wendy,
So why are
like.
you against?
you lot were
Why are you
living
for
good.
these
You
mines
were
being
living
closed then?
good, mate.
Why are you arguing on the side of the people that close the mines and not going against
Because
them then?
the stupid miners believed the unions, followed the unions blindly, and ended up with what they ended up with. Nothing.
Yeah, but they couldn't have seen that coming, Wendy. That's silly what you're
Of
saying.
course they
That's with the
did.
benefit of
They had
hindsight.
this country
Wendy, that's the benefit of hindsight,
No
love. You're
nonsense.
looking
no,
back on
no,
things.
no, no.
Yeah.
That's why I don't believe in nationalising
Well,
the
you lot were
railways
eating fish and
or the
chips twice a
electric
week.
or the power
Twice
companies.
a week. Wendy, do you know how much fish and chips cost now? It's about 15,
I
20
don't
pounds.
believe
You
in
was eating fish and chips
nationalising
twice a
anything.
week. Twice a week you was eating fish
Yeah,
and chips back
I
then.
don't believe in nationalising anything. Nothing.
What? Oh my god! Since the unnationalising of British route, water, energy, and all them sort of things, there, our prices have gone crazy. When places like Norway
Yeah, I'd rather the
have been
prices
able
go
to wait,
crazy
hold on,
than be
listen.
on
Places like
be
Norway
on
have been
strike
able to. This is
every
why you
fucking
guys
week.
never get the. This is why you guys never get the point because you don't listen to the end. Yeah, places like Norway use their
Well, we don't
nationalized
live in
things to build
Norway.
like a
We don't live
sovereign
in
wealth
Norway.
fund to build. Listen to the point then, and you understand the point. Listen, yeah, to build a sovereign wealth fund, which means that their country won't have the issues that this country will have now, like being able to not having the money to build houses and public infrastructure and having to tax us
Oh
working
God.
people even more to flipping still not provide the stuff that they're supposed to be providing anyway. Like, so I don't know why you're against. I don't know. Well, I do. It's just that you just want to
There are
be an
defeated
opposing
people, Veli. These are defeated
contrarian for no
nation
No,
reason,
well,
people.
hang
They're
even
on.
though
So
the
you
stuff that you're
think,
defeated.
contrarian against
They're
hang
is
on,
offensive.
Khan.
defeated.
Crazy.
You think because I don't want anything nationalised that we're defeated? You're an idiot.
All right, explain it then. We're giving you the opportunity because you're the only person that I
Higher
know who is an
prices,
actual
maybe, right?
miner's
But
daughter.
all
Explain
right.
it.
So higher prices, maybe, but at least they're not going on strike every other fucking week.
But you're only saying that because you've got a state-funded pension. It don't matter to you if the prices go up, does it?
Are you
Wait, they
not?
went on strike for any of the stuff that was against their like working conditions.
They went on strike.
They
Look,
strike for stuff
there
of
was a
things like
time in
holiday
this
pay
country before
and extra
Thatcher
pay
put an
per
end
hour.
to it, when if the railways went on strike, the electric company would go on strike.
You're a weird
The water
man.
company would go on strike. The postman would go on strike. The miners would go on strike.
You're a
They
descendant of a miner
all
that's against
colluded
striking. That is so
together
mad.
to try and ruin this country.
You know what? I actually don't believe that you was a descendant of the miners in that, man. You are
You,
against them
how
striking
dare
to
you?
get better
That's like me
conditions
saying
so
I
they get
don't
their
believe you're a
freedom.
Jamaican, Felly.
Why are you,
A descendant of the
why are you
miners.
against them though? Why are you against them? It's like you're
She's
all
saying they
against them though.
fucked up because they're
Because
defeated.
I watch them ruin their own lifestyle.
All right, where did they go wrong then, Wendy, in your opinion?
Following Arthur Scargill.
And what was Arthur
played a
Scargill
large
saying that
hand
was
in
so
that,
wrong?
Huh?
What was Arthur Scargill saying that was so wrong? He was fighting for his people.
No, whilst he lived in a mansion and had a flat in Park Lane, yeah, he was telling all the miners never to go back to work. Whilst the miners were starving, he was living a lovely life, and then he fucking walked away defeated at the end.
How does that make sense? You hate him because he had a nice flat.
He was just a union man. He was a union leader. What was he doing with a flat in fucking Park Lane?
Well, you tell me. I don't know. What are you saying? He's
Exactly.
corrupt?
You just said why I don't like him. I've just told you.
Because he had a flat in Park Lane. Maybe he
And
had
he
other
had
investments.
a 6-bedroomed mansion in the country somewhere, whilst miners were literally starving. Don't you fucking tell me he's a good man,
That
because
doesn't
he's
make
not.
sense what you're saying. So the leader of the miners has to be as poor as the miners.
He wasn't the leader. He was the leader of the union.
That was defending the miners.
They weren't defending the fucking miners. They were leading them down a path to destruction. You
So you're
fucking
saying
idiot.
they were in on? You're saying that the unions were in on it with Margaret Thatcher.
They were in on it, right? They knew what they were doing. They knew what she had fucking planned, and they still.
How did they know? How did they know?
Well, everyone else knew. If the
See, this is
lowest
what I'm
little
saying.
miner knew, are you telling me that Arthur Scargill didn't know?
I'm telling you that people do the best that they can do, and looking back on hindsight and saying
So wait,
they should
it's
have
like
done
you're
something
saying that Arthur
different.
Scargill done worse than Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah,
Margaret Thatcher's the
basically.
one that sold the Bumper
Yeah,
Clock mines.
I do.
This is
Yeah,
crazy.
Arthur Scargill is the reason we no
He was
longer
the
It's
have
he took the lead
Stockholm
to Margaret
mining
Thatcher.
syndrome.
communities.
It's Stockholm
The one that
syndrome.
you're celebrating
No,
is
it's
the one
not
that he took the
fucking.
lead to.
You
That's why it's
wouldn't have a clue. You can't. You've never lived
You're
in a
siding
mining
with your
community.
oppressor. You're siding with your oppressor.
I am telling you that you've got the wrong
So
oppressor.
you're siding with
The
a
real
person
one was Scargill.
yes, but you're siding with a person that tricked the Scargill or tempted the Scargill to take the fucking money and do their running instead of helping out the
No,
miners.
Margaret Thatcher planned to break
Is
the
against the
unions,
miners.
right? She planned to break all the unions, right? And she did.
Yeah.
Scargill knew
And
she wouldn't give up.
So
But
if she,
Scargill still led millions
this is
of
why it's
men
strange.
down a path to destruction.
Your argument is strange. You say Margaret Thatcher's plan was to destroy the unions. Arthur Scargill was one of the heads of the unions that was destroyed by Margaret
So he
Thatcher.
was fighting.
But you celebrate Margaret
for
Thatcher. This is
his
what I'm
own
trying to say.
little
Don't make sense.
lifestyle, wasn't he? He was fighting to keep his fucking flat in Park Lane. He was
Yeah, but you
fighting
still
to keep his
celebrate the person
mansion.
that tempts him to just keep his flat.
Yeah.
I don't get that though. Why are you on the side of Margaret Thatcher then?
Well, because I had a father that knew what he was fucking talking about.
But Margaret Thatcher closed the fucking mines in the first place. She closed it.
No, it was Arthur Scargill.
Who was running the government and was saying that the mines need to be closed?
Yeah. She didn't say the mines need to be closed. She wanted rid of the unions.
And then what happened after the unions were gone?
No, the unions made it so awkward that she had to gradually shut down the mines.
Wendy, were the miners obliged to fight for the unions or not?
No.
So the miners could have not fought for the unions. The unions could have got scrapped, and they would have still kept their jobs.
Yeah,
Is that
you
what you're
try
saying?
being a miner. You try being a miner, right?
Right.
And go against the
Right.
union, right? And break
So
the
they weren't
picket
obliged
line,
to fight for the
break the
unions. You're
picket
saying?
line, and go to work and see what would happen to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that was so. You're saying that they were obliged to fight for them for the thing then for the unions. They had to fight for them. They
You
had no
just got to
choice.
stop blaming Thatcher for everything.
No, what I'm asking you is if the unions are making the workers stronger and the workers know that by sticking up for the unions, they're actually sticking up for themselves, then for you to tell me that by sticking up for the unions and going against the elites, when it all went wrong, you're blaming the elites rather than the workers,
I'm blaming Arthur Scargill.
which he was the union leader, right?
Mm.
Right. So what would you have done differently from Arthur Scargill to prove to me that he had an option of actually coming out on top and he fluffed
Well,
it
he was
up, let's
given
say?
many a deal and he turned it down. Many miners wanted to take the deals, the extra money. He kept turning it down, turning it down.
Yeah, you got a point there. Be like the Palestinians, yeah? Kept turning down the Israel deals.
You're clueless, Khan. Have you ever been down a mine, Khan?
I've got claustrophobia. I can't go down mines. I've got
Mm.
a letter from my doctor. He said I can't do it.
Yeah, well, all I know, it was Arthur Scargill, not Margaret Thatcher. I mean, there was the winter of discontent. Fucking everything was on strike. And you lot want everything nationalised again. I don't think so.
So you learnt your lesson, yeah, Wendy. No more nationalisation.
No.
Is that why you hate
Yeah, I
Jeremy
think
Corbyn?
definitely telecommunications, power, energy, and all that sort of stuff. There should definitely be nationalised. You should never let
No,
a private
never,
company
never.
control.
No.
You should never let a private company control how much
No, we
energy,
should never
how
let the
much.
government, the
Can you be
state
quiet and
fucking
stop doing
control
that?
it.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. While you were speaking, I didn't speak over you. Can you stop doing that, please? Yeah, because it's like as soon as I get into the point, yeah, you start saying no, and it's like, come, you can't do that, bro. Yeah. So, like I was saying, yeah, no country should allow any private, especially foreign country, to run their power, their public transport, telecommunications, and sort of essentials that you need to have your country running. And like, those should be nationalised.
Yeah, it's true.
Any of the other private sector business is private
Okay,
sector.
so they
But
could
definitely those
okay
things
then,
I think should be
Belly.
nationalised.
How can that even
Belly?
happen? It's crazy.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
way you just put it, right? Fine. But if they nationalise it, they're not allowed to have unions.
Wendy's right.
Why not?
Arthur Scargill was hated by the working class in the end. He fucked everything up.
Yeah.
People were starving. That's when you had loads of people.
So is Margaret Thatcher.
Ending up going over to Germany to find work.
Yeah.
People were literally starving. Families were starving. It's one thing saying all out until you get a deal, but it's another thing saying all out and every deal they give us.
The prices has gone higher. The private prices for electricity is higher in the UK than the nationalised prices for any of the other countries in the European Union, isn't it? So
yeah, but Belly, you've got to remember that when it was nationalised, because the unions, had a stronghold over it, they'd go on strike whenever they felt like it, and millions of people would be without power for no reason.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't know your age, really, but were you around before it was all privatised properly?
No.
Yeah, then you wouldn't understand how bad it got.
In 1984, I would have been like 3.
Well, there you are, look. So.
Yeah, so we've lived through blackouts in this country. Literally.
Yeah, but I'm sure that
No water in your house. They turned all the water off. You had to go down the road and get it.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Listen, the way the national grid and obviously Thames Water and whatever FEMA would do, yeah, they would in 2025 have a backup system. So if there was any strikes, people still would be getting power on them.
I disagree with you. I think the reason that they've put everybody onto smart meters is so that it goes off easier. Let me tell you a story, right? Everyone in my road was smart meters except for me, right? And me and Hector are still trying to work it out now, right?
Just imagine.
And one day there was a blackout. No, listen, listen. One day there was a blackout, and everyone come knocking on my door to ask how I've got electricity and how come the lamppost outside my house is working.
What, was the lamppost running off your electric or something?
Must have been. There was one light, and it was the lamppost outside my house, and it was at our house with the electric. It's because I wasn't on smart meter. Okay. So I think they want everybody on that so that when the grid goes down, they put everybody down.
That's what they're saying about the electric cars, isn't it? They're saying electric cars are all going to be on a thing, controlled system.
We're nowhere near that. I mean, the National Health are trying to bring out vans and everything with electric cars. There's nowhere to power them up. And when you do have to power them up, they take hours.
That's only because it takes hours. Once they got the fast charging thing sorted out, there's enough chargers. Everyone will just get to share a charger. But now you go on the charger, you're there for like 10 hours. That's why there's not enough chargers.
I wish it was that we'd wired up to the lamppost audience. I wish it was, but it wasn't. It was the other way around. They were fucking running the light off about our bill by the look of it.
You don't sounds like your old man wired up the house to the lamppost.
I'm part of the union. You don't get me. I'm part of the union till the day I die. Till the day I die.
I hated that song when it came out, and I still hate it. Yeah.
What a twat. Gingers are the weirdest people.
He's just gone in the head.
Leave Gingers alone, man. No,
there's a lot of people on here.
He only does cameos. So
cameos is the right word with wigs and all sorts.
I mean, you moaned during COVID, right? Because you were being run by the state. If you nationalise everything, it's going to be exactly the same.
Yeah. Do you remember people used to die on them trains like nobody's business because they used to put their heads out the window?
Yeah.
Wave to people and then they go through a fucking tunnel and your head came off.
Yeah.
It's amazing how dumb people were back in the days, isn't it? Surprising, really. When you look back on it, it's like
hang on, there was
videos of like pilots flying airplanes, smoking cigarettes at the same time.
Said you can't stick your head out the train window or don't stick your arm out the train window. All them sort of shits there.
Yeah. Because people used to, they used to have windows that you could wind down, right? And people used to hang out of them to wave. And then some stations, there's a tunnel quite nearby. And they were waving away, and their head had come off. I shouldn't laugh. I've got a dark sense of humour, but fucking how stupid.
Yeah, but that was when there was no health and safety. No, nobody cared about nothing. Because the state told them not to.
Well, if you got a thing, if you got Instagram.
No.
I don't know.
You know there's reels of like people dying, but in the funniest way ever. It's like there's this train, I think it's in India. Someone's leaning out the train, just like showing off, just hanging off of the railing. And he just hits a lamppost.
Yeah, but have you seen the way they pile on the train? Have you seen the way they pile on the trains in India?
I know. But have you seen these guys that hang off of the top of buildings with their fingers? They just hang off the top. Have you seen them?
Oh, God, no, thanks.
And one of them fell. Do you see the guy that fell off the building, the Chinese guy? He fell off the top of the building. He set up the camera, filming himself, hanging off by one hand. And you see him like showing off, like doing two hands first and then doing one hand and then pulls himself up.
Stupidity, isn't it? Why the fucking hell did... My mum used to say those people who get. Did you know there's one pothole in England, by the way, Wendy, that someone got stuck down and they never ever got them out. Had to leave
Oh
down
no!
there. Yeah,
I can believe it though. I can fucking believe it.
The video on it the other day. But
That's
the fact is,
crazy.
my mum used to
Did they
say, well,
starve
if
to
you're mad
death?
enough to go potholing, why should we fucking go down there and save you? It's ridiculous. You know, they
Yeah,
suck
my
in.
mother used to say that. Yeah.
They suck in all their air to go through little cracks. And then when they
Have
exhale,
you
they get
seen?
stuck.
There's one on Instagram, right? These geezers have gone down by the shore, and there's like alligators, and their little dog's gone in and started barking at the alligator, and they're all laughing like, "Ah, look at him, he's brave, isn't he?" And then the alligator just eats the dog, just snaps it up.
Oh, see, that
Oh
would have made
no!
me fucking angry. That would. Yeah.
There's like whole reels of these things. I don't know where they get these clips from, but there's
Oh, I've
like
seen a couple of them in Florida where there was that big alligator that
alligators.
they had to hunt down and kill because it come out and dragged an old woman in with her dog, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I've seen that one as well. I've seen that one, I think.
Yeah. That ain't mainland news.
Do you know the funny one was when the geezer says to his grandma, take the stick of dynamite, light it, chuck it under the pot, and then put the pot over it, and then run in the house. And she chucks the lighter and runs in the house with the dynamite.
Oh my God.
It's hilarious.
Oh, that's not funny. Oh my God.
Yeah, you don't see what happens after. I didn't show you that one.
Although having said that, one of the funniest things in my life, right? My ex threatened he could. This is when we was really young, right? Early married. He reckons, oh, I know how to do. I'll wire up this fucking electric. What cooker. I can do it. It's piss easy, right? So I go upstairs, and all of a sudden I heard this bang, right? I come running down the stairs, and he came out of the kitchen with his head standing on it.
He's a wonder he didn't fucking kill himself.
I know. Fucking hell.
I can't stand people like that, Dukes, that think they're Mr. Do it, you know, do it all, you know. I can do it.
Know it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's when we were really young, but I still laugh at that now.
Yeah.
Oh,
when you
God.
think that you're invincible and you know how to do everything.
His face as he walked out of the kitchen with his hair standing on end. Fucking hell. But I don't know.
We can't go back to the days of nationalisation. Just can't happen.
No, we can't. There used to be a lot of train crashes as well. Do you remember the trains? And they used to come off the tracks into people's gardens.
Wasn't the last one at Paddington?
Wait, France, listen. France's public services is on time and whatever. They're just nationalised or whatever. So it's the way
but that's
run,
France. They're French people. You got to remember you're dealing with the British here. Total different mindset.
Exactly.
You're saying that the British ain't good enough to run public services and have them on time?
Well, do you trust our elites, Billy? Do you trust our elites?
Stop it.
I don't trust our elites to fucking run it's up in the brewery.
About the elites more, saying that.
Well, there you go then. So why are you advocating for the elites to be in charge of anything?
Who is?
Exactly.
Privatization means the elites are in charge of everything.
No, it doesn't. No,
who are you calling elites? That fucking government ministers ain't elite.
Well,
anyone look, Kenny Baden's the leader of the Conservatives.
The people that are behind him are. Do you really think Starmer's running this country? You've got to be blind as a bat if you believe
but that's the corruption. That's different. They're selling out to the big companies.
Big companies.
So he took the heating allowance off the pensioners.
Bang out of order.
And he gave the train drivers a great big fucking raise. I mean, what does that tell you?
He's got mental. That's what it tells you. Wendy, it don't matter what cutback they do, people are not going to be better off. It doesn't even matter if they manage to get the rich to pay some fucking extra tax. We're never going to be better off because they don't know. Even if they save money from 100,000 people with this new benefit incentive they're doing, right? We don't know whether it's going to be in 6 months' time or a year's time. 100,000 people have come in to replace them living in an hotel.
Well, of course. Yeah.
It just don't make sense. You can't cut at one end but keep fucking the tube running at the other.
Wait, has anyone else got a random message from Nationwide Building Society saying that they're giving you 50 quid in your account? If anyone in the chat knows about these, because my cousin's got Nationwide as well, and I told him, and he's like, yeah, I got the same message myself. So I think anyone who's got Nationwide Building Society account is getting 50 quid.
Yeah,
but 50 quid for what? I don't know why you're getting 50 quid.
Hang on.
They don't even tell you why.
Is it the nationalised? If it's the nationalised one, then it might be a windfall payout.
No,
right.
the
it's nationalised.
Didn't Nationwide have a mess up last week with the banking system?
Here, Louise Geffin, last year it was £100. No, Louise, that's in Wales. We did not get that in England. I did not get £100 last year. Stop messing about. Adam Smith saying he's getting 50 quid as well.
I just asked Hector, he said, yeah, it's true.
Don't know why, though. No one's saying why.
It's probably because they messed up the other week, didn't they? Like Barclays did.
Barclays are going to be refunding people, they reckon.
Yeah.
How much?
Don't know. I think you're going to have to prove that you got sort of like put out, though.
Yeah, Barclays are tight.
Yeah.
But a lot of people on benefits were in Barclays, weren't you?
Little Phil the Van. Sounds like a scam to me, Con. No, you mug. It's on my actual banking app. It's actually from Nationwide.
Oh, that's 3 pizzas for you then, Con.
I don't eat pizzas. I'm diabetic.
Well, you're not meant to eat fucking donuts, but you still eat them.
Not anymore, I don't. Last time I had a donut was on Clapton Pier, mate. That was like fucking 8 years ago.
Because his friend at work, he's got Nationwide Ghost. I don't know why you need to know the ins and outs of Cat's arsehole with my family. It's a bit strange. Fucking hell.
Don't mention Cat's arsehole. So
do you know what? Do you know what they literally did? I've showed a picture of my kitchen. I painted it black and gold.
You showed us, innit?
Right, listen. I showed a picture of my kitchen because I did it, well, gold and grey and black, right?
I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah. They enlarged it to have a look to see what type of bread I buy. I'm not kidding you, Wendy.
Oh, these people are too
Ghost
much.
was hung up on the fact that we bought King's Mill.
Why? What's wrong with King's Mill?
I don't fucking know. Weirdos.
Oh God. Kingsmill bread. Kingsmill's bread's quite nice, actually.
It's to me, it's just fucking nuts. Honestly, these people are, I don't know, stands. They really are stands.
Yes.
Trolls, innit? They're obsessed. Trolls are obsessed.
Yeah. Most of them are on the spectrum as well. And not on the fucking high functioning part either.
So what do we think about the what do we think about the school that's banned Easter?
I think it's disgusting.
What
yeah,
school?
So do I. Oh, I don't know.
I think it's a sign of what's coming though, Wendy, don't you? Once the president's been set, I mean, I hope they're going to push back on it, but because some people are saying that it might have actually broken the discriminatory rules on religion. But yeah, it's disgusting.
I don't agree with Easter, to be honest. Like my kid come home, he was 5 years old. My kid come home, he's going, "Dad, can you die and come back to life?" I was like, "No, you fucking can't. I went up to school, boy. I tell you, I gave that
Now
headmaster
you know how we feel
one
about
talking
Islam.
to. Proper tore strips off him. So don't
Yeah.
worry, we'll be teaching them Islam this time next year. I go, well, I don't fucking need you to teach them Islam. That's my fucking job.
Well, that's
Ain't
how we
fucking...
feel about Christianity, though, Calm. That we don't
I
don't want to put in other religions.
I think certain people rely on the school to teach their kids things that they should be teaching them themselves. Like everyone wants the school to change their kids' nappies, teach them sex education, teach
Now
them
that
every
nappy
fucking
thing, I
thing.
agree with you. I've
It's a
never
piss take,
known.
mate.
I've
Like,
never.
you're supposed to be a parent or what?
I don't understand how society is actually dumbed down to the point that people are actually sending their kids to school in nappies. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Because it's generational. It's like it's about 2-3 generations in now. You got girls now whose mums are my age and their mums were working and didn't teach them nothing. They're having kids and just relying on other people.
Yeah, but you can work and still teach your kids.
Yeah, but there comes a point where, like, you know, it's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it? It's like,
it don't even take that long to potty train your
worse.
kid if you know how to do it right, and you wait.
They just think it's beneath them. Like the women nowadays don't even breastfeed. They don't even breastfeed their own kid because they think it's beneath them. They don't see themselves.
I didn't breastfeed, so
I think that's
some people got a medical reason. That's different.
Yeah, but I think that's a personal choice because they're going to give them bottled milk, which is just as good for them. But
it's not just as good for
I
them.
prefer breastfeeding. I breastfed all mine. But the fact of the matter is that if you don't want to breastfeed, at least they're not going to starve them, but not to toilet train them. Some of them are going to school not knowing how to brush their own hair, do up their own cardigan, tie their own shoes. They don't know how to hold a knife and fork. They're not toilet trained. Some of them can't even speak. I mean, fuck's sake, what's going on?
It's laziness. Yeah. They'd much rather sit looking at their phones, sticking the kid in front of the TV while they sit and scroll on their phones. Yeah.
Yeah, they're dumbing down. This is what always happens. They don't drag you up to the higher levels. They always bring the higher levels down to the lower level, so that the lower level don't feel like they're not included. Weird. How about dragging up the lower level and including them in the higher level? That would be the better way to go. That's what you call progression.
But it would cost money, wouldn't it? It would cost the company, like the government, it will cost them money. They'd have to invest in people that train up people in parenting and whatever. Like, you know, if everyone's parents are out there working and we're relying on the state, then apart from, I think, midwives, who actually comes and visits you in your house, like to do anything for your kids?
No, where the health is that's up to a certain age, isn't it?
Even that. I remember when my kids were born, we had to take them in and weigh them and everything. They used to weigh them on a little scale and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the health visitors, isn't it?
That's all getting cut back now. Do you know what? Some kids, they only get one decent meal a day and that's their school dinners.
Yeah, I don't
Do you know
believe
that
though,
the state of the country, think about it, these parents can't even cook a meal for their kids. They're giving them chicken nuggets and oven chips.
I don't believe that.
But it's true though, kids have got malnutrition. They're having all sorts of illnesses like fucking, what's it called? Not skillets, what's it called?
Rickets.
Rickets. Like people getting all sorts of illnesses.
If there's parents out there not even cooking for their kids, that's disgusting.
They don't cook for their kids. They teach
I
their
don't know
kids
how
to cook.
people get away with that. My 8 would have gone mental.
Yeah, and
I'm saying. There's kids living on pot noodles, mate.
Imagine picking up your kids from school and not giving them anything to eat. They'd all go mental. My kids would be fucking smashing things up.
Yeah, they're fucking dinner to be on the plane.
Reporting me to my mother. Fucking reporting me to me. Yeah, they would have been moaning all over the place.
My kids can cook, mate. My kids can do a whole Sunday roast on their own.
I couldn't even accidentally burn a meal and give them a half-burnt meal. That they would go and report me.
They're not being taught to be self-reliant neither as they get older.
They ain't got survival skills. They ain't. They haven't.
You've got men of 18 that still rely on
uni, and you stay in
mummy.
the halls of residence at the uni, and you see some of the kids that they're highly intelligent, they've got into uni, but they just have no skills whatsoever. Like you literally have to tell them, like, can you have a shower because you stink? Like it doesn't occur to them to even wash themselves unless they're literally frog marched into the shower and forced to have a wash.
I
Like
think
kids these days
a
are
lot of
beyond
teenagers go
lazy.
through that stage, though, didn't they? They get lazy
Yeah.
and then they come out of it.
Yeah, it's true, but you've got to snap them out of it. You can't let them just like stay grungy
No,
like
I
that.
agree with you. You do have to moan every now and again.
Yeah, they
But
go through that
Mate,
stage,
I'll
then they
turn the
get.
internet off. I'm like the internet staying off till everyone's had the shower. I'll turn it off.
do you remember, Wendy, when your teenagers, because mine are all out of that now, but when they go through the stage where the bedroom's an absolute tip, you open the door, you look in and you think, fucking hell, I
You
cleaned
just
this
want to
yesterday.
The
cry.
bomb's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You just want to cry, don't you?
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck happened? I scrubbed this clean yesterday. You got to go and do it all over again.
It's kids for you, mate.
Then you clean it all up, and then you get that you dread opening the bedroom door because you don't know what's going to greet you.
Just leave it closed.
Well, I hate
Shouldn't
it where they're not only a teenager and they're going through that phase, but they're actually wanting more privacy. So they don't want you going in their bedroom as much to clear up. Because then you have to literally wait until they go out.
I opened the drawer once in my son's room. I opened his drawer once and there was a big note, "Get out, mother." And I thought, well, how does he know I'm even in it?
He's on to you, mate.
Yeah.
Smart kid.
Yeah, I just resort, in the end, I resorted to, I'm going to cut off the Wi-Fi if you don't clean up the bedroom.
Yeah.
Oi, my kid's mum's got a special Wi-Fi where she can cut off your Wi-Fi and everyone else's stays on. I think it's BT that does it. It's expensive though. But like then you don't have to punish everyone. Like someone's being naughty, you could just switch off their internet and all their devices go off and then everyone else's stays on. But my one, if I turn it off, it has to go off for everyone.
For everyone, yeah.
Yeah, so they have to be really naughty for me to turn it off. Yeah. Apparently that BT one's really good like that. If you got kids, anyone in the chat, Carnito seems to be pointing out his own failings and applying them to other people. Interesting. My
it's not
favourite
failing,
troll.
just what you notice as a parent.
Listen, mate,
difference.
you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Either way.
all parents go through it with their teenagers when they get to teenage years. I don't care.
Yeah, because they go through that grungy period and then they go through that
and then
period.
They come out of it, and then they get all into their appearance, and then you can't stop.
And nearly choking you to death with their fucking deodorant and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially boys. Well, yeah, that's what I found. Boys are the worst for it.
Yeah,
why have you got all that? Why have you got all that smelly stuff on? Well, I'm going down the field to play football.
It's true. Even at the gym, it's always the men that smell.
Yeah.
I think women have to be clean, innit? They ain't got no choice. They're like
girls don't really go through that.
Yeah, but once they get on their period and that, they become like more conscious of their personal hygiene. Yeah. Then it's a game changer.
Another thing girls hate is when a mother automatically knows when they're due on.
My ex used to have an app on her phone.
Yeah.
Used to tell her when she's coming on. It's actually quite accurate. It's surprisingly accurate. The human body. The weird thing.
But I'd say, have you come on yet? They're sharp.
Just shut up, Mum. I can imagine. I remember I told my mum to shut up once. She went, to his own mother. She nearly fainted. It's like, shut up, Mum. She nearly died on the spot.
It's a shock when your kids first start, when they first start answering you back, it's like, what? How dare you?
I was fully grown. I was like 20 years old. Just like passing conversation. I was like, oh, shut up, Mum. She went mental.
Yeah.
Like, no one's ever told her to shut up before.
Yeah, but you see, mothers, if you're crafty, because when I remember I smacked, well, what I call smacking one of my sons, and he literally turned around and laughed at me and said, "That doesn't hurt." So I thought, right, I need to find another punishment.
Look, Veli, there's no shut up mum in my house. Are you mad? Now, my mum never hit me ever because I was actually a good child.
Who do
But I
you
remember
find
once.
mouthier, Wendy? Boys or girls? I think it's girls.
Girls.
What, to mums? Yeah, but that's only to their mums, though.
Yeah, it's because only to their mums, and I find it the other way round.
You're joking,
and I find my son
teenage sons they don't even speak to me, let alone be mouthy. All I get is eyebrows raised.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The boys distance themselves from the dads and all for their mums as they get older, but they still talk to the dads, but just not the same sort of thing. And the girls, before they become adults, I'm talking about when they're going through adolescence, and then the girls
get all
happy to the mums, but are like little pussycats with the dads.
Yeah. They get so gobby, don't they? Oh.
Yeah.
And mood swings, wow.
But I think it's normal though. I think it's part of sort of like coming into their own as a woman, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But they don't listen.
It's called catfights for a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, but you try telling them and they don't listen, And then you sit back and you think, hang on, I was exactly the same, so I'll just leave it, let it flow. She come round.
I think women get more triggered by other women though. Because like once I had to grapple my ex to the floor because she went for the Hoover pipe.
What?
Like,
another one that goes
she went for the Hoover pipe. I was like, Hoover!
Like, what, to it? Your daughter with?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
She just went for the Hoover pipe. I saw her hand going towards it. It was like, run, Bethany, run! When my ex loses it,
none of my children have ever hit me at all, ever. Not once.
What, bloody hell? No.
My children ain't never hit me. Why would your child hit you? That's weird.
Some people's do, they get really leery. I remember seeing a woman over the road. She's moved now, but I remember her. Her child
they do.
Really bad. Oh, there was a TV program, wasn't there, about kids that beat up their mums? Yeah.
I wouldn't say that their kids beat her up, but they were kicking at her. 9 years old as well, he was.
Yeah, but I'd be.
You get a clip for that?
No, I wouldn't have that. I wouldn't stand for it. No. I think it's how you bring them up.
Can you imagine Khan's white kids came home with a black guy or girl? I don't think this charlatan would be happy. Interesting. My son's got a thing for Rihanna. He's always had a thing for Rihanna.
Yeah, but all you want is for your kids to be happy.
Next is a bit weird. But anyway.
Well, that's what I think. I think all you
I'd
want
be more worried whether they're actually the type that wants to be faithful or family orientated, to be fair.
Mate, moving forward,
women today, young women today, they are just disgusting, in my opinion, at times.
Exactly that.
They are in their attitudes, yeah.
You just got to find someone who'll put up with you. That's
my son don't do spice. I don't know why people write that in the side chats. It's pathetic.
Oh, they won't leave it. Let them get on with it, Jupiter. It's a lie anyway.
One disabled kid used to hit his mum, but he had severe problems, said Villy. Are you talking about Jordan's kid? What's his name? Harvey.
Hang on. Autistic children can be violent sometimes, can't they?
Yeah. Wendy would disown her if she came home with a muzzy.
I wouldn't disown her because she'd never bring one home, so...
I think people say a lot of things, but when it actually happens, it's like, you're not going to disown your kid, are you?
No.
No one's going to disown
my kid. But I've got to be truthful. I don't know if I'd like it. It wouldn't mean that I wouldn't like the person, but I would just think, oh God. But then I would have to remind myself that people didn't really, they worried about me being in an interracial relationship and said, oh, you know,
Well,
it
yeah, the
passed,
same
and it
thing.
did.
I mean,
So it's
I
a
can
similar
remember when,
thing, yeah.
yeah, when people used to say, oh, if your daughter comes home with a black man, you fucking disown her. Can you remember, Dupes, right?
Yeah.
But now that's not said.
But they never did they?
No.
I remember I went to a party once with my ex, yeah. Not my baby mum, like my ex-girlfriend. And I'm in the kitchen, and her auntie's come in, and she's gone to me, where are you from? And I was like, yeah, I'm Turkish. She goes, oh, because you look Italian, didn't you? I was like, is it? She goes, are you Muslim? I goes to her, yeah. I goes, so all Turkish are Muslim. She goes, oh, okay. She walked in the living room, right? She didn't realise I was walking behind her. She walked into the living room, she looked at everyone and she went, he's only a fucking Muslim. I was standing right behind her. I was like, no, that is a piss take.
I think it's the Muslim family, though, would have more of a problem with a Muslim girl sort of like going with a Christian boy. I know from first-hand experience that they have more problem like that.
I think if you're with the right person, you can work through all those kind of problems, really. If you stand together, like, you're all right as a couple.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, but what if, like, you've got a extreme Christian family, and then the son goes out and meets a girl, and she comes from an extreme Muslim family. Oh my God!
Wendy, MPs to get a 2.8% pay rise. Are they having a fucking laugh?
Okay. See what I mean? Yeah. Stakes again.
I was going out with this girl, yeah, and out of her 5 brothers, one of them was really racist. I don't know why, he was just that way. And his bedroom was right near the toilet, so I used to walk past his bedroom. And for some reason, one day he carved a swastika into his wardrobe. As I was walking past it, I seen it, yeah. And I said to my ex, I said to her, babe, you know your brother's got a big swastika carved on the side of his wardrobe. And she told her dad, right? She went, Dad, Aiden's got a swastika on his wardrobe. And he looked at me and he went, well, it's his ass. He can do what he likes.
Oh, my God.
I was like, nah, that is a piss take.
Did you feel a bit rebel, though, going out of her knowing that he didn't like it?
That's made it more fun, isn't it?
How weird that he didn't care that the son was carving up the fucking furniture.
No, I don't think they were racist. I think that they were just like trying to piss me off, like get a reaction to see what I would do.
I'd have been furious.
Yeah.
Fucking carving something into the furniture.
It was one of them old wardrobes, them old, like really, really old ones. I think that no one give a shit about it. It was going to get chucked. It was like proper wood. You know them old wardrobes?
Oh, I know which ones you mean.
The proper wood ones. Yeah. Like Gerdeep's one. You've seen Gerdeep's one?
You mean the ones that used to come ready-made, stand up?
Yeah,
you know?
like fully, yeah, like.
I like good old-fashioned furniture if it's in good condition.
Gerdeep's got one. What's that? The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Fuck's sake, state of it.
You know,
they're nice designs and all that, but it just don't go with the rest of the house.
Some of their dressing tables were beautiful.
Lovely,
yeah. Yeah, it's true. That is true. The dressing tables, fair enough. But the wardrobes are just like the weird shapes that they used to just carve them, and they stand alone. It's like they're not fitted to the wall, like, you know, like they're not flush. They just take up half the living room.
There, yeah,
they're just too much. Not practical, but nice to look at. Yeah, he carved a big swastika into it as well. I was laughing.
Yeah, but if that was part of a set of furniture, right? Say there was a set of drawers that went with it and a dressing table, I'd have gone off my fucking head if my son had done that.
Don't know, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't have liked it.
Yeah.
I had a neighbour once, right? And her elder daughter, when she was 15, she sort of like started wearing Doc Martens, and I don't know what they call it. Is it like an emo stage? But she used to wear Doc Martens and all black clothes and had black hair and stuff. She had
Gothic, the goths.
At one point, she was beautiful. She had gorgeous blue eyes and blonde hair, and she dyed it all black. And it was weird. And her mum come home one day and she decided to walk the boots up the fucking wall. Yeah, she wanted her bedroom like that. Her mum was distraught.
Oh my God.
I think I would have been as well, though, really.
Yeah.
You've got a nice, tidy bedroom. You've done it all nice, and then they fucking walk the boots up the wall in pain.
She wouldn't have had the boots longer. I tell you, they'd have gone.
Yeah, but in pain, she wanted it that way. In pain, black paint up the wall.
Carl Holmes has put, and these YouTube Muslims wonder why people are starting to despise them. You guys really must start representing things better. Well, Carl, when I was a little kid and you lot thought I was like you lot and you thought I was white, the things you used to say about black people to me, right? Now, if you hate me or not, it don't bother me, son. Don't bother me, because I grew up hearing other people getting racial. Carl Holmes is telling me about Muslims are being hated. Yeah, but they ain't getting it half as bad as the blacks used to get it, mate. When I was growing up, the racism against black people was shocking, mate. Shocking. Things I used to hear people saying.
Where did you live, Khan? What part of London?
Highbury, near the Arsenal. A lot of racist people. And the thing is that a lot of them did move out of London eventually. There used to be fights on the streets, man. There used to be like NF sprayed on the walls.
See, when I tell people when I was growing up, I didn't see much racism. They don't believe me, but I really didn't.
It goes area by area, though, doesn't it? Really, racism.
Yeah, I really didn't.
And it is to do with football a little bit as well. Like where you are, there's no big football team and there's no gang that goes with the football.
Well, there was where I live.
Arsenal gang was one of the biggest football gangs, isn't it? Arsenal's a huge gang. Tottenham, Chelsea, they're all big gangs, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So there is a bit of racism.
There was Sunderland and Newcastle where I was, yet still didn't know nothing about black people. Or black people existed on the telly.
Yeah, I
knew of black people, Wendy, obviously. I mean, I lived in South.
I didn't. They were on the telly.
But race was never really, I mean, it must have been in adult conversations, I suppose, but I never see people talking about race.
Exactly.
Where I lived, right, we had Turkish people that was along our house that I used to be really good friends with the kids. We had Catholics, Irish Catholics. We had Irish Protestant. Funny enough, those two were the ones that argued the most. They lived next door to each other. And then we had a mixed race couple right at the end of the row, a white woman and a black man. And then, but black family. But everybody used to play with everybody. Nobody really sort of talked about it. It's weird.
I've got a theory about racist white people that the English aren't actually racist. But growing up, we thought that a lot of white people were English when they really weren't. They weren't actually English, but we used to think they were English. But a lot of them were Irish. And they were proper racist, but not racist in a way where it was institutionally racist. Like they were just they were just anti-black basically. Do you know what I mean? It weren't as if if you see an institutionally racist person, that's a person who believes in supremacy, let's say, that they've got this cultural right to kind of rule over other people and everyone should do things their way. But I'm talking about people who just didn't like you because you was and they just pick whatever reason, oh, you smell of garlic, or you smell of curry, or I don't know, you speak loud, or you talk with your hands, or they just pick something random that is your ethnic trait, and they'll use that to kind of make you feel bad about being a foreigner. Do you know what I mean?
But a lot of them do smell of garlic, and I don't understand why.
I have to be honest, that's one group of people that I've never really lived near.
That's what I'm saying. That's probably why you weren't aware of racism. Because Bermondsey, is it? I thought you meant Irish.
No, I've never, in the road that I live in now, any road that I've lived in, there's never been a Pakistani family.
This is what I mean. Racist you get racism from other ethnicities. It's like wars between Somalis and Jamaicans, or wars between like originally like Nigerians and Jamaicans were like sort of having beefs, and then they all ended up being friends with each other. And like you do get like Turks and Greeks, for example, will have certain areas where they don't get on, or do you know what I mean? It's like it's always between other foreigners. Like foreigners hate other foreigners, I think. You know, like the Banksy syndrome. I want to come to England and see white people. I don't want to see anyone else. I think like a lot of immigrants think that. I think
Yeah, they
like
do.
immigrants are racist towards other immigrants more than English people. Because like really and truly, me, yeah, I could go anywhere in England, and if you're like the token foreigner, you'll get welcomed. Like they'll be like, "Oh,
Yeah,
come and tell
but
us all about your
can't
country."
imagine it the other way round, right? The thrill of
Yeah.
going to Africa is going to see how it is in its sort of like natural way.
Yeah.
You wouldn't,
And you go there
wouldn't
and
you
it's
be
like fucking
disappointed if
Blackpool.
you got all the way out there and everyone's white?
Yeah, and it's
Well,
like Blackpool.
everyone. The biggest shock of my life was when I went Turkey and I see ginger guy. Proper ginger, like copper ginger. I was like, fucking hell. And my mate went, yeah, he goes, they're Jews from the Ottoman Empire days. He goes, like, there's a couple around, like, you see a couple of gingers. Like, but they're Jews, he goes to me, they're not Turkish. Yeah, I was
And what,
shocked when I went to Newcastle and I see a Chinese girl speaking Geordie. I was like, I heard some
oh,
Geordie
the
voice, look around,
Chinese,
and she's Chinese. I was like,
the
what?
Chinese have been up the northeast for fucking decades and
Right,
decades.
here we go, right? I've got to pull it
Mm.
up. I'll try to ignore him, but I've got to pull this up because this man makes up the most extraordinary lies. I have never, ever called any of my children the M word. That was a lie
Who
put
said
out there
that?
by
That's a
extreme
fucking piss take.
racists, and you fucking ran with it, Ghost. So you're
Is
in
that what
bed
he
with the
said?
racists. Yes.
Khan needs black people on his side because he's scared. I think there's enough Muslims in this country. We don't need anyone on our side, mate. Thank you very much. And I think if you're a foreigner and you come to this country and you don't respect black people, you're giving them a disservice because they were the original people that had to like start up all these like groups and all these like things that you see, the movements and the government, this, that, and the other. Like they're the first freedom fighters. Like they were the
Well,
first ones.
they don't give them the credit that's needed.
Yeah, exactly. I think like it's a bit rude. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a whole tradition of people standing up for their rights in this country. I think that like you can't just come and start making your own deal, just going around them, bypassing them. Like it's a bit rude to do that. I know some people do that. I know like some Somalis they disassociate
Can you
themselves from
remember what the
other black
racism was
people.
like football on the terraces years ago? I mean, it was
Bad, wasn't it?
terrible.
People used to get stabbed
Yeah,
up,
now
man.
that was bad. I was aware of
Yeah.
that because it was in the papers. Yeah.
Oh, what you mean in the 80s and that?
Yeah,
That was bad.
yeah.
I was
I
aware
Making
of
monkey
that.
noises. Making monkey noises at Ian Wright. That was bad.
Did you hear that there's been an update on the Stephen Lawrence case, Wendy?
Stephen, no.
Right, so one of them that's been put away, one of the Norris brothers, has actually admitted being at the scene now. And they're putting pressure on him to reveal exactly what happened.
How many years later is this?
Exactly. He's finally admitted being there, but said, I didn't stab him, I just punched him.
We know it was them.
Yeah, it was definitely them. Definitely. They were horrid people.
They were, yeah.
And he's one of the ones
Gangsters,
that had the gangster father.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. That's why, isn't it? Certain people from certain backgrounds, like you can expect a bit of racism in that. Like it's like the building sites and that. There used to be a lot of racism, and it's because like people just want to keep the jobs for themselves. They just don't want to make it welcoming for you. It's not that they're really racist. It's just that they just don't want anyone coming and taking their jobs.
No.
Same with gangs, because gangs have got to go around fighting other gangs. So it's always that them and us ideology with gangs, like football gangs.
They've been after Americanizing Great Britain for years, and now they've finally done it.
What do you mean? What's Americanized about it? What, the gangs, street gangs?
No, the different ethnicities. Think of America, you know. How many different ethnicities is there in America?
But England's always been different. You've got English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, this one, that
No.
one.
I
England's
mean,
always been like
that term, happy holidays, right,
that.
was in America in the 1940s. Because
So
there
what
were so
instead?
many different ethnicities, yeah.
What, Hanukkah and all that?
Oh,
bit?
sorry,
Yeah,
yeah.
all of it, yeah.
Hey, you guys, why there's space here? I'm going to let whoever jumps on next to take the space that I'm on right now, yeah. But speaking of the Stephen Lawrence case, sorry, let me just quickly go outside.
Yeah.
Speaking on the Stephen Lawrence case or whatever, yeah, the Norris guy that is given up, I said that he was at the scene or whatever. I don't.
Yeah.
In my mind, I actually don't think that he has to, or he could be pressured to, but I don't think that it would affect his parole hearing or any sort of stuff like that if he admits part of it and doesn't give up anyone else. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, but they reckon they're gonna put pressure on him now. That's what was written.
That's
in
what
the
I was going to say. Although they might be able to put pressure on him, unless they say to him, "Your hearing, or your parole will count on whether you actually tell us what actually happened and who was there," then, you know. And also another way that they could be able to sort of sneak out of it, if I could use that as a word or whatever, is that they can say the guy that died is the main guy that killed him and the other dudes were just there or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so then it does mean that the two brothers and the other suspect can get found guilty of murder or whatever, but it
Yeah,
means
because they only ever got two, didn't they?
Yeah, it can mean that they can still work mind games to get parole without stitching other people up or whatever. So
yeah, but if they're wise, the parole board should say, well, if we're to believe your version of events, you need to tell us who it was then.
Yeah, exactly what happened, and everyone's rolling the events.
But they reckon that the one
that
this is really, really bad though, right? And it came out years later. There was one bloke that the police used as a witness to say what he saw and everything, and it turns out that they think that he was actively involved in it as well. Yeah.
The other dude that died, he was
he's
like
dead now.
an alcoholic druggie sort of dude, innit? The blonde dude.
Yeah, but they used him
because again he attacked someone on Eltham High Street, a security guard on Eltham High Street in one of the shops, and said, don't let me do the same thing what happened to Stephen Lawrence. You know Stephen Lawrence? But obviously the guy didn't know who he was, innit? So, but obviously because it was in the statement, that's the only reason why the newspaper was able to print that. So it's mad that he could even make statements like that, yeah, and still not be, or not have been found guilty or served any jail time still. But I'm going to jump back off here and let Cassie take my place now.
Yeah.
So of all those people, they only got two of them.
Yeah. Yeah. They definitely done it. I'll tell you another story. When I was working as a gate line assistant, right, for British Rail, I was working at Eltham Station. And there was this black officer that used to come through all the time. He actually gave me his phone number and card as well because he wanted to date me, but I was married. And he came through the gates, right? And they came off the train and they racially abused him and he took him to court and he won. Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So they definitely did. They were known in the area, Wendy. And do you know why I don't write legacy media? Because they branded the whole of Eltham racist, and it wasn't true. When it happened, there were loads of residents that grassed up the people. They were leaving notes on police cars. They were doing anonymous phone calls. They were anonymously sending in to Crime Stoppers and all of that. And all the evidence was ignored. And the reason came out much later was because the Norris's father was a gangster and he was paying the police. So the murder was definitely racist. But the reason they didn't get justice wasn't because of racism in the police force, which is annoying. It was because of the corruption the backhanders they were getting.
Yeah, I believe that.
But he'd actually, that gang, they weren't, even though they were racist, they were definitely, but they also attacked white kids as well. That wasn't spoken about either. They were right bullies. They used to go around, if they didn't get their own way, they'd just stab you up kind of thing.
Yeah, it'd be very rare to see someone like just attacking black people. Like, if you got that power behind you, you're going to use it on everyone. It's like they say, if you're a hammer, all you see is nails. You just go around bullying everyone, wouldn't you? That's how powerful they were. These gangsters and that. They take the piss, whether they're Pakistani or not. Gangsterism, I don't agree with it. I don't glorify gangsters. I don't even let my kids watch gangster films like Goodfellas,
I hate the way
Godfather.
that.
Fuck
Yeah,
all
I
that.
hate the way
They're
that
all scum, all of
gangsters-
them. Fuck them. I
Yeah,
don't
gangsters get
approve of any
glorified.
crime.
for no
Fuck all
reason.
that. No, I don't even listen to hip hop around my kids. I don't let them listen to none of that gangster music. None of that.
It's
Fuck
like
that.
when they talk about those fucking gay brothers, right? The Crays, as though they were little
I
innocent.
hate the craze. I fucking
No, but
hate
as
them.
though they were little innocents running around that did nothing wrong.
They were both gay, weren't they? I think they say one of them was gay, but I think both of them were
No,
actually
they
gay.
were both gay.
Yeah, they're scum. They're scum. I can't believe people that have got this like infatuation with craze or
Oh, they
with
do.
gangsters in general. I don't know what's it all about. I don't get it.
Who was
What's
the
the
other
big deal
one that
about
used
it?
to hang around with them? Not. There was
Mad
Ronnie and Reggie,
Fraser.
Mad Frankie Fraser. That's
Yeah.
it. Oh my God! I met him once in Walworth Road.
I met him as well.
I knew exactly where he lived.
I went court in Gray's Inn court in in Islington, and he was
Yeah.
in there. Mad.
And if you look into that man's eyes, there was nothing but evil, even as an old man. He used to walk around with this little dog,
Cold, isn't it?
acting like he was like just a sweet little old man walking his
Yeah.
dog. And he used to make me sick. But if you looked into his eyes, you could see the fucking evil. It was pure dead. I'm telling
Reggie
you.
Cray come into my mate's kebab shop with his prison warden that was like thingying him, like guarding him. I don't know why they let him out for the day, but he was out. My mate goes to me, "Do you know who that is over there?" I go to him, "No." He goes to me, "That's Reggie Cray." Looked over,
Did you
some
fall to the
old
floor and pray?
decrepit, some old decrepit guy, and he had the thing with him, like someone looking after him. He was just sitting there, like he wouldn't budge. He was just sat in one spot, just in a daze, just sitting there.
My dad knocked out one of the Cray's relatives at an East End wedding once.
I remember he told us.
Yeah.
And then he was worried after.
You know, they say, oh, but they only killed their own. No, that's not true. They killed anyone that got in their way. You know, it didn't matter who you were.
The gangsters, they are gangsters. They don't give a fuck, man.
They're allowed in Liverpool.
What's that thing, heathen?
I'm packing from Liverpool, yeah.
Just about heathen.
Straight back on the train, yeah.
What's he talking about?
Something about the
I'm
train.
saying the trains got sent packing from Liverpool when they come
The
down.
trains have been sent back from Liverpool. Why is that?
No, sorry, I don't think you can hear me. My phone might be not working.
Can he better
Did you say trains or crays? What did you say?
Trains got sent packing
the
from
crays,
Liverpool.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they come to Liverpool in like the 60s. Yeah. We're trying to expand.
Heathen, who's that Sam Walker? Who's he?
He used to sell cocaine, I think.
Right.
Oh, yeah, everyone's going on about Sam Walker, isn't he? Because I don't know what he's doing, but he's always doing something mad, isn't he? He was going, he was building wells, really, hasn't he? He's been doing loads of stuff in Africa. Been like building loads of wells in Africa. He's opened up like a diamond mine or something. I don't know. But now he's back in Ireland.
What's he look like, heathen? What's he look like?
The Apprentice had him on today on TikTok. He's trying to start fights with Danny G, isn't he? They want to fight or something.
God.
See what I mean?
Even, you see that guy with the grey hair, with the white hair?
Like the old school gangsters were like...
Can't hear me.
Like, I'm speaking from where, like, my family from, like, the old school gangsters, sort of the earliest days. Until there was a war. Do you know what I mean? Everyone sort of knew them from the area. It's like these new age ones, they haven't got any morals. The older ones do have morals and keep it sort of in-house. But I know what you mean.
Oh, the Crays didn't have many morals.
Yeah, well, I think the Crays were pieces of shit, but at the end of the day, I do think that there was sort of like old style gangsterism versus modern day gangsterism, where they don't. I don't think the Crays gave a fuck about anyone, but for them it was very sort of like patriarchal. It was more about men's business and arguing with men than women or children. Now now you see a lot of. I mean, it's terrible. Did you see the primary school?
Last year, a guy nipped my ass because a fella owed a drug dealer money. He just come into the back garden and just shot her in the house dead. Not long after actually, funny enough, well, not funny enough, but after that young girl got killed, she got shot in the house, didn't she? When her mum came out, forget her name now, in Dovecot. Well, they actually set up a mobile police station, and that was at the top of the road of where the girl then got shot in her own house. So,
bloody hell.
That means nothing having them mobile stations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, they'll go outside restaurants. Have you seen the Turkish ones, Khan? The Turkish gangsters that they're talking about lately.
What, the ones that killed that geezer in Epping Forest?
Well, they do drive-by shootings and everything. They don't give a fuck who's in the way.
That one in Stoke Newington when they killed that innocent girl.
Yeah, they don't give a shit who's there.
Yeah, they're all Kurds. They're not Turks. They're all Kurds, all of them. But because they're from Turkey, they call them Turkish. But a lot of them are Kurds. They're basically the Kurdish gang of the PKK's like criminal wing, basically. So when the British let them all over here, like they come with the PKK against the Turkish government, basically. But that, for some reason, they're telling people that they're Turkish instead of Kurdish.
Were they what was known as the White Hats in Syria?
Who, the PKK?
Yeah.
No. PKK, the Communist Kurdish Party of Kurdish Communist Party or whatever they're called.
Oh, okay. You get confused with so many different.
Someone else.
I think he was. That Turkish? Do you remember we had the Turkish guy that used to turn up from the PKK? What was his name, Wendy?
I know. It was Kamal.
On the panels.
Yeah, Kamal or something like that.
Yeah, he used to come on and try and tell us about the PKK, and because we didn't know where it was when we were talking to him. That Dan, do you remember that Dan got all paranoid? Oh, we're supporting PKK. We didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Dan's always trying to catch you out, isn't it? He was onto you, man.
They do it all the time. At the end of the day, I don't take no notice of them now, but only when people say stupid things that might actually get people running with stuff about my kids. I have to put them up and tell the truth. It's ridiculous. But the rest of the stuff, I don't give a shit. When it's about me, I don't really care anymore, Khan.
But America and Britain were back in the PKK, YPG, because they were like,
I know, that's what I mean. I was trying to work it out. Yeah.
Because they got oil fields in Syria, and they just made them look after it for them. Said, like, what? They just got them to look after the oil fields.
Yeah, but the Turkish haven't been very friendly towards the Syrians lately, have they?
Wow.
Nixie, what you don't understand is we've known. Hold on. I want to say something. Nixie, what you don't understand is that me and Wendy have known Khan for a very, very long time.
Oh, fucking hell.
We know that he does his flounces. He don't like some of our opinions, and then the next day he talks to us. That's just Khan's personality.
I remember when Khan was running around with a picture of Al Pacino, for fuck's sake.
I mean, it's not like we haven't took the piss out of him as well. Do you remember when you sat there asking those two women to suck an ice lolly for you?
Oh, yeah. Fluffy and her sister. What was her sister's name? Lucy from Birmingham. I used to love them girls. You know what they used to do? They used to cook food, right? And they used to send it to each other's houses with Ubers. She'd be like, what are you cooking today? She'd put the camera on. She's like, I'm doing a massive shepherd's pie. She'd like, send me over half of that. She'd be like, all right, I'll just stick it in the Uber. You used to send it by cab. I used to crack up. They're so funny, them girls.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, but I don't. Right, Nick. So I've got to ask you something then, right? So you're saying you're just highlighting the fake charlatan who claims he loves black people. So I don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying because he's talking to white people that means he don't like black people?
Nixie's
Or are you
just
saying,
nuts, man.
or are you saying because
the problem
he
with
talks
Nixie,
to me and
right?
Wendy
The problem with
specifically?
Nixie, she's trying to build up her own dynamic of who's good and bad, according to Nixie. She expects
but
everyone
we
to fit in with
know
her
you
model.
can't.
I don't know, like, what's wrong with us having a conversation about parenting or about diabetes?
Nothing.
Like, I don't know.
Nothing.
We've done it before. Like, it's not a shock.
Yeah.
Nixie's just a nutter.
Have you guys seen Modine recently in the last 2 to 3 weeks?
Oh, he's lost it, mate.
No.
He's lost it.
Oh no, and I don't want to. What's he up to now?
My,
Last time I see him, let me tell you this, Gold, before you tell us. Last time I see him, it was Jedi was playing something of his from TikTok, and he brought this bloke round offering him a meal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he spat in it, had all different sort of stuff in it, was adding dirt in it, and then fed it to the bloke and thought it was funny. I just thought that's disgusting.
Yeah, it's degenerate.
Anyway, go on, Gold. What was you saying?
Right, so yeah, it's an idiot.
Gold. Did you see Modine when he went to Jamaica? Did you see that?
No. I mean, with these Modines on. No. Short and sweet. He just dropped off to America. You know, there's someone called, I think, John Cena. He's a wrestler.
Oh yeah, the wrestling guy.
And he's trolling him. Yeah.
No,
so
it's not black. John
now,
Cena's white.
He's white. But what he's done now is he's taken it a step further. He's gone doolally. Dumb to doolally. Oh, do you know what he's done?
What are you on about now? Go on.
Modine. He's just got to America 3 weeks ago. And
do you know what, Gold? Do you know what Modine done to John Cena?
What? Go on.
Do you know what he done to him?
No. But is it quick?
He walked up to John Cena and started filming him.
Oh yeah.
And it turned out that John Cena was having an affair. And basically Modine exposed it without realizing.
No.
So he got divorced because Modine walked up to him with a camera in the street.
Oh no.
Big John Cena, you know. Yeah.
Is there any? No.
And then they put it on CNN. They interviewed him on CNN. They were asking him about it. Modine was on CNN.
Hang on. Wait a minute. So Modine is not stalking John Cena, surely.
He was stalking him. Like,
he's like, where's Wally?
Yeah, but what's he doing to him now, Gold? What's he done?
Nothing. No, that was years ago.
No, Con. Let me say.
But he's back on him. It's back onto him, yeah.
Yeah, let him finish.
Listen, he's like the Persian Iranian. Where's Wally? Huh?
He's not Iranian. Modine's Iraqi.
Is he Iraqi?
He is Iraqi.
Yeah.
He look Kurdish now.
Iraqi,
No,
I didn't know this, but Iraq apparently is a Shia country. There's like majority Shia country. I didn't even know that. Modine's a Shia, isn't it? He's always been at Speaker's Corner arguing with the Sunnis and that.
Bruv, I see.
You right, Cassie?
Wait, listen, I see Modine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, what's that mean?
Yeah, I bet you are.
Yeah, go on, Gold. I want to hear him. Go on.
I've seen this guy, Modine, in America.
Forget Modine, he's a spastic. Forget him.
Wait, no, it gets worse, Khan. Listen up, guys.
Let him say it, Khan.
Listen up, keep your ears peeled. He's gone to America. On the screen of the short that I watched, it says Modine just nearly got into problems with an MS-13 member. So what's happened is the person he's with, that he's probably met online, is taken to America, and he said, yo, this is where MS-13 hang out. Just chill out, Modine, just chill. Don't do anything crazy. Are you sure? He said, yeah, I swear, bro. And so he's gone and spoke to this MS-13 guy, the black dude, because he's a Latin, I don't know, like you get black Latinos. And the guy talked to him, he said, you know where you at, man? He said, "What?" And that. So he was trying. I don't know what he was trying to get off.
I've seen it. Modin goes up to some black gangster on the streets in Compton, and he starts trying to chat all this gang shit, waving his hands around. And the geezer basically puts his hand on his gun and says to him, "If you fuck about, I will fucking shoot you right here." And 3 people have to come and save Modin and rush him away because he was embarrassing the fuck out of them.
But he was at MS-13.
That was about a year ago. Yeah.
Okay, they only showed it. I saw the upload. I thought it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Maybe that was just a copy.
But then after that, Modin had a fight with some geezer. Who's that geezer? The one that goes and exposes the pedos? Vlad or whatever. His name Vlad? No. Forget his name. The Russian dude. He exposes the pedos. He goes up to them and thingies them. Exposes them. The online guy. Modin had a fight with him. And Vitaly. Yeah. He battered Modin. He battered him.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I would, in no way, shape, or form, would have thought Modin could fight.
No, he can't fight at all. Cannot fight.
Do you remember he used to go down Speaker's Corner with that silly clown fucking wig because he had that?
Yeah. Drooling over Sophia.
That was a bit gay, wasn't it? That was a bit weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
You're a man. I can touch you. I can touch you. You're a man.
Yeah, but poor Sophie, she couldn't move without that freak being around her.
Yeah, she had people protecting her from him. Remember, even Rod was there.
He bought her gifts and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's weird.
Do you remember that bloke walked up to her and offered her £500
yeah.
to put her underneath?
Yeah.
Yeah, Modin's a weirdo.
I remember when he ran to Jedi for help. And Jedi said, "Oh, fuck off, go away."
Yeah, that was real funny. Why are you running over here like a penguin? He went, "Go back and do all your own shit." Jedi was funny.
That was funny, that was, yeah.
Well, I was so shocked or not surprised that I had to jump on just to fucking spread the news to see if you've seen it. The crazy shit I've just seen. That's an MS-13 member. And he's doing gun signs or I don't know. He was like doing gun signs, isn't it?
He said something ridiculous. He's gone up to him and going, "Yo, bro, do you know where I'm from? I'm from the ends, man." Or saying some shit to him like that. And the geezer went, "Listen, I'll fucking shoot you in your face right here." So the fucking propaganda.
What is MS-13? I don't know.
Like Bloods and Crips and them sort of
It's a very violent gang, Wendy. A lot of them are from El Salvador. They're very violent. They're a big problem in the state.
Okay.
Someone should have let Mr. Unknown know. He might have saved him.
You can't. When in the video, did he have that fucking wig on? And he stood in.
No, they were in America. This happened in America. It was dressed up like he was a gang member, like with proper dressed American with a baseball cap and all that.
Oh God. Stupid man.
So they had to tell the guy, like the gangster, they said to him, like, he's not from around here. He's like, do you know what I mean? They had to tell him because he was acting like he's an American, going up to me, "Yo, bro, do you know where I'm from, bro? Where I'm from, it gets real, bro. We got guns, bro." And the guy was like, "I will fucking shoot you.
We got a big thing, bro. We got a big thing." Yeah.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Well, could you imagine if he'd have got shot on a live stream? That would have been terrible, really, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got a lot of ratings.
Fuck me.
Do you remember that woman who used to claim to be his wife and she used to come online showing all her bruises where apparently he'd beaten her up?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he get beat up by someone's entourage? He got beaten up
Mama
by...
Moon. Wasn't it Moon? Moon.
You know that boxer?
Yeah, Moon something, yeah.
I think there was one particular boxer.
Mona Moon. Her name was Mona Moon, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Mona Moon.
Yeah, he got into a fight with some security guards. It turned out to be someone's famous person's security, and he got beaten up by them as well, Modin.
He's a fucking idiot. It's just like Braden, like getting beat up.
Yeah, but at least Braden's got the excuse of being drunk.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Modin's
I used to feel sorry for Braden because he used to go on about his mum and him not having a dad, and how his mum was a crackhead and he got put in care. Until that day, he told me that a little girl fell into the river And he went in to save the kid and then got in difficulties himself. And a black bloke come along and saved them both. And when he got out of the river, he was racist to him.
What did he say to him? Did he say?
I can't remember what he said, but he said he told him, fuck off, you say.
I remember the story, yeah.
Me and Braden had a 72-hour argument over that, Wendy. Do you remember?
Yeah.
During COVID, that was bad. And then Ralph turned up to try and save Braden. I told him to fuck off.
He literally can't.
Who are you, Darth Vader, coming to save your prodigal son?
Braden was in a shop in London, and there was a little Jamaican woman. She was going to Jamaica.
Oh,
and he got all funny because this woman was putting all jams of jar jams, yeah,
jams
of yeah, you know what I mean, right? Into her little basket, ready to take over to fucking Jamaica, and he was going nuts about it.
He was outraged, weren't he? Come on, do you know what I've heard today? I've seen something today that I've never seen in the whole of my life. We were like, yeah, what? Go on. He said, I was in a shop. I went into Sainsbury's and there was a Jamaican woman in there. Yeah. And she was putting all the reduced jam into her basket. And I said to her, do you have to buy that much jam? And she said, I'm sending it back for Christmas present.
Yeah.
And he went mental. It was the way he done it.
That is a very British thing, though. What are they called? Conservies. They're like jam.
It's not a very British thing to say. Hang on, you know, you can't be sending fucking jam to Jamaica. I mean,
yeah. He said he told her, but that's British jam. That's British jam for British people. Apparently, he said to her.
He's a dickhead.
Yeah. He said, if you want jam in Jamaica, go make your own.
Make your own.
What the fuck?
No, but they ain't got strawberries in Jamaica or raspberries. That's the best jam, isn't it? Raspberry jam's the best jam. Strawberry jam. Yeah, they've got things like that in other countries, but it's not as good as the British jam.
Do you remember when he found himself on top of Big Ben? Just fucking stood there like some sort of...
He looked freaky.
Do you remember when he tried to climb the gates at 10 Downing Street and got caught on the fucking fence? Was it his jeans got caught trying to jump over the fence?
I do remember him standing though up there in the darkness with just.
Who Jesus flattened him? Those guys done him over. Those English guys.
Yeah, well, no one
started talking shit and they just done him over.
Yeah. He looked so out of his head when he was up on top of Big Ben.
He probably was, though. He was doing drugs bad.
What the fuck was he doing on Big Ben? Weirdo.
He said he was. Hang on. He said he was part of ISIS, didn't he, Jupiter? Something stupid like that.
Yes. He said he was doing it for ISIS.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to get sectioned if he carries on like that, mate. I tell you. What an idiot. Embarrassing. ISIS.
Yeah, we soon realised that he was an idiot. Yeah.
When he was doing crack with Isabella that time.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Those streams were disgusting. She used to come on and throw earbuds on the floor and say, oh, we're just making love. I'm picking up cotton for my master and all that shit. You know, she came on Reels naked.
No.
Thank God I didn't see it, man. She's a state, that one.
Yeah, she come on naked. They were fighting because he'd had it away with her and he wanted her to get out of his room and she refused to leave.
Yeah.
So the camera kept coming on and she kept going, he's trying to fight me out. Yeah.
Hang on, but I thought English was just for the... I thought England was just for the English.
Yeah, he was mixed up. That's what I'm saying, Wendy. That's why I felt sorry for him in the beginning. But then when he carried on being stupid, that's when I lost my temper with him. You know what?
A lot of these people are attention seekers, though.
Yeah.
A lot of these people that say these controversial statements, that like these nutters, like Muckers and all these people. Hey, Muckers, nutter.
Go on then. What they lied about recently?
I'm not saying you're a liar. I'm saying you're an attention seeker.
Do you not think everyone around these panels, and that includes the majority of the side chat, could be classed as it's slightly egotistical, slightly
I have
quirky,
said that. We have actually been
attention
talking about
seeking?
that same subject. Yes, I
Yeah, well,
agree.
I fully own it. That's my belief.
Are you
I
on the
think,
spectrum?
not diagnosed, but I would most certainly, enough people
Undiagnosed still, yeah? Hmm.
Enough people want to tell me. Listen, I don't shy away from
Hey,
this shit
Marcus, let me ask
anymore.
you a
I'll kill
question.
you with brutal honesty.
You're an
No, enough
Englishman,
of the
right?
questions. What's wrong with you then, Cam?
What's wrong with me?
Mm.
A lot of
Well,
things. I've got
actually,
diabetes for a start.
obviously I caught you a little timed as you saw me jump on the panel and you thought you'd say something. So you won to some extent. You got the reaction you wanted. Now, I actually come on to ask you a question, believe it or not. When are we going to have an update? I would like, although obviously
What, the
it's your
riots in
call.
Turkey?
No, then and now photos of your Ozempic fucking helped along weight loss journey.
Manjaro, not Ozempic. Manjaro.
Is that what you're on?
Yeah.
I don't know the difference. Is it just a different brand?
No, it has a different function.
You know these weight loss drugs. The danger is they've worked out the certain, like, not just genes but
What, the
certain chemicals
hormones?
that yeah. But the way they're trying to sort of like get the neck, it's like Apple, the iPhone 10, the tweaks
Yeah,
somewhere, the
that's
charge
right.
next
That's
to.
right.
Well, the danger with these is
Yeah.
they're learning these chemicals, these hormones, and the next batch that are coming out, they're going to switch even more off. Now,
Yeah.
these are a very short-term fix, but how like addictions work is it's really fucking dangerous. People aren't just gonna, because most people, because it's more psychological, it's eating healthy. When they come off it, they pile it ball back on because they're not eating healthy, so they're doing the exact same
That's
thing they were
right.
doing before. Now, the
That's right.
danger is people are going to be on these for such a long time. They're not going to
Yeah.
be eating. They're not going to be getting the nutrition. I reckon in about 15, 20 years' time, another generation, rickets will be through the fucking roof
But
again.
here's the
You
thing you're
watch.
forgetting, muckers. I've actually got a degree in human nutrition. So I'm sound. I know what
Yeah.
to eat. I know how to exercise. I know all about it. So I've got
What
no
are you
problem.
hang on? Are you taking weight loss pills then?
Injections.
Oh, right.
Shooting shit into him. Right, so are we going to get her then and now picture of you? Because.
Well, to be honest,
Yeah.
my bits that went in are just going in a little bit more.
Don't forget, you tried to tell me 1,600 calories the other week was a bit of brown bread, salmon, and avocado.
I spoke to my dietitian today. I said to her,
fucking bullshit.
no,
At
it's
that,
not. I
you're
spoke
looking
to my
about
dietitian
600
today.
calories.
I said to her, I'm on about 1,600 calories a day. Shall I eat more?
Yeah,
and she said to me,
but
nah.
hang on
She
a
goes,
minute,
don't eat
fucker.
more.
You also contradicted you said, because before all this, you said you weren't eating at all. And then, an hour later, after you forgot you told us all that, you said you were going to the gym and that you were... And I said, hang on a minute. Firstly, if you're going to the gym and you're eating healthy, why the fuck are you even needing Ozempic anywhere? You're all over the fucking place. And then, as a nutritionist, you couldn't even fucking... You're looking at about 1,600 calories for a bit of brown bread, smoked salmon, and avocado, and you're all fucking
I
over
don't
the
eat
place.
avocado.
Then
It's from
and
Israel.
fucking now
Fuck
picture you
avocados.
lying bastard. I'm telling you, I know you're fucking lying. You've not lost any fucking weight. Just be fucking honest. If you want me to be honest about what I'm a little bit, yeah, fucking am, yeah. The point is this, and the original 95%, and I'm telling you, it's as high as 95% if it's on the panel, including these fucking cunts, especially that one in the top right-hand corner, and your side chat. And I think I'm being modest. I'd go fucking higher than 95%. Are fucking spectrum, mental, nutty, attention-seeking ego. You just don't have the fucking bollocks to admit it, and that's all I've ever said.
Muckers, no one's going to take a diagnosis from you.
You don't have to. It's what I fucking believe.
So yeah, Muckers is right on one thing. There is a new one come out after Manjaro, which is called, I think, the chemical name for it is retitrutide.
You haven't answered me. I just want an answer, and I'm going.
Eat under 1,000 calories a day, and you'll be fine.
If you ate under 1,000
calories, but you'd feel like
any
shit.
longer than 3 months, you'd be like a fucking twig.
No,
the problem is, Wendy, a lot of people, what Muckers said is true. A lot of people who now have like no appetite and can't eat, they're good at losing weight, but they're not good at maintaining their muscle mass while they lose the weight. And what happens is if you burn off all your muscle and your fat, you're going to be in a much worse situation getting old, because as you get old, the muscle is what stops you from dying of pneumonia, basically.
Thing
Not
that's been
pneumonia. Is it pneumonia?
long-term
Yeah,
use,
It's pneumonia.
in elderly. The
So
fact that the
basically, you can't
mossest
generate
muscle in the
heat
younger
inside your
years.
body. You won't be able to generate heat inside your body to keep your vital organs alive. So you would actually die from hypothermia.
Right, you've not answered me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are
but
you going to do a proud look at me how good I've been? Then, despite the fact it's not
It's
to be
still
proud.
early days, mate. It's still early days. I
You
want to
said it's
wow
been
yeah, but
you.
fucking
on that
months and you'd
show, my
lost over half a
600-pound
stone
life.
already.
On that
I'm gonna
show, my
wow you.
600-pound life, the
You're
doctor
fucking
prescribes
lying.
them a 1,200 calorie a day diet, high
Right.
protein, low carb.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
right.
he says
Nothing wrong with
you should
carbohydrates. The
easily be
problem
allowed
is
to
the fucking
lose
sugar you're shuggling down
50
your fucking
pounds a
neck.
month.
The thing is with them, Cassie, is because they're so big they can't actually exercise.
Right,
So
I'm going.
they
But
have to.
They're
basically,
immobile,
cut long
yes.
story short,
Yeah.
you won't get any fucking then and now pictures because he's still a fat cunt and he always will be, despite the fact he's some super nutritionist. Bye bye.
Well, this is the thing. What he hit a few good points, and one of the good things that he said was, it doesn't matter who your personal trainer is, who your dietitian is, or what you know about nutrition. Chuck them all in the bin, get this medication, and basically you're sorted. You don't need to know nothing. Just inject yourself with this fucking shit once a week, and the weight will just fall off you. And it actually does work. So it's putting a lot of people out of business. Takeaway companies, process companies like that make processed food. Everyone's losing money basically because of this. So it is a good thing, and it does work.
Mm.
The bad side of it is, well, not the bad side, but people want to see fat people suffering. They don't want to see you just like put one injection in your arm and then all of a sudden you're a normal person with normal like eating impulses. They want you to basically suffer. People want to see you suffering because they're like, oh, you ate all the cakes and you ate all the donuts. Now you got to get in the gym and suffer. But that's not really the case. It's a hormonal thing.
So what do you think about weight loss surgery then?
I don't think like you need weight loss surgery. I'd save your money and get the loose skin removed once you lose all the weight on the Ozempic. Ozempic's what, £100 a month? That means like within the space of 2 years, well, even 1 year, you could lose all your excess weight. You might have a bit of loose skin and just have that surgically removed. But like Maka said, unless you actually start learning about eating healthy and training and things like that, as soon as you come off the hormone, your normal body, like you start gaining the weight back again.
Don't you get scared giving yourself the injection? I think I asked you before.
It's a tiny little thing. You wouldn't even notice it. The thing is though, Duke, certain parts of your body, if you know where the certain parts are, you don't have any pain receptors really, hardly.
Mm.
Yeah, certain places you don't really have much pain.
And how
I
long's
advise
this little
anyone, listen,
novelty?
look, let's not underestimate how bad it is for your health to actually be overweight. It's actually massively unhealthy. Like fat people don't live long. Do you know what I mean? It's not healthy to be that fat. Like any kind of like risk that you might be incurring from anything else, trust me, the juice is worth the squeeze. Because being fat itself, you've got the risk of high blood pressure, diabetes, chronic heart failure, or what's it called? Congenitive heart defects, whatever it is. I forget how you say it. But yeah, it's not good for you. Not good for you. People fat, it's just, oh, you're just a little bit fat, or you're just a little bit pudgy, or you've got to buy XL clothing. No, there's more to it than that. When you look at it, forget the vanity, forget what you look like, put that to the side, the health aspect of it. That's what you want to focus on. Because once you've got diabetes, you're on a slippery slope.
You can reverse diabetes.
Yeah, exactly. You can. But it's not easy living with the diabetes either.
No. Have
That's
you
what
not
the
tried
doctor
to
tells them on my 600-pound life. They're going there and they're 600 or 700 pounds. They're bed bound. And he says, you won't last 5 more years like that.
Exactly.
You're going to die.
Exactly. That's what you got to accept, that fact. You're fucking with your life, mate. Do you know what I mean? If you want to see your kids grow up, you're going to be there for your kids. Like, it's not about having a six-pack. It's about fucking living longer.
Another 5 years, I might be a great grandmother if you think about it. My oldest grandkid's what, 16?
They'll put you in the paper. Be famous.
I don't know about that. I'm sure there's plenty of great grandmothers out there.
Do you reckon?
Of course, there's some fucking great grandmothers at 35 now.
My mum's a great grandma.
Oh, Wendy, I done my blood glucose today.
All right.
5.9.
How much?
5.9.
Oh, that's good.
What does that mean? Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
good.
That's good.
Last month, it was like 10. I was in the 10s.
Oh, that's
The
naughty.
month before that, I was in the
That's
20s. I was in the 20s.
What were you eating to do that?
Just eating normal. Just eating normal.
But you're diabetic, you can't eat normal.
I know. But I didn't know what to do because I thought if you cut out the carbs and you eat the fat, people saying that the fat blocks up your bloodstream and that makes you insulin resistant as well. So I didn't know what way to go with it. I was
No,
all over the place for a
it's a
bit.
tricky path you've got because you've got to work out what's good and what's bad.
And if you've got fat in your liver, that messes up your thing as well, your blood glucose. But yeah, I thought I was being relatively healthy until I had my HbA1c done, and they said to me, "No, you're up to like 100 on your HbA1c." I was like, "What the fuck? 100? that is like serious." Like the diabetic nurse will be phoning you shortly. I was like, "All right, cool. I'm not arguing this time."
Do you still drink Coke and all that?
Nah. I barely eat carbs. I just eat one bit of carbs a day. I have like a sandwich or a bit of pasta or like just one bit of carbs a day.
So what do you have now then? What is your food?
So like for breakfast, I'm usually having eggs. Like so I'll have like a 2-egg or a 3-egg omelette with like, I don't know, sometimes I put like a brown tortilla wrap, put the egg in it and just wrap it up and eat it like that. And then for lunch, maybe I'll have like I don't know, like a bit of salad or like a bit of Turkish
But ain't
food.
I know it's bran, but ain't the tortilla bad for you as well?
Well, it's not really that much. It's only like because it's very thin. It's like a small amount of carbs, isn't it? So with carbs, you got glycemic index and you got glycemic load. So glycemic index is how sweet it is. Like certain things get turned to sugar really easily.
Yeah.
And glycemic load is how much of it you actually eat that causes an insulin spike in your blood sugar. It causes a response in your blood sugar. So it's like the amount and whether or not it's good for you. Like it's a balance of things. So like if you've got, for example, I don't know, a Tic Tac. A Tic Tac's like pure sugar, right? 100% sugar. But if you ate a Tic Tac and then you've done a blood glucose reading, it wouldn't really show up. It wouldn't really make an effect on your blood sugar. Whereas if you ate, I don't know, like sweet potato is like really high in sugar, but because it's got loads of fiber in it, it's like regarded as healthy. But if you ate too much of it, it would still affect your blood sugar.
Oh,
so it is healthy, but like it's actually out of all the potatoes, it's got the highest amount of sugar. But it's just because it's got fiber with it as well. That slows down.
So why don't tell you I'll give up potatoes and have sweet potato instead?
So this is what I'm saying to you. So it's the combination of choosing the healthy things, and this is the part where I was going wrong, is the portion sizes have to be literally diet portions, like a quarter of the food that you're supposed to be eating. So like Muckers is saying, like if I'm trying to lose weight, really I shouldn't be on 1,600 because you've got no energy to do anything, right?
Only 800 a day. 800.
1,600. No, what for a woman?
No, I thought if you wanted to really sort of like lose weight, you're supposed to do like 800 to 900, isn't it?
Maybe a skinny woman could get away with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like you got to basically get in all your essential nutrients. So you've got to eat a certain amount, and then you need to eat food to basically give you energy to do stuff for your metabolism, like to go gym and whatever. You need to eat for that as well. So like at the moment, I've just about got energy to like get through the day. But the dietitian said sooner or later, she goes, your energy level would just kick in again. She goes, your body would just get used to being on like such low calories.
It is something I want to ask people. You should know if you're a dietitian.
I'm not a dietitian.
Do all people sort of grow out of food to take it? And I don't mean like your taste buds. Like, I can't tolerate white bread at all now. If I take white bread, it would just take ages for me to digest. I'd end up constipated or...
yeah, as you get older, you start not to be able to tolerate certain foods. Yeah.
Cucumber gives me heartburn. Never used to.
Yeah.
My old man can't eat cucumber either. He gets heartburn from it. That's weird. So I think it might be a genetic thing to that.
But it never used to. But all of a sudden, as I've got older, cucumber gives me heartburn. It's weird.
That is weird. I used to eat a lot of red meat. I don't eat it no more though. It's like everything seems so oily. Like last time I looked at a doner kebab, I was like, oh, it just looks like saturated fat. I can't eat that. That put me right off it. So as you get older, I think your taste buds do definitely change. Definitely.
No, it's not the taste bud; it's your body. That's why the real elderly, they end up with like a what would you call it now? Like a fucking liquid diet, don't they? Because they can only tolerate certain foods.
Yeah, the digestion and that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
That's why they have to drink those Ensures or whatever to supplement their. That's why old people have to drink like Ensure or.
Is that what you lot call it? Yeah, we got things like that. Yeah, we got things like that.
It replaces their calories and nutrients.
That's right. Yeah. We got things like that as well. It's not called the same thing, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, just trying to live longer so I can jump online and thingy you lot, argue with you lot. No, I love arguing.
Oh, Donna just taught me something new. She said female cucumber. She means gherkins, I think.
Oh, right.
Not everyone calls it gherkins.
I didn't know there was male and female.
Nor did I. Yeah, I just learned something new. I just looked it up and they look like gherkins.
What, we meant to think, oh, well, this is male and female now. Oh, please.
Do you call it gherkins up north, Wendy? You don't call it gherkins, do you?
Never fucking heard of it till I moved south. I knew it cucumber.
What is it? What's a wally? Do you know what a wally is?
No.
It must be an East End thing. A wally is basically, do you know when you go in the chip shops and they've got those huge gherkins? You know the ones I mean?
I don't know what a gherkin is.
I love a gherkin.
It's a pickle.
It's a pickled cucumber. Pickled cucumber.
Oh, you won't find me eating that shit. Right. Okay.
No,
but like some people call them wallies because they're obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like spring onions. We call it spring onions. Americans call it scallions, and Jamaicans call it scallions. We call it spring onions, right?
Scallion onions are nice. Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, we call it spring onions though in England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, someone said that there's male and female peppers as well. What's the difference with them then?
For God's sake. I can't be dealing with that.
Is that the difference between, the pointy peppers and the bell peppers?
Fucking male and female fucking... It's like that old argument, isn't it, over tomatoes, whether it's a fruit or a vegetable.
Yeah.
What is it? Do you know?
Fruit.
I give up in the end. We used to argue about it as kids. There was a game, wasn't there, you used to play, and it was it always happened whether a tomato was a fruit or a vegetable. Oh, God.
Do you lot eat aubergine?
No.
No, I don't really like that. I've tasted it, but I don't really like it.
Don't like it now.
I like polygramming.
No. They used to put aubergines in chili con carne, didn't they? I don't like chili con carne. I don't like the beans either. It's fell out. I think maybe he was trying to be rude.
Why?
Oh, because of the emojis.
Oh.
Weirdo. So, what else has been happening in the news?
Just about the normal wars that are going on and that school. That's about it, really, Jokes. No doubt Starmer will get up to something. I mean, I don't know when the next budget's due. I don't know when it is. It's pretty soon.
Oh, great. That's all we need. She's got 6 months to save her jobs, apparently, isn't she, that Reeves? So she's probably going to go in hard again. I don't know why they bother, because no matter how much they save, they're never going to make a saving if you've still got people coming in. It don't make sense to me.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? But they like to ignore that point.
I don't know. I heard through the pipeline he's considering sending them off to the Balkans somewhere.
Hopefully he doesn't.
In holding centres or something.
They can all go and live in fucking colders for all I care, as long as they're not here.
Imagine if they got sent to Hungary and Poland.
The thing is, Hungary and Poland wouldn't have them.
They will in holding centres. Where was it they said that they'd built some? They've already built some. Italy built some and then changed their mind about using them. Can't remember where it was now. Was it Finland?
Italy built some in Albania, and people then was just being able to leave and do whatever they want in it. Like, so Italy reneged on the deal.
Well, but apparently Britain are thinking about using those centres.
Well, we used the old army barracks, and look what they did to them.
It's silly. Why don't they just do safe routes of passage? Tell the people the amount of people that they need for immigration or whatever. Tell them the true number that they need to come in. So no one's disillusioned with the
But there
amount
is
of
a safe
people that are
legal
needed
passage.
for migration. No, there ain't. There's not a safe legal route for asylum seekers.
Well, there is if you do it properly. Yeah, there is.
All right. How does someone from Afghanistan claim asylum legally?
Well, they got to fill in the correct paperwork, and if
they say they worked for the army and was an interpreter.
Yeah, and everything they done all that. All the people that have done that, yeah. There was a certain quota filled. There was still allegedly spaces for more, and any person that tried to go through that route wasn't able to get through. So, also, the British government doesn't have a relationship with the Taliban.
Well, why would we?
Thank God.
Yeah, exactly. Why would we?
Yes, that's why they don't. That's why they haven't got safe routes of
To
passage.
be honest, now the Taliban are back in control of Afghanistan, and we had a load of Muslims here who were saying that they had to be here from Afghanistan because, this, that, and the other. Now they've got them back. I don't know why they're not going back.
No, neither do I.
Including people like Zubaydah, who's all for, the Taliban taking over Afghanistan and treating women the way they did. She should go and live like them. I really think it's disgusting when you get Muslims that go, oh, yeah, but we really want them in charge of the country. The way they treat their women is okay, this, that, and the other. And we know it's not. Well, you go out there and you tell us from there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'll believe you. Then I'll believe you. It's not as bad as what we're being told. Because there is a probability, Wendy, we're being lied to. Legacy media lied all the time.
I've got a few people I want to nominate to move to Afghanistan as well. Because, women ain't allowed to speak in Afghanistan still.
No, they're not.
Like the whole of the GDL, including Jupiter, Wendy, and Babs.
Yeah, but you can't say. Yeah, but I'm sorry, my ethnicity.
Can you convert to Islam so we can send you to
Computer says
Afghanistan?
no. Computer says no, Billy.
Computer says no.
Yeah, my ethnicity says no.
My ethnicity says no.
Yeah, no, not that bad. Hey, one sec, let me mute up while I go past copyrighted music.
Living out in Afghanistan, I don't know. Couldn't think of anything worse than living in Afghanistan.
Do you imagine? They wouldn't even let you be educated. You're not allowed to get your nails done. You can't get your hair done. Got to sit indoors and cover yourself up.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to talk to other women.
Can you imagine, yeah? Wendy trying to say no in sign language in Afghanistan. Babs trying to say, you're fucking kidding me. And Troop say, my black husband. I don't know how you're going to say that in sign language, love. Yeah. There's going to be trouble in Afghanistan, mate. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Maybe you might get saved, and you know what I mean? Like, Hector might be able to move to Afghanistan still.
We're not going to go. Look, I know it's a pipe dream of yours, but it ain't happening.
Trying to sell it to you guys, man. You know what I mean? You can take Gurdeep.
No, the ones that need to go to Afghanistan are the actual Afghanistanis that are here. They should move back.
Yeah, they should. They're the ones that were very vocal. They should go back.
Yeah.
Danny Roscoe's got a partner.
That's it. You know, package deal, innit, man? You know what I mean? Couples. So,
you've got kids as well.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, Baz. So it might be silly to you because you don't look at your feet and you don't cut your toenails. But most people like getting their nails done, getting their hair done, especially women.
What's silly? Getting your toenails cut.
His feet don't work. There's no point.
Toenails cut. So, man's got them long toenails that are just scraping along the front. You got to get a shoe size bigger. Oh, man can only wear flip flops. No covering of toes. Yeah, so rip a hole in the shits.
I'd have thought the poverty would have been a bigger issue than getting you now. But who says that I'm living in poverty? Only you lot, because you're trolls.
No, he's talking about the reasons why you don't want to move to Afghanistan.
Yeah, because I can't get my nails done.
Yeah, and that's what he said. He said he thought poverty would have been a reason, a better reason than not wanting to get your nails done.
No, I couldn't.
I mean, to hear them talk.
Women are really economical. You can work your way around poverty. You can grow your own food.
Grow your own food.
Yeah.
You can only grow your own food for a certain amount of time, isn't it? Like, so there's a start where it has to grow, and the time when it's growing.
No, just go and buy a load of fucking potatoes and fucking plant them. You watch what comes off the potatoes you plant.
More potatoes.
Yeah. What do you think the Irish lived on when the famine happened?
What about that? What about in between that time where you need to eat? What about that time?
Well, what?
You think everybody is poor in Afghanistan? Yeah, I'm saying, what about the time that you need to eat? Because you're saying that you're going to use the potatoes to plant potatoes, and I'm saying you might not be able to do that. You might have to do half and half and cook half.
And then you just have to make stuff that's really quick growing, like cress.
Yeah, cress soup every day, yeah.
Cress and other stuff that's fast growing.
Cress and goat cheese sandwiches every day.
Yeah, don't forget you got your cheese. And you got your fucking ends. You can make omelettes. Making omelettes is you can make omelettes.
Now imagine you go to the shop here, you see Afghan there.
I wouldn't live out there. It would disgust me. I can't believe that there's people who park their ass in Britain, caping for the Taliban to be in charge, knowing how they're going to treat women out there, and then claim that they're all for women's rights. It's mental. The mental gymnastics you have to do to be that person. Yeah, I've seen it done.
What are you sending shots at? Sounds like you're sending for Zabida.
If a cat fits.
Good. Leaks are only available in the winter. See, look. I'm saying you ain't got Tesco.
Hold on, give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I've got to do something.
All different seasons of food.
just available on tap and that. You know what I mean? Mad. Oh, well, we've been on for nearly 10 hours, yeah? I'll tell you what I'm going to do, yeah? If anyone wants to do a live stream, pop one off in about 10 or 15 minutes, innit? Car. And also, we're only doing 3 streams a week still, man, because, like I was saying, I've got a lot of other stuff going on that I need to take care of, man. Get money Mondays. I missed out on some bread today from being on the stream as well, still, so actually might have to rearrange the days to Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, or something like that. Or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll see. I need to work out the schedule. It's a lot of work running streams, you know. Yeah. Bare things I have to get done. Yeah, man, you're allowed to do a live stream after my stream, cause I'm the fucking boss. Alright, let me run a video, man. Let it play.
And I said, this is a government that's cut winter fuel, refused to take nearly 500,000 children out of poverty with the 2-child limit, increased tuition fees on young people above the rate of inflation, and now is inflicting £5 billion worth of cuts on disabled people. If you'd close your eyes and thought, well, who's in power? It doesn't sound like a Labour Party in power to me. And I'm worried that we're going to get more of the same, which will be another round of cuts. So it looks as though another round of departmental cuts, anything between 5 and 10%. Large numbers of civil servants being laid off, although we're not sure why they're being laid off, because we don't know what jobs and what they're doing, who will be laid off. And I'm just anxious that we're going to be blamed for another round of austerity, and that isn't what we were elected for. So therefore, if I was doing the spring statement, I would open up a wider debate about the fairness in our society, the distribution of wealth and power, and I'd be looking at how you redistributed both of those things, and in particular...
You see it there? Come on. That's like, I don't know why the so-called patriots ain't on to shit like that, because that's something that the whole country can get behind, right? Or everyone that's here that's feeling like inflation's beating the shit out of living standards. Like, yo, come on. You're paying more for your food, gas, and electricity right now than you should be, in comparison to inflation and rate of pay and all them sort of things there. But you man are pissed at people crossing on rubber dinghies. It's mad. Really play.
I would actually say that, look, I support fiscal rules, but you have to be flexible in their interpretation depending on the circumstances that we're in. And actually to abide by, with rigidity, this sort of fiscal rules, where you're ruling out any form of redistribution for a fairer taxation system, I think is a huge mistake.
She needs to be much, much bolder. And the problem is that, you know, the markets swing between budgets and fiscal events, and that impacts the Chancellor. £19 billion on average.
Now listen to this pagan. They're going to tell man to make even bigger cuts. Yeah. Is this what you want? This done to come in and make bigger cuts to the fucking pensions, benefits, disabled benefits, all them things there. Yeah? Man, it's crazy, but let it play.
If you go back to 2000, and so you need to have some decent headroom Otherwise, you're going to come unstuck. And both she and I had very narrow headroom. The way to get that headroom and to have much more stability in public finances is to say very boldly, the welfare bill is too high, and for working age adults, we are going to bring it back to pre-pandemic levels, 2019 levels. The pandemic finished 3 years ago. It's not an unreasonable objective for a parliament. That puts £49 billion in the coffers, and then we can actually restore some stability.
We need now, because of the economic circumstances we're in, we need more flexibility on the fiscal rule, particularly around the issue of taxation. And I would be introducing taxes that would redistribute wealth to a certain extent, you know, and we're not talking about huge changes. We're talking almost marginal changes around capital gains tax, financial transaction tax on the city that seems to be booming at the moment, pensions tax relief, those sorts of things where you could put together a package which would prevent austerity.
At the moment, the welfare state is not working in the way that was intended. And if Rachel Reeves is properly radical, we can end up with a solution that is much more social.
It's crazy, cuz, man. These men want to make welfare cuts, yeah, but they don't want to invest in the infrastructure. Like, they don't want to invest in retraining local people to eventually take up these roles. They just want to hand money to big business and let the man then just run off with bread. That gets stacked forever. There ain't no silver bullet, cuz. There's fuckeries right now. And that's after 14 years of austerity. Now we've got one con Labour government. That's moving mad. Bro, I never hear none of you pussies say that, cuz, man. What are you talking about? Man ain't talking about, start training up local people so we can lower the numbers of immigration or the reliance on immigration. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn said that, though. So, weird, it's strange. Okay, man, let it play.
Just, and means that there's more money to put into things like the NHS and to supporting pensioners who can't work anymore, and also for the things that we know are coming down the track, like spending more money on defence, because we can see what Putin is trying to do in Europe. So it's time to really think hard about whether we are spending wisely, or whether, in fact, the way the welfare state works is actually trapping people in benefits, stopping them get back to work in a way that's...
Hey, one thing that might be beneficial to what America's doing right now with lowering their defense budget means that, like, the European countries are going to have to stand on their own 2 feet in any of these sort of times there, you know what I'm saying? But, woo. Hey, it's not even that. It's the people that are able to pay minimal and no tax to pay their actual fair share within taxes, isn't it? Because, you know, the way that things are running in the UK, it's the extremely wealthy and these multinational business that are taking money out of every single country and paying back hardly any of these countries or whatever. Like, those are the people that the big governments need to start going after, and not being able to dictate who and who pays what and who doesn't pay. Do you get me?
I only caught the tail end of what you're saying. I've only just come back.
Yeah. He's calling to pay more taxes, though. That's the difference between, say, Brian Eno and then Elon Musk. Elon Musk is calling to pay less taxes and actually hoping to fund his business via government taxes or whatever to make more bread that he's not going to put into the economy.
Yeah, but what if you're self-made? Why should we take money off of people that have earned it?
Of course, because you have to pay, because there's no work or no employment that you take out where you don't pay no taxes.
Yeah, but
if
they
you
pay
avoid
taxes,
paying tax,
don't they?
you get no, they don't. How much tax did Amazon and that pay last year?
They avoided tax, but they did pay some, didn't they?
But how much then?
I don't know. I ain't got a clue. I'm not invested in it. You know, at the end of the day, I think if wealthy people are putting into the economy by giving jobs and stuff, and they're likely to leave the country, we should just leave them alone.
Nah, that's bollocks, man. They ain't likely to leave the country. Like, the actual bread and butter is here. The reason they are millionaire, billionaire, and so is because these people do sell these services or carry out these works on behalf of your company within these places. So if you're not in them places, then you're not going to make bread, innit? Like,
Yeah, I think going after the rich is never going to win. It's a losing battle, to be honest.
yeah, see, well, you got to pay up to 45%, depending on how much you earn. These men are paying 3%. So 3.5% if you want to be, or 3.45%.
Yeah, but then they
if you want to go buy items and stuff. So what? So what? All that money that's used for employment comes out of fucking profits. That's the profit side of people carrying out services for them that they are able to make profits on top of.
Yeah, but the thing is, look, nobody forces you to go and work for any of these companies, do they? You knew the terms and conditions before you joined them.
Say again, sorry?
But the thing is, right, if you've got these jobs and you suddenly tax the company that's employing people and they decide, right, but they're just going to scale down their business. They're just going to pass that on to the price of their goods, or they're going to cut their employees. You're going to end up with more people that can't even pay tax. It's going to make more of a problem in the long run.
Well, again, it's the public services, the housing, the roads, flipping NHS, along with others flipping extra services, the state of social housing, even the ones that people are living in right now, in fucking need of repair and so. Where are they going to raise the money from to be able to do all that sort of stuff?
Well, it's pretty simple. Stop letting so many people in that are not paying anything in.
So, and that raises how much?
At the moment, they've written that we're paying out $5 billion a day, didn't they? Something like that.
With what calculations? Because again, you're just going to just say whatever, and then that's just facts. So we're going to have to look into it and see whatever.
Yeah, go on then, type it in.
I ain't got time, man. I'm about to jump in the gym, innit? So I don't know if you don't want to do a live show or whatever, yeah, but I'm going to lock this one in it because it's been like over 10 hours.
Okay, is anyone joining? Otherwise I shall go off. I shall just go
off. So you pay 20%, 25% out of your wages, 40 to 45%, depending on how much you earn and all that. Like, so if you ever get to earn anywhere close to what Amazon earns through their business or whatever, the amount of tax that you have to pay compared to Amazon would be astronomical.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just look at it a different way to you.
And making asylum illegal, yeah, is going against the 1951 Human Rights Treaty, because at the time of before World War II, when the Jews were looking for somewhere to come to, places like Britain and America was turning the ships around with them and telling them to go other places. So that's why they brought in that Asylum Act. So something like that, atrocities like that don't happen again. Like, there's people coming looking for help.
Yeah, but it's not genuine people that we've got coming here. We've got economic migrants saying that they're seeking asylum.
There might be some, but labeling every single asylum seeker as that, you and I know that's not true.
The real ones will come through the legit routes.
I said deport human rights. So ECHR only matters when the man them want to use it for their human rights, but anyone else, any other humans, their human rights don't matter.
Listen, it's not unusual for a country to want to put its citizens first. Every other country does it. Why can't Britain?
So putting his citizens first is not allowing asylum seekers to come to the country or making fucking the wealthiest in the country pay their fair share of tax.
No, it's making sure that we've got the numbers stable before anybody argues and quibbles over who's paying what.
And what? Say that again, sorry?
The thing is, if you don't want to get a job, right, where you're paying that much, then what you do is you get a trade, you set up your own business, you employ other people, and then you become wealthy.
You still pay tax. Well, yeah, that sounds okay and doable on paper, innit? Yeah, but if it was just that simple, then literally everyone would have a fucking multi-billion pound business, innit?
It's a lot more simpler than you think, actually.
What, for you to become a millionaire and pay less tax than you're supposed to?
Yeah, if you get a good accountant and you actually employ other people, yeah, and you become successful, yeah. You'd have to be highly focused for a good 5 to 10 years, and then you'd reap the rewards.
So, you got the blueprint for someone to become a millionaire in 5 years, yeah? Just with focus.
There's loads of people out there that write books, but it ain't that hard, is it? You have to sacrifice stuff.
Well, lay
Put
out
it
a
straight
blueprint,
into
and you're
the
saying
business.
it's not that hard. Lay out a blueprint on how someone, or something. No, you don't have to do it right now, innit? But come up with one, innit? Lay out a blueprint on how someone becomes a millionaire within 5 years.
Well, what they do is they start off with, with a group of 4 employees, and then they expand it.
They just start. Okay, so you got your employees are doing what? What's your contract? How are you getting these contracts? What jobs are your employees doing?
Well, that's why you need to get a trade yourself first, isn't it? And then what you do is you put
within 5 years,
contract.
you need to get a trade, be able to start employing people.
No, you
But
get
most
the trade.
decent trades.
You get the trade
take
before
at least
5
3 years. Yeah, the 3 years would have been getting the trade in the first place and the experience.
It's like you, Benny. Why don't you set up your own
5 years?
Your own gas engineering company?
I wouldn't tell anyone if I ever did have a business or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know what I'm saying? And also, like I'm saying, because people think they're slick here, I actually wouldn't even have a business in my name. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But that is the route to go, isn't it? You know it, and I know it. Set up your own business.
Sorry, are you done? There were a pause.
Yeah, I'm off now anyway because I think
See you later.
Show.
All right, thank you. Final point, Vella. I know you've moved on from this topic. I fucking haven't, because I smell a fucking big fucking fantasist lie. Right. Do you know what I'm listening for, Khan? I know you're listening. I know you'll get wind of it. Your voice, fella. Do you know how much a person's voice changes when they start losing weight? Because all that fat around your chops changes the position of your tongue, your cheeks, the hair, the tongue, everything, right? You've not changed at all. Your voice sounds the exact fucking same. It's the same way how I can fucking tell Gummy hasn't got her fucking teeth in when she whistles like a fucking cunt at middle at night when she's pissed or she's tired and she can't pronounce a word. Same fucking concept. I'm listening for your voice. So I know you're not going to do it than a now picture because I know you're fucking telling lies. You're not losing anywhere. I couldn't give a fuck. It's the fact you're lying like Triller. The point is this. I'm listening for that voice change. Right, I'm done, Velly, anyway. Thanks for letting me say that bit and doing my usual. You get it. Catch you later, fella. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
I say less, man. Yeah. Training season. Hip thrust every day, B. Come on. Cheats.
All right. Yo, shout out LBC. Look out for this video. It's two sides of the political spectrum. A right-wing politician and a left-wing politician giving their take on how they would fix the economy. And, you know, like, more likely it will probably be little bits of each and then something a bit in between. That would probably be the best solution. But you know how things go, man. It's mad out here still, man. But big up here. Someone do a live stream, innit, man? So the people that have got somewhere to congregate and chat and all them sort of things, they're still, you know? All right, big up, man. Let it. Wait, hold on. Let's leave with a proper outro, man. How you mean?
Toward his back foot. It's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But,